Chapter 681, the third round of the assessment task. The complexity of the Qingyun sword formation was beyond Song Jian's imagination. He had never seen such a huge sword formation. Even the sword master in the sword formation hall, who was titled as a senior sword formation master, could not arrange such a huge sword formation. However, after Song Jian used the fusion book like a cheat to improve his sword formation level, he gradually grasped the veins of this huge sword formation. This sword formation is indeed mysterious. Even with my current level, I can't arrange such a huge sword formation. Song Jian sighed, but if it's just destruction, it's not as difficult as I imagined. Song Jian took out a blank sword stone from the parcel column. With a thought, a silver talisman knife flew out and quickly carved on the sword stone. Various auxiliary materials also poured into the sword stone. After a while, a sword stone emitting a faint golden light was made by Song Jian. This is just an ordinary sword stone of the sunburn level. With Song Jian's current strength, it only took a few seconds to make it. It may take several years, countless materials and manpower to build a high-rise building. But if it is destroyed, it only needs to be blasted at a few key support points. Song Jian muttered to himself, and quickly made a few more sunburn-level sword stones. Such a profound sword formation cannot be set up even by a high-level sword formation master. But if you want to break it, you only need a few sword energy stones that can be made by a junior sword formation master, Song Jian said in a low voice. With a wave of his right hand, several newly made sunburn-level sword energy stones quickly rose into the air and disappeared into the sword formation in the void. After a while, these sword energy stones had become exactly the same as the other sword energy stones in the Qingyun sword formation. Looming in the void, seeing that all the sword energy stones had been integrated into the sword formation, Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly, and he gently shouted, "Break!" Boom! With a loud noise, the void trembled violently. Lu Qingyun's face changed drastically, and a mouthful of blood shot out, with a look of horror in his eyes. How is it possible? Lu Qingyun murmured to himself. "Break! Break! Break!" Song Jian shouted in a low voice, and the void trembled violently, and the blue sword energy in the sky suddenly shattered. Without the support of the power of the Qingyun Peak Mountains, Lu Qingyun alone could not support such a magnificent sword formation. Lu Qingyun's eyes showed a look of despair, and he looked down at Song Jian, and his hands could not help shaking. "The worst thing I did in my life was to accept you as my disciple." Song Jian shook his head slightly and said, "No. The worst thing you did was to let me enter the sword formation hall." Although Song Jian had done a lot of cover-ups before, Lu Qingyun never trusted Song Jian. After all, he wiped out the entire Black Wind Mountain with his own strength. No matter how he explained it, it would make people suspicious. But there was no evidence at the time. According to the rules of the sect, Song Jian should either be promoted to an inner disciple or become a direct disciple of an elder. But Lu Qingyun had already become suspicious of Song Jian at the time, so it was naturally impossible to keep him out of his sight. So he accepted Song Jian as his direct disciple and observed him under his nose. Although he accepted Song Jian as his personal disciple, Lu Qingyun never taught him a day, nor did he teach Song Jian any sword techniques of Qingyun sword sect, although the benefits of personal disciples were not lacking. In fact, he was completely monitored by Lu Qingyun. If Song Jian could stay quietly with Lu Qingyun for a few years, he might be able to win his trust. But Song Jian did not have so much time to waste, so he had to find another way. After that, Song Jian began to learn sword formations, and Lu Qingyun was naturally happy to see it. You know, it takes a lot of time and energy for ordinary people to study the way of sword formations. Some people have never studied anything in their entire lives. Even though it was later reported that Song Jian had become a formal sword formation master in just over a month, Lu Qingyun did not take it seriously. Because Lu Qingyun was a sword formation master, he naturally knew the mysteries of the sword formation. Song Jian had not even reached the first-level combat power, and it was impossible for him to study more advanced sword formations. But Lu Qingyun never thought that the thing he cared least about would become the key to the destruction of the entire Qingyun sword sect. "I hate it." The blue sword energy dissipated in the sky, and Lu Qingyun was attacked by the sword formation. He looked like porcelain, and fine cracks appeared on the surface of his body. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lu Qingyun exploded and turned into a ball of blood mist, without even a complete corpse left. "Ha ha ha," the Abyss Demon Lord laughed wildly. without Lu Qingyun's protection. The entire Qingyun sword sect was just a group of lambs to be slaughtered in his eyes. And it was the nourishment for him to restore his strength. The abyss monsters, like a black tide, rushed from the foot of the mountain to Qingyun Peak. In a short while, the entire Qingyun Peak was occupied by the abyss monsters, and the whole mountain was echoing with the roars of the monsters. The head of the sect died, and the sect was occupied by the abyss monsters again. Almost all the disciples became sacrifices for the abyss demon lord to restore his strength. Only a few people broke through the encirclement of the abyss monsters and ran out. The abyss demon lord didn't care about these small shrimps at all. His eyes were always on the elders in Qingyun Hall. The moment Lu Qingyun died, Song Jian received a system prompt. System: Lu Qingyun died. Your contribution value is 78%. System: Qingyun sword sect was destroyed. Your contribution value is 61%. System: you completed the second ring of the first level combat power assessment task. System: the third ring of the first level combat power assessment task is released. Killing a third level combat power strongman in this world. After reading the system prompt, Song Jian almost vomited blood. This ghost task actually has a third ring, and it still requires him to kill a third level combat power strongman. Do you have any misunderstanding about the third level combat power? Song Jian couldn't help but yelled, "This is my first level combat power assessment." Although Song Jian's current strength is fully capable of fighting a first level combat power. After all, he is just a professional who has not reached the first level combat power. Even if a third level combat power professional stands still and does not fight back and lets Song Jian hit him, I am afraid that the speed of damage Song Jian causes to him is not as fast as the speed of the opponent's automatic recovery. System: then do you have any misunderstanding about the SS level difficulty assessment? Double S level difficulty means let me go to die? Song Jian sneered. System: assessment tasks will not issue fatal tasks. Sometimes, for tasks that seem very difficult, you just need to change your mindset. Song Jian was stunned, as if he understood something. He turned his head and set his sights on the abyss demon lord, who was constantly devouring the blood and chi of the Qingyun sword sect disciples. Chapter 682 Leaving. The abyss demon lord slaughtered the disciples of Qingyun sword sect wantonly, draining all their chi and blood power. The corpses of the disciples whose chi and blood power were drained turned into dust directly, and it was a delusion to leave a complete body. Looking at the demon shadow that almost covered half of the sky, Song Jian couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that I would hit the mark by accident and actually lock the mission target of the third ring in advance. Song Jian whispered, but maybe luck is also a part of strength? Who said this? As the chi and blood power was swallowed more and more, the aura of the abyss demon lord became heavier and more solid. Song Jian squinted his eyes and stared at the abyss demon lord carefully. This was the critical moment for it to break through from the peak of the second level to the third level combat power. Song Jian could learn from many details. If he could break through directly without passing this damn assessment task, Song Jian would definitely not enter this assessment world. The abyss demon lord was also rapidly improving his strength. When he looked at Song Jian, he was full of fear. I don't know if I can get rid of the shackle mark after I reach the third level combat power. Damn it. What the hell is this thing that can ignore the level suppression? The abyss demon said viciously in his heart. You know, no matter what control method, as long as the gap in strength between the caster and the recipient is too large, it will affect the effect of the control method. But the shackle mark is not the case. After the abyss demon lord's strength was raised to the peak of the second level combat power, he did not feel the effect of the shackle mark weakened at all. When the abyss demon lord devoured all the creatures of the Qingyun Peak, the aura on his body suddenly showed an explosive growth. Ha ha ha. Third level combat power. I finally recovered to the third level combat power. The abyss demon lord roared while floating in the air. Its level has been upgraded to level 80. And its strength has recovered to the level of third level combat power. With its current strength, Song Jian has no qualifications to be its enemy. But because of the shackle's mark, the soul of the abyss demon lord is controlled by Song Jian. This skill has great restrictions on release, but the effect is unexpectedly perfect. Song Jian smiled. After the abyss demon lord recovered to the third level combat power, he tried it and found that the concealed effect of the shackles was not weakened at all. This mark on the soul has no effect on whether the body is strong. This world will crawl at my feet. The abyss demon lord roared. He never forgot the purpose of coming to this world. After recovering to the third level combat power, He can create a larger army of abyss monsters, and even transform a territory belonging to the abyss demons. Open the gate of the abyss, and guide the abyss demon army to enter this world continuously. At that time, this world will be branded with the unique mark of its abyss blade, becoming a brilliant stroke in its war record. I will become the pioneer of this world, and maybe I can become a noble duke because of this. Ha ha ha. The abyss demon lord was full of imagination. After recovering the third level strength, although he could not be regarded as the top combat power in this world, he already had enough self-protection ability. As long as he was careful, the imprisonment seal from 1,000 years ago would never fall on his head. But at this moment, a heart-wrenching pain suddenly came from the depths of the soul. The abyss demon lords opened their eyes wide and roared at the ground. Song Jian, what are you going to do? However, what surprised it was that it could not find any trace of Song Jian, as if he had never appeared. The tearing feeling in the depths of the soul became stronger and stronger. It could feel as if there was a pair of big hands constantly kneading and tearing its soul. But it had no way to stop this behavior. Song Jian, you won't get any benefit if you kill me. The abyss demon lord was suddenly a little panicked. It could not find any reason for Song Jian to kill it. Is he crazy? Is my life less valuable than a corpse? What on earth does he want to do? The abyss demon lord was extremely angry. But he had no choice but to beg Song Jian loudly, saying that he was willing to be Song Jian's most loyal slave in exchange for his life. A few minutes later, the abyss demon lord felt that his soul was getting weaker and weaker, and he could no longer control his strong body. He felt Song Jian's determination to kill him. Song Jian, your fate will not be much better than mine. One day, you will die miserably in pain and wailing. The abyss demon lord issued the most vicious curse before he died. Bang! With a slight sound, a brilliant light flew out from the head of the abyss demon lord, like a firework, rising to the air and suddenly exploded, turning into colorful rays of light, almost illuminating the entire sky. An intact corpse of the abyss demon lord fell from the sky and landed on Qingyun Peak. In an instant, countless black mists rose from Qingyun Peak and spread rapidly in all directions. With Qingyun Peak as the center, the area within a radius of several thousand meters was all shrouded in black mist. Within the range covered by the mist, whether it was animals, plants or soil, earth-shaking changes had occurred. All the abyss monsters let out a shrill roar, but they felt inexplicably happy about the changes in the environment. This is the purest abyss power, released by an abyss demon lord of level 3 combat power. The area of several thousand meters in radius will probably become a land of death for ordinary creatures in the next few thousand years. But for the hundreds of thousands of abyss monsters created by the abyss demon lord, this is indeed an excellent place for evolution. Perhaps in hundreds of years, all these abyss monsters can become the purest abyss creatures. System, you have completed the third round of the first level combat power assessment task, and your trial task is completed. You will leave this world in 60 seconds. Please be prepared. 60, 59, 58. Song Jian walked out of the shadows and put away the 3 sword stones around him. This was a hidden sword formation that could hide his body and then launch a fatal attack on the approaching enemy. Using the shackle mark to kill the demon lord is not a one-shot job. Once the opponent is aware of his intention, he will definitely counterattack before dying. Song Jian has no confidence in being able to take on the temporary counterattack of a third-level combat power warrior, so he can only hide by relying on the formation. It's all over. Song Jian looked at the spreading black mist, shook his head and sighed. A flash of white light passed by, and Song Jian's figure disappeared, completely leaving this world. Chapter 683 The Sequelae of the Sudden Increase in Strength. Song Jian's eyes blurred, and when he recovered his vision, he found that he did not return to the assessment hall, but directly returned to his safe house, the Manor Castle. Almost no one noticed his appearance, and no one cared. The existence of the City of Hope Alliance relied on Song Jian's strength and its Manor Castle, but during the development process, Song Jian's presence was extremely low. Song Jian's absence for a few months was already commonplace for other members of the Alliance. Even some new players who joined the Alliance liked to talk to their friends about their elusive leader. Finally, only the butler George appeared in front of Song Jian as expected. "Master, welcome home," Butler George said respectfully with a yes. Song Jian smiled slightly. "George, report the development of the territory in the past few months." "Yes, Master." In the 3 months and 27 days since you left, the development of the territory is as follows. Song Jian lay in a rocking chair, listening carefully to George's report with his eyes slightly closed, but thinking about another thing in his mind. My first level combat power assessment task has been completed. But why hasn't the task reward been sent to me? It won't be swallowed by the system. Song Jian completed the assessment with double S difficulty, and the reward was 45 points increase in all attribute points, plus 12 skill points, and a skill book of no less than legendary quality. In addition to the accumulation of rewards in each round, Song Jian was able to directly upgrade 4 levels and get 10 free attribute points. Such a generous reward. But after Song Jian came out of the assessment task, he did not receive any system information, which made him feel strange. People with first level combat power have completely crushing power over those who have not reached first level combat power. Not to mention that I completed the assessment task with double S difficulty. For those players who only completed B level or even C level assessment tasks, I also have crushing power over them. But when will this reward be issued? Song Jian frowned slightly. Just when Song Jian was confused, a huge force gushed out of his body, and his body, like a fish, bounced up from the armchair, and then floated quietly in the air. George, who was reporting meticulously, was shocked by the scene in front of him. But soon, he was pushed out by a gentle force. George, you step down first, Song Jian said with great effort. Yes, master. George's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to ask something, but in the end, he just quietly closed the door and left. Damn it. It's just a reward. Does it have to be so painful? Song Jian gritted his teeth and said. He felt that his body seemed to be crushed into powder by a great force, and then recast bit by bit. It was painful, but he couldn't faint. Every cell in his body was breaking and reorganizing. Song Jian felt it all. 10 minutes was like a year for Song Jian. All his attributes increased by 45 points, which made him a different person. Every cell in his body was reshaped and optimized. Song Jian lay on the ground, breathing heavily. His clothes were soaked with sweat. Although his face was ruddy and full of energy, there was a trace of indelible fatigue in his eyes. At this time, Song Jian's strength had changed dramatically. He felt that if he moved a finger, the whole manor castle would be destroyed directly. The feeling of being able to blow up a planet with one punch made Song Jian very cautious. He didn't even dare to move his fingers. He just lay quietly on the floor and felt it. A day passed quietly like this. The afterglow of the sun slowly disappeared from the window. After a while, a ray of moonlight bloomed from the window and shone on Song Jian. Instinctively, the mark on Song Jian's chest began to shine and slowly absorbed the essence of the moon. After 15 minutes, the moon was blocked by thick clouds again, and the surroundings returned to darkness. After a long time, Song Jian slowly stood up from the floor. He was so light that he seemed to be blown away by a gust of wind. He moved to the bed step by step and lay down gently. The wooden bed made a crisp creaking sound, and there was no other sound. Song Jian soon fell asleep and heard steady breathing. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Song Jian turned over and sat up. After a day and a night of adjustment, Song Jian was finally able to basically control his surging power. At least, he would not crush the cup when drinking water, and would not collapse the bed when sleeping. Wang Qi and others, who already knew that Song Jian had returned, came to the castle on their own initiative. They watched Song Jian eating breakfast in slow motion. Several people looked at each other, and Li Qier even laughed out loud. Song Jian, what's wrong with you? Are you sick or injured? Wang Qi asked with a frown. The Hope City Alliance is developing faster and faster, but the resistance and pressure it faces are also increasing. If Song Jian had not always occupied the first place on the level honor list, the pressure on the Alliance would be even greater. Nothing. It will be fine after a while. Song Jian didn't want to explain too much, and casually said, how has the War Alliance developed recently? We have built the teleportation array, and we have also opened up the permission to go to other cities. Wang Qi said excitedly, but the city that is willing to open up the permission with us is only the city of Sin for now. Song Jian was stunned, but quickly reacted. It seems that if you want to go to other cities through the teleportation array, you can't just build the teleportation array, but also obtain the permission of other cities before you can connect the teleportation array to the teleportation network. However, The teleportation array link between the City of Sin and the City of Doom is enough for now. If you want to go to other cities, you can just transfer from the City of Sin. In addition, the City of Sin has provided us with many upgrade materials. It won't be long before we can try to upgrade to a first-level city, Wang Qi said excitedly. Song Jian smiled slightly. Upgrading to a city is a matter of time. He not only wants to upgrade the territory to a city, but also continue to expand it until it includes the entire Doomsday City. Based on the area of the Doomsday City, it must be upgraded to at least a 9th-level city before it can be included in it. Song Jian thought to himself. By the way, after the teleportation array was established, did anyone leave through the teleportation array? Song Jian asked. Some, but not many, Wang Qi said, and some people came back after leaving. Song Jian smiled slightly. Although the living environment in Doomsday City is bad, there are many opportunities and no constraints. Although some other big cities are safer than Doomsday City, fixed class levels have been formed. If players want to stand out in such cities, the difficulty is much higher than that in Doomsday City. Chapter 684. The Alliance of the Temple of the Gods. In the City of Doom, newcomers can create their own safe houses step by following the system prompts. Even if the Alliance expands in the future, as long as they do not oppose the Alliance and choose to join, their safe houses will still be protected by the system. However, in a city like the City of Sin, if you want to have your own property, it will definitely cost a lot of money. If you want to live more comfortably and have a bigger house, you must have the title of this city to buy it. Ordinary players can only rent some houses where civilians live in such a city, and the price is not cheap. In addition, the monsters around the city are almost always cleared by the city guards on a regular basis. If you want to fight monsters and level up, you must go to farther places and fight higher level monsters, which is far less comfortable than the City of Doom. Therefore, it is not impossible for some people to not adapt to returning to the City of Doom. Oh! By the way, there is one more thing. After the teleportation array was opened, it automatically connected to an ownerless teleportation array, which is a place called the Valley of the Dead, Wang Qi said. After the teleportation array is established, it will automatically search for other teleportation arrays within a certain range. City teleportation arrays, such as the City of Sin and the City of Hymns, will have access permissions. Only with the permission of the city owner can it be connected to it, and the teleportation array can work. But if the other party refuses to connect, then after creating the teleportation array, you can only see the other party's teleportation array in the list, but you cannot teleport to it. However, there are also some ownerless teleportation arrays that do not have access permissions. Once they are found, they can be automatically connected. Most of these areas are some uninhabited monster areas. The Valley of the Dead? Song Jian looked up at Wang Qi and asked in confusion. Is there anything strange about this place? This valley is full of poisonous fog. Once you enter, you will continue to lose blood. The longer you stay, the faster you lose blood. And there are monsters above level 30, Wang Qi said. Song Jian glanced at Wang Qi and waited for him to continue. However, this valley produces this. Wang Qi took out a fist-sized black stone from the parcel column and placed it on the table. This is... Song Jian picked it up and took a look. With a surprised look on his face, Shadow Stone? When making weapons, there is a certain probability of a shadow damage attribute that ignores defense. Shadow Stone low quality. Forging material. Use effect. Can be used to forge weapons of level 10 or less, with a certain chance of appearing the attribute of increasing ignoring defense shadow damage. Use requirement. Forging skill level 3. This kind of ore is abundant in the Valley of the Dead, and it is easily available. People in the City of Sin said that they can purchase this kind of ore, and the price they offer is quite high, Wang Qi said excitedly. Now only the City of Hope Alliance has created a teleportation array, which means that in the entire Doomsday City, only the City of Hope Alliance can enter this valley to obtain Shadow Stone. Once it can be successfully mined, it will not take long for the entire Doomsday City to be dominated by the City of Hope Alliance. Only low-grade ones? Song Jian asked. Level 10 weapons can't be sold for much money now, even if they have the property of ignoring defense. Their value is not that high. There are 3 grades, upper, middle and lower, Wang Qi said, and according to the explorers, there may be higher grade shadow stones. But the monsters there are too high level, and can break the invisibility effect. I can't get close. I just took a look from a distance. Song Jian nodded. If there are only low-grade ores, this place is not worth much. Level 10 weapons can only be used by those newcomers who have just entered the game. They don't have many Doomsday coins. Now the main force of the players in the entire Doomsday city have reached level 20, or even above level 25. On the honor level ranking list, the top 10 are all level 30. Song Jian, someone has reached level 31. Likur suddenly said. Everyone was shocked and quickly opened the level honor list. It's the leader of the Temple of the Gods. Wang Qi's face darkened and said, the guy with the late stage of Qingyun. The Temple of the Gods? Another war alliance? Song Jian asked curiously. It's a group of guys who call themselves new humans. No, not new humans, but a group of psychopaths who call themselves gods. Wang Qi scolded. Oh, God? Song Jian laughed and immediately became interested in this war alliance. Tell me about this war alliance. What's going on? Wang Qi began to describe in detail this war alliance organization called the Temple of the Gods. Song Jian listened carefully and nodded continuously. So, these players who join the Pantheon are all mentally ill, and really think of themselves as gods. Childish, Wang Qi said angrily. You have a lot of opinions about this Pantheon alliance. Song Jian looked at Wang Qi strangely. Wang Qi was speechless. He challenged a deputy leader of the Pantheon in the arena, but he lost, which was embarrassing. Likur said with a smile. This Pantheon is very strong, and many players have joined. At least 5 of the top 10 players in the ranking are in this Pantheon. Luo Tianyu suddenly said. It seems that there are many players who want to become gods. Song Jian chuckled. What is a god? Many people think that gods are just a group of more powerful people. From this perspective, all the players who enter this game now are gods. The Pantheon has been using this as a gimmick to attract many players to join. Now it is the second largest alliance besides the City of Hope Alliance. But their territory is far away from the City of Hope Alliance territory, and they can't contact it for a while. However, the Pantheon has always regarded the City of Hope Alliance as an imaginary enemy, and always wants to suppress the City of Hope Alliance. Song Jian opened the honor list and took a look. His face suddenly became a little strange. You just said that the second place is the leader of the Pantheon Alliance? Song Jian looked up at everyone and said, this guy named Zeus. His real name is Zeus? Players enter the game and use all their real names. But the second place on the list is named Zeus. Which crazy parents would name their children Zeus? He didn't have this name before. But I heard that he used a name change card to change his name in the game to this. Wang Qi explained. There are so many strange things in this game. Song Jian laughed. Song Jian? It is said that there are dozens of people in the Temple of the Gods who take turns to lead him. Beat the monster's health value to only a trace, and then let him kill, just to quickly increase his level. They want to grab the throne of the first person in the level list. Likur said anxiously. Don't worry about him. Let him grab it if he wants. Song Jian said indifferently, with a slight smile on his lips, and said, besides, this thing, you can't grab it just by wanting it. Chapter 685, Fight. Song Jian is still at level 31. Yesterday, he only received the rewards for the first level combat power assessment task. However, during the task, the accumulated rewards for each ring of the task were not issued. After the 3-ring task, the reward is 4 levels and 10 free attribute points. Song Jian now has 12 skill points and the qualification to obtain a skill book of no less than legendary quality. For players whose strength has not yet reached the first level combat power, he is simply invincible. Song Jian looked at Zeus, who was ranked 2nd and had reached level 31. He had only caught up in level and had not passed or participated in the first level combat power assessment. Such a being, in front of Song Jian, whose 3 attributes have exceeded 100, might not even be qualified to raise his sword. Even if this guy who changed his name to Zeus surpassed Song Jian in level, he would not stay in the first position for long. When all the rewards for Song Jian's mission were distributed, he would instantly reach level 35, which would only make him feel deeply desperate. They take turns to find someone to help Zeus upgrade. We can do the same. And we have more people than them. Ma Yu suddenly said. Ma Yu is right. We can also find someone to kill monsters and let the leader's level rush up. Wang Qi nodded and said. In fact, in this game, the level is not very important. Upgrading only gives 1 skill point, which is not that helpful for improving strength. Luo Tianyu said. That won't work either. The honor ranking is a banner. And the first one must be the leader of the City of Hope Alliance, Wang Qi said firmly. Song Jian finished his meal and was about to stand up, and gently pressed his hand on the table. Crack. A crisp cracking sound was heard, and a several-foot-long crack appeared on the hard wooden table, extending from the position of Song Jian's palm to the front. Song Jian frowned slightly. His strength increased too quickly, and he still couldn't control his strength well. He was always prone to destroying the surrounding objects inadvertently. No matter how strong I am, if I can't control it well, this strength will do me no good, Song Jian said in his heart. Alliance leader, what are you doing? Wang Qi asked Song Jian in surprise. Sorry, my strength has improved too fast recently, Song Jian smiled and said. Let's continue the discussion. Don't worry about me. As he spoke, Song Jian walked slowly out of the castle in a slow motion, like a spacewalk. Several people looked at each other in surprise. Alliance leader, what did you do in the past few months you disappeared? Luo Tianyu asked curiously. I did a first-level combat power assessment task. Song Jian smiled. First-level combat power? Everyone showed a look of surprise on their faces. They have not reached level 30 yet, and have not yet come into contact with the concept of first-order combat power. Isn't first-order combat power only available to boss? Can players also have it? Luo Tianyu said in surprise. Yes, but boss with first-order combat power is really difficult to beat. Does it mean that after players have first-order combat power, they will become stronger than ordinary people? Wang Qi asked curiously. When you reach level 30, you will be able to access the first-order combat power assessment task. I have also been completing this assessment task in the past few months, Song Jian said with a smile. Crack. A piece of hard marble floor under Song Jian's feet shattered completely. Song Jian frowned slightly and walked out of the castle slowly. I think we should first secure the first place in the honor level list before we talk about other things, Wang Qi said. Now the game only has the honor level list, which is equivalent to an advertisement. As the first alliance of Doomsday City, this first place should always belong to us and cannot be snatched away by the Temple of the Gods. Yes, I agree. The first place in the honor level list is a living advertisement and a banner. It cannot be easily given up. Mayu nodded and said, Yes, Brother Song Jian. This first-level combat power may improve strength, but many players don't know it. What they can see is the honor level list. Likir also nodded. He can't take the first place in the honor list. Song Jian walked outside the castle, looked at the lush plants in the spiritual field, and said with a smile, On the other side of the Doomsday City, the northern breeding farm. In this breeding farm, a group of people are constantly slaughtering monsters of more than 20 levels. And there are people in the distance constantly leading monsters here. Those who are fighting the monsters below will stop immediately when the monster's health value is reduced to only 1/10. And on a 3-story building next to the breeding farm, a mage is constantly using fire, rain, blizzard and other range attack skills to harvest the last bit of the monster's health value. More than a dozen healers were constantly healing the people fighting the monsters. After a careful count, there were actually more than 100 people serving the mage. Although the mage was already level 31, killing these level 25 or 26 monsters gave very little experience. But there were too many monsters, almost endless, and the combat experience increased much faster than ordinary people. Boss, the experience value of the man from the City of Hope Alliance has not moved for a long time. At our speed, we will surpass him in 6 or 7 hours at most. By then, you will be the first on the honor level list. A priest standing next to Zeus said softly, Our pantheon will be the largest alliance in this Doomsday City, and will also become the largest alliance in this game in the future. Zeus said confidently, at that time. Not only in the game, but also in the real world. We will also establish our own organization. As long as we have strong power, each of us will become a real god and rule the whole world. Zeus looks only in his 20s, but he seems very calm and sophisticated. He constantly instills the concept of becoming a god to the people around him, and gathers many ambitious players. Boss, someone found a level 30 elite boss. Do you want to pull it over to kill it? A hunter shouted below. Don't worry about it for now. Don't alarm any bosses you find. Pull all the monsters over. Our goal now is to get the boss to the top of the honor level list as soon as possible. The priest next to him shouted. Understood. The pantheon was trying its best to level up Zeus. But at this moment, Song Jian saw a translucent turntable in front of him, with dozens of books shining brightly on it. The color of epic items is purple. The color of legendary items is orange. And above legendary is mythical. And the color of mythical items is gorgeous colorful. At this time, all the books on the turntable were emitting orange or colorful light. All the books here are of legendary quality or above. And they are all for the sword master profession. Let me see if my luck can get a higher quality skill book. Song Jian's eyes fell on the 3 colorful books on the turntable, blew into his right hand, and began to turn the turntable. Chapter 686 Sword Courage. Song Jian still doesn't have a skill book of epic quality or above, let alone legendary quality. This is a chance to get a legendary skill book, and it must be for his profession. However, since there is a chance to draw a mythical skill book, Song Jian naturally hopes to draw the 3 mythical skill books on the turntable. Song Jian stared at the turntable nervously. After the turntable turned quickly, the colors on all the icons turned into brilliant colors like a rainbow. This turntable is the reward for Song Jian's assessment task, and only he can see it. The others looked at Song Jian, stretched out their hands and moved it in the void, and then stared at the open space in front of them nervously. What's wrong with the leader? Ma Yu asked in a low voice. Wang Qi shook his head gently. He felt that Song Jian had not seen him for several months and seemed to have changed a lot. He gave people an unpredictable feeling. At this moment, everyone saw Song Jian suddenly burst into laughter, with an ecstatic look on his face. Skill book Soul Forging Sword and Gallbladder Technique Mythology. Skill book. Use. Can learn the skill Soul Forging Sword and Gallbladder Technique. Use conditions. Sword Master. Soul Forging Sword and Gallbladder Technique. Can condense the essence of the 5 elements and forge a sword gallbladder, which is usually hidden in the soul, and immune to all soul damage. The sword gallbladder is a soul attribute equipment. Does not occupy the equipment column. Can only be forged once in a lifetime. Can be charged. And after 3 hours of charging, the target will be critically damaged. The sword gallbladder attribute varies according to the forging material. The better the quality of the forging material, the stronger the sword gallbladder attribute. Please give priority to using weapons with sword spirits for forging. Mythical level. I actually got a mythical level skill. Song Jian was all smiles. But when he looked at the skill book carefully, he frowned. This skill is just equivalent to giving me an extra weapon, even if it has the charge attribute and can hit a 100% critical hit. I still need to make this sword in advance. Song Jian hesitated immediately, thinking that this skill book was a bit useless. His current weapon is a gold quality set. If he collects all of them, it is equivalent to having 5 long swords to attack together. Therefore, after learning this skill, he only has an extra attack weapon sword, which does not seem to improve his strength much. Maybe it's because this sword can protect the soul? Song Jian thought to himself. His innate passive skill Thick Skin can only work on adverse effects, but it has no effect on soul damage. Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help but take a look at the skill Shackles mark on the Book of the Abyss. The most terrifying thing about this mark is that once the Shackles mark is cast on the target, no matter how strong the opponent is, it can directly cause the opponent's soul to collapse and kill instantly. There must be similar soul attack methods in this game. If I encounter such a method, Song Jian's face suddenly became serious. The release condition of the shackle mark requires not only the opponent's real name, but also the opponent's flesh and blood. It can be said to be very difficult. But once released, if there is no soul defense means, it is absolutely an unsolvable attack, and people have to defend against it. It is better to forge a sword, just in case. Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, the skill book in his hand, which was emitting colorful light, suddenly trembled slightly, and a message was transmitted from the book and shot towards Song Jian's eyebrows. Suddenly, a picture appeared in Song Jian's mind. A middle-aged man in a white gown stood in the void with his hands behind his back, with a long sword under his feet. Around his body, a metal ball only the size of a fingernail was constantly circling around him. In front of this middle-aged man, there were hundreds of monsters of the same level as him, swarming towards him like a tide. Go! With a light shout, the metal ball rotating around the middle-aged man stretched out with a swoosh sound and turned into a 3-inch long sharp blade. Swoosh! The sharp blade burst into a dazzling 3-foot sword light and flew towards the monster in front, leaving a long-lasting white mark in the air. This 3-inch long sharp blade flew into the group of monsters, as if it had self-awareness, and quickly passed through the throat of the monster. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the sharp blade continued to pierce the group of monsters, and large pieces of damage numbers almost overflowed Song Jian's vision. How is this possible? Song Jian was stunned. Even if it was a magic profession with the strongest AoE attack, it was impossible to fight hundreds of monsters of the same level at the same time. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical hit. All the damage floating above the monsters' heads was critical damage. Is this charging? No. Only the first attack of charging is critical damage, and the subsequent attacks may not all be critical hits. Song Jian observed carefully, and finally found out why all the damage floating above the monsters' heads was critical damage. The sword gall attacks all the opponent's vital points. That is, it can automatically find the vital points of the monster and attack? Song Jian was surprised. Sword spirit. It must be the sword spirit that played a key role. A small sword directly killed hundreds of monsters, and the middle-aged man in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back in the air, standing on the flying sword. This is too cool, Song Jian said in surprise, and a hot light suddenly rose in his eyes. I must make this sword. Mythical skill. It is indeed a mythical skill. With the sword, there is no need for other weapons. Looking at the 3 long swords in the Dantian, Song Jian immediately made a decision. Since I want to make a sword, I have to make the strongest one. Thinking of this, Song Jian directly chose to use the skill book. A colorful light penetrated into Song Jian's eyebrows, and the skill soul forging sword appeared in the skill column. Click on this skill. There is an item bar on it, and a line of system prompts appears. Please choose to put in a weapon with a sword spirit to forge a sword heart. You can only put in one weapon. It seems that the higher the quality of the weapon you put in, the more powerful the sword heart you will forge. Song Jian thought to himself. The 3 long swords Song Jian has now are all set weapons, and each one is gold level. But if all 5 long swords can be collected, it will become an epic weapon set. Collect the remaining 2 long swords, and then use this set of weapons to make a sword heart. Song Jian thought to himself. Wang Qi. Song Jian shouted, start collecting gold grade weapons. Above level 25. The more the better. Gold grade weapons? Wang Qi's face changed. Alliance leader. This requires a large amount of funds. Now the War Alliance is making every effort to attack the first level city. If we start to purchase weapons, the funds will be very tight. Song Jian frowned slightly. Upgrading the territory of the War Alliance is also a very important matter. If it is delayed, the impact will be great. As long as we take down the Valley of the Dead. Are we still worried about the lack of funds? Li Kur suddenly said. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, then arrange it quickly. We will go to the Valley of the Dead tomorrow to see the situation and try to take this place directly. Chapter 687 Upgrade. Doomsday City. Northern Farm. A steady stream of monsters were used in the center of the farm. Zeus drank a potion to replenish his mana while watching the players below beat the monsters to the last bit of health, then stood up and continued to release large-scale magic attack skills. Leader. There is still 2% of experience points. You can catch up with Song Jian and become the first person on the honor list. Zeus' face flushed with excitement. Becoming the first person on the honor level list has always been his dream. If he succeeds, it will be just around the corner for the Pantheon to become the first War Alliance in Doomsday City. Why is the City of Hope Alliance developing so fast? Isn't it because Song Jian has always been the first on the level list? If I become the first on the level list, the Pantheon can also become the first. Zeus thought confidently. The people who fight and pull monsters below have been replaced twice. More than 80% of the members of the entire Pantheon are helping Zeus to level up. It's almost there. The leader will soon become the first. It's been more than a week. And finally the hard work has not been in vain. Song Jian's experience seems to have never increased. Doesn't he care about the first place on the level list? How could they not care? It's just that they are not as united as us. No one is willing to help him level up. That's right. Our Pantheon is the first alliance in Doomsday City. Just then, a player glanced at the level list casually and was stunned. He didn't even have time to react when the monster rushed to him. Dog, what are you doing? Don't you want to die? You are distracted at this time. A player next to him immediately led the monster away and shouted at the dazed player. Level list. Look at the level list. My God, there is a bug in the game. The player shouted with a look of horror on his face. Almost everyone opened the honor level rankings and stared at them intently. There was no change in the rankings. Zeus was still ranked second and Song Jian was ranked first. It was just that Song Jian's level was no longer level 31, but level 35, which was a direct increase of 4 levels. Impossible. How could he increase 4 levels at once? This must be a bug. Is the game GM here? I want to report it. How can there be a GM in this game? He must have mastered a method that we don't know. Increase 4 levels in an instant. How did he do it? The players of the Pantheon were in an uproar. This moment was too much of a blow to them. They had been luring and killing monsters for a week without sleep. But when success was within reach, they were slapped back to their original form by the opponent. Even Zeus was confused and horrified. He didn't know what the problem was. Why could the opponent instantly upgrade 4 levels? How could this happen? The priest next to him frowned and thought about various possibilities. Damn it. He is playing with us, Zeus roared. Just a little bit. Less than 2% of the experience value difference. He could surpass Song Jian and become the first person in the level ranking. Zeus suddenly had a feeling that if he continued, when his level was close to his, would he directly upgrade 4 or 5 levels and slap him back to the ground from the sky? Thinking of this, even Zeus felt a little discouraged. And other players sighed. Everything they did now had lost its meaning. Zeus was silent for a long time. And finally his face turned pale. He shook his head and said, "Tell everyone to disperse and let the brothers have a good rest." "Boss, are you not going to chase him anymore?" The priest next to him asked. "He won't use this method again. Even if it was only once. The gap is now 4 levels. Which is not 4%. Zeus said, "Do you know how big the gap of 4 levels is?" The priest was silent. After level 30, the experience required is doubled. Just 1% or 2% requires everyone to chase for several hours. Now the gap is 4 levels. Let alone catching up. Just thinking about it makes people shudder. In the end, the people in the temple of the gods quickly dispersed. And the level up activity ended in failure. Almost everyone felt a burning pain on their faces. No one said they wanted to surpass Song Jian and get the first place on the honor list anymore. In Song Jian's manor castle, Wang Qi sighed as he watched Zeus's combat experience points continue to increase. He knew the importance of being the first on the honor list. But Song Jian didn't seem to care. Maybe with Zeus's current strength, he couldn't beat Song Jian at all. But many ordinary players didn't know this. The honor list was the most realistic ranking. To be honest, once the first place on the honor list was taken away, I'm afraid many players, even players from the City of Hope Alliance, would start to be disappointed with Song Jian. Hurry up and think of a way to solve the problem of Brother Song being caught up, Wang Qi whispered. Hey, it's too difficult. They are all grinding experience. This is simply cheating. Someone shook his head and said, "What's the point of saying this now? Besides, the leader's strength is growing too fast now. It's not realistic to kill monsters to level up. It's better to let him get familiar with the control as soon as possible. Forget it. Let's prepare for tomorrow's trip to the Valley of the Dead. There is a natural disaster and poisonous fog there. If we don't deal with it properly, I'm afraid there will be a lot of casualties." At this moment, Song Jian suddenly received a system prompt. He received the cumulative reward for the assessment task, directly promoted to level 4, and also obtained 10 free attribute points. Song Jian smiled slightly and directly added the free attribute points to the spiritual attribute. Now, Song Jian's spiritual attribute has been raised to 129 points. With a thought, every move in the entire manor castle can be shown in his mind. Now that the assessment task rewards have been distributed, Song Jian still has 16 skill points in his hand. But back in the game world, many of his skills need to be fully proficient before they can be upgraded with skill points. So many skill points can only be put aside first. Have you guys looked at the level list? Someone next to him suddenly exclaimed. What? Has Zeus' level surpassed Brother Song? Wang Qi sighed. As if he had expected it, he opened the level list and took a look. And suddenly looked frightened. Hack! Brother Song? What did you do? Brother Xiaojian? Did you cheat? Li Qir shouted loudly. Everyone stared at Song Jian, who was walking slowly in the courtyard to adjust his body. How could his level be directly raised to level 35 in such a short time? How did you do it? Wang Qi asked stupidly. Didn't I say that you don't need to care about the level list? Even if he takes the first place, he won't stay there for long. Song Jian laughed. Chapter 688 Go Deep Alone. Valley of the Dead. This is a small valley more than 200 kilometers away from the city of Doom. It cannot even be found on the map. Song Jian and more than 20 players from the City of Hope appeared on a dilapidated teleportation array in this small valley. We have almost picked up the nearby shadow stones. If we want to get more rewards, we must go deeper into the valley. Wang Qi said seriously, but if we want to enter this valley, the first thing we have to deal with is the natural disaster poisonous fog that shrouds this valley. Song Jian nodded and observed carefully. There was no grass growing in this valley. Only black rocks. The valley was filled with gray-green fog. Only within a 3-meter radius around the teleportation array, there was a faint light curtain that blocked the erosion of the poisonous fog. What is the effect of this gray fog? Song Jian asked. It will continue to lose blood. At the beginning, it will drop a little every 5 seconds. The deeper you go, the faster the blood will be lost. The effect will continue to accumulate. Our people can only hold on until 10 points of blood are lost in 5 seconds. They can't hold on. There are many monsters in it. Wang Qi said. There is also a fixed adverse effect of reducing attributes by 10%. Song Jian nodded. He could still withstand the effect of reducing his attributes by 10%. But he continued to lose blood. And the deeper he went, the faster he lost blood. Even with advanced healing potions, he couldn't continue to explore deeper. There were also many level 30 monsters inside. For players who were only level 27 or 28, this valley was simply a forbidden area. Let's go in and take a look, Song Jian said, and took the lead in stepping out of the light curtain around the teleportation array. The moment everyone entered the valley, the gray-green mist in the air rolled over and rushed towards everyone like a shark that smelled blood. Soon, -1 damage numbers floated above everyone's heads. But above Song Jian's head floated immune and resist words. After checking his status bar, he found that there was no bad state of attribute reduction of 10%. Song Jian smiled slightly. It seems that his talent skill thick skin has surprised him again. Leader, what are you doing? More than 20 players looked at each other, and were speechless when they saw the prompt floating above Song Jian's head. Don't go in yet. I'll go in and investigate alone, Song Jian said. Leader, be careful, Wang Qi said. Song Jian nodded and continued to walk forward. Looking at Song Jian's back, Wang Qi sighed slightly. From the first time he saw Song Jian, he felt that he and Song Jian were not playing the same game. Song Jian carefully explored the Valley of the Dead alone. He found that the poisonous fog in the valley not only weakened his attributes and caused him to lose blood continuously, but also blocked his perception. With his powerful spiritual attributes, it was enough to cover an area of dozens of meters in radius. In the area covered by his perception, it was like having a pair of eyes of God, able to see through everything within the range. But in this valley, his perception was suppressed to the limit, and he could only explore the area of 3 or 4 meters around him. Soon, Song Jian encountered the monsters in this valley. 2 skeletons with dark green aura all over their bodies. Toxic skeleton. Level 31. HP 4000/4000. Features, toxic attack. They were just 2 ordinary monsters of level 31. For ordinary players, the poisonous attacks were a bit of a headache, but it had no effect on Song Jian. Broken Wing Dance. The red fire heart ape sword in his hand burst out with sharp sword energy, and rushed towards the 2 poisonous skeletons. Song Jian, who had a first-level combat power, was completely crushing these ordinary monsters. Hundreds of points of damage floated up from the heads of the 2 poisonous skeletons. In less than half a minute, the 2 skeletons turned into a pile of broken bones. Huh? A silver-quality weapon actually fell? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he took out a 2-handed sword from the pile of broken bones. Poisonous blade. With poison damage and 2 special effects. Not bad. Not bad. Song Jian smiled slightly. He didn't expect that as soon as he entered this valley, he would find a level 30 top-grade silver weapon. He didn't know whether the explosion rate here was high or his luck was good. After taking a look at the properties of this 2-handed sword, Song Jian hesitated, thought for a while, and put it in the parcel column. Silver-quality weapons can also increase the progress of nurturing the sword spirit of the red fire heart ape sword. But the progress of silver quality is too low, compared with the properties of this long sword. It is really not worthwhile. It is better to sell this long sword and buy a gold quality weapon with average properties. You know, the price of a top-grade silver quality weapon is not much different from that of a gold quality weapon with ordinary attributes. After dealing with the two poisonous skeletons, Song Jian continued to move forward. His surge speed was much faster than that of the previous exploration team members. On the one hand, he directly crushed the monsters when he encountered them, and on the other hand, he was immune to the natural disaster poison fog, so he did not have such great psychological pressure. After that, he encountered several waves of monsters. Song Jian was able to crush them and eliminate them, but he only lost more than 100 points of qi and blood. He did not even need to drink potions. He directly recovered his qi and blood with his own qi and blood recovery speed. However, the items dropped later were of average quality, mostly white materials. Continuing to go deeper, Song Jian picked up a lot of good quality shadow stones along the way, and he found that this valley was simply a treasure trove. Not only were there shadow stones, but there was also a shadow forest in the northwest of the valley. As long as the woodcutting skill reached level 8, you can cut down shadow trees here and get good quality shadow wood. Not only is the defense much higher than ordinary wood, but it is also highly resistant to fire damage and shadow damage, and is a very good building material. Soon, Song Jian passed the outer area of the Valley of the Dead and came to the central area. Here, a shadow river that spans east and west appeared in front of Song Jian. On the edge of the shadow river, there stood a black 7-story stone tower. This stone tower was actually built entirely with shadow stones, and they were all top-grade shadow stones. What a luxury! How many weapons can be made with so many shadow stones? Song Jian exclaimed, when his eyes fell on the shadow river behind the stone tower. A dull look suddenly appeared on his face. Treasures? Gems? There are so many gems? Song Jian found that the bottom of this shadow river was covered with a thick layer of gems of various colors. These gems can be inlaid on weapons and equipment. They are worth thousands of gold. Usually only boss drops them. But in front of me, there are gems all over the river, which can be picked up at will. I'm rich. These gems alone are enough to double the strength of the players in the entire alliance. Even if I collect all 5 long swords, it is enough to breed all the sword spirits of the 5 long swords. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he was ecstatic. Chapter 689 Black Warrior. The environment of the Valley of the Dead is harsh, but it is like a treasure trove. Valuable materials can be found everywhere. Just bend down and pick them up. It is effortless. The only thing that makes people a little headache is the natural disaster poisonous fog that permeates the entire valley. At this time, the damage caused by the poisonous fog has reached the level of reducing 30 points of qi and blood value per second where Song Jian is. Even a level 30 Blood Bowl warrior has a maximum qi and blood value of no more than 5,000. He can't stay here for long and has to leave. This natural disaster poisonous fog restricts the development of the Valley of the Dead. I wonder if there is any way to eliminate this poisonous fog or be immune to the damage of this poisonous fog. Song Jian thought to himself. Since his innate skill can make him immune to the poisonous fog, there must be other ways to make him immune or weaken the poisonous fog. At this moment, a hoarse voice came from the stone tower beside the Shadow River. Who dares to invade the territory of the necromancer Lord Salamo? Song Jian looked up and saw a humanoid creature wearing a black robe and holding a bone staff standing on the top floor of the black tower. The distance was too far, so Song Jian could not see the other person's face, but he felt a familiar smell from it. Necromancer? Song Jian's mouth showed a hint of sarcasm. Why does he exude a strong smell of the abyss? Boom! The door at the bottom of the stone tower opened, and 12 skeleton warriors, and a warrior wearing black armor, and holding a 2-handed giant sword came out. 12 level 32 skeleton warriors, and a level 35 elite boss black warrior. Song Jian was surprised. You can actually control the power of death. Salamo, standing on the top of the stone tower, exudes a strong power of the abyss, but can control these undead creatures. Obviously, it also has the power of death to control undead creatures. Could it be that this Salamo is a duel professional? Song Jian frowned. His heart sank. If the other party can really control the power of the abyss and the power of death at the same time, then the other party's strength is not as simple as 1 + 1, but will increase geometrically. But if he doesn't destroy the other party, then Song Jian won't be able to take this treasure-filled Valley of the Dead. The 12 skeleton warriors are just ordinary monsters, and the black warrior is a level 35 elite boss with first level combat power. If it were just these, I could still deal with them alone. But there is also a Salamo, who I don't know whether it is an abyss wizard or a necromancer. Song Jian hesitated. Song Jian's strength has greatly increased now. He is not afraid of any ordinary monsters. But if it is a monster with first-level combat power, it may be difficult to face two at the same time. More importantly, Song Jian could not detect the specific attributes of this Salamo. He did not know whether the opponent was an abyss wizard or a necromancer. Once the fight started, there would be too many variables. But just when Song Jian hesitated, the Black Warrior and the Skeleton Warrior at the entrance of the stone tower had already rushed towards him together. This time, Song Jian did not need to make a choice. He rushed up directly and fought with this group of undead creatures. Dusk snow. The long sword was swung forward, and suddenly goose feathers and heavy snow fell from the sky. In a few seconds, a layer of snow more than half a foot thick quickly appeared on the ground. The legs of the Black Warrior and the Skeleton Warrior were buried deep in the snow, and their movement speed suddenly slowed down. At the same time, a layer of frost appeared on their bodies, and their defense dropped by 20%. At the same time, their critical strike chance increased by 10%. Broken wing dance. Song Jian tapped his feet lightly and rushed towards a Skeleton Warrior. The effect of the Wanqiang sword technique had no effect on him. So even if he stepped on the thick snow, Song Jian's speed did not decrease at all. The sword light flashed, and ordinary monsters were no match for Song Jian. In a short while, the two Skeleton Warriors were chopped into a pile of broken bones by Song Jian. At this moment, the Black Warrior's scarlet eyes suddenly glowed, and the bone knife in his hand also appeared red, slashing towards Song Jian. Bang! Song Jian was hit hard on the back, causing him to stagger and rush forward a few steps. A damage of more than 300 points floated above his head. Looking at the Black Warrior again, it seemed that he had gotten rid of the slowing effect of the snow. Like a heavy truck, he rushed towards Song Jian and dug a passage more than one person wide in the thick snow. Frenzy? Song Jian narrowed his eyes, wielded the red fire-heart monkey sword, and fought with the Black Warrior. Song Jian could not crush the Black Warrior, but he could also occupy a clear upper hand. This shows the advantage of the double S assessment, compared with those who passed the B level or even the A level. Song Jian's current strength is at least 1/3 higher than them. And this is because Song Jian has not completely digested the rewards of the double S assessment. Once Song Jian can fully absorb and digest the reward of this assessment, his strength will be double compared to those who passed the B level or even A level assessment. At least, Song Jian still has 16 skill points and a mythical skill, soul-casting sword courage technique, which has not been used. Although he has a considerable advantage over the Black Warrior, with the assistance of the Skeleton Warrior, Song Jian still has a very difficult fight, and his health value quickly dropped below 60%. However, Song Jian also took the opportunity to chop down 6 Skeleton Warriors, and the Black Warrior's health value was also consumed by him to less than half. It's only a matter of time to kill these monsters in front of us. The key is Salamo. Song Jian couldn't help but look up at the Black Tower, and suddenly found that Salamo, who had been standing on the high tower, had disappeared. Damn! The effect of this poisonous fog suppressing perception is too strong. I didn't even notice when it disappeared. Song Jian frowned. Forget it. Let's kill these monsters first. Song Jian made a decision in an instant. Light slash. A dazzling golden sword light slash towards the Black Warrior. For these undead creatures, light slash can cause double damage and easily trigger critical damage. Boom! The golden sword energy hit the chest of the Black Warrior fiercely, and directly cut the opponent away. A damage number of more than 1,800 points floated up from the Black Warrior's head, directly hitting it into a residual health state. When the monster's health value drops below 10%, it will trigger a weak state, and both the movement speed and attack speed will be weakened by 30%. Song Jian glanced at the Black Warrior, who was struggling to get up, and directly aimed the long sword at the remaining Skeleton Warriors. At this time, the Black Warrior could no longer pose a threat to him. Before he got up, he killed these Skeleton Warriors first. Chapter 690, Entering the Tower of the Dead. Without the restraint of the Black Warrior, these ordinary monsters were no match for Song Jian. After a while, the remaining Skeleton Warriors all turned into a pile of broken bones. After collecting the materials dropped by the Skeleton Warriors, Song Jian took out a bottle of advanced healing potion from the parcel column and poured it into his mouth. His blood value slowly recovered. At this time, the black warrior had already limped towards Song Jian, and the bone knife in his hand was still shining with a dazzling red light. Song Jian frowned slightly. The black warrior in front of him seemed to have no mind of his own. He was completely a killing machine. He only knew how to attack the enemy, but did not consider his own safety at all. High-level humanoid creatures won't be like this, Song Jian thought to himself. But for the low-health black warrior who rushed over, Song Jian still swung his sword and harvested the last bit of the opponent's health. Only one white quality material was dropped. Song Jian picked up the item dropped by the black warrior and took a look. He immediately shook his head and showed a look of disappointment on his face. This is a level 35 elite boss with first level combat power. It didn't even drop equipment. Only one white quality material, which was even worse than the monsters encountered before. It was simply an insult to its title of boss. The probability of boss dropping white items is similar to the probability of monsters dropping silver quality items. Unexpectedly, Song Jian encountered both here. At this time, the door of the black stone tower was open, just like a beast with its mouth wide open, waiting to devour its prey. Are you inviting me in? Song Jian looked at the open door of the black tower. A smile appeared on his face, and he walked towards the black tower without hesitation. Around the teleportation array of the Valley of the Dead, the morale of the players of the City of Hope Alliance was a little low. It feels like I'm being held back, Li Ke muttered softly. The leader is immune to the natural disaster and poison fog here, but we are not. There is no choice but to wait here. What do you think if the leader encounters a monster inside? The monsters here are all above level 30. If the leader can't even deal with the monsters he encounters, do you think we can solve it with more people? No. Just when everyone was feeling a little frustrated, the teleportation array of the Valley of the Dead suddenly lit up, and the players of the City of Hope Alliance were immediately alert and took out their weapons. After a while, several figures appeared on the teleportation array. Song Jian walked into the black stone tower, and the door behind him closed with a boom, and the tower was dark. System, you have entered the territory of the Abyss Wizard Salamo. In this undead tower, your attributes are suppressed and weakened by 10%. Abyss Wizard? Sure enough, it is another invasion of Abyss creatures. These guys can be seen everywhere, and they are haunting. Song Jian snorted coldly. An Abyss Wizard can summon undead creatures. It seems that the secret should be in this undead tower. The 10% weakening of attributes is nothing to Song Jian now, which allows him to better control his power. Bang! With a slight sound, green flames burned on the walls every few meters. Human, this is not a place you should set foot on. The hoarse voice sounded again. As a punishment, I will leave your body here. I think I can use your body to make a Death Knight. The Death Knight is the only creature among the undead creatures that has the ability to kill across levels. Its unique critical hit attribute can burst out 10 times the damage, but the probability of this passive effect is very low. As this hoarse voice sounded, Song Jian found that pairs of eyes emitting scarlet light suddenly lit up around him, and giant wolves with black auras all over their bodies walked out of the shadows. Abyss Demon Wolves are all level 30 elite boss with first order combat power? Song Jian was stunned. He found that the 9 black giant wolves surrounding him were all level 30 elite boss with first order combat power. Kill him, but try not to damage his body. The more complete the body is, the stronger the Death Knight created will be. With Salamo's order, the 9 black giant wolves roared and pounced on Song Jian. You want to kill me with just these big dogs? Isn't it too good to be true? Song Jian sneered, took out a few stones emitting milky white light from the parcel column, and threw them around. Bang bang bang. A few shattering sounds were heard, and thick white mist suddenly emerged beside Song Jian, covering him and the black giant wolf, and filling the entire first floor hall of the undead tower. This layer of white mist also has the effect of suppressing perception. Salamo found that he had lost contact with the 9 Abyss Demon Wolves and could no longer control them. What the hell is this? Salamo, who was on the top floor of the undead tower, looked at the white mist in the monitoring interface, and anger suddenly appeared on his face. In the center of the 7th floor hall of the undead tower, there is a stone platform, on which floats a 1-meter-high black crystal. Salamo is standing in front of this black crystal, monitoring Song Jian's every move. But now, he can only see the white mist that is constantly rolling in the first floor hall. Mist Shadow Sword Formation. This is a primary sword formation that Song Jian has mastered. but it is very effective in dealing with this kind of sudden attack and siege. The Mist Shadow sword formation can not only block the perception and detection outside the sword formation, but also suppress all the detection methods of the enemy trapped in the sword formation to the extreme. The sight and sharp sense of smell of the Abyss Wolf are all useless in this sword formation, and they can't even detect their companions, who are less than a foot away from them. Song Jian, who is in the sword formation, will not be affected at all. Bang! A Abyss Wolf was suddenly hit by a hard stone the size of a human head, and its body rolled and hit the hard wall behind it, making a shrill scream. At this time, Song Jian summoned the little stone man and let it hide aside, attacking these Abyss Demon Wolves that were like headless flies from a distance, while he himself rushed towards the Abyss Demon Wolf closest to him. In a one-on-one situation, these Abyss Demon Wolves were no match for him at all. The Mist Shadow sword formation could not only cover the sounds of these Abyss Demon Wolves, but also shield all the sounds. Other Demon Wolves could not hear the roars and screams of their companions at all. An Abyss Demon Wolf violently rushed back and forth in the white mist, and suddenly collided with a sharp sword energy head-on, which directly cut off one of its ears. Just as it roared and waved its claws to rush towards the direction of the sword energy, it saw nothing. Song Jian was like an assassin, constantly moving among the 9 Abyss Demon Wolves. After hitting them, he immediately retreated into the white fog, making it impossible for the Demon Wolves to track him. The health of the 9 Abyss Demon Wolves kept dropping, but Song Jian's health was always full. Bang! Another stone hit the head of an Abyss Demon Wolf, immediately triggering a dizziness effect. Just when it couldn't move, Song Jian rushed out of the white fog and directly cut its health by 1/3 with a set of sword skills. When it was about to get out of the dizzy state, it once again disappeared into the white fog. Chapter 691 Two-Headed Giant. 9 Abyss Demon Wolves. All of them are level 30 elite boss, with first-order combat power. Even if Song Jian is strong, it is very difficult to deal with them when they are besieged together. Even if he can win in the end, it is probably a miserable victory. After using the Mist Shadow sword formation, Song Jian was able to defeat the 9 Abyss Demon Wolves one by one. After more than 20 minutes, the white mist in the first floor hall began to fade gradually. The Mist Shadow sword formation is only a primary formation, and the effect can only last for 30 minutes. Soon, the suppression effect of the sword formation began to gradually weaken. Salamo could already vaguely see the figures of several demon wolves and Song Jian from the monitoring screen. Damn it! He's on the left. Go surround him and kill him! Salamo roared. The 9 demon wolves seemed to have received Salamo's order, and turned around at the same time and rushed towards Song Jian's position. Song Jian's little stone man desperately condensed stones and threw them at the wolves, but the interval between his stone throwing skills was 3 or 4 seconds, which was not enough to suppress them. Song Jian looked at the 9 Abyss Demon Wolves getting closer and closer, with a mocking smile on his face, standing still, and whispered, "Mist Shadow kill. Sword formation. Start." In an instant, the white mist in the hall on the first floor of the undead tower surged and rolled violently. The white mist dissipated completely in an instant, but dozens of fog swords flashing with cold light condensed in the air. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of white fog swords, as if controlled by an invisible big hand, kept slashing at the 9 Abyss Demon Wolves. Faced with the sudden attack, the 9 Abyss Demon Wolves could only passively endure it, and couldn't even find where the enemy was. After a shrill roar, the 9 Abyss Demon Wolves that had been beaten to a low health by Song Jian turned into corpses, lying on the cold floor. Finally, the Demon Wolf turned into black mist and slowly dissipated in the air. Salamo stared at the surveillance screen, raised his head, and a look of anger bloomed in his scarlet eyes. But a trace of fear appeared in his heart. These 9 Abyss Demon Wolves are one of its trump cards. Even if it is itself, it is impossible to escape unscathed when facing these 9 Abyss Demon Wolves. But this human in front of him, with all his attributes suppressed, actually killed all 9 Abyss Demon Wolves without injury. This strength has exceeded Salamo's expectations. What kind of power does this human have that makes him so powerful? Salamo growled. But then, a smile appeared on his dry and thin face. The stronger the body, the greater the probability of creating a Death Knight. I am looking forward to your next performance. After killing 9 level 30 elite boss Abyss Wolves with first order combat power, he gained nothing. All the wolves turned into a black abyss breath and dissipated in the air. However, After the death of these 9 wolves, a rotating stone staircase appeared on the side of the hall on the first floor of the undead tower, leading directly to the second floor. Do you want me to break through? 1 floor at a time. Song Jian's face changed and he whispered. This undead tower has a total of 7 floors. If there are enemies on each floor. Then when Song Jian reaches the 7th floor and meets the abyss wizard Salamo, I am afraid that the strength of the 10th floor will only be left at most 1 or 2 floors. At that time, how can he fight Salamo who is in peak condition? Song Jian snorted coldly, swung the sword in his hand, and slashed fiercely at the ceiling above his head. A sharp sword energy made a whistling sound and slashed the ceiling above his head. Song Jian frowned. The moment the sword energy touched the ceiling, it was immediately offset by a mysterious force without a trace. After a circle of ripples appeared above his head, it returned to its original state. Can't attack the Tower of the Dead itself? Song Jian said to himself. This is an open conspiracy. Song Jian can refuse to continue climbing the tower and turn around and leave. Salamo will not chase out of the Tower of the Dead. Now it has no confidence in winning against Song Jian. But Song Jian should not think of taking the entire Valley of the Dead into the hands of the City of Hope Alliance. After all, there is the Abyss Wizard Salamo, and no one dares to fight him under the invasion of the natural disaster poisonous fog. Most of the treasures in this valley cannot be taken out. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, walked towards the stone stairs, and soon came to the 2nd floor hall. As soon as he stepped into the 2nd floor hall, Song Jian smelled a strong smell of blood and decay. When he walked in, he saw that the entire 2nd floor hall was full of broken corpses, and a huge 2-headed giant was lying in a pile of corpses and sleeping soundly. Drew, don't sleep. I brought you food. Salamo's hoarse voice sounded on the 2nd floor. The 2-headed giant shook his ears, and the 2 heads opened their eyes at the same time, roaring loudly, Drew likes food. Drew is hungry. The 2-headed giant Drew climbed up from the floor. At this time, Song Jian realized that the height of the monster in front of him was more than 3 meters. His burly body was muscular, and a layer of purple-black scales faintly appeared on the skin on the surface of his body. Another first-level elite boss. Song Jian had a mocking smile on his face. Before, 9 first-level elite bosses couldn't hurt me at all. Now there is only 1. Do you think it can stop me for how long? 1 minute. Or 30 seconds. Haha. Give it a try. Drew will give you a surprise. Salamo's hoarse laughter sounded in Song Jian's ears. Although Song Jian said he didn't care, the 2-headed monster in front of him was probably more powerful than the 9 abyss wolves on the 1st floor combined. Otherwise, it would not be allowed to live on the 2nd floor. Bang bang bang. The 2-headed giant pounded his chest hard and roared like an orangutan. Drew grabbed a huge 2-meter-long sword from the pile of corpses and held it tightly in his right hand. Then, he groped in the place where he had just slept with his left hand, grabbed a staff, and swung it towards Song Jian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of ice arrows gathered in the air and shot towards Song Jian. Song Jian's face changed, and he quickly dodged to the side. The ice arrows were very fast and instantly shot to the place where he just stood, hitting the floor and exploding instantly. Boom boom. The area of more than 10 meters in radius was suddenly dyed white by the frost. Although Song Jian was not hit head-on, he was also swept by the aftermath. Half of his body was covered with a layer of ice, and his movement speed was greatly reduced. Instant group ice arrows? Song Jian was frightened by the 2-headed giant's move. He had never seen a mage who could use the group ice arrow move, let alone instantaneous one. Seeing Song Jian dodge the ice arrows, the 2-headed giant waved a 2-meter-long sword and rushed towards him. Chapter 692, Chaotic Blade Array. Is this guy a melee or magician? Song Jian saw the 2-headed giant rushing towards him, and quickly waved his sword to block it. Song Jian, whose strength attribute has exceeded 100 points, can stand with the 2-headed giant even without using sword skills. And he is not at all inferior. Broken Wing Dance. 3 sword swinging styles. As soon as Song Jian used his sword skills, the 2-headed giant was unable to resist, and sword marks appeared on his body. However, although the 2-headed giant was naked from the upper body, its skin was extremely tough. The purple-black scales on the surface of its body greatly reduced the damage it received. Although it looked suppressed by Song Jian and was very miserable, its blood value actually did not decrease much. It's just a bigger sandbag. Song Jian sneered, lowered his body, and stabbed the two-headed giant's ribs with the long sword in his hand. It pierced into its lower back, but was blocked by hard scales, and a ball of sparks burst out. Roar! The two-headed giant's right-hand sword suddenly slashed upward from bottom to top, and Song Jian dodged quickly. Just as he was about to rush up, he suddenly saw that the two-headed giant's left-hand staff burst into a bright red light. A ball of fire as big as a basketball quickly condensed at the top of the staff. Before Song Jian could stand firm, a fireball had already hit him. Instant fireball! Song Jian shouted in surprise. He was too late to dodge, and was hit in the chest by the fireball. He took 5 or 6 steps back, and his back hit the wall hard. A damage of more than 300 points floated above Song Jian's head. Song Jian looked grim. This two-headed giant looked like a person. But in battle, it was like a magician and a warrior teaming up to fight the enemy. And no matter what magic the staff in his left hand cast, it was instant. In close combat, there was no way to dodge it. Song Jian looked grim. He snorted coldly and summoned the little stone man directly. After the 1-meter-tall stone man appeared, he seemed very happy, jumping constantly and making some inexplicable strange noises. Smash its head, Song Jian ordered. Strike hard. The right head of the two-headed giant roared, and the sword in his right hand drew a red mark in the air. The hot breath made the temperature around rise by several degrees. A ball of flame emerged from the surface of the sword and chopped towards Song Jian. Lightning strike. The red fire-hard monkey sword flashed with lightning and collided fiercely with the sword. At this time, a stone ball the size of a human head was thrown towards the head of the two-headed giant. The stone ball was aiming at the head on the left. At this moment, the two-headed giant's left hand was quietly aiming the top of the staff at Song Jian's abdomen. A ball of hot air was condensing at the top of the staff. Bang! The stone ball hit the left head of the two-headed giant, and directly knocked the head back. Although it did not trigger the stun effect, the elemental energy condensed at the top of the staff suddenly increased, and then quickly dissipated. A backlash of more than 500 points floated up from the top of the two-headed giant's head. Well done! Song Jian smiled. The Wanqiang sword technique. The dusk snow. Song Jian shouted, and swung the sword in his hand fiercely. It seemed as if a tornado blew in the air. The entire second-floor hall suddenly began to snow. In a few seconds, a thick layer of snow accumulated on the floor, covering all the corpses on the ground. As Song Jian's sword danced, the snow in the air swirled and flew towards the two-headed giant. Each snowflake was condensed by sword energy. The moment it approached the two-headed giant, its speed suddenly increased, making a sound of breaking through the air, leaving a 3-inch long sword mark on the two-headed giant. Puff puff puff. As Song Jian's sword danced, a series of 60 to 70 points of damage floated above the two-headed giant's head, and a layer of white frost appeared on the surface of the body. Both the movement speed and the attack speed were weakened a lot. Bang! 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 The little stone man on the side yelled while constantly condensing a stone ball, aiming at the head of the two-headed giant and smashing it. Light slash. A brilliant golden sword energy fiercely slashed the two-headed giant's shoulder. Although it was not a shadow undead creature, the damage of this attack could be ranked in the top 3 among all of Song Jian's sword skills. Roar. The brilliant sword energy directly broke through the two-headed giant's defense, and a wound more than a foot long appeared on its shoulder, with the skin and flesh turned outward, revealing the white shoulder bone inside. The two-headed giant suddenly raised the staff in his left hand, and then slammed the staff on the ground. Bang! With a slight sound, Song Jian suddenly felt a burst of energy emanating from the two-headed giant's body, and was blown away directly. Countless dark gray energy spots appeared beside the two-headed giant. Starburst. Damn. Another instant spell. Song Jian glanced at his own blood value. This attack directly exploded more than 800 points of damage. It's so unlucky. It actually got a critical hit. Song Jian took out a bottle of advanced healing potion and poured it into his mouth. Bloody blade dance. The right head of the two-headed giant roared, and the speed of swinging the sword suddenly increased, raising waves of red energy, blowing away all the surrounding white snow. Song Jian was startled and quickly used the speed sword skill. Ding ding ding. A series of collisions were carried out dozens of times in an instant. Even though Song Jian used the speed sword skill, he still couldn't completely block the attack of the two-headed giant, and he was hit 7 or 8 times. But fortunately, the damage each time was not high. When the two-headed giant's skill effect ended, Song Jian's health value only dropped by more than 500 points. It's only the second level that is so difficult. There are at least 4 levels behind. Thinking of this, Song Jian's face suddenly became ugly. After having the first level combat power, his strength skyrocketed, and Song Jian's mentality began to slowly change. But now, Song Jian no longer has the same thoughts as before. Song Jian took out 3 sword stones from the parcel column and threw them directly into the air. Suddenly, a fong-shaped sharp blade appeared in the air. Blade formation. In the air, 3-foot-long arc-shaped sword chi slowly emerged. And there were dozens of them. With Song Jian's light shout, "Kill!" These sword blades like the fangs of wild beasts swirled in the air and chopped towards the two-headed giant. Although this sword formation is also a primary sword formation, it is the most powerful among the primary sword formations. It has no other additional effects, but only pursues attack. As soon as the sword formation appeared, the two-headed giant could not resist it at all. His hands danced wildly, roaring and retreating. Puff puff puff. The sharp sword chi easily tore through its scale defense. After a while, the two-headed giant was bleeding all over, and his blood value dropped rapidly. Chapter 693 Stitched Monster. Sword formation is a skill Song Jian acquired in the assessment task, and it has been upgraded to an advanced level, which allows him to create advanced sword formations. However, it takes too much energy and time to create advanced sword formations. After Song Jian came back, he had not had time to create them. He simply created some elementary sword formations, and 2 sets of intermediate sword formations for self-defense. Unexpectedly, he actually used them. Although the chaotic blade sword formation was only an elementary sword formation, it caused more than 3,000 points of damage to the two-headed giant, and almost destroyed more than half of its scales, greatly reducing its defense. The dusk snow, the red fire heart ape sword danced, and a cold wind blew in the second-floor hall. The snow that had gradually dissipated was piled up again, and the snow-like sword energy was rolled up in the air again. The attack of Muzwai is very similar to the chaotic blade sword formation, but it has the effects of slowing down movement and reducing defense. The attack strength of the snowflake sword energy is far inferior to that of the chaotic blade sword formation, and after attacking once, the snowflake sword energy will dissipate, unlike the Fong sword energy in the chaotic blade sword formation, which can attack repeatedly. Swish, swish, swish. The cold wind rolled up the snowflakes and continuously hit the two-headed giant, even blocking its vision. Originally, it could only cause double-digit damage to it, but after its skin and scales were cut into pieces, the damage of each piece of blood flower could break through to 3 digits. Soon, when Song Jian finished the Muzwai sword move, the two-headed giant's body shook twice, and then fell heavily to the ground. Song Jian took a deep breath, and while the snow covered all the corpses on the second floor, hiding the stench, Song Jian took out food and honey wine, and began to slowly recover the lost blood and mental strength. Well done. But this is only the second floor. You still have 4 floors to go through. Each one is more difficult than the last. I hope you can finally stand in front of me. Salamo's voice sounded in Song Jian's ears again. The hoarse voice was like 2 pieces of broken glass, constantly squeezing and rubbing against each other, making people feel annoyed. Song Jian snorted coldly, but did not speak. If it was really like Salamo said, the defense force was stronger than the previous floor with each floor. I am afraid that even if Song Jian could climb to the 7th floor of the tower, he would not be able to fight Salamo. Damn it. Why should I follow the path he set? This undead tower is not high, only more than 30 meters. My iron wings and the incarnation of black mist can fly up. Song Jian looked at the stone stairs that had appeared and thought to himself. After recovering, Song Jian did not go directly to the 3rd floor, but turned and walked towards the 1st floor, feeling that there is no way to come up. Are you ready to leave? Salamo's voice sounded in Song Jian's ears again, with a tone full of sarcasm. Just give up. Don't you want to try again? Maybe the upper floors are not as I said. After all, such a powerful guardian cannot be easily subdued. This undead tower controls the entire valley. Hey, I seem to have seen some interesting scenes. Haha. Those people who came in with you seem to be being hunted down. Do you want to help them? Maybe going directly to the tower is the right choice. After all, you don't know where your companions are now. Now you just need to defeat me and control this undead tower to control the entire valley. Maybe there is still a chance to save them. Do you want to give it a try? Song Jian's heart sank. Salamo's words made him hesitate. Maybe he is lying to me. Or maybe it's true. After all, the teleportation array in this valley is not only accessible to us, but also to nearby teleportation arrays. Maybe what you said is right. They are definitely not near the teleportation array now. Instead of trying my luck in the valley, it is better to kill you directly and control the Tower of the Dead. Song Jian's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. There must be monitoring facilities in the Tower of the Dead. Otherwise Salamo would not be able to know Song Jian's actions so well. Therefore, Song Jian guessed that Salamo's words were very likely to be right. As long as he controlled the Tower of the Dead, he could control the entire valley. As for how to control it, he could only know it when he climbed to the 7th floor of the Tower of the Dead. Just as Song Jian rushed out of the 1st floor gate, the 2 heavy stone doors suddenly closed automatically. Want to escape? Ha! How could I let you escape? You are the Death Knight I have chosen. The sound of Salamo's wild laughter echoed in the hall on the 1st floor. The properties of the stone gate are the same as those of the Tower of the Dead. Immune to attack damage. After trying twice, Song Jian could only turn around helplessly and continue to walk towards the stone stairs on the 2nd floor. In fact, it is not impossible to fly directly from the outside to the 7th floor, but the person who controls the Tower of the Dead must open the authority. In Song Jian's current state, even if he flies from the outside, he will be blocked by the protective facilities outside the Tower of the Dead and cannot get close. If you want to seize the authority of the Tower of the Dead, you must go up layer by layer and defeat the guardians of each layer to see the real controller of the Tower of the Dead. This is the geographical advantage, which gives the controller of the Tower of the Dead a great advantage. The guardian of the 3rd floor is a bloated stitched monster, with many beast limbs stitched on its body. The whole body is limp like a meat mountain, and it is impossible to tell which is the head and which is the butt. In the center of this meat mountain, there is a huge mouth, constantly muttering Kureso Moto, and on the top of the head of this huge stitched monster, there are also its attributes. Abyss Stitched Monster Kureso Moto 1st Level Combat Power. Elite Boss. Level 35. HP, 8500/8500. Characteristics, Corrosion. Super Recovery. Song Jian looked at the meat mountain that almost occupied half of the hall, and his face suddenly became ugly. This huge stitched monster not only looked hideous and disgusting, but also exuded a strange smell. Even standing at the door, Song Jian felt like he was in a garbage dump. Fighting such a monster was definitely a serious test of his psychology. Ha! Kureso Moto. This is my favorite stitched monster from the abyss. Do you see these beast limbs on it? I captured them myself and merged them into its body. This is my most perfect masterpiece. It even has a soul. Ha! I am the greatest wizard of the abyss. Salamo's laughter echoed in the hall again. 3 huge eyes were sewn on the body of the stitched monster, each with a diameter of about 1 meter. In addition to these 3 huge eyes, there were more than a dozen eyes of similar size to human eyes. Hearing Salamo's voice, all the eyes of the stitched monster opened and looked towards Song Jian. A stream of fishy saliva flowed out of its fong-filled mouth, and it kept muttering, Kurasamod. Chapter 694 Abyss Wizard Salamo. Looking at the pile of flesh in front of him, Song Jian frowned. He couldn't even arouse the desire to fight with such a monster, and he didn't want to get close to it. However, when he heard the stitched monster constantly shouting his name, Song Jian suddenly thought of one of his skills, the shackle mark. As long as he knew the target's real name and obtained the target's flesh and blood, he could use the shackle mark to directly destroy the opponent's soul. Kureso Moto. I like this name. Song Jian smiled slightly, swung his sword, and chopped at the stitched monster. Before the opponent could react, he cut off a piece of blood and flesh that exuded a fishy smell from it. Roar. The stitched monster's sense of touch seemed to be very dull. It didn't feel the pain until Song Jian retreated. It roared and sprayed a thick green venom at Song Jian from its big mouth full of fangs. Song Jian dodged quickly, and the venom splashed on the floor where he was standing before. Hiss! 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 Gray bubbles appeared on the floor, and the corrosive venom continued to corrode. But because of the special properties of the Tower of the Dead, there was always an invisible mysterious force that offset the corrosive power of the venom, and ripples appeared on the floor, spreading in all directions. Idiot! Didn't I tell you not to use this corrosive venom in the Tower of the Dead? Salamo's angry voice rang out in the hall. Moto feels the pain. I want to eat him. Eat him! The limbs of the stitched monster kept waving, venting its anger, and its huge body crawled towards Song Jian. Moto. Song Jian began to cast the shackle mark, and a black flame burned on the surface of his flesh and blood. This was pure abyssal magic flame, exuding a strong abyss power. The taste of the abyss. This is the abyss magic flame. Damn it. Human. Why do you have this power that does not belong to you? Salamo seemed to be able to check the situation in the entire hall at any time. Seeing the black flame burning in Song Jian's hand, he shouted in surprise. Song Jian turned a deaf ear to Salamo's roar and continued to chant the spell in a low voice. Use its true name as a guide. Use its flesh and blood as a proof. Shackles. Mark. Mark. Boom. The abyss flames burned fiercely, quickly burning the flesh and blood in Song Jian's hand, and then condensed into a strange abyss rune, flying towards the stitched monster. Swish. On the body of the stitched monster, a blooming black lotus bloomed with dazzling light. The stitched monster suddenly let out a shrill roar, and its huge body rolled on the floor continuously, as if out of control. There were bloodstains all over its body, and it seemed to be about to collapse. What on earth did you do to it? Salamo roared. But now it could only watch helplessly, and could not cause any harm to Song Jian. Mark. It hurts. Song Jian looked at the stitched monster rolling on the floor, and shouted in a low voice. Roar. A shrill roar came from the mouth of the stitched monster, and 3 huge eyes began to bleed. The invisible seams on the body that had been fused also began to bleed slowly. The huge body seemed to collapse in the next moment. It seems that the mark is effective. Song Jian smiled and shouted directly, Mark. Destroy. The roar of the stitched monster suddenly stopped, and its huge body bounced up like a fish, and then fell heavily to the ground. The whole Tower of the Dead trembled slightly, as if there was an earthquake. Ho ho. The sound made by the stitched monster was like a traveler who had walked in the desert for more than 10 days without a drop of water. The sound was full of anxiety and death. A little bit of thin light floated out of the stitched monster's body and slowly dissipated in the air. As the light spots overflowed, the stitched monster's body began to slowly stiffen, and the chi and blood value dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without the soul, the body has no need to exist. Even undead monsters can be without flesh and blood, but they must have a soul to survive. Not long after, Song Jian sensed that the shackle mark had lost contact with him, which meant that the powerful stitched monster in front of him was completely dead. In fact, this was exactly the case. At this time, blood-colored stitching lines appeared on the surface of the stitched monster, and all the fused beast's limbs were rotten and collapsed. In just a few seconds, the whole stitched monster exuded a strong smell of corpse decay. It seems that this place cannot be lived in without more than a dozen cleanings, Song Jian said in a low voice, covering his mouth and nose and rushing towards the spiral stone staircase that had appeared. The 4th, 5th, and 6th floors were all filled with powerful monsters with first-level combat power. But the names and attributes of these monsters were clearly displayed above their heads, and they were all flesh and blood creatures. After a simple fight, Song Jian obtained the flesh and blood of the other party, and then used the shackle mark to kill them all. Damn it. What kind of method is this? Why is it full of the taste of the abyss? But I have never seen it, Salamo roared, with a trace of fear in his eyes. It didn't know what the shackle mark was, but it was instinctively afraid. Even if it was it didn't want Song Jian to release such a terrifying skill on itself. Do you really want to run away like a lost dog? Salamo whispered to himself. No. No. I have already escaped once. I don't want to escape a second time. I don't believe that he will not pay a price for such a powerful and terrifying skill. Boom. The stone door on the 7th floor of the Tower of the Dead slowly opened, and Salamo finally faced Song Jian head-on. Are you using that to control the entire Tower of the Dead? After Song Jian came up, his eyes first fell on the stone platform next to Salamo. The black crystal was really eye-catching. Do you think you can win? Just relying on your weird skill, Salamo roared, and the black cloak on his body moved without wind, and the whole person slowly floated up. Abyss Wizard Salamo, Song Jian asked with a relaxed expression. By the way, is Salamo your real name? Salamo is my first name, but not my last name. I am Moto from the Abyss. Salamo suddenly had an idea in his mind and immediately stopped talking, with excitement flashing in his eyes. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Does your previous skill require knowing the other party's real name to be used? Ha ha ha. I won't tell you my real name. Your terrifying skill can no longer be used on me. Chapter 695 Lord of Fire. There are many monsters that can hide their real names and information. And the more intelligent the race, the deeper they hide their real names. On top of Salamo's head, only the words Abyss Wizard Salamo are displayed. But obviously, Salamo is only part of his name, not all of it. What a pity! Song Jian felt a little regretful. The effect of the shackle mark is too powerful. It can completely kill monsters of higher levels, no matter how powerful the opponent is, even if he has a combat power of level 1, level 2 or even level 3 or above. As long as he is hit by the shackle mark, he can kill the opponent instantly. Shadow Arrow. Salamo launched the attack first, raising his bone staff and releasing an abyss magic towards Song Jian. When Song Jian saw Salamo's arm holding the staff, the disappointment in his eyes became even stronger. Although the Salamo in front of him was an abyss wizard, it was actually an undead creature without a trace of flesh and blood. Even if he knew its real name, he could not cast the shackle mark on it. The dusk snow was overcast. With a wave of the sword, snowflakes floated around Song Jian, and snow began to accumulate rapidly on the ground. As Song Jian's understanding of this move deepened, the snow that was less than 1 foot deep could now bury people knee-deep, reducing their movement speed by at least 40%. Boom boom boom. Countless snowflakes swept towards the shadow arrow. Every time a snowflake collided with the shadow arrow, it would make a roar, weakening the power of the shadow arrow. Under the sweep of countless snowflakes, Salamo's move was directly disintegrated halfway, causing no harm to Song Jian. But the remaining blood flowers flew towards Salamo, like moths to a flame. Abyss Shield. Salamo waved his bone staff, and 3 translucent shields immediately appeared in front of him, protecting him in a triangular shape. After that, Salamo began to retreat rapidly. The entire 7th floor hall was less than 100 square meters. But as Salamo retreated rapidly, the entire space seemed to expand infinitely outward. After a while, Song Jian discovered that the space of the 7th floor hall was actually more than half a football field. Is this the advantage of controlling the Tower of the Dead? Song Jian showed an envious look in his eyes. Bang bang bang. The snowflake sword energy kept hitting the shield condensed by Salamo, and the explosion sounded one after another. The surface of the 3 abyss shields was all chopped out with deep sword marks. Gotcha. With a crisp shattering sound, the energy of one abyss shield was exhausted and finally shattered by the sword energy. But the remaining 2 abyss shields persisted. Blade of the Abyss. Salamo waved the bone staff towards Song Jian, and a crescent-shaped gray gas mass more than 1 foot long flew towards Song Jian. This crescent-shaped gray gas mass, with a metallic cold light flashing on the blade, was extremely fast, and made a sharp whistling sound in the air. Earth Fangs. Song Jian stepped hard with his right leg, and a fang-shaped gas mass emerged from the ground, rushing towards Salamo at the same speed. Boom! The 2 gas masses collided with each other, erupting with a thunderous sound, and the energy was overflowing. So far, Salamo had only used some low-level abyss magic, and Song Jian had not used his full strength, as if he was testing the opponent's trump card. But after several exchanges, both sides understood that if they continued like this, they would never be able to cause fatal damage to each other. Song Jian suddenly rushed towards Salamo. His figure turned into a ball of gray mist, and Salamo quickly chanted a spell, and the charming words of the abyss came out of his mouth, and the strong power of the abyss fluctuated violently around his body. In an instant, both of them began to attack with all their strength. Song Jian has discovered that after being promoted from a palm sword user to a sword control user, his attack method has slowly transitioned from close combat to long-range attack. The spiritual attribute has greatly increased, and has become Song Jian's main attribute. After mastering several core skills of the sword control user, Song Jian must make changes. However, before the sword spirit is born and his own sword courage is made, Song Jian's previous fighting method must be retained and used. The only way to win is to close the distance between each other. Steel Wings. A pair of wings flashing with cold metallic light appeared behind Song Jian. With a fierce swing of the wings, Song Jian's speed suddenly increased to a higher level. Salamo watched the distance between Song Jian and it getting closer and closer. There was no panic on his face, but a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kuratasa. Shiba. Just when Song Jian was about to get close to it, Salamo finally finished reciting a long string of spells. Boom. A thunderous roar sounded throughout the hall. The power of the abyss in the hall was so dense that it was about to condense into substance. Even on the 7 or 8 meter ceiling, a huge black vortex composed of the power of the abyss appeared. Salamo's body suddenly began to swell violently. The body, which was originally just a skeleton, began to slowly cover with a layer of flesh and hard skin scales. The limbs also began to become thicker. A huge tail appeared behind him, and sharp bone spurs protruded from the spine. Even behind him, a pair of dark red flesh wings appeared. The black cloak had been torn into a pile of rags by the swollen body. Salamo had now transformed into a real abyss demon. Roar. Salamo let out an angry roar. Sparks flew from his mouth and nose, and he breathed out the smell of lava and sulfur. The Fire Lord among the abyss demons? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and whispered to the transformed Salamo. At this time, Salamo exuded a scorching breath, and dark red flames rose around his body. There are many creatures in the abyss, and demons are just one of them. And they are also a race at the top of the food chain. But there are many kinds of abyss demons, and the Fire Lord is just one of them. Among the abyss demons, the race that is most proficient in controlling the abyss magic flame. Song Jian was speechless for a moment, looking at the abyss flame burning on the other party. It should be only the lowest level of magic flame in the abyss. Do you think I'm just a fragile mage? You're wrong. The bodies of the abyss demons are harder than steel. Salamo roared, and the air was filled with the smell of smoke and sulfur. Who? Salamo's flesh wings flapped violently towards Song Jian, and a hot airflow blew towards Song Jian, mixed with the breath of flames. Flame impact. Song Jian's face changed, and the red fire-hard monkey sword slashed forward fiercely. A dazzling sword energy collided with the hot airflow, and suddenly a loud bang broke out. Flame giant blade. Salamo roared, and the bone staff in his hand burned with raging flames, condensing into a 3 or 4 meter long flame blade in the air, slashing towards Song Jian fiercely. Chapter 696 Slave. The red fire heart-edged sword and the bone staff in Salamo's hand collided fiercely, and the sword energy directly broke the giant flame blade and hit the bone staff, leaving a deep mark on the bone staff. It was only at this time that Salamo discovered that the giant flame blade condensed on the surface of the bone staff did not seem to cause any damage to Song Jian, as if it was illusory. Is your fire resistance so high? Salamo was surprised, and at the same time his heart sank, feeling something was wrong. Transforming into a Flame Lord is already its most powerful trump card. The Flame Lord not only has the strong body of the Abyss Demon, but is also good at using fire spells. It is not weak in long range and close combat. It can be said to be a relatively balanced fighting race. But if the opponent has a high fire resistance, it is equivalent to cutting off one of Salamo's arms, and he can only fight with one arm. Fire resistance? Ha ha ha. Do I need that thing? Song Jian laughed, and a black flame suddenly rose from the surface of his body. Abyss Demon Flame? Salamo showed a look of horror in his eyes, and retreated repeatedly, shouting, "How can you, a human, possess such pure Abyss Demon Flame? No. No. This is not Abyss Demon Flame. This is the advanced Abyss Fiery Flame." Salamo's face was full of shock. It was obviously the purest Abyss Demon, and it was also the Fire Lord who was best at Abyss Flame. But it could only control the lowest level of Abyss Flame. But the human in front of him controlled the advanced Abyss Fiery Flame that was much higher than it. Everything in front of him made Salamo feel like he was dreaming. And it was the most unrealistic nightmare. A human being actually controls the Abyss Flame that even the Abyss Demons cannot control. This is simply... Salamo roared in his heart. But he could not change the facts in front of him. The magic flames on the surface of Song Jian's body condensed into a black armor that covered him. Salamo suddenly found that the Abyss Flame that seemed to be a part of his body began to break away from his control and began to hurt him in turn. This is more than just cutting off one of its arms. This is simply controlling one of its arms and attacking it in turn. Salamo suddenly found that it was not a good decision to transform into a Fire Lord. But now that it has come to this, it is impossible for it to return to its previous undead skeleton appearance. If that were the case, it would probably die faster in the face of Song Jian, who was already close to it. No. It shouldn't be like this. Salamo shouted in despair. Originally, it was a wandering wizard who was expelled from the abyss. Because of an accident, it turned into an undead creature. But it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and occupied this undead valley. And also became the owner of this undead tower. Originally thought that he could develop slowly here. But he didn't expect that someone would break into this valley. And even break through the 6-layer guardian beast of the undead tower, and come to him. The most important thing is that this person actually possesses the abyss flame that suppresses his power. This makes Salamo feel deeply desperate. He feels that everything he has done is meaningless. And death is approaching him step by step. I have died once. And I don't want to try that kind of loneliness again. Death is too terrifying. Salamo screamed in despair in his heart. Human, I am willing to give this undead tower to you. With it, you can control the entire undead valley. And you can also save your companions. Salamo finally made a pleading voice to Song Jian. Heal you. I can still control this undead tower. Song Jian was unmoved. And continued to wave the red fire-heart monkey sword, slashing at the Fire Lord Salamo. Without the power of the abyss flame, Salamo is now just a large infantry. Not even as good as the guardian beasts of the first 6 layers. Human, as long as you can spare me, I am willing to respect you as my master and become your slave. Salamo's health value kept decreasing. It no longer had any trump cards. Apart from itself, it could not produce anything that could impress Song Jian. Bang! Song Jian chopped Salamo away with a sword. A smile appeared on his face, and said, Are you really willing to respect me as your master and become my slave? Salamo showed a hint of joy on his face, and rolled and crawled to Song Jian, knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground, the other hand on his chest. The whole body curled up, his forehead pressed tightly against the floor, and shouted loudly, Humble Abyss Demon, Lord of Fire, offer my loyalty to the Great Master. I am willing to be the Master's slave and never betray. Never betray? Song Jian sneered and said, This is not something you can just say. Salamo suddenly felt something was wrong, and couldn't help but look up, and asked with a puzzled look on his face, Master, do you want to sign a slave contract? Yes. I am willing to sign a slave contract with the Great Master. No. As long as it is a contract, there will be loopholes to exploit. And a powerful existence cannot be bound by a contract at all. Song Jian said in a deep voice, Now, tell me your real name. Even the slave contract provided by the system cannot guarantee that the slave will never rebel. Once the slave's strength is one level lower than that of the master, it is easy to defect. Real name? Salamo looked terrified, with a look of hesitation in his eyes, and whispered, Master, are you going to use that trick on me? That's just a means of control. As long as you listen to me, I won't do that to you. After all, a living abyss demon is much more valuable than a dead one. Song Jian laughed. Salamo hesitated. His lips moved slightly, but he never said his real name. Deep in his heart, there was a voice yelling at him not to tell Song Jian his real name. Salamo believed in his intuition, and was unwilling to tell Song Jian his real name. But the smile on Song Jian's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a fierce expression, and murderous intent began to emerge in his eyes. Salamo suddenly realized that if he didn't tell his real name now, he would die immediately. If he told it, he might die. But he might not die. Master, my real name is Salamo Calixus Modi. Salamo finally told his real name. Song Jian smiled, and when Salamo finished speaking, he suddenly raised his sword and chopped at it fiercely. Chapter 697 War Ancient Tree. Salamo saw Song Jian raising his sword to chop at him, and instinctively wanted to dodge backwards. But when he saw Song Jian's eyes, he couldn't help but shudder. Motionless, gritting his teeth to endure the arrow. Puff. The long sword cut into Salamo's arm, scraping off a fist-sized piece of flesh and blood. Salamo's face was deformed in pain, but he dared not move. Salamo, you are fine. Song Jian nodded. Salamo immediately knelt on one knee on the ground and said respectfully, Great Master, everything of Salamo is yours. Song Jian ignored it at all, grabbed the flesh and blood, and began to cast the shackle mark. Salamo suddenly felt an irresistible mysterious force that bound him tightly. But he moved his body slightly, and found that there was nothing wrong with his body. Soul. He imprisoned my soul? Salamo roared in his heart. But the expression on his face became more respectful, watching the flesh and blood in Song Jian's hand slowly being burned to ashes by the black flames. Salamo's eyes flashed with a look of understanding. It turns out that my real name and flesh and blood are required to perform this skill. If I had known earlier. Salamo felt infinite regret in his heart. If he had not transformed into an abyss demon, how could an undead creature have flesh and blood? Moreover, he had guessed that the other party needed a real name. But in the end, why did he let this human in front of him use such a terrifying skill? Salamo knew that from now on, he would probably become this human slave for life. After the shackle mark was performed, Song Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Salamo with a smile in his eyes. Salamo, you are very good. Now, tell me how to control this undead tower, and how to control the entire undead valley. The validity of the shackle mark is only 1 month. But Salamo is not the Abyss Blade. Its current strength is only the first level combat power. Even Song Jian can easily kill it. The reason why he spared its life now was just that Song Jian wanted to control the undead tower faster. On the other side, Wang Qi and his group were fleeing in the undead valley in a panic. Behind them, a standard 5-man team was chasing them easily, attacking them from time to time, just like a cat playing with a mouse. They seem to want to drive us deep into the undead valley, Luo Tianyu said breathlessly. The armor on her body was severely damaged, and the durability of some parts had dropped to 0. The equipment disappeared, and would only reappear after being repaired. There was also a bloodstain on her cheek, as if it was cut by a sharp blade. Damn it. The effect of the natural disaster poison fog has been superimposed to 3 layers. Losing 15 points of health per second. We can't hold on for long. Who are these people? Why are they so strong? More than 20 of us can't beat them. Wang Qi shouted angrily. Don't you think that the aura they exude is very similar to that of Song Jian? Someone suddenly reminded. Song Jian? First level combat power? All 5 of them are first level combat power. Wang Qi and others were stunned. They didn't expect that there were still players with first level combat power at this stage. And they were a team with tacit cooperation. Even if they only passed the B-level assessment, all attributes can be increased by more than 10 points. In addition, with the advantage of level suppression, it is too easy to kill Wang Qi and other players below level 30. And it seems that these 5 people have at least passed the A level, or even A+ level players. No matter what attribute, they can crush any one of Wang Qi and his team. Tulu, is it interesting to drive them like this? Do you really think they can hold on to the depths of the Valley of the Dead? An archer lazily shot an arrow forward and said with some dissatisfaction. It's just an extra insurance. With them exploring the way ahead, won't it be much easier for us? A man with a pair of animal ears shrugged and said indifferently, if you are willing to explore the way ahead, I don't mind killing these guys now. Just these God-favored ones? Humph. I think they won't even get halfway, and will be killed by the poisonous fog, the archer said with a curled lip. But he stopped complaining. The potential of these God-favored ones is really great. It's only been a few months, and they are almost level 30. Once they grow up, they will be a huge threat to us. A sturdy man in furry fur clothes touched a black giant wolf beside him, and looked at Wang Qi and the others with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Otherwise, how can they be called God-favored ones? People favored by God. I think they are about to collapse. Hey, they found a shadow forest. This is a good thing. Just this shadow forest is worth our trip. Hurry up. Don't let them run away. They are well equipped. If one of them runs away, it will be our loss. Humph. Where else can they run? We have blocked the way back. Running deeper is to seek death. We don't even need to do anything. They will be poisoned to death. Wang Qi looked at his companions around him. All of them were injured. Their health values were almost less than half. And they were all using high-level healing potions. However, high-level healing potions also need cooling time. And the natural disaster poison fog on them now has made the effect of high-level healing potions weaker and weaker. There is a forest ahead. Let's go! A player in a cloth robe suddenly pointed to the front and shouted loudly. Xiangzi, do you want to summon a tree man? A companion beside him shouted with his eyes brightened. Yes. My profession is a tree herder. I am invincible in the woods. Zhang Ziqiang showed an excited look on his face. Go. Go. Try to delay time. The leader will definitely come to rescue us. Wang Qi encouraged loudly. because Song Jian was in the Tower of the Dead. All contact methods had been blocked, and they couldn't contact Song Jian even if they wanted to. The group quickly rushed into the Shadow Forest. Shadow Ancient Tree. Great. The quality of the trees here is extremely high. Maybe we can summon a gold quality war ancient tree. Zhang Ziqiang touched a tree that several people hugged and shouted excitedly. After a spell, the shadow tree that Zhang Ziqiang touched suddenly shook violently. An old human face appeared on the thick trunk. The branches and leaves curled and entangled with each other, forming two thick arms. The roots buried deep underground also turned into two thick thighs, struggling to climb out of the soil. War ancient tree shadow. Salute you, great master. The resurrected tree man roared and knelt on one knee towards Zhang Ziqiang. Chapter 698 Assassination. The shadow of the ancient war tree summoned by Zhang Ziqiang is more than 10 meters tall. Looking at its attributes, Zhang Ziqiang showed a look of shock on his face. Oh my god! I can actually control such a strong tree man. First level combat power. Haha. This ancient war tree also has first level combat power. Oh my god! I can actually summon a tree man with first level combat power. Zhang Ziqiang shouted excitedly. Don't stand there stupidly. Let your tree men fight those people. And everyone give Zhang Ziqiang the mental power recovery potion. Wang Qi said anxiously. First level combat power. Haha. This ancient war tree also has first level combat power. Oh my god. I can actually summon a tree man with first level combat power. Zhang Ziqiang shouted excitedly. Understood. Deputy Alliance Leader. As long as we can hold on here, we can definitely hold on until the Alliance Leader comes to rescue us. Zhang Ziqiang was full of confidence, controlling the ancient war tree and rushing towards the five-man team. Boom. The shadow of the ancient war tree strode towards the few people. And Zhang Ziqiang drank a bottle of mental power recovery potion and put his hand on another sturdy shadow ancient tree. Ancient war tree? Damn. There is a tree herder among them. Tulu's face changed, and he cursed in a low voice. Not an ordinary tree herder. The ancient war trees he summoned all have first-level combat power. Archer Celine was surprised. What? He can actually summon across levels? No. This shouldn't be his special ability. It should be that the Shadow Forest is weird. We have to be careful. It doesn't matter. There is only one god-favored person among them, who is a tree herder. How many ancient war trees can he summon alone? You hold these tree people. I will deal with those god-favored people first. A man holding a dagger showed a cruel smile on his face, and his figure slowly disappeared. Soon, 3 ancient war trees roared out of the Shadow Forest. The summoning limit is reached. Normally, I can summon 5 tree people, Zhang Ziqiang said with a pale face. It's okay. 3 ancient war trees with first-level combat power should be able to hold out for a while. Xiangzi, you take a rest first, Wang Qi said. Even if there is a mental healing potion, exhausting his mental power 3 times in a row will also cause great pressure on Zhang Ziqiang's body. Hey, there are only 4 of them. One less. A player seemed to have discovered something and shouted loudly. Wang Qi's heart sank. And he immediately shouted, everyone gather together. They have assassins who can be invisible. Hunters, release flares. Shadow Warlock summon demon eyes. Priests release purifying light. Mutula, you go fight a tree man. Miss, your baby also fights one. Saline, you go and lure one away. Walk a little further. We will kill one tree man first, Kuru commanded. Maybe before we kill one, Laki will kill them all. Saline bent his bow and aimed at an ancient war tree and said, they seem to have discovered something. It seems that they know Laki's profession and are using the stealth-breaking skill. Miss shook the furry animal skin clothes on his body, stroked the black giant wolf beside him, and showed a very interested look on his face. There are more than 20 of them. Can Laki kill them all by himself? Mutula, who was burly and wearing a plate armor suit, said with some concern. No need to kill them all. Just kill the tree shepherd. Kuru had a cruel smile on his face. If they were to kill all the 20 or so god-favored ones, they would still be a little worried about Laki. But if they only assassinated one tree shepherd, they would have 100% confidence in Laki. But Wang Qi and his team had obviously thought of this. More than 20 people surrounded Zhang Ziqiang in the center. Only if Zhang Ziqiang was alive, they would have a chance to wait for Song Jian's support. If Zhang Ziqiang died, I'm afraid that the more than 20 of them would not be able to fight against the 5-man team in front of them. Among the more than 20 people, nearly half were melee professions, including 6 sword and shield guard professions, because they followed Song Jian into the Valley of the Dead this time. Most of the professions chosen by Wang Qi were professions with high blood and resistance, so they could stay in the Valley of the Dead for a longer time. At this time, 6 sword and shield guardian players were surrounding them, and other melee players were around them. Further in, there were some hunters, mages and other attacking professions, but there were very few of them. Further in, there were priests and healing professions. Zhang Ziqiang was in the center of the crowd. It was almost impossible to kill him by crossing over others. At this moment, a swordsman in the outermost circle suddenly shot out a blood arrow from his neck, and his health value dropped rapidly. He immediately shouted, "Someone attack me!" Lockie was an assassin with first-level combat power, with strong attack power. This attack directly took away nearly half of the health value of this level 28 swordsman. Don't mess up the formation. The mage attacks, the hunter marks, and the priest heals. Wang Qi shouted loudly. This is a method of hunting boss. But the man in front of him is obviously much more difficult to deal with than the boss with first-level combat power. The priest first put a light shield on the swordsman, and then began to use the quick healing skill. Just then, a puff of smoke came out from the half-hidden Lockie, and when the smoke dissipated, Lockie's figure disappeared in front of everyone. "Hunter?" Wang Qi shouted. Disappeared too quickly. Not marked. The 2 hunters showed a bitter smile on their faces. The opponent grasped the timing too well. Just before they raised their hands and released the skill, they used a skill similar to Mist Hidden, blocking their sight. If the eyes cannot lock on Lockie, the mark cannot be released. At this moment, a lock suddenly shot out from an ancient shadow tree and directly hit the heavily protected Zhang Ziqiang's neck. Zhang Ziqiang's face suddenly turned red, and he grabbed the lock with both hands, struggling to get out of the lock. But soon a strong force came, and Zhang Ziqiang's body was directly pulled out and flew towards Lockie, standing on the ancient shadow tree. All this happened too fast, almost in an instant, and everyone had no time to react. By the time they saw it, Zhang Ziqiang's body had already flown into the air. Qiangzi. Wang Qi was furious. With Zhang Ziqiang's HP, he could not withstand a set of attacks from a first-level assassin on the opposite side. It was almost certain that once Zhang Ziqiang fell into Lockie's hands, a set of combos would kill him instantly. The 2 mages and some ranged professionals did not need Wang Qi's command at all, and directly released their skills and blasted towards Lockie standing on the shadow tree. And a bright red arrow mark also appeared above Lockie's head. Chapter 699. The poison mist effect disappears. A cruel smile appeared on Lockie's face. He held the lock sleeve in his left hand, and tightly grasped a half-foot-long fang dagger in his right hand. He stepped hard and rushed towards Zhang Ziqiang, who was flying towards him. The 2 of them rolled down on a thick branch at the same time. Zhang Ziqiang's health value was less than 1,000 points. Lockie's attack instantly reduced his health value to less than half. 2 critical hits jumped from his head. Zhang Ziqiang immediately felt the tentacles of death touching his nose. Nothingness. A light shout came from the crowd. A wizard in a gray robe waved his staff. Suddenly, Zhang Ziqiang's body was covered by a layer of light gray mist, and his body turned into a phantom. Immune? 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 All of Lockie's attacks were immune. Looking at Zhang Ziqiang, who only had less than 1/10 of his health left, Lockie's eyes showed a trace of annoyance. If there was another critical hit just now, he would be dead. Lockie thought to himself. Void can be immune to all damage, and the duration is 10 seconds. Lockie knew that he might have lost the best chance to kill this tree shepherd. He immediately retracted the rope and jumped onto another ancient shadow tree, and his figure disappeared again. After the void, Zhang Ziqiang looked at himself with less than 1/10 of his health left, and felt a little scared. This was the closest he had ever been to death. He wanted to return to the crowd, but after his body turned into nothingness, he could not move and could only wait for the skill time to end. Priest, the assassin is nearby at the right time. Don't give him a chance to attack again, Wang Qi shouted. Understood. The 3 priests had sweat on their foreheads. They looked at each other and saw each other's nervousness. The assassin on the opposite side put too much pressure on them. No one dared to say that they could definitely rescue Zhang Ziqiang from the other party. Wang Qi knew that the assassin must be hiding near Zhang Ziqiang at this time. waiting for the end of the nothingness skill. At that time, it would be a torrential attack. He was not sure that he could rescue Zhang Ziqiang. If only Song Jian were here now. Wang Qi couldn't help thinking in his heart. Zhang Ziqiang also knew that the powerful assassin must be near him at this time. And he was also very nervous. With his current health value, let alone the assassin. Once the nothingness skill ended, the natural disaster poisonous fog in the valley alone would probably make him survive for no more than a few seconds. 3, 2, 1. Release, Wang Qi reminded loudly. The moment the gray fog on the surface of Zhang Ziqiang's body disappeared, a priest's light shield had already covered him, and at the same time a white light of quick healing also fell on his head, instantly raising his health value, which was less than 1/10, to about half. At this moment, everyone suddenly exclaimed, "Xiangzi, be careful. That person is behind you." Zhang Ziqiang turned around suddenly, and a cold metallic light flashed in front of his eyes. As expected, Loki's attack followed. This time, he was determined to kill Zhang Ziqiang. The nothingness skill cannot be used continuously, and it is in a 1-minute skill cooldown state. Shua. Another healing light flashed above Zhang Ziqiang's head, and immediately restored his health value, which was only half increased, to full value. 3 priests. One gave Zhang Ziqiang a shield. One released an instant healing skill, but the healing amount was not much. And the other released a skill that required chanting time, but the healing amount was relatively large. The 3 cooperated and finally restored Zhang Ziqiang's health value to full value in Loki's hands. But even if Zhang Ziqiang was at full health, he couldn't last long in Loki's hands. A set of combos could kill him instantly. Zhang Ziqiang looked at the dagger in Loki's hand, and directly pierced the priest's light shield with a 2-hit combo, and stabbed into his chest. But he didn't panic at all. Branch activation. Branch entanglement. Branch imprisonment. Zhang Ziqiang released 3 skills in an instant, and his spirit value dropped by more than half in an instant. On the ancient tree where Loki stood, 2 thick branches made a crackling sound, like 2 arms, holding him from behind. Then 5 or 6 slightly thinner branches came to wrap around Loki. Zhang Ziqiang has reached the limit of the number of tree men he can summon, and can no longer summon war ancient trees. But some other activation techniques are not within this limit. Seeing Loki tied up, Zhang Ziqiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, covered his wounds, jumped down from the ancient tree, and returned to the crowd. "Well done, Xiangzi." Wang Qi patted Zhang Ziqiang's shoulder and said excitedly, "As long as Zhang Ziqiang is not dead, the 3 war ancient trees he summoned will not disappear." Loki was temporarily imprisoned, and all the ranged skills were directly thrown at him with the most powerful skills. "You are all going to die." Riki showed an angry look on his face, and roared fiercely. A golden light burst out from his body, and suddenly a sharp energy burst out from his body, crushing all the branches that bound him into pieces. Boom boom boom. All long-range attacks, almost in no particular order, bombarded Riki's body, but did not cause any damage to him. The golden light on his body's surface actually blocked all attacks, creating a similar invincible effect. At this moment, Zhang Ziqiang's face suddenly changed, and he shouted loudly, "They killed an ancient war tree." Everyone was shocked. Loki leaped up and rushed towards more than 20 people. He was going to confront more than 20 players head-on with one blow. "Xiangzi, summon another ancient war tree," Wang Qi shouted nervously. Zhang Ziqiang gritted his teeth and pressed his hand on an ancient shadow tree. Soon, the ancient tree turned into a tree man and struggled to climb out of the soil. This is an ordinary tree man, not an ancient war tree." Zhang Ziqiang's face was pale, and there was a look of despair in his eyes. Ordinary tree men, no matter in level or grade, could not surpass the person who summoned him. This tree man was only a silver quality tree man of level 28, and did not have the first level combat power. The number of such beings that Zhang Ziqiang can summon will increase, but they are not as effective as a war ancient tree with first level combat power. After witnessing the horrific damage of Loki, Zhang Ziqiang could no longer say in the woods, "I am invincible." He suddenly felt that even if he could turn all the shadow ancient trees in the entire forest into tree people, he would not be able to stop Loki from assassinating him. However, at this moment, a violent shock suddenly came from the depths of the Valley of the Dead, and a burst of energy instantly swept across the entire Valley of the Dead. and the ancient trees in the shadow forest made a rustling shaking sound. Wang Qi was surprised to find that the natural disaster poison fog effect, which had been superimposed to 3 layers, disappeared inexplicably. Moreover, Song Jian's voice also rang in his ears. Chapter 700 Leaving. Wang Qi. Take the people and retreat to the depths of the Valley of the Dead. Song Jian's voice rang in Wang Qi's ears. Brothers, the leader is here to support us. Follow me and retreat to the depths of the valley. Wang Qi shouted. The effect of the poisonous fog has disappeared, and no more blood is lost. Someone exclaimed. Quickly retreat. Quickly retreat. This tree man can't hold on for long. Zhang Ziqiang also shouted. In the Tower of the Dead, Song Jian first closed the teleportation array in the valley, and then opened the entry rights to Wang Qi and others one by one, so that the natural disaster poisonous fog in the valley would not have an effect on them. Then, he adjusted the effect of the natural disaster poisonous fog to the maximum. From the original layer of 1 point of blood value dropped every 5 seconds, directly adjusted to a layer of 30 points of blood value dropped per second. And near the Tower of the Dead, the blood value dropped per second directly increased to 80 points. Even those blood cows might not be able to stay here for too long, completely eliminating the possibility of outsiders entering the Valley of the Dead. However, this also caused a sharp increase in the consumption of the natural disaster poison fog. Originally, the natural disaster poison fog could exist uninterruptedly for 24 hours a day. But now, the natural disaster poison fog can only last for 8 hours. And then it will enter a cooling time, and it will not be able to be opened again until another 8 hours later. Salamo, you control the undead tower here, and cause unlimited trouble to these people. It is best to kill them. I will go to help my friends. Song Jian ordered. Respect. Great Master. Salamo has now returned to the appearance of an undead skeleton, wearing a black cloak, and said respectfully, at this time, Song Jian has completely controlled the Tower of the Dead, and has become the master of the entire Valley of the Dead. However, to control the entire Wangling Valley, he must stay on the 7th floor of the Tower of the Dead. Wang Qi and his group were beaten back step by step. The ancient war tree had no way to stop this 5-man team. If Song Jian did not take action to guide them, Wang Qi and others would soon be caught up by them. At that time, it would be a one-sided massacre. My 3rd tree man has been killed. Now there is only one ancient war tree left, and its health is less than half. Zhang Ziqiang said to Wang Qi with a grim face. Don't panic. The leader is coming, and we will be safe by then, Wang Qi said helplessly. Now they can only pin their hopes on Song Jian. But the leader has just entered the 1st level of combat power, and the 5 people behind him are all 1st level combat power. 5 against 1. The leader's chances of winning are not great. A player hesitated. The combat power of the 5 people behind him is too terrifying, and the players of the Hope City Alliance are a little scared. Wang Qi was unsure, but he could only force himself to say, the leader has already controlled the entire valley, and there must be a way to deal with them. Now they can only put all their hopes on Song Jian. There is no other way. There is an ancient tree in front. Let's go there, and wait for me to summon a few tree people to hold them back. Zhang Ziqiang saw a few big trees in front. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted loudly. When the group rushed to the trees, Zhang Ziqiang realized that although these trees were also ancient trees, they were not shadow ancient trees. Even if they were summoned, they might not be able to summon the ancient war trees with 1st level combat power. Zhang Ziqiang drank another bottle of potion to restore his mental power. He felt a little dizzy now. He knew that the frequent use of mental power recovery potion had begun to backfire. If he continued like this, it might cause permanent damage to his mental attributes. But now, in order to escape, he could not care about these. Zhang Ziqiang pressed his hands on the 2 ancient trees at the same time and chanted the summoning spell. After a while, the 2 ancient trees turned into tree men, struggling to stand up from the soil and guarding behind Zhang Ziqiang. Zhang Ziqiang glanced at the 2 tree men, and a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, the summoned tree men were only level 30 giants, and they did not have the 1st level combat power. After summoning 2 giant tree men, Zhang Ziqiang did not stop, but continued to summon. Soon, 5 giant tree men over 10 meters tall appeared in front of everyone, and the war ancient trees with 1st level combat power that were summoned before were all killed by the 5-man team that was chasing them. Zhang Ziqiang's mental power was exhausted again, and he felt dizzy for a while. And even standing became a little difficult. But in his heart, he still felt sorry for the previous war ancient trees. You know, these summoned war ancient trees had the opportunity to sign a contract with him and become his guardian tree men. But now they have all been killed. Help Jiangzi. Let's go! Wang Qi ordered 2 sword and shield guardians to support Zhang Ziqiang. And the group continued to flee to the depths of the valley. And the 5 giant tree people summoned by Zhang Ziqiang were left behind. This group of little mice actually summoned 5 more tree people. Damn it! Loki's face was a little ugly. He didn't kill Zhang Ziqiang, which made him lose face. You know, the opponent is just a group of newcomers who have not reached the first level combat power. Even if he attacks head-on, Loki has a chance to kill them all. Fuck. How come the effect of this natural disaster poison fog has become so strong? Losing 35 points of health per second? We haven't even reached the depths of the valley yet. Why is the blood loss so severe? Archer Celine suddenly screamed, took out a bottle of healing potion from his arms, and poured it into his mouth. The others were also shocked to find that their blood value was decreasing much faster. How could this happen? The group of people in front didn't seem to notice how much blood they were losing. We were almost unable to hold on. But why were they all fine? It's so strange. Logically, they couldn't possibly hold on until now. With such a horrible blood loss rate, even Mutula couldn't hold on for too long. Mist stroked his furry fur clothes, and a white light burst out. The speed at which he lost blood suddenly decreased a lot. Kulu, I can't hold on any longer. I can't continue to chase them. My blood value has dropped below half. If I continue to chase them, even if I kill them all, I will stay here and become an undead creature. Loki's face showed an impatient look. Among all the people, his blood value was the lowest, and he was already unable to hold on. Damn it. Let's talk first. Report the situation here to the captain. I think, just that piece of shadow forest, we can already gain a lot of military merit. Kuru touched a piece of dark gray wood in his arms, shook his head and said, this piece of dark gray wood is shadow wood, which is the trophy they got from killing the ancient war tree before. With it, they can prove the truth of their words. Several people looked ahead with regret, turned around and rushed towards the teleportation array. Chapter 701 Killing. They retreated. They stopped chasing. Haha. That's great. I finally saved my life. Hey, why didn't they chase us? There's no reason. Could it be that there are more powerful monsters ahead? Don't guess blindly. It was the leader who saved us. Just follow me and keep going forward, Wang Qi said with a displeased look at his companions beside him. Zhang Ziqiang also breathed a sigh of relief and ordered the 5 giant tree people to come back to protect the group and continue to move forward. These 5 people put too much pressure on them. Now seeing them retreat, everyone felt like they had escaped death. Continuing forward, they soon met up with Song Jian. Song Jian had already prepared for the battle, but he didn't expect the natural disaster to be so powerful that it actually forced the pursuers back. Under the leadership of Song Jian, everyone came to the Tower of the Dead. Oh my god! The Shadow River. A whole Shadow River. This is the main material for refining Shadow Protection Potion. A bottle of Shadow Protection Potion only needs 3 drops of Shadow Water. How many Shadow Protection Potion can be refined? A player who chose alchemy as his life profession said in amazement. Shadow River water is the most refined shadow energy, and is also a good material for refining some potions. Just selling river water can make a fortune. And it is said that it can refine Shadow Protection Potion. This river alone is estimated to give birth to hundreds of alchemy masters. Look at the bottom of the river. What are those? Gems? Someone pointed at the bottom of the river and shouted. It's gems. Gems that can be inlaid on equipment. Haha. So many. I want to inlay all my equipment with gems. Look at that mountain. It's all shadow stones. And the quality is extremely high. Miners. We need a lot of miners. We must encourage the players in the alliance to improve their mining skills as soon as possible. Song Jian looked at the excited players in the War Alliance, and a smile appeared on his face. The resources in the Valley of the Dead are rich. Once occupied, it will greatly enhance the strength of the War Alliance. Not only will it be promoted to the city level, but I'm afraid that his long sword spirit will also be born soon. Sword courage. Song Jian's mind once again recalled the scene from the past. 1 man and 1 sword, facing thousands of troops. A small sword courage. Hundreds of monsters were killed hundreds of meters away. The large-scale critical damage still makes Song Jian's heart waver and yearn for it. With a thought, Song Jian returned to the 7th floor of the Tower of the Dead. Salamo's actions in controlling the hub of the Tower of the Dead were much more proficient than Song Jian's. After all, it has been controlling the Tower of the Dead for several years. Salamo, what is the situation of those people now? Song Jian asked. They have escaped to the teleportation array. But they have no authority. So they can't use the teleportation array to leave here, Salamo said respectfully. Be careful not to let them destroy the teleportation array, Song Jian reminded. Don't worry, Great Master. The teleportation array in the Valley of the Dead is protected by a magic array. If they dare to attack the teleportation array, they will definitely be counterattacked by the magic array. In that case, they will not have any chance of survival, Salamo said respectfully. Song Jian nodded, and a trace of regret appeared in his eyes when he looked at Salamo. The shackle mark is valid for only 1 month. After 1 month, the shackle mark will disappear. At that time, Song Jian may have to make another choice. Whether to give Salamo a slave contract or kill it directly. Song Jian couldn't stay in this undead tower all the time. If Salamo was in control, it would be very suitable. But the undead tower was too crucial. Once Salamo had a change of heart, he would have the opportunity to kill all the members of the City of Hope Alliance in this undead valley. What a pity, Song Jian thought to himself. Beside the teleportation array of the undead valley, Kuru and his men showed a look of horror on their faces. They found that the teleportation array of the undead valley seemed to have lost its function. No matter how they operated it, they couldn't teleport out. And what frightened them the most was that they had already hidden here. But the effect of the natural disaster poisonous fog was still not weakened at all. How could this happen? This shouldn't happen. Why is the teleportation array closed? Loki roared angrily, with a look of despair in his eyes. His blood value has now dropped to about 1/3. And he only has 2 bottles of potions left to restore his blood value. He can't hold on for much longer. Damn it. The effect of this poisonous fog has not weakened at all. When we entered before, we only lost a little blood value in 5 seconds. Someone must be targeting us. He can control the entire valley. Come out. Who is the one who is messing around? Get out now. Several people roared madly. But in Song Jian's eyes, it was just their last struggle before death. We are the 101, gathering place. The warriors of the Jackdaw Legion. If you can let us go this time, you will gain the friendship of the 101, gathering place. Kuru suddenly shouted into the air. 101, gathering place? Song Jian narrowed his eyes. He and the 101, gathering place were mortal enemies. He had disrupted their actions in the Doomsday City several times. Unexpectedly, he met their people here again this time. It seems that the 101, gathering place is also preparing for the promotion to the city level. Song Jian thought to himself. The 101, gathering place has existed for more than 10 years and has a deep foundation. If it wants to be promoted to the city level, it has been stuck on the teleportation array. Unexpectedly, it has been successfully built by them. It seems that it will not be long before the 101, gathering place will become the 101 city. Since you are from the 101 gathering place, we can't let you leave alive. Song Jian's eyes showed a murderous intent. He pressed his hand on the control crystal. With a thought, the natural disaster poisonous fog near the teleportation array suddenly rolled up and formed a huge vortex above the 5 of them. Then, several huge tentacles hundreds of meters long stretched out from the vortex. Like an octopus, waving and wrapping around the 5 people. Each of these tentacles has a first-level combat power, which is not something that Kuru and his men, who are now at a low health, can resist. A few minutes later, the assassin Loki was the first to let out a shrill scream, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell limply. Then the other people also turned into corpses one after another. Before he died, Kuru raised his head and looked at the huge poisonous fog vortex above his head. A clear look appeared in his eyes. It seemed that the person who controlled this Valley of the Dead was actually the enemy of the 101 gathering place. It's a pity that I can't pass this information to the leader. Kuru showed a look of regret in his eyes. His head tilted, and he lost all his breath. Chapter 702 Sword Courage. The development of the Valley of the Dead was soon put on the agenda. Wangling Valley is rich in resources, but it is impossible to sell them all at once. If so, they will not be sold at a high price. Song Jian only ordered Wang Qi and the city of Sin to jointly develop the valley. and then left it alone. Half a month later, Song Jian purchased dozens of level 30 gold weapons. Looking at the various golden weapons in front of him, Song Jian suddenly felt very wasteful. The properties of these weapons are very ordinary. But because of the rush to purchase, the sellers took a lot of advantage. But Song Jian, who is rich and powerful, does not care about this. Compared with the resources of the entire Valley of the Dead, these are just a drop in the bucket. I am now a man with a mine at home. Song Jian smiled as he touched these weapons. Take out the red fire ape sword and breed a sword spirit for this long sword first. After swallowing more than a dozen gold quality weapons in a row, the red fire ape sword finally successfully breathes a sword spirit. In the center of the blade, there is a halo emitting a faint dark red light. As if the heart is beating, the halo keeps swallowing and spitting, transmitting the light to every part of the red fire ape sword. Song Jian separated a trace of his mind and slowly contacted this halo, because Song Jian's blood is needed to cultivate it when it is started. The sword spirit is not unfamiliar to Song Jian. Feeling Song Jian's new god, the sword spirit of the red fire ape sword actually took the initiative to approach him. A tentacle-like halo touched Song Jian's new god, and Song Jian immediately understood the effect of this sword spirit. It actually has independent consciousness, and can also learn swordsmanship. Song Jian said in surprise. System, you have successfully bred the sword spirit of the red fire ape sword. The newly born sword spirit can learn 3 sets of swordsmanship. Please assign 3 sword skills to it. The 3 sword skills must be the sword skills you have learned and mastered. System, please continue to cultivate the sword spirit of the red fire ape sword. After the sword spirit grows up, it can learn more swordsmanship. Song Jian directly let the red fire ape sword learn broken wing dance, sword silk, and 3 sword swinging styles. Soon, Song Jian saw that the red fire ape sword actually began to practice these 3 sets of sword skills alone without his control. What shocked it the most was that when the red fire ape sword practiced these 3 sets of sword skills, the proficiency of these 3 sets of sword skills in his skill column was also slowly rising. It can actually improve skill proficiency. Song Jian's face showed a look of surprise. After he had the first level combat power, he obtained 12 skill points. But because all the skill proficiency was not full, these skill points were saved and not used. Now the sword spirit can actually practice swordsmanship automatically to help him improve skill proficiency. So many skill points will soon come in handy. And by then, his strength will probably be further improved. With a thought, the red fire hard monkey sword immediately flew to a corner of the room and practiced swordsmanship alone. Song Jian took out the golden light demon slaying sword, continued to devour the golden quality weapons, and continued to breed sword spirits. After a while, the golden light demon slayer sword also breeds a light golden halo. This time, Song Jian designated 3 sword skills: spirit control sword technique, Tai Chi sword technique, and light slash, and then controlled the golden light demon slayer sword and flew to the side to practice sword skills alone to increase his sword skills proficiency. Then, Song Jian let the Suemu Lioli sword devour the remaining golden weapons and breed the 3rd sword spirit. A light green halo slowly swallowed and exhaled, emitting a joyful mood to Song Jian. Designate 3 sword skills: lightning strike, sacred parry, and vanity sword technique, Song Jian ordered. Soon, lightning strike and holy parry were mastered by the sword spirit of the Suemu Lioli sword. But Wanxiang sword technique could not be engraved on the Suemu Lioli sword. System, Wanxiang sword technique is too high grade and cannot be learned by primary sword spirits. Please upgrade the sword spirit to a high level before learning. Song Jian was stunned. He did not expect that Wanxiang sword technique could not automatically improve his proficiency. Then he could only shake his head and give up. In fact, the skill that Song Jian wanted to improve the most was Immortal Sword Body. But although this was the core skill of the palm sword user, it was not a sword skill, and there was no way for the sword spirit to learn it. In the room, the sword energy was crisscrossed. The wind was whistling, and the 3 long swords each occupied a corner of the room, constantly practicing the sword techniques they had learned. Song Jian found that although he did not need to control the 3 long swords, he could keep in touch with them at any time. If he wanted them to do something, he only needed a thought, and he could do it as if he had an arm and a finger, without any delay at all. This power, if used against the enemy, is simply a crushing blow. Song Jian's face was full of surprise. At this time, he was controlling 3 long swords. which was several times easier than using the sword control technique to control the long swords against the enemy in the assessment world. The spirit value was almost not damaged, just like he was controlling the long swords himself. The most important thing is that the power is also several times higher than using the sword control technique. Before, no matter how skilled he was in using the sword control technique, there would be a slight pause when controlling the 3 long swords and switching sword techniques. But now, the 3 long swords can perform sword techniques by themselves, and there is no pause at all when fighting against the enemy. However, correspondingly, each long sword can only perform 3 sets of sword techniques now. And because the grade of the Qingyun sword technique of the Tsuemu Liuli sword is too high, and Song Jian does not have a suitable sword technique, he can only learn 2 sets of sword techniques now. To make a sword, you only need a long sword with a sword spirit. I wonder what grade of sword I can make after combining these 3 swords. Such a thought suddenly appeared in Song Jian's mind, opening the interface for making a sword. Song Jian combined the 3 swords into one. 2 long sword phantoms appeared on the blade of the red fire hard monkey sword. Then, Song Jian placed the red fire hard monkey sword in the section for making a sword. Soon, the dark gray production button became bright, indicating that it could be made. System, do you want to make a sword? Once the production starts, the process cannot be stopped. After the production is successful, the materials will disappear. Song Jian took a look at the sword after it was made. It looked like a ball of mist, and the attribute was also displayed as unknown. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to cancel the production. Even if he wanted to make a sword, he had to make the most powerful one. The 3-in-1 long sword was not the limit. Song Jian decided that it would not be too late to make a sword after collecting all the long swords. Just then, Song Jian suddenly received a system prompt. System, you have been in a game for 6 months. Do you want to leave the game? If you choose not to leave, the next time you leave will be postponed to 6 months after the game time. Chapter 703 Rejection. Can I leave the game now? Song Jian was stunned. 6 months had passed in the game without him noticing. He was a little sad. After a moment of hesitation, Song Jian chose to leave the game. With a flash of light in front of his eyes, Song Jian found that he had actually returned directly to the real world instead of entering the virtual space for task settlement. It seems that the so-called tasks in the early stage are just benefits for the novice period, in order to help players adapt to the game world. Song Jian thought to himself. You finally came out? A voice suddenly sounded in the room. It was late at night, and Song Jian's room was pitch black. Song Jian had just come out of the game, and his mind was in a moment of relaxation. Otherwise, with his current first-level combat power, he would not have failed to notice that there was suddenly one more person in his room. After leaving the game world, almost all equipment cannot be taken out, but the red fire hard monkey sword and the Book of the Abyss that are integrated into his body can follow him into the real world. In addition, Song Jian has completed the first-level combat power assessment task, and the increased attributes have allowed him to exert 70% to 80% of his strength in the game in the real world. Before, Song Jian was a little afraid that the large-scale arrests in the city would pose a threat to him. But now, unless a nuclear bomb is used to directly wipe out the entire city where he is. Otherwise, with his current strength, he is no longer afraid of any threats in the real world. Staff Officer Wang? Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and the image of a soldier wearing glasses suddenly appeared in his mind. After the sudden increase in mental attributes, Song Jian's memory was greatly enhanced. He could instantly recall anything that had happened or anyone he had met, although he could only see the man's fall in the middle of the night and could not see his true face. Song Jian was very familiar with his voice. Before, when he was in his 20s, Song Jian obtained a holy flame pearl, which was the key to open the ice cave dungeon. When he went to the ice cave, he had come into contact with a group of soldiers, and the staff officer Wang in front of him was one of them. I didn't expect you to still remember me. Wang Zi was a little surprised. He and Song Jian had only met once before, but he didn't expect that after so long. Song Jian recognized him directly after hearing him say just one sentence. Your strength is higher than we expected. Wang Zi turned on the light in the room, glanced at Song Jian, and said meaningfully, I wonder if Staff Officer Wang came in late at night without asking for anything from me. Song Jian smiled, and sat on the sofa in front of Staff Officer Wang. His perception spread out in all directions, like mercury pouring down on the ground. He found that the neighbors around him had disappeared. replaced by countless soldiers with guns, surrounding the place. The number alone was probably more than 500 people, which made Song Jian a little surprised. So many people were mobilized just for him. And this is still within his perception range. He doesn't know how many are beyond his perception. I wonder what Mr. Song thinks of our last proposal, Wang Zi said with a smile. Song Jian glanced at Wang Zi. The other party's level was not high. Only level 21. Most players are already level 28 or 29. And even level 30 players have appeared. This level is already very low. Ideas? Haha. No ideas. Song Jian shrugged and sneered. With so many people surrounding his residence, it is obvious that they have already thought of fighting if they can't reach an agreement. In this case, there is nothing to say between Song Jian and him. Mr. Song, we sincerely invite you to serve the country, Staff Officer Wang said with a smile. Just relying on these hundreds of soldiers around. You have surrounded this place. Is that your sincerity? Song Jian laughed. Wang Zi's face finally changed. Song Jian just came out of the game. How could he know that there were hundreds of soldiers around? Wouldn't the player's strength be greatly reduced when returning to the real world from the game world? Wang Zi himself is also a professional, so he naturally knows that a large part of the player's strength comes from equipment. After leaving the game world, the strength will be greatly reduced, and even some skills will be weakened because of the decline of their own attributes. According to his understanding, Song Jian should be a melee profession, using a one-handed sword as a weapon. And all sword skills also need attribute support. Without equipment, the power of his sword skills will also decrease. Even if he is strong, it will be weakened a lot. Why did he know that so many soldiers were deployed around him when he came back? Wang Zi adjusted his glasses and thought to himself, is it because he has a skill with detection function? Mr. Song, you know, this is just a safety measure, and it will not be used on you. Wang Zi smiled and said, we just want to ask you to join the Special Brigade of the Southwest Military Region. Moreover, I heard that you are the leader of the largest war alliance in Doomsday City. We could also let you be the captain of this brigade. What do you think? All players who enter the game use their own names. And Song Jian is a celebrity in the Doomsday City. It is very easy to investigate him. So Wang Zi knows a lot about Song Jian. Not very good. Song Jian stood up and said to Wang Zi, if there is nothing else, I ask you to leave my house. I am going to rest. Wang Zi's face became very ugly. But he knew that Song Jian must have his own trump card and confidence. If he turned against him now, he would be the only one who would suffer. And if they really started fighting, Wang Zi didn't know how many soldiers would have to sacrifice to catch Song Jian. The most likely possibility was that they sacrificed hundreds of soldiers. And Song Jian successfully escaped, taking advantage of the player's weak strength. Directly recruiting a group of them is the response strategy of the Southwest Military Region. At present, hundreds of players of various professions have been recruited. But there are also many players who are unwilling to be recruited. These players are under close surveillance. In this case, Mr. Song, let's talk next time. Wang Zi forced a smile and turned to leave. Song Jian stood quietly, waiting for the moment when the soldiers broke in. But soon he noticed that the soldiers around him began to retreat slowly and did not break in directly to arrest him. When these soldiers left, Song Jian suddenly discovered that 1/3 of these soldiers were professionals, although their levels were not as high as his. The lowest was also level 25. Song Jian smiled slightly, shook his head, turned around and lay down on the bed. No words were spoken that night. At dawn the next day, Song Jian suddenly opened his eyes and walked out of the room. He looked back, with a complicated expression on his face. He was afraid that he would never come to this place again. Walking on the street, although no one came to disturb him, Song Jian could still find that someone was watching him nearby. But the other party was too far away from him, and he could not detect the other party's specific location. Just then, Song Jian's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 704. Auction House? Song Jian smiled. A month has passed in the real world, and his 2 pieces of jewelry should not have been sold yet. I wonder why the auction house called him at this time. Hello, Mr. Song. The voice of the steward who received him at that time came from the phone. What's the matter? Song Jian asked. It's like this, Mr. Song. Your 2 pieces of jewelry. A customer wants to buy them in advance, and he bids 50 million to buy 2 pieces of jewelry. The steward said carefully, we think that even if we auction them, We may not be able to reach this price. So we suggest that Mr. Song sell the jewelry directly to this customer. 50 million? Song Jian was shocked. You know, the auction house estimated that the 2 pieces of jewelry could be sold for 23 million. If someone competed for them, the maximum would not exceed 30 million. But now someone is willing to spend nearly double the price to buy these 2 pieces of jewelry. Song Jian was a little confused. After a moment of silence, he said, "Does this person have any other additional conditions?" "Yes, Mr. Song. He hopes to meet you and treat you to a meal," said the steward. Song Jian smiled and said, "Then sell it to him. There is no need to have a meal. I can talk to him in person." "Okay, Mr. Song." The manager hung up the phone. After a while, Song Jian received a text message from the bank, and 50 million was directly deposited into his card, and the auction house did not charge a penny in handling fees. Soon, Song Jian's phone rang again. "Mr. Song, the money has been transferred to your card. Please check it. In addition, the client hopes to meet you at Tianqi Building. You decide the time. The money has been received. I will go to Tianqi Building in an hour," Song Jian said. "Okay. I will convey it for you. And the client will be waiting for you at Tianqi Building in an hour." The manager seemed relieved and said. An hour later, Song Jian stood downstairs of Tianqi Building. Tianqi Building. This is probably a landmark building in Linhai City. And it is also the second tallest building in Linhai City. "Wanlong Group?" Song Jian whispered. When the manager of the auction house said the 4 words Tianqi Building, Song Jian knew who the client he was talking about was. "Mr. Song, please come this way. Mr. Gao is waiting for you." A man in waiter's clothes walked out quickly and said to Song Jian. Song Jian nodded and followed him into Tianqi Building. Soon, the two took the special elevator to the 18th floor. A middle-aged man came over with a smile on his face. "Welcome, Mr. Song. I am Gao Danian. Please come this way." "Hello, Chairman of Wanlong Group." "Gao Danian." "Mr. Gao." Song Jian smiled without surprise. Tianqi Building is the property of Wanlong Group. After knowing that the meeting place is in Tianqi Building, Song Jian had some guesses in his mind. Soon, the two came to a hall together. After a brief greeting, Gao Danian directly took out the 2 pieces of jewelry that Song Jian sold at the auction house and said, "Mr. Song, these 2 pieces of jewelry are not ordinary items. I wonder where Mr. Song got them. With Mr. Gao's ability, he should know that place." "Right," Song Jian said with a smile. "Those selected by the game are not required to keep it strictly confidential. And now the gap between game time and the real world is getting shorter and shorter. Many people who have never entered the game also know the existence of this game. Many people even hope that they can be selected and enter this game. This time the game time and real time have become 6 to 1. And the time players spend in the game has obviously been much longer. Obviously, this game is also encouraging players to stay in the game as much as possible, and try not to cause too much impact on the real world." Song Jian had already seen that Gao Danian was not a player. But it was obvious that his expression and behavior had told Song Jian that he knew about the game. "The City of Doom." "Right," Gao Danian smiled, playing with the 2 pieces of jewelry that Song Jian brought out of the game. "Yes, Mr. Gao asked me to meet this time." "Is it to learn about this game?" Song Jian asked. "No." Gao Danian shook his head. Song Jian was stunned. He had previously thought that Gao Danian asked him to meet because he was curious about the game. "In fact, I'm afraid I know as much about this game as you do." Gao Danian smiled, motioned to the person standing behind him, and the other party handed over a suitcase. Gao Danian opened the suitcase, and Song Jian found that there were 7 or 8 items in the suitcase, including a red potion, a ring emitting green light, and a light blue ore. These are all items with game attributes. "Mr. Gao is collecting these game items?" Song Jian asked. "Not only collecting. I want to enter this game." Gao Danian showed an eager look in his eyes. "Enter the game?" Song Jian shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I can't help you with this. I don't know how to enter this game." At the beginning, it was because Song Jian told Gao Danian the reason why he entered the game, and then said, "Since then, I have never seen that old man again." I said, "I know as much about this game as you do." Gao Danian listened carefully to Song Jian's words and smiled. "Maybe I know more than you." "Oh, I wonder if Mr. Gao has any method." Song Jian raised his eyebrows. It seems that Gao Danian knows a lot of information. I don't know. Mr. Song. Have you heard of game invitation cards? Gao Danian asked. Invitation card? Song Jian shook his head slowly. He had never encountered such a thing in the game, and no player in the War Alliance knew about it. However, he was not sure whether this thing really existed in the game. After all, there were too many messy things in this game. I heard about it from my friends, but I haven't seen it, Gao Danian said. But his expression was very sure. Mr. Gao wants an invitation card? Do you know how to get an invitation card? Song Jian asked. Of course. I invited Mr. Song to meet me this time, just to ask Mr. Song to help me get a game invitation card. Gao Danian smiled. I'm afraid it's not easy. Song Jian looked at Gao Danian and said, Of course it's not easy. Gao Danian smiled, snapped his fingers, and said to Song Jian, But the reward I give Mr. Song will definitely satisfy you. Chapter 705 The Fourth Long Sword. Since Gao Danian invited Song Jian here, he naturally had the ability to let Song Jian help him solve the invitation card issue. After a snap of his fingers, a long-haired girl came in holding a wooden box. Song Jian was stunned. This girl, who looked only in her 20s, was actually a player, and her level was quite high, already level 29. She was also wearing 3 pieces of equipment brought out from the game world, namely a headband with a flashing blue light, a dazzling blue gem inlaid between the eyebrows, a pair of green quality wristbands, and a green quality belt. The equipment that can be brought out of the real world in the game is either of low grade and level, or high in goods like the Book of the Abyss on Song Jian's body. Ordinary silver quality and gold quality equipment rarely have the attributes that can be brought out of the game. The girl looked at Song Jian curiously, put the wooden box in her hand on his desk, and then retreated behind Gao Danian. Open it and take a look. If you can bring me a game invitation card, then it will be yours. Gao Danian signaled Song Jian to open the wooden box. The wooden box was not locked. After Song Jian gently opened the wooden box, his eyes suddenly lit up. The moment the wooden box was opened, a bright dark gold light burst out from the wooden box. What caught Song Jian's eyes was a long sword. Gently stroking the sword spine of the long sword, its attributes suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. Sword of Breaking Waves Gold. One-handed sword. Equipment effect. Attack 91 to 108. Slow +3. Critical hit +5. Piercing +5. Water attribute damage +40. When causing damage to the target, 15% of the damage will restore the user's blood value. Special effect 1. Recognition of the owner passive. The item absorbs the user's essence and blood to recognize the owner. After recognition, the item cannot be destroyed, cannot be dropped, and will never wear out. Special effect 2. Growth passive. This item is a growth type equipment. The initial level is level 1. Gain combat experience in battle to upgrade. The higher the level, the stronger the attribute of the item. The item level cannot exceed the user level. Equipment requirements, level 1. Set, 1/5. Can it be taken out of the game? No. This is my sword set. Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face. Mr. Song, are you satisfied with the reward for the mission? Gao Danian said with a smile. How did you know that I need this long sword now? Song Jian suddenly found that everyone seemed to know his information. Mr. Song is the first person in the Doomsday City ranking list. Many people hope to make friends with Mr. Song. Ha ha ha, Gao Danian said with a smile. I can't refuse this mission reward, Song Jian said, but I have a question. Isn't this long sword not allowed to be taken out of the game? How did you get it out of the game? It costs a lot to bring out an item that cannot be taken out of the game. Gao Danian shook his head and said, It costs as much as a piece of gold quality equipment. But there is still a chance. If that's the case, why don't you contact me in the game? You know, I can't refuse this long sword. Song Jian glanced at the girl behind Gao Danian and said, This long sword was not prepared for you at first. The girl behind Gao Danian said, It was originally intended for Sister Dan. Shut up. Gao Danian's face darkened, glared at the girl behind him, and said to Song Jian with an apologetic look, I'm sorry for being so reckless. Mr. Song. Song Jian waved his hand and said, I should be the one who took away someone's love. But I'm sorry. This long sword is really important to me. In that case, can we continue to talk? Gao Danian said with a smile. Sure. Tell me, how can I get a game invitation card? Song Jian nodded. In the real world, there is an arena. As long as you defeat 10 opponents in a row in this arena, you can take away a game invitation card, Gao Danian said. It doesn't sound very difficult. With Mr. Gao's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to buy one. Right? Song Jian said in surprise. But in fact, this is very difficult. Gao Danian showed a bitter smile on his face. So far, no one has been able to get a game invitation card. Is this arena related to the game? Song Jian was stunned and asked suddenly. It is closely related to the game. Gao Danian nodded and said, we even suspect that this arena is part of the game. What? The game content can be extended to the real world? Song Jian's face was full of shock. Of course it can be extended. Otherwise how did the long sword in front of you come out? The girl behind Gao Danian curled her lips and said. Song Jian suddenly had an idea. Not only items, but also players, like them, are the extension of the game world to the real world. I have never thought about this before. Song Jian shook his head. This arena appeared out of thin air. Not many people in Linhai City know about it now. But more than 100 people have died in this arena. They are all free-fighting masters invited from all over the world, Gao Danian said. What about the opponents? Who are their opponents? Song Jian asked. Monsters. Gao Danian's eyes flashed with memories, and his face showed a horrified expression. I have never seen such existences. They are all monsters from the game world. I know some of them, and I don't even know what they are. But I can be sure that they are monsters from the game world. The girl behind Gao Danian said for sure. Even you can't beat them? Song Jian asked curiously after looking at the girl. With the strength of this girl, plus the 3 pieces of equipment on her body, Song Jian can be sure that none of the so-called fighting masters in this world can be her opponent. No. The strength of each opponent will gradually increase. The first challenger will be randomly selected from the monsters of level 1 to 3. The second will be level 5 to 8. The third will be level 10 to 13. The fourth will be level 15 to 18. The fifth will be level 20. The sixth will be level 25. And the seventh will be a level 30 monster. The girl shook her head and said, the eighth has never appeared. So we don't know what level the 8th, 9th, and 13th challengers are. What about the rank? Song Jian asked. All elite boss, said the girl. Chapter 706 Trading. They are all monsters with elite boss strength, the girl said. From the first challenger? Song Jian asked. Yes, from the first challenger. Song Jian nodded. Even if it was just a level 1 elite boss, it would probably be as strong as those fighting masters in the real world. If you don't have a player identity, and don't get skills and equipment from the game, ordinary people can only beat the first 2 levels at most. No matter how strong they are. A level 10 elite boss. Even players of the same level will retreat when they see it. Let alone ordinary people without any skills. However, this girl actually knew the 7th challenger. Obviously, it should be a player who accepted the challenge in this arena before. A level 30 elite boss is nothing to Song Jian. But the next 3 challengers are likely to be elite bosses of level 40, or even above 40. The most important thing is that bosses above level 30 are likely to have first level combat power. Mr. Gao, this long sword is really hard to take. Song Jian's fingers gently slid the cold sword spine of the long sword in the wooden box, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This is a gold quality suit, and it was forcibly taken out of the game world. If it weren't for the invitation card, would my father take it out as a reward? The girl snorted coldly. Ha ha ha. Miss Gao is right. Song Jian laughed, put his hand on the long sword, and said to Gao Danian, Mr. Gao, I can agree to your request. Win 10 games in a row. Get an invitation card for you. However, I have to take this long sword in advance. After all, the strength of the 3 challengers behind is still unknown. Taking it now can also enhance my strength, and the chance of completing the task will be greater. What do you think? This? Gao Danian showed a hesitant look on his face, turned his head, and looked at his daughter. What if you take the things and do nothing? And cheat us? The girl said loudly. This requires Mr. Gao to take a gamble. Song Jian smiled and said, the strength of the last 3 challengers in the arena is unknown. I dare to accept this task, which is also a gamble. Mr. Gao hired me, which is also a gamble. You can bet on my character. Will I take this weapon, but regret not completing the task? If Mr. Gao is unwilling, then this task can be cancelled, or someone else can be found to complete it. After saying that, Song Jian gently pushed the wooden box in the direction of Gao Danian. Seeing Song Jian's action, Gao Danian was shocked and waved his hand quickly, saying, "Since Mr. Song was invited here, he naturally trusts Mr. Song. Please keep this weapon, Mr. Song. As for the challenge in the arena, it depends on when Mr. Song is free." Haha. Good. Mr. Gao is straightforward, so I am not hypocritical. Song Jian picked up the long sword in the wooden box, made a sword flower, and said with a smile, "Why not choose a day to do it this afternoon?" Hearing Song Jian say that he would go to the arena this afternoon, Gao Danian breathed a sigh of relief. A relaxed look appeared on his face, and nodded repeatedly, "Okay. Okay. Mr. Song will go down and rest first, and we will go to the arena after lunch." Song Jian nodded, put the long sword into the parcel column, turned around and left the room. Seeing Song Jian leave, Gao Danian breathed a sigh of relief, leaned back in the chair, and a trace of fatigue appeared in his eyes. "Dad, how can you promise him to give him the weapon first?" Gao Dongxin shook Gao Danian's shoulder vigorously. Dissatisfied? Xian. Be gentle. Your dad is not a player. Don't shake my old bones apart. Gao Danian patted his daughter's hand, shook his head and smiled. "Dad, you haven't told me why I should give him the weapon first. What if he... Hasn't he already agreed?" Gao Danian smiled. "He will go to the arena with us in the afternoon. What if he regrets it then? After all, up to now, no one has been able to win 10 games in a row. Didn't you find a level 30 player before? But he couldn't even beat the level 28 elite boss in the 6th level? You're still a master?" Gao Dongxin snorted coldly. That was his bad luck. He encountered a monster that restrained his profession. Otherwise, he should have been able to pass the 7th level. Gao Danian said, "This Song Jian is only level 35. Can you be sure that he can beat the last boss?" Gao Dongxin said unconvinced. "Level 35. And that's all?" Gao Danian shook his head and said, "There are an estimated 5,000 players in the entire Doomsday city. There are less than 10 players above level 30. Most of the others have just reached level 30. According to the information we have obtained, after level 30, the combat experience required for upgrading will increase exponentially. Song Jian is not 1 or 2 levels higher than others, but 4 or 5 levels higher. And as far as we know, he did not rely on the power of the War Alliance. Based on this, shouldn't we bet heavily on him? But, give him the sword first." When he pushed the sword forward, "Did you notice his eyes?" Gao Danian suddenly asked. "Eyes?" Gao Dongxin was stunned, shook her head and said, "No." "What?" "I noticed it." Gao Danian interrupted her and said, "It was a look of determination." "Determined to win? You mean?" Gao Dongxin was surprised. Gao Danian waved his hand quickly, signaling her not to say it, and sighed softly. "I didn't expect that he would." Gao Dongxin gritted her teeth. "Okay, let's stop talking about this," Gao Danian said. "Take him to the arena this afternoon." "I won't go. It's too bloody there. Just seeing it once is enough." "Okay, I'll go with him this afternoon. I hope he dies there like everyone else." Gao Dongxin gritted his teeth. "Humph. What are you talking about? You should hope that he can win. Otherwise, wouldn't we lose both the wife and the army? When you take him there, remember to be nicer." Gao Danian snorted. Gao Dongxin stuck out his tongue and didn't dare to continue. That afternoon, Gao Dongxin drove Song Jian out of Linhai City. Along the way, Gao Dongxin didn't give Song Jian a good look, and didn't say a word. Song Jian sat in the back seat with his eyes closed. More than an hour later, the two came to a manor in the wild. From the outside, this manor looks like a resort, but the buildings are very new, and it seems that they have just been built. This is it. The arena is inside. Come with me. Gao Dongxin parked the car, said to Gao Dongxin unhappily, and walked into the manor first. Song Jian smiled slightly, not caring about her attitude at all. This was just a transaction between you and me. It was one step closer to making a sword, which made Song Jian full of joy. Chapter 707 Arena. After the 4th long sword was fused, another set attribute appeared, attack plus 100, which greatly increased Song Jian's damage. Even if it was just a flat slash, it could cause 600 to 700 points of damage. If it was against those fragile professions that did not pass the 1st level combat power assessment. 2 or 3 flat slashes could kill the opponent directly. Song Jian and Gao Dongqing walked into the manor, and immediately a man came forward to greet them with a smile on his face. Miss Gao is here again. Welcome. Welcome. Are you still going to challenge the arena this time? Wang Chuyu said enthusiastically. This time my father invited a master to challenge the arena. Manager Wang. Please arrange it. Gao Dongqing said expressionlessly. Wang Chuyu glanced at Song Jian, nodded slightly at him, and smiled. It seems that this is the master brother. Welcome. Just then, another car drove in outside the manor. Gao Dongqing took a look and immediately showed a hint of joy on her face. Before the car stopped, Gao Dongqing rushed up. Sister Dan, why are you here too? Gao Dongqing shouted with surprise, holding the hand of a girl who got off the car. Be steady. Zhao Dan gently patted Gao Dongqing on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, Sister Dan. I'm a God-favored person. Nothing will happen to me. Gao Dongqing said with a smile. I'm afraid you'll damage my car. Zhao Dan said unhappily. If you damage it, I'll give you a new one. Gao Dongqing said with a smile. Sister Dan, why are you here today? I heard that your Gao family is going to challenge the arena again, so I came to see it. Zhao Dan said with a smile. Your father still won't give up. For an invitation card. At least 10 players died in your hands. Right? There's no way. Who made my disappointing brother jealous of me as a sister? Gao Dongqing said with a sigh. Zhao Dan said with a smile. With you here? If your brother becomes a player, at least you can take care of him. Unlike us. What's wrong with us? Didn't we survive? And we became strong. Gao Dongqing clenched his fist and said unconvinced. Strong? Zhao Dan smiled and shook his head and said, If he is really strong, then your Gao family doesn't need to hire other players to get this invitation card. By the way, who did you invite this time? Sister Dan is so well informed. Don't you know? Gao Dongqing laughed, and didn't keep it a secret, pointing directly at Song Jian and said, It's him. Song Jian? The number 1 on the Doomsday City ranking list. Awesome. Song Jian? Zhao Dan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in surprise, You actually invited him? He is not only the first person on the ranking list, but also the leader of the first alliance of the Doomsday City. According to our analysis, his Hope City alliance is likely to have the qualifications to be promoted to a first-level city. Humph. So what? Isn't it just for a golden weapon that we invited him? Gao Dongqing rubbed his nose and said, Such a person has limited prospects. Golden quality weapons? Gao Dan frowned slightly, shook his head, and whispered, He is not short of golden quality weapons. If it is a legendary or mythical weapon, he may be tempted. But golden? Really? Sister Dan, I'm not lying to you. Gao Dongqing said anxiously, It's really a golden quality long sword. Oh! By the way, it's not ordinary golden quality. It's a piece of golden suit. Golden suit? Zhao Dan showed a look of relief in his eyes, nodded and said, No wonder. His current weapon is a golden suit. We suspect that he has collected at least 2 or more suit long swords. Miss Zhao seems to know me very well. Song Jian's voice suddenly sounded beside Zhao Dan. Oh! You are going to scare people to death. Gao Dongqing screamed, then glared at Song Jian fiercely and rolled her eyes at him. I heard you seem to be discussing me. Song Jian shrugged helplessly. Gao Dongqing was speechless and blushed. She was chatting happily with Zhao Dan and almost forgot that Song Jian came with her. Hello. My name is Zhao Dan. Zhao Dan smiled and stretched out her right hand. Song Jian shook her lightly and said with a smile, Song Jian, I am looking forward to Mr. Song's performance today. Zhao Dan said, I am loyal to the person who entrusted me. Song Jian smiled. Maybe I can cooperate with Mr. Song in the future. This is my business card. Zhao Dan handed a business card to Song Jian. After Song Jian took it with both hands, he took a look, nodded, and smiled. Let's see if I can walk out of the arena alive this afternoon. After entering the manor and waiting for more than an hour, Song Jian was led to an elevator. He took the elevator down and soon came to a teleportation-like gate. Teleportation gate? Song Jian raised his eyebrows. In the game world, teleportation gates are not uncommon. But in the real world, he didn't expect that there would be teleportation gates. This made Song Jian have a bad idea in his heart. Walking into the teleportation-like gate, Song Jian was immediately startled by a noisy noise. From the sound, It was definitely not made by dozens, or even hundreds of people. It was simply thousands of people, making heart-wrenching roars. This is... Song Jian was surprised. Haha. These spectators are not real. They are just background. As long as the arena is open, these spectators will automatically appear. The guide next to him explained with a smile. Really? Song Jian walked to the arena, and immediately a minotaur came up, looked him up and down, and laughed. The arena finally ushered in a decent challenger. This is the receptionist of the arena. It is very powerful. You must be respectful to it. The man who led Song Jian over whispered. As if hearing what the man said, the minotaur laughed and said, Don't be so nervous. I am actually very easy to talk to. The man was a little embarrassed and said to Song Jian, I can only lead you here. For the rest, just follow this gentleman. After that, the leader walked towards a box without looking back. Humans are really an interesting race, aren't they? The minotaur opened his mouth and smiled at Song Jian. Hello. My name is Song Jian. I wonder if I have the honor to know your name. Song Jian respectfully bowed to the minotaur and asked. Ha ha ha. The minotaur laughed and said, I have received many challengers, but they have never asked for my name. Why do you want to know? Because I think that the strong should be respected, Song Jian said. The minotaur looked at Song Jian again, smiled and nodded, and said, You are right. The strong should be respected. Then listen carefully. My name is Indra Ironhoof. Chapter 708 Elite Boss. This minotaur leader who calls himself Indra Ironhoof is a level 50 warrior. If it hadn't released its level information, even Song Jian wouldn't have known its current level. It's not just a level 50 warrior. The most important thing is that it's also a warrior with a second level combat power. Song Jian thought to himself. Although the minotaur didn't reveal any other information except his level, Song Jian could be sure that he was a second level warrior just by the aura he exuded. After all, in the first level combat power assessment world, he had personally seen what a second level or even third level warrior looked like. You're not bad either. I think today we may welcome the first challenger who defeats 10 opponents. The minotaur laughed. I hope so. Song Jian laughed. Soon, under the guidance of the minotaur, Song Jian came to the center of the arena. As soon as he entered the arena, Song Jian smelled a strong smell of blood. Looking around, there were layers of tiered audience seats all around. Audiences of various races shouted loudly at Song Jian in the arena. The roar of thousands of people made Song Jian unable to hear what they were shouting. These are not the so-called background. Song Jian shook his head. These were all characters in the game. They were like NPCs in the eyes of players. There is a circle of boxes on the upper level of the tiered auditorium. Only people in the real world are eligible to enter the boxes to watch. This is also a kind of preferential treatment for local humans in the arena. At this time, most of the boxes are already full of people. The reason why they waited for more than an hour to enter the arena is because the manor wants to notify these bigwigs to watch the fight in the arena. In a box, Gao Dongxin looked down nervously. Zhao Dian said with a smile, Don't you care about that guy? I don't care if he dies. Gao Dongxin shouted, I'm just worried that the reward will be wasted. Hey, Sister Dan, do you think we can get the equipment back after he dies? What are you thinking? Zhao Dan said unhappily, If he dies in the arena, you won't be able to get his equipment. Not to mention his body. Hey, I hope he can live up to the title of the first person in the Doomsday City. Otherwise, our Gao family will suffer a big loss this time. Gao Dongxin sighed. Bringing out equipment that is not suitable for taking out of the game is also very expensive. The Gao family paid more than a golden quality long sword this time. If you really count it, Song Jian's move is worth at least an epic equipment. The square of the arena is almost as big as a football field. Song Jian stood in the center and frowned after waiting for a few minutes. He felt like a monkey in a cage, being watched by others. But soon, the fence on the opposite side slowly opened, and a red bat with wide fleshy wings slowly flew out of the fence. This bat was as big as a cow. Although the bat wings were wide, it could not fly too high, and could only fly about 2 or 3 meters above the ground at most. Level 3 Elite Boss Red Blood Batwing Beast. This guy's luck is really bad. Gao Dongxin shook his head. For him, it should be a piece of cake. The level gap is too big. I don't think he will entangle with this Batwing Beast for too long. Zhao Dan shook his head and said, The first level is so difficult. There will definitely be stronger bosses appearing later. Gao Dongxin said in despair. Gao Dongxin has watched dozens of competitions, and has figured out some rules. The stronger the boss that appears in the first level, the stronger the boss that appears in the later levels will be within the rules. The level 30 expert hired by the Gao family before failed to make it to the 6th level because of a level 3 two-headed wolf boss that appeared in the first level. You have to believe him. He is the #1 person in the Doomsday City. Ha ha. Zhao Dan smiled and narrowed his eyes. Humph. If you knew that the weapon that was supposed to be given to you was taken away by this kid, you would not be able to laugh, Gao Dongxin whispered. At this moment, a dazzling sword energy suddenly flashed in the center of the arena, which shocked the two of them at the same time. Instant kill? He actually killed the 3rd level elite boss in seconds. Gao Dongxin jumped up from his seat with a look of surprise on his face. Zhao Dan was also stunned. With a cautious look on his face, he walked to the stands and looked towards the center of the arena. At this time, the huge blood-colored bat in the center of the arena was still 7 or 8 meters away from Song Jian, but its body had been split in half, and the smelly blood dyed the ground of the arena red. The entire arena fell silent for a moment, and then a more violent roar broke out. Caw caw caw. The fence on the opposite side slowly opened again, not giving Song Jian any time to rest. The second elite boss rushed out from the opposite side. Even a level 8 ghost-faced violent bear boss, even a level 10 team of 5 people may not be able to defeat it. Zhao Dan showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. The boss sent by the arena today are all top monsters. This is a huge black bear that stands more than 3 meters tall. On its chest, there are some long white hairs, which look like a hideous ghost face. Sister Dan, do you think he can hold on to the end? Gao Dongxin asked nervously. Zhao Dan shook her head slowly and said, I don't know, but even if I face this level 8 elite boss now, I'm afraid it's impossible to kill it without paying a price. Sister Dan, how is it possible? You are already level 30, Gao Dongxin said in surprise. But my attributes are not much different from this level 8 elite boss. Zhao Dan showed a bitter smile on his face. It is easy to improve attributes in the game, but it is also very difficult. Treasures that improve attributes are all priced sky high. Even though Zhao Dan has now used all his strength to purchase Doomsday coins with RMB, he has only bought 10 attribute fruits in such a long time, raising his intelligence attribute to more than 30 points. And all other attributes are below 10 points. The ghost-faced violent bear that appeared in the arena at this time has a high magic resistance, not to mention paying a price to kill it. Even if it turns over here and is defeated by this violent bear, it is not impossible. Roar. In the arena, another bright sword light rose, followed by the shrill screams of the ghost-faced violent bear. Another sword kill. Gao Dongxin couldn't believe his eyes, and Zhao Dan also exclaimed. The two stood in the stands, looking at Song Jian, who had been standing there without moving a step, as if looking at a monster. Chapter 709 Exploding Items. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, until the 7th, a level 32 elite boss appeared. Song Jian started to take it seriously. This was a giant earth elemental that was over 3 meters tall. Its body was made of hard rocks. Its eyes were 2 huge sapphires. There was also a diamond-shaped black crystal between its eyebrows. Earth Elemental Leader Urartu Elite. Level 32. HP, 9800/9800. Features, Super Defense. Rebound Damage. It's over. I've met my melee nemesis. Gao Dongxin showed a look of despair on his face. Previously, Song Jian killed the low-level bosses in the previous levels with almost no effort, which made Gao Dongxin very excited. However, the boss that appeared now had appeared twice in the previous challenges. Each time, it was challenged by melee professionals. As a result, this boss not only had extremely high defense, but also reduced more than 50% of the attack on it, and it would rebound melee damage. In the end, the 2 melee professional challengers were all killed by the rebound damage. Song Jian used a one-handed sword, which gave Gao Dongxin the feeling that he was a swordsman, which was also a melee profession. This earth element boss would obviously restrain him to death. Maybe he will create a miracle? Zhao Dan consoled. But a hint of helplessness also appeared on her face. Arena challenges are like this. If you encounter a monster that can be restrained by you, it doesn't matter if you are a few levels higher. But if you encounter a monster that restrains you, then the end result is death. This is why Zhao Dan is already level 30. but still has no intention of trying to win 10 games in a row. You know, the reward after 10 consecutive wins is not just a game invitation card. Seeing that the 7th monster is actually an earth element leader, all the spectators are boiling. Obviously, they also know that this boss is a melee nemesis, and the human who came to challenge is in big trouble. Tear him up, Big Stone, and avenge your predecessors. That human is no match for you. Kill him, and I will give you a magic crystal as a reward. The audience in the arena can give rewards based on the performance of the fighters in the arena, but they seem to know that the challengers are all humans on Earth, so no one will ever reward the challengers. They will only give rewards to the gatekeepers who killed the challengers. That is, the monsters. For the earth element, the magic crystal is a delicious snack and one of the favorite foods of the earth element family. However, this kind of magic crystal is expensive and generally difficult to obtain. The earth element moved very slowly, and the ground in the arena trembled slightly as it walked. A smile appeared on Song Jian's lips, and with a thought, a little stone man about 1 meter tall appeared beside him. Gulu. Gulu. As soon as the little stone man appeared, he hugged Song Jian's thigh, mumbling something, as if blaming Song Jian for not letting him out for air for so long. Okay, little guy, let's start fighting. Song Jian touched the little stone man's smooth head and smiled. Gula gula. When the little stone man heard about fighting, he immediately became alert and turned his head to look at the earth element leader who was walking towards him step by step. Seeing the appearance of the earth element leader, the little stone man looked down at himself again, with a confused look in his eyes. At this time, Song Jian directly waved his long sword and continuously released sword energy towards the earth element leader, which could attack it from a distance of 5 or 6 meters. However, he could still be hit by rebound damage. But compared with close combat, this rebound damage was weakened a little. Song Jian frowned and stopped attacking, but kicked his feet and quickly retreated. At this time, the little stone man also joined the attack, and the stones the size of a human head were thrown at the earth element leader like bullets. But these stones hit the earth element leader, but only caused a little damage. It can be said that the attack of the little stone man was completely restrained by the earth element leader. Although there was no damage, the little stone man still followed Song Jian's order and kept throwing stones at the earth element leader. See, he is no match for the earth element leader. The rebound damage of this monster is too strong, Gao Dongxin said with disappointment when he saw Song Jian retreating. Not necessarily. Look at his sword attack just now. It still caused a lot of damage to the earth element leader, Zhao Dan said. The higher his attack damage, the higher the rebound damage he will suffer. The distance of the sword is too short, although it can weaken the rebound damage. How can his blood value compare with the boss? Sooner or later, he will be killed by the rebound of the boss. Gao Dongxin sighed and said, why did he summon a little stone man? It's so funny. It can't even do any damage. Look, the earth element leader just ignores it. Zhao Dan pointed at the little stone man and laughed. It's over. It's over. Our Gao family really lost both the wife and the army this time. A gold set of weapons. Gao Dongxin wailed and lay directly on the sofa, not wanting to continue watching. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly shouted in the center of the arena, sword control technique. Buzz. He threw the long sword in his hand into the air. With a slight sound, the red fire heart ape sword immediately split into 4 long swords, like a meteor, flying towards the earth element leader. Dance of broken wings. Lightning strike. 3 sword swings. Light slash. Each long sword used a different sword technique to attack the earth element leader. At this time, Song Jian was at least 20 meters away from it. His mind was divided into 4 parts, controlling the 4 long swords and slashing at the earth element leader continuously. A series of critical hits floated up from the head of the earth element leader. The earth element leader roared and waved his fists to smash the long swords in the air. But the long swords under the control of the mind were extremely flexible, and it couldn't even touch the edge. This change made the audience in the entire arena roar and yell at Song Jian. Zhao Dan also covered his mouth and looked at the arena with a surprised expression. When the boss's HP dropped below half, it suddenly reacted and rushed towards Song Jian with a roar. Song Jian looked at the earth element leader's bulky body and couldn't help but smile. Sword shadow step. Song Jian's figure turned into a ball of black mist and fled rapidly into the distance. The arena was very large, and it was impossible for the Earth Element Leader to catch up with Song Jian. After more than 10 minutes, the Earth Element Leader's HP was finally cleared, and his huge body suddenly exploded. Countless rubble splashed around, covering an area of 5 or 6 meters in radius. Hey, what is this? Song Jian looked at the scattered stones of the Earth Element Leader and found an object shining with golden light. He couldn't help but show a curious look on his face. Chapter 710 Fire Element Lord. Win. Song Jian wins. Ha ha ha. Gao Dongxin jumped up happily. It seems that I came to the right place today. Someone actually passed the 7th level. Zhao Dan whispered to himself. Song Jian picked up the golden item that the Earth Element Leader dropped, with a look of surprise on his face. Killing the boss in the arena can actually drop items? But why didn't the previous boss drop any items? Song Jian was a little puzzled. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reason. He simply stopped thinking about it, and took the dropped item, and studied it carefully. Earth Element Crystal Core Gold. Special item. Effect. This is the essence of the Earth Element Leader. If used on flesh and blood creatures, it can transform flesh and blood creatures into Earth attribute creatures. If used on Earth attribute creatures, it will greatly improve the quality of Earth attribute creatures. Is this specially prepared for this little guy? Song Jian turned his head and glanced at the stupid little stone man beside him, thinking to himself. Seeing Song Jian looking at him, the little stone man happily shouted, Gulu. Gulu. Song Jian smiled slightly and handed the Earth Element Crystal Core in his hand to it. The little stone man took the crystal core with a puzzled look, looked at it left and right, then tried to bite it twice. His eyes lit up, and he stuffed the crystal core directly into his mouth, chewing it with a crunch. After eating, the little stone man's eyes suddenly became blurry. He yawned, and slowly lay down, his body shrinking into a stone ball with a diameter of about 1 meter. Before Song Jian could react, the stone ball turned into a white light and entered the pet space. Song Jian took a look and immediately received a system prompt. System, your pet stone man is evolving. The evolution time is unknown. If you forcefully summon it during the evolution period, it will cause permanent damage to the pet. Song Jian just took a look and closed the pet space. The little stone man fell into an evolutionary sleep. The black dragon seemed to notice that Song Jian was checking the pet space, and let out a dissatisfied roar. Don't worry. We'll let you out for some fresh air soon. Song Jian sent a message to the black dragon, and then his mind left the pet space. At this time, the fence on the opposite side had not been open for a long time, and there was a burst of angry shouting from the audience seats in the arena. Some people even threw garbage directly at the fence. After a while, the fence was filled with all kinds of garbage, perhaps unable to withstand the noisy shouting of the audience. The fence on the opposite side finally rose slowly, and a huge fire elemental lord floated out of the fence. The moment the fire element left the fence, the temperature of the entire arena rose by more than 10 degrees, and the garbage originally piled up at the fence also burned in an instant, and soon turned into a pile of ashes. Fire Element Lord. Level 35 Elite Boss. First level combat power. Song Jian stared at the attributes of the fire element and laughed softly. Finally, a boss with first level combat power has appeared. Song Jian had long expected that a boss with first level combat power would appear. Sure enough, after the 7th level that no one had ever passed, a boss with first level combat power appeared. Level 35 Elite Boss. The same level as Song Jian. He should be able to beat it. Right? Gao Dongxin said hesitantly. This is not a matter of level. Zhao Dan showed a cautious look on his face and said, you should see that this boss has first level combat power. First level combat power? What is this? Gao Dongxin asked in confusion. You are not yet level 30. When you reach level 30, you will receive a task to assess your first level combat power. Zhao Dan said. This task is very difficult. Even the simplest sea-level task may take several years to complete. Several years? Gao Dongxin asked in surprise. Why is it so difficult? This is also the reason why I have not taken the assessment yet. Zhao Dan glanced at Gao Dongxin and said, even a player who has only passed the sea-level assessment can crush players of the same level who have not passed the assessment. What? Crush? How is that possible? Gao Dongxin was surprised. Do you know the reward for passing the assessment? Zhao Dan asked back. It is a full attribute reward. equivalent to a few dozen attribute points. If you can pass the B level, or even the A level, you will not only get full attribute rewards, but also skill points, professional skill book rewards, and rare skill books. Gao Dengxing couldn't close her mouth. Her face was full of shock. And then she seemed to think of something. Her eyes fell on Song Jian. He? Gao Dongxing pointed at Song Jian. Yes. He must have passed the first level combat power assessment. And, at least the A level assessment. Or even the A plus level. Zhao Dan's eyes showed a complicated look. Looking at Song Jian, who was fighting with the Fire Elemental Lord in the arena. This Fire Element Lord was much stronger than the previous Earth Element Lord. Most importantly, it held a heavy hammer that emitted scorching heat. Even if Song Jian used the sword control technique and attacked it with 4 long swords at the same time, the Fire Element Lord still blocked all the attacks of the 4 long swords with his airtight hammer technique. Ding 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 ding. The 4 long swords continuously burst out brilliant sparks in the air. Every time they hit, Song Jian felt his mind shaken. And 30 or 40 points of damage floated above his head. Fire element. Hee. Song Jian wiped the blood from his nostrils. And with a thought, the 4 long swords simultaneously performed the first move of the Wanxiang sword technique. Dusk snow. In an instant, the entire arena was covered with heavy snow, and a thick layer of snow accumulated on the ground. The snowflakes in the sky fluttered in the wind as the 4 long swords kept dancing. After a while, 4 snow dragons flew in the sky above the arena and pounced on the Fire Elemental Lord. Boom! The 4 snow dragons hit the Fire Elemental Lord fiercely, and the originally blazing flames were extinguished in an instant. The surface was covered with a layer of ice. For more than 1,000 points of critical damage floated up from the head of the Fire Elemental Lord. At this time, it looked like a Snow Elemental Lord instead of a Fire Elemental. Only one of the 4 long swords was engraved with the Mu Shui AI of the Wanxiang sword technique, and the other 3 were all used by Song Jian. For him, it was also extremely consuming. But at this time, the Fire Elemental Lord was suppressed, and it was time to take his life while he was sick. Song Jian gritted his teeth and directly output with all his strength. The 4 long swords kept flying up and down around the frozen Fire Elemental Lord, and the blooming sword energy kept slashing at its body. One by one, hundreds of years of damage numbers kept floating above the Fire Elemental Lord's head. Chapter 711 Self-Destruction. Snow and fire restrain each other. If Song Jian only uses 1 long sword to perform Dusk Snow, the moment the snowflake sword energy appears, it will probably be turned into nothingness by the Fire Element Lord's flame. However, when 4 long swords perform Dusk Snow at the same time, the Fire Element Lord immediately falls into a disadvantage. The surface flames are covered and extinguished by the white snow sword energy. But the Fire Element Lord still contains endless fire element power in his body. The more he is suppressed, the more violent the fire element energy in his body will be. The ice and snow on his body are covered layer by layer. With Song Jian's remaining mental value, it is not enough to perform 4 sets of Dusk Snow at the same time. But it was no problem to use only 1 long sword. For a moment, snowflakes floated in the whole arena again. Although the power was much smaller than the previous 4 long swords, and it was no longer possible to condense a long dragon of ice and snow, the damage was enough to make the Fire Elemental Lord, who was already covered with ice and snow, suffer a lot. Dusk Snow. Dusk Snow. The 4 long swords performed this Dusk Snow one after another. The snow on the arena had covered Song Jian's knees. The Fire Elemental Lord was covered with ice and snow into a huge snowball. Even the flame hammer in his hand could no longer be swung, and it could not cause any obstacles to the 4 long swords. Song Jian continued to perform Mu Shui AI move after move, and he seemed to enter a mysterious realm. When performing this sword technique, it became more fluent and faster. At the beginning, Song Jian also controlled the other 3 long swords and performed other sword techniques. But soon, Song Jian directly gave up other sword techniques and focused on performing Mu Shui AI. When 1 long sword was performed, the other 3 long swords floated quietly in the air. Although this caused a waste of attack damage, Song Jian was completely immersed in Mu Shui AI's sword technique at this time, and he felt that he was about to break through. However, at this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a strong sense of threat in his heart. The sword technique that had been performed was immediately interrupted, and his figure quickly retreated. and the 4 long swords also turned into a meteor and chased after Song Jian. Boom! In the center of the arena, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. The fire elemental lord covered by snow actually blew himself up. The self-explosion of a fire element with first-level combat power was powerful enough to raise all buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters to the ground. Buzz! At the moment of the explosion, the arena was suddenly covered by a transparent light curtain, limiting the power of the explosion to the arena. The transparent light curtain was rendered red by the scorching flames, and the violent explosion energy kept bombarding the light shield. The surface of the light shield was violently rippling like water waves, but it was never broken by the explosion. The thick snow in the arena was vaporized in an instant, and the entire arena was shrouded in a thick white fog. It was not until the explosion ended that Gao Dongxin suddenly became afraid. The explosion just now. If there was no light shield, I'm afraid the whole arena would have been blown up. Even if we are players, we would have died just now, Zhao Dan said with a trace of fear in his eyes. At this time, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in the box. The arena's defense light shield has the strength to resist the 10th level forbidden spell, unless a 2nd level combat power strongman self-destructs. It is impossible to break through the defense of the light shield. In addition, the treasure box you are in also has a very strong defense array, which is enough to ensure the safety of distinguished guests. Who are you? Zhao Dan screamed in surprise. She had been to this box at least a dozen times, but she had never heard this voice. I am the arena manager system. You can call me Elf, the mechanical voice explained. System Elf? Zhao Dan and Gao Dongxin looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. You can also call me that, said the system elf. Why have you never appeared before? Gao Dongxin said in surprise. I will only appear when I am needed. The voice of the system elf gradually faded. System elf? System elf? Gao Dongxin shouted. Stop shouting. You should pay attention to Song Jian first, Zhao Dan said unhappily. Such a strong explosion. If there is no protection around, this place would have been razed to the ground long ago. Do you think he can survive? Yes. Yes. Song Jian? How is Song Jian? Gao Dongxin suddenly became nervous. Don't die. Otherwise our Gao family. Okay. Isn't it just a set of golden quality weapons? Why do you talk about it every day? Zhao Dan snorted. Walk to the front of the stands and look down. At this time, the thick fog in the arena gradually dissipated. The fire element lord originally had 1/3 of the blood value, and because the dusk snow was constantly covering and squeezing, the flame energy in the fire element lord's body was constantly condensed and compressed. Once it exploded, the intensity would be at least increased by more than 1/3. Even though Song Jian had noticed it in advance and hid in the farthest place from it, he was still inevitably seriously injured. Without the protection of the equipment, Song Jian was blown up by the fire elemental lord, and was directly blown to a residual health. If it was not for the last moment, the Book of the Abyss automatically came out to protect the master and condense the Abyss flame armor. I am afraid that Song Jian would have died together with the fire elemental lord. Song Jian took out a bottle of advanced healing potion from the package column, and began to recover slowly. After drinking a bottle of advanced healing potion, Song Jian took out another bottle of honey wine and gulped it into his mouth. See, other people's recovery medicines are all high-end, Zhao Dan said to Song Jian with envy in his eyes. At this stage, there are really not many players who can afford advanced healing potions, let alone medicines that can restore mental power. There are still some primary mental power recovery potions on the market, but intermediate and advanced mental power healing potions are not available on the market at all. Occasionally, a bottle appears, and it is bought instantly. Song Jian looked at his slowly recovering blood and mental strength, and felt a little scared. If he hadn't realized that something was wrong and retreated in time, he would have died together with the fire elemental lord even with the protection of the Book of the Abyss. The most troublesome thing is this kind of self-destructing monster. Song Jian stood up, and with a thought, the 4 long swords that had been blown away made a hum vibration again and returned to his body, like satellites slowly circling around his body, protecting him. Creaking. At this moment, the fence door on the opposite side slowly opened again. This time, 2 level 35 elite bosses with first level combat power actually drilled out at the same time. Chapter 712 Undead Knight. Undead Knight? The 9th level is actually an undead knight, Gao Dongxin said in surprise. And then an angry look appeared on his face. This is cheating. That undead horse is also a level 35 elite boss. Not only that, the mount also has a first level combat power. And its strength is probably only slightly worse than that of the knight. Zhao Dan shook his head and said, moreover, it is not an undead horse, but an abyss nightmare. Good at fear magic. How can we fight this? Even if Song Jian also has a first level combat power. But 2 against 1. How can he win? Gao Dongxin said angrily. It was already the 9th level. And Gao Dongxin was getting closer and closer to success. However, the appearance of the undead knight was like a bucket of cold water that poured down on him. Song Jian stood up and looked at the undead knight, who was slowly walking out. With a cautious look on his face. The undead knight was wearing black metal armor, with only 2 eyes showing a ray of scarlet light. Sitting under it was an abyss nightmare wearing battle armor, and with flames burning on its limbs. The abyss nightmare was very similar to the undead creature, with very little flesh and blood on its body, and bones exposed outside, exuding a black abyss aura all over its body. The undead knight is a powerful creature with a fatal blow passive ability. It is also the only creature among the first level creatures that has the opportunity to kill a second level creature. Add to that the abyss nightmare under its seat. 2 elite bosses with first level combat power. This combination will definitely produce an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Seeing the undead knight walking towards him, Song Jian stepped forward and shouted loudly, my name is Song Jian. Which undead Grand Duke are you? The probability of the undead knight being born is extremely small. It can be said that every undead knight automatically possesses a noble title from the moment he appears. Only nobles above the Earl are qualified to make them subordinates. My name is Hell, the undead knight said. But he stopped after saying just 2 words. After a pause, the undead knight said, human. Do you want to know my real name? After I kill you, I will tell your corpse my name. If there is a chance, I can transform you into an undead creature and make you my war servant. Song Jian felt a little regretful. But the other party was an undead creature, and he probably didn't have any flesh and blood. Even if he knew his real name, he didn't know if the skill shackle mark could be used on him. With a roar, the abyss nightmare accelerated and rushed towards Song Jian. This was the undead knight launching a charge skill, which instantly increased the speed by 150%, and collided with the target, increasing the collision damage by 30%, with a high probability of causing a stun effect on the target. Boom! A blazing black flame suddenly burned on Song Jian's body, and a strong breath of the abyss immediately spread. Swish! The abyss nightmare instantly rushed to a distance of less than 10 meters from Song Jian. But at the moment when the black abyss flames rose, the abyss nightmare suddenly stopped, raised the front half of its body high, and waved its hooves in the air twice. It looked at Song Jian with fear and lowered its head directly to Song Jian. The charge skill was interrupted by its own mount, and the undead knight was immediately counterattacked. A damage of more than 1,000 points floated from its head, and at the same time entered a 3-second dizziness time. I'm afraid the undead knight himself didn't expect that his mount would actually betray him. Since the day he became an undead knight, he has never encountered such a situation. The 4th level abyss demon flame made Song Jian, who had the 1st level combat power, exude a terrifying aura. Although the abyss nightmare and the undead knight were both level 35 elite bosses with 1st level combat power, their status was very different. The undead knight was a noble among the undead creatures, but the abyss nightmare was just an ordinary monster with a stronger strength among the abyss creatures. Facing the terrifying abyss aura emanating from Song Jian, the natural gap in rank made it dare not take the initiative to attack Song Jian. Idiot! Scarlet light shone in the eyes of the undead knight. His right leg kept kicking the abyss nightmare's abdomen. He desperately grabbed the nightmare's reins, trying to make it run again. But no matter what he did, the abyss nightmare didn't dare to move forward, and kept making waves of sorrowful cries. Waste! The undead knight hit the abyss nightmare's head hard, then turned over and dismounted, took off a long spear hanging on the abyss nightmare, and was about to rush towards Song Jian. After hesitating for a moment, he hung the long spear on the abyss nightmare again, took a 2-handed sword from the other side, and rushed towards Song Jian. Without the speed bonus of the abyss nightmare, the undead knight is just a large infantry. Many skills that require a mount to work with cannot be used. However, fighting with it is still very dangerous. The passive skill critical strike of the undead knight has a chance to be triggered whether it is a mounted battle or a close combat. And the chance of being triggered in a dismounted close combat seems to be even greater. Can't fight him in close combat, Song Jian thought to himself, and began to repeat the way he fought with the fire elemental lord before, controlling the 4 long swords, constantly performing Dusk Snow, and using Sword Shadow Step to keep a sufficient distance from the undead knight. After the undead knight lost the acceleration of the mount, his original speed was fast, and under the heavy snow, his movement speed dropped to the speed of an ordinary person walking. Seeing Song Jian constantly kite the undead knight around the arena, while the Abyss Nightmare, looking harmless, stood in the middle of the arena and snorted continuously, the audience suddenly erupted in angry roars, as if they were not very satisfied with the situation in the arena. Cheating. This is cheating. An undead knight without a mount. What kind of knight is he? It's not fair. Damn it. You can't do this. Such a fight is simply not interesting to watch. Killing. We want to see killing. Not sissy fighting like now. Damn it. What are they doing? Just now, there were 2 level 35 elite bosses, and both of them had the first level combat power. Why didn't these bastards shout when they were fighting 2 against 1? Gao Dongxin angrily hit the stands and cursed. They just want to see how these monsters kill humans. Zhao Dan said, real humans. These bastards. Gao Dongxin cursed. Song Jian only needs to follow this method to grind this undead knight to death. If the 9th level can be passed so easily, then the chance of winning 10 consecutive games will become very high. At this moment, an undead witch suddenly stood up in the audience and shouted loudly, I am willing to provide a pair of acceleration boots for this poor knight, and ask for a bloody judgment. Chapter 713 Bloody Judgment. Just when Song Jian was sure of victory, and had already reduced the health of the undead knight to below 70%, an undead witch suddenly stood up in the audience and shouted, I am willing to provide this poor knight with a pair of speed boots, and ask for a bloody judgment. The audience next to the undead witch cheered loudly and shouted together, Bloody judgment. Bloody judgment. Soon, all the audience in the audience stood up and shouted loudly, Bloody judgment. Bloody judgment. What are they going to do? Gao Dongxin said in surprise. Bloody judgment? What is this? It has never appeared in previous games. Zhao Dan was also surprised. At this moment, the voice of the system elf rang out in the whole venue. Bloody judgment is a sacred judgment initiated by the audience. It costs 1 million Doomsday coins to launch the bloody judgment. The content of the judgment is as follows. The audience can provide help to any duelist in the arena, and the help is limited to providing 1 item. Arena duels are sacred and fair. No matter what grade and level of equipment the audience provides, they must give the opponent an equipment of the same grade and level as compensation. The bloody judgment cannot be refused. During the duel, only 1 bloody duel can be launched. The bloody judgment will increase the reward for 10 consecutive wins by 1 level. Gao Dongxin said in surprise, This is cheating. This is cheating. Cheating. Gao Dongxin even lay on the stands and shouted loudly for the last 2 sentences. I didn't expect that there are so many rules in the arena. Zhao Dan looked thoughtful and whispered, the previous challengers were too weak and could not understand any information at all. It seems that they are really here today. No. I have to write down all this information. System Elf. Undead Witch Susanna paid 1 million Doomsday coins to start the bloody judgment. System Elf. Undead Witch Susanna handed over a 35-level gold quality equipment Ravel's charge boots to the undead knight. System Elf. Undead Witch Susanna handed over a 35-level gold quality equipment stealth orb to the challenger Song Jian. Song Jian, who was more than 10 meters away from the undead knight, suddenly found that there was an extra item in his parcel column. Stealth orb. Stealth orb gold. Special item. Use effect. This item is put into the backpack and takes effect immediately, allowing the user to automatically master the full-level stealth technique. When stealthing, the movement speed is increased by 5%, and the probability of being detected is reduced by 30%. Looking at the properties of this gem, Song Jian showed a bitter smile on his face. This golden equipment is very valuable. Stealth is the core skill of thieves and assassins. At present, I am afraid that no player can practice stealth to the full level. And the most important thing is that the stealth skills learned by players will reduce the movement speed during the stealth process. The first level of stealth reduces the movement speed by 50%, and the full level of stealth reduces the movement speed by 5%. However, this gem increases the movement speed by 5% during stealth. And the most important thing is that the probability of being detected is reduced by 30%. If such a treasure is placed in the auction house, it will definitely be scrambled by players, especially those professions that can stealth. Even if it means bankruptcy, they must get this treasure. However, this equipment is completely useless to Song Jian now. He cannot use stealth in combat. Although this equipment is good, it cannot immediately improve his strength. As for the boots obtained by the opponent, as soon as the name is heard, this equipment can increase the movement speed of the user, and it will definitely have an acceleration skill, which is of great help to the current Undead Knight. As long as the Undead Knight can catch up with Song Jian, the current situation will be reversed immediately. The Undead Knight in melee combat can even fight against a strong man with second-level combat power. Once the passive skill critical strike is triggered during melee combat, no matter who it is, it will definitely be killed instantly. Song Jian could clearly see that the Undead Knight had put on a pair of boots, which were very different from the other equipment on him. Obviously, the equipment he had on him before was a suit, but now that he had changed into a pair of shoes, he might have lost a suit attribute. However, it was obvious that the Undead Knight's movement speed increased a lot after he put on the shoes. Most importantly, the heavy snow could not slow down his movement speed. The Undead Knight seemed to be sliding on the snow and rushed towards Song Jian. Immune to deceleration? Song Jian narrowed his eyes. He originally thought that the shoes would have some acceleration skills, or active skills that were temporarily immune to deceleration. But he did not expect that this pair of scorpions actually had a passive skill that was immune to deceleration. This time, it was too much of a restraint on Song Jian's dusk snow sword move. Do you think I will only limit your speed? Song Jian snorted coldly, and rushed directly towards the Undead Knight instead of retreating. Seeing Song Jian preparing to fight the Undead Knight head-on, the audience roared with excitement again. Fatal blow. Fatal blow. Fatal blow. The Undead Witch stood up and shouted loudly with her fists clenched. Under her leadership, almost everyone in the audience stood up and shouted loudly, fatal blow. Fatal blow. They all wanted to see the scene where Song Jian died under the passive skill of the Undead Knight. The fatal blow. And all the humans in the treasure chests were a little silent. In box 102, a middle-aged man stared at the arena with a serious face and whispered, fortunately, these monsters will not appear on Earth. That's not necessarily true. Aren't they already in front of us now? How do you know if they will appear directly on the street or even in your home in the near future? Song Jian held the red fire-heart monkey sword and fought with the Undead Knight. Beside him, the other three long swords seemed to be controlled by invisible arms and stabbed at the Undead Knight from all angles. For a moment, it seemed as if four swordsmen were besieging the Undead Knight. The noise of fatal blow made the Undead Knight a little impatient. This passive skill of his was not something that could be used whenever he wanted. Sometimes it was normal that it would not be used once in several battles. After all, the effect of this passive skill was too strong, and the probability of its occurrence was extremely low. Soon, the Undead Knight found that he was not Song Jian's opponent in close combat. When he slashed at Song Jian, the opponent had already slashed at him 4 or 5 times. Song Jian lost 300 points of health, while the Undead Knight would lose 1,500 or even 2,000 points of health. Why is your damage so high? The Undead Knight finally couldn't help but roared loudly. Obviously, his HP is 5 or 6 times that of the opponent. But now, his HP has lost more than half, while the opponent's HP is still above 60%. The most important thing is that during the battle, the opponent can occasionally take out items to replenish HP and spirit. How can the Undead Knight bear it? The irritability accumulated more and more, and the Undead Knight finally couldn't stand it. With a low roar, he swung his two-handed sword fiercely, chopped the two long swords in the air, and jumped high. A bright scarlet light flashed on the blade of his two-handed sword, and Song Jian suddenly felt a huge threat rushing towards him. Will he die? Song Jian's face finally changed, and the sharp-eyed people in the audience suddenly shouted excitedly. Chapter 714 Fatal Blow. Fatal Blow. The Death Knight finally triggered its passive talent. The Fatal Blow. No matter how strong the opponent is, how high his defense is, or how much blood he has, there is a high probability that he will kill the opponent instantly. This is the horror of the Death Knight, and it is also the only existence among the first-level combat forces that can kill the second-level combat forces. It is a fatal blow. It triggered a fatal blow. Someone in the audience shouted. His face flushed, and he looked very excited. the probability of triggering a fatal blow is extremely low. And few people can see the power of a fatal blow with their own eyes. Most people who have seen a fatal blow have all died. Now these audiences can see the power of a fatal blow with their own eyes. And they are all excited. Everyone in the audience was excited. Even the humans in the box stood up and looked at the arena nervously. This was the first time that humans could reach the 9th level. And almost everyone in the audience cheered for Song Jian's opponent. Unconsciously, all the humans in the box stood on Song Jian's side emotionally. Go to hell, the undead knight roared. And a surge of ecstasy surged in his heart. No matter how powerful the opponent's attack was, as long as he triggered a fatal blow, the opponent would have no chance of survival. What a pity for that stealth orb. Such a strange thought suddenly surged in the undead knight's mind. At this moment, a brilliant golden sword energy suddenly burst out from Song Jian's red fire heart monkey sword. The undead knight sneered in his heart. No matter how hard he struggled, no move could resist the fatal blow. Holy parry! Song Jian shouted in a low voice. And the red fire heart monkey sword in his hand, and the undead knight's two-handed sword collided fiercely. Puff! Just like a bubble bursting. All the power of the undead knight disappeared. And the red light on the blade also disappeared. After the two people collided, they flew behind them. Song Jian struggled to get up. And a sword marked more than a foot long appeared on his chest. And blood gushed out wildly. Surgical treatment. Song Jian raised his hand and used a healing skill to cancel the bleeding state. Then took out a bottle of honey wine and began to recover slowly. The undead knight rolled on the ground twice and struggled to stand up. How come you are not dead? The undead knight asked in surprise. At this moment, a red light suddenly appeared in the air and chopped towards the undead knight fiercely. Crack! The red light flashed through the undead knight's body. And the undead knight, who was originally standing, shook his body slightly twice, and suddenly split into two and fell to the ground of the arena. The arena was completely silent. After a long time, a heart-wrenching roar rang out from the audience. No! Hercules shrugged and looked up. He saw the undead witch who applied for the bloody verdict roaring wildly. And a piercing scream suddenly resounded throughout the arena. I will curse you, human. I swear on my Susanna's life core. You will definitely. The undead witch Susanna looked at Song Jian with vicious eyes and began to chant a spell loudly. At this moment, a thunder suddenly sounded in the air in the arena. And a divine punishment sword made of thunder stabbed at the undead witch Susanna from the air. Boom! With a muffled sound, the thunder sword slashed fiercely on the body of the undead witch. Without even a scream, the undead witch's body turned directly into ashes. The rules in the arena are sacred and inviolable. Anyone who dares to offend will be punished. The voice of the system elf echoed throughout the arena again. This time, its voice was loud and full of endless majesty. The audience was silent. No one dared to stand up and accuse all this. They were all terrified. Song Jian smiled slightly. It seemed that one of his enemies had disappeared just like that. The other party also gave him a level 35 gold quality item. The undead knight was killed by the holy parry, and his passive skill fatal blow was rebounded. After it died, the abyss nightmare let out a long hiss, and his figure gradually disappeared, returning to the abyss hell. Success. Song Jian won. Gao Dongxin hugged Zhao Dan excitedly and jumped up happily. What skill did he use? Zhao Dan was surprised. When Song Jian fought against the undead knight head-on, he was surprised at Song Jian's fighting power. After the undead knight triggered the unsolvable move fatal blow, Song Jian was able to use a rebound skill to rebound the opponent's passive skill effects, which made Zhao Dan feel unbelievable. I don't know. Who cares? Anyway, he won. Won! Gao Dongxin said excitedly. Okay. There is still one last level. Don't be too happy too early. Zhao Dan patted Gao Dongxin on the shoulder and said, no problem. He will definitely be fine. Gao Dongxin smiled and said, even the undead knight can't beat him. And the abyss nightmare was scared by him. He will definitely win the 10th level. You have become Song Jian's little fangirl now. And you trust him so much? Zhao Dan smiled. Gao Dongxin blushed slightly, snorted proudly, and rushed to the stands again, staring at the arena intently. Song Jian sat in the middle of the arena, slowly recovering his condition. Without all the equipment bonuses, his actual combat power dropped by more than 3 levels. Otherwise, he would not have been injured just now. Most of the players who came to the arena to challenge were in the same situation as him. Without the equipment bonuses, many players were not very adaptable and overestimated themselves, resulting in a bitter defeat. When Song Jian fully recovered, the opponent of the 10th level still did not appear. The fence gate opposite was tightly closed, and the surrounding audience seats were also silent. It seemed that everyone was waiting for the opponent of the 10th level. What's going on? Don't they have an opponent for the 10th level? Gao Dongxin said dissatisfiedly. At this time, more than 10 minutes had passed, and she was getting a little impatient. Wouldn't it be better to give Song Jian more time to recover? Zhao Dian said with a smile. Humph. He has recovered a long time ago. Didn't you see that he is ready? Gao Dongxin said with a curled mouth. So, you are not concerned about the opponent for the 10th level, but about Song Jian waiting too long, Zhao Dian said with a smile. Gao Dongxin was stunned, then blushed and said, Sister Dan, why do you like to tease me? Just as Zhao Dan was teasing Gao Dongxin, the fence opposite Song Jian in the arena slowly opened, and the opponent for the 10th level he was going to face finally appeared. Chapter 715 Gladiator. The fence of the arena slowly opened, and a gladiator wearing simple armor, a bright red cape, holding a spear in his right hand and a shield in his left hand slowly walked out of the fence. Level 35. First level combat power? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and looked at the opponent who walked out of the fence. How could he be the gatekeeper of the 10th level when his strength is not even as good as that of the undead knight? Song Jian was confused. But soon, his face changed, because he saw that behind this gladiator, more than 10 gladiators dressed exactly like him walked out in succession. All are level 35. First level combat power. Song Jian's face was as gloomy as water. If the undead knight cheated before, it was still a bit of a cover-up. After all, the Abyss Nightmare is the undead knight's mount, which is barely acceptable. But now, this is simply a blatant betrayal. A blatant cheating. A total of 12 level 35 gladiators with first-order combat power walked out of the fence. The most important thing is that after these gladiators walked out, they automatically formed a square formation, raised their spears, and shouted loudly, Sparta! 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 Fuck! This is not cheating! Song Jian was immediately furious. After all, he was just a level 35 player with first-order combat power, and all his equipment was left in the game. If he was allowed to wear all the equipment, then he would still have the confidence to fight these 12 Spartan gladiators. But now, his strength is less than 60% of what it was in the game. To fight against 12 first-level elite bosses, who cooperated well with each other is no different from committing suicide. The audience was noisy, whistling, cheering, and laughing. This is simply murder. Zhao Dan's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that a small team of first-level elite bosses would appear in the 10th level of the arena. With such a combination, it is impossible for any player to win at this stage. It's over. I didn't expect that this arena is actually a trap. Gao Dongxin showed a look of despair on his face. The humans watching in other boxes also shook their heads, and some even left their seats and prepared to leave. In the future, I am afraid that no one will come to challenge the arena again for a long time. Are you trying to compete with me in terms of number of people? Song Jian sneered. Opening the skill bar, Song Jian directly cast the blood pool summoning technique. Soon, he received a system prompt. System, do you want to cast the blood pool summoning technique in the real world? In the real world, the consumption of using the blood pool summoning technique is doubled. System, in the real world, casting the blood pool summoning technique will have some bad effects. Do you want to continue? Song Jian was stunned. Bad influence? What does it mean specifically? The system did not give an answer. Summon! Song Jian thought to himself. Swish! A red light flashed by Song Jian's side, and 30 red crows appeared around him. As soon as they appeared, they began to fly around, and soon they landed on the walls around the arena. The bodies of these blood crows were as big as basketballs, with their wings spread out, like little eagles, and their eyes glowed with devilish scarlet light. When they stared at people, they would actually release a strange energy that would make people fall into a daze. Level 30 summons? Song Jian is also a summoner? Zhao Dan was surprised. In the game, only summoners can summon so many pets at once. Ordinary players can only have 1 or 2 pets at most. If there are more, the cost will be higher and higher. This is not over yet. Song Jian quickly summoned 30 blood corpses and 30 blood wolves. Then, Song Jian opened the skill bar and put a skill point on blood pool summoning technique. Because the blood pool did not continue to upgrade, Song Jian could not continue to summon new summons. But after the blood pool summoning technique was upgraded, the level of all summoned blood beasts was raised to level 35, and they all gained a passive effect of critical hit bloodsucking. Everyone in the audience was stunned. They were confused about what kind of job this human in the arena had. A two-headed troll with fleshy wings said sourly, "Is it a big deal to have many summons? Humph. Even if they are all upgraded to level 35. These summons do not have the first level combat power. It is only a matter of time before they are destroyed against 12 Spartan gladiators." That's right. He is obviously a swordsman. But he has to divide his energy and get so many pets. He is simply not doing his job properly. Ha ha ha. I remember that Spartan gladiators have a passive skill called bloodthirsty cruelty. The more enemies they kill, the stronger the stacked attack power. Is this human here to make fun of him? He actually actively stacks attack effects for his opponent. Seeing Song Jian summon so many pets, the 12 Spartan gladiators not only did not show any fear, but all roared excitedly, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" The leading Spartan gladiator waved his spear, pointed at Song Jian and shouted, "Charge the enemy! Its head will become the glory of the Spartans." Boom! The 12 Spartan gladiators charged together, setting off a wave of momentum, which actually gave people an unstoppable feeling. Song Jian looked at the Spartan gladiators rushing towards him, and a sneer suddenly appeared on his face. "Do you think this is the end? It's too naive." With a thought, a black dragon about 7 or 8 meters long appeared above Song Jian's head. It spread its wings, and a clear dragon roar resounded throughout the arena. Dragon? Black dragon. How is it possible? How can he have a dragon as a war pet? In the audience, countless races with different appearances all stood up in surprise, staring at the black dragon flying over the arena in amazement. Although it has not grown up yet, it is indeed a member of the dragon family, and it is the most powerful black dragon among the 5-color dragons. Damn it. Dragons have natural rank differences, even if they are both first-rank combat forces. These Spartan gladiators can't defeat a black dragon. No, it hasn't grown up yet. It's still young. These Spartans still have a chance. Have you forgotten the human who summoned it? Do you think he will just watch those Spartans with muscles attacking the black dragon? Does this mean that this human is really going to achieve the feat of 10 consecutive victories? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the audience, there was a lot of noise. Everyone even forgot about the arena duel itself and focused all their attention on the black dragon summoned by Song Jian. At this moment, an angry voice sounded in the audience. "Human, you dare to capture the dragon family as a war pet. This behavior is absolutely unforgivable. You will be wanted by the dragon family and hunted by the dragon family forever." Chapter 716 Ancient Red Dragon. At the moment when Song Jian summoned the black dragon, the people in the audience had already focused all their attention on the black dragon, and no one cared whether the Spartans could kill Song Jian. At this moment, an angry voice roared loudly, "Human, you will be hunted down by the dragon clan to death. You have insulted a great race." Song Jian looked up and saw an old man in a red robe floating in the air in the audience, standing in the air like a god. His angry eyes almost ignited Song Jian. Behind the old man, the shadow of an ancient red dragon exuded a terrifying might, and almost all the audience around it trembled and crawled at its feet. Dragon power. This is an adult dragon. Moreover, it has a 3rd-level combat power. Song Jian's heart sank. Just then, Song Jian suddenly received a system prompt. System: a dragon mark has been set on your body by an ancient red dragon, and your reputation among the dragon clan has dropped to hatred. System: the dragon mark will always send special signals to the surroundings. Only the dragon clan can receive this signal, within a radius of 1,000 meters. As long as there is a dragon clan, they will actively attack you and fight to the death. System: because of the existence of the dragon mark, all dragon beasts, dragon servants, half-dragons, etc. with impure blood will be afraid of you. As long as they feel your breath, they will take the initiative to flee and dare not fight you head-on. I knew that I would encounter this kind of thing sooner or later. Feeling the faint dragon power emanating from his body, Song Jian's face was very ugly. At this moment, 3 golden chains appeared out of thin air in the mountain sky of the arena audience seats, tightly binding the floating ancient red dragon. Then, A black whip about 10 feet long appeared in the air. Ancient Red Dragon. Violated the arena rules. Because the circumstances are relatively minor, you will be punished with 3 dragon whips. The voice of the system elf echoed throughout the arena. Snap. 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 The black whip lashed at the ancient red dragon fiercely, and its robes glowed brightly, as if it had activated its own defensive skills. However, it was useless. The first lash of the whip tore its robes apart, leaving a deep whip mark on its body. Human, the pain I suffered today will be returned to you 100-fold. I swear in the name of the ancient red dragon Tuyatima's Echia that I will hang your head on the red dragon cliff. Before it could finish its words, the second whip lashed at it heavily. 3 dragon whips directly beat the ancient red dragon with the 3rd level combat power to the point of near death. After the punishment, the ancient red dragon fell from midair and collapsed on his seat, gasping for a few times. After staring at Song Jian with vicious eyes, his figure slowly disappeared from the seat. It seemed that he left directly. To Yatima's Echia? Song Jian's mouth showed a hint of coldness. After a farce, everyone's eyes fell on the arena again. The appearance of the Black Dragon immediately made the morale of the 12 Spartan gladiators plummet, although they mustered up their courage and shouted at the Black Dragon. After the Black Dragon released its dragon power, these Spartan warriors immediately stopped charging. Spartans are fearless. The leading gladiator roared, raised his spear, and threw it at the Black Dragon in midair. The lightning-fast spear pierced the Black Dragon's body, causing more than 600 points of damage to the Black Dragon. The remaining Spartan gladiators seemed to have received a hint, and all roared and threw their spears. The Black Dragon roared, flapped its wings, and a gust of wind was rolled up. These spears were blown all over the place, and finally only caused double-digit damage to the Black Dragon. At this time, Song Jian also summoned 4 long swords, holding one in his hand, and the remaining 3 were like satellites, surrounding him, and rushed towards the Spartan gladiators. The Spartan gladiators, who lost their weapons, could only fight Song Jian with bare hands. After a while, several sword marks appeared on their bodies, and their health value dropped rapidly. Shield strike. The gladiators held their shields with both hands, used them as weapons, and smashed them towards Song Jian fiercely. Dang, 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 dang. Song Jian's health value dropped rapidly, and instantly dropped to less than half. Tai Chi sword technique. A faint gray airflow surrounded Song Jian and blocked all attacks. At this moment, the Black Dragon above his head roared, and a hot dragon breath was spewed towards the Spartan gladiators. Boom! A damage of more than 1,000 points floated above the heads of all Spartan gladiators, accompanied by a burning effect, and the blazing dragon breath flames burned on them. The blood wolves and blood corpses summoned by Song Jian also roared and pounced on the Spartan gladiators, and a big melee took place in the arena. With the assistance of these summons, Song Jian immediately freed his hands, and the 4 long swords simultaneously cast dusk snow, and the entire arena was suddenly covered with thick snow. The snowflake sword energy swept through, constantly slashing at the bodies of these Spartans, and dense damage numbers floated above their heads, looking like slow slicing. At this time, a Spartan gladiator suddenly jumped high, picked up a spear blown away by the Black Dragon, and stabbed at the blood crow on the wall of the arena. He wanted to stack the bloody and cruel passive effect. Among these summons, only the blood crow seemed to be easier to kill. The blood crow he chose saw him rushing towards him, but just tilted its head slightly, and did not fly away. A strange look bloomed in its scarlet eyes. At this time, the Spartan who jumped high, his sharp eyes suddenly became blurred, as if he had forgotten what he was doing, and the spear in his hand stabbed towards his thigh fiercely. Puff! A stream of blood shot out from his thigh. The pain woke him up, but his body fell to the ground involuntarily. He stabbed himself in the leg, almost using up all his strength, which directly caused the disabled effect to appear in his status bar. Song Jian's mind moved, and the Golden Light Demon Slayer sword drew an arc in the air. The blade flashed with lightning, and slashed fiercely on the body of the already disabled Spartan gladiator. Lightning strike. This sword skill was extremely fast. The Spartan gladiator in midair had no time to react. He was slashed hard on the back by the Golden Light Demon Slayer sword, and let out a shrill scream. The golden sword kept slashing at him, and when he fell, he had already become a corpse. Feeling the death of his companion, the remaining Spartan gladiators let out a mournful howl, and turned their palms into claws, scratching several bloody marks on their chests, staring at Song Jian with angry eyes and shouting, "Blood battle! Blood battle! Blood battle!" Chapter 717 Death Battle. The Spartans shouted for a bloody battle, which meant they wanted to fight to the end. But in the arena, only one person could stand to the end between the challenger and the gatekeeper. So their shouting for a bloody battle was meaningless. Song Jian's mind moved, and 30 blood crows flew towards the Spartans, using control skills on a Spartan gladiator whose health value had dropped to half. The spear that was originally stabbing at Song Jian suddenly became weak, and Song Jian took the opportunity to control 4 long swords, and 4 lightning strikes slashed at him, each of which caused more than 1,000 damage. The health value of these Spartan gladiators was originally less than 8,000, and this damage directly killed the remaining gladiator. The second one, Song Jian whispered. The blood pool summoning technique has been upgraded to a higher level. These blood crows, which were originally only used for reconnaissance, have also mastered a control skill charm. This skill is hidden and difficult to guard against, but it lasts for a short time, less than 2 seconds, and it is difficult to use it repeatedly on the target. When it is used on the same target for the second time, the chance of being resisted will increase significantly. However, for Song Jian, there is no need to control these Spartans all the time. As long as there is a stagnation of 1 or 2 seconds, he can cause a lot of damage to them, and even kill some Spartan gladiators with low health directly. Sparta! A scream rang out, and another Spartan gladiator was hit by a vortex fireball spewed out by the black dragon. In the hot dragon breath, he died without even finishing his last sentence. The remaining Spartan gladiators all showed grief and anger on their faces. One of them even stabbed a blood wolf with his spear fiercely, and then activated his skills and attacked frantically. In an instant, dozens of spear phantoms kept stabbing the blood wolf, directly turning a blood wolf with full blood into a pool of blood. Just as he excitedly raised his spear and was about to shout loudly, 2 blood wolves simultaneously targeted him and pounced on him. They did not dare to deal with the black dragon in the air. These Spartan gladiators could not fly and could only desperately avoid the attack of the black dragon. However, there were at least 4 gladiators surrounding Song Jian, and the rest were all resisting the monster summoned by Song Jian. With the strength of the first-level combat elite, dealing with these blood corpses and blood wolves is a one-sided crushing. However, the number of these blood corpses and blood wolves is several times that of the gladiators, and each of them is fearless and will bite the gladiators even if they are seriously injured, which also caused a lot of trouble for the remaining gladiators. The most important thing is that Song Jian's powerful attack power is not something that a single or even 2 gladiators can resist. Even if 4 gladiators besiege Song Jian at the same time, they can only retreat step by step under the powerful attack of the opponent controlling 4 long swords and performing 4 sets of sword techniques. All the blood corpses had been killed, and there were only 7 or 8 blood wolves left. Even the blood crows flying in the air were stabbed to death by the gladiators with spears. Only the black dragon was still wreaking havoc, with dragon breath and vortex fireballs. The level 35 black dragon had learned a new skill. Meteorite Strike? Meteorite Strike was a composite magic that could cause triple damage to the target, including fire, earth and physical impact. However, with the current strength of the black dragon, it could only release 1 meteorite at a time, and it had to rest for a long time. At this time, the gladiators were all glowing with a faint scarlet light. This was the attack effect of their passive skill Bloodthirsty Cruelty. As long as they killed the enemy, they would increase their attack strength by percentage, and the duration was also very long, as long as 120 minutes. Moreover, the duration will be refreshed every time an enemy is killed. So the more enemies the Spartan gladiators kill, the stronger their combat power will be. At this time, the one with the most bloodthirsty and cruel effects is the leading Spartan gladiator. He has accumulated 12 layers of bloodthirsty and cruel effects, and his attack power has increased by 120%. This effect can be infinitely accumulated. Once these gladiators accumulate the effects, no one can withstand their attacks. Throw the spear! The leading gladiator roared, and the spear in his hand drew an arc in the air, piercing the body of a blood crow, and directly shot the blood crow to death. The bloodthirsty and cruel effects on his body were immediately accumulated again. Song Jian frowned slightly. At this time, the blood crow's charm skill had been used on almost all the gladiators. The probability of being resisted if it was used again was too high, and it was no longer useful in the battle. Now the blood crow has become a tool for the remaining gladiators to stack blood and cruelty. Song Jian's mind moved, and the remaining dozen blood crows suddenly turned into a pool of blood and returned to the blood pool in the game. Roar. 2 blood wolves threw a gladiator to the ground, and their sharp fangs pierced into the opponent's throat, directly killing a gladiator. On the other side, a gladiator who had been besieging Song Jian finally couldn't bear it anymore, and roared loudly and pounced on the 2 blood wolves, piercing the spear in his hand fiercely into the body of the blood wolf, and then suddenly raised it up and smashed it towards another blood wolf. The strength of the gladiators was much higher than that of the blood wolves. Even if they faced 7 or 8 blood wolves at the same time, they were not afraid. However, these blood wolves were also very cunning. They would not fight with the gladiators in good fighting condition at all. Instead, they kept wandering around and set their targets on the seriously injured gladiators. The number of blood wolves was also decreasing. After Song Jian killed another gladiator, all the blood wolves in the arena were killed. At this time, except for Song Jian and the black dragon above his head, there were only 5 Spartan gladiators left on the scene. Moreover, except for the leader whose health value remained above 60%, the other 4 gladiators were seriously injured, with scratches and sword wounds all over their bodies. However, the aura of these gladiators remained undiminished. Even though there were only 5 of them left, they still gave people the aura of being able to fight 1 against 100. The remaining gladiators were all glowing with a strong red light. Each of them had at least 10 layers of bloodthirsty and cruel effects, and the leading gladiator had already had 18 layers. Sparta! The 2 gladiators roared, and took the initiative to attack Song Jian with their spears in hand. At this moment, the black dragon in the air suddenly released a meteorite crash skill towards the 2 of them. A millstone-sized meteorite, burning with blazing flames, appeared out of thin air in midair and smashed down fiercely towards the 2 of them. Boom! The 2 Spartan gladiators were smashed and flew out. They were already at low health, and were nearly dead from this blow. At this moment, the leading Spartan gladiator suddenly roared and rushed towards the 2 men, stabbing their throats with his spear, taking away the last bit of their health. Chapter 718, 22nd Layer. The bloody and cruel effect of the Spartan gladiator leader, after harvesting 2 more companions, was directly superimposed to the 20th layer. The red light on his body rose into the air like a burning flame. The remaining 2 gladiators looked at each other, threw away their shields, smashed at Song Jian, and then rushed towards Song Jian with spears in hand, fighting to the death. Roar! The black dragon spewed out another hot dragon breath at the 2 men. The 2 men did not dodge or evade, but attacked Song Jian against the dragon breath, with the shadows of the spears in their hands flying, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Song Jian was beaten back 5 or 6 steps before he stabilized his body. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metal collision sounds continued. The 2 gladiators were sprayed by the dragon's breath. Their chi and health values dropped by more than half. They were burning with flames. Their red cloaks also caught fire. They were pulled off and thrown aside. Puff, puff. Song Jian's shoulders and abdomen were hit by the 2 men's spears, and 2 blood holes were immediately pierced. Ding, ding, ding. Song Jian retreated more than 10 steps in a row, watching the blood gushing out like a fountain. He quickly performed surgical treatment to stop the bleeding, raised his head, looked at the 2 gladiators, and showed a look of surprise on his face. At this time, the 2 gladiators were no longer human. Their bodies were burned, with almost no intact skin. Their bodies were covered with sword marks. Their injuries were at least 5 or 6 times more serious than Song Jian's. In the 2 attacks just now, they completely gave up defense and were chopped by 4 long swords at the same time, and then took the opportunity to stab Song Jian. Sparta! The 2 men roared at the same time, raised their spears high, and concentrated their last energy on the spears in their hands. Their bodies bent backwards like bows, and they threw their spears almost at the same time. After throwing this attack, the 2 Spartan gladiators' knees softened, and they lost all their strength and fell to the ground. But their heads were always raised, and their eyes followed the spears to Song Jian, looking at the 2 spears flying towards him like meteors. Song Jian showed a cautious look on his face. Wanxiang sword technique. Dusk Snow. Song Jian held the red fire heart monkey sword and performed the first move of Wanxiang sword technique. Beside him, 3 long swords seemed to be controlled by invisible arms. And their movements were exactly the same as the red fire-hard monkey's sword in Song Jian's hand. Snowflakes were flying all over the sky, condensing into 4 long ice and snow dragons, roaring and stretching their claws to grab the 2 spears. But as soon as the 4 long ice and snow dragons touched the spears, they were immediately crushed by the energy condensed on the surface of the spears. Must-hit attribute? Song Jian showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, and his figure retreated quickly, and instantly retreated to the wall of the arena. The 2 spears automatically adjusted their angles in midair, and continued to fly towards Song Jian without slowing down. Tai Chi sword technique. Song Jian had no choice but to use the most offensive Tai Chi sword technique. For long swords simultaneously used Tai Chi sword technique. For gray mist swirled around Song Jian and eventually condensed into a huge yin-yang fish Tai Chi pattern that slowly turned. As soon as the 2 spears touched the Tai Chi pattern, their speed dropped significantly, but they still stabbed towards Song Jian unwaveringly. Puff. The 2 spears stabbed Song Jian's shoulders in no particular order, but this time, they stabbed in less than an inch before falling down powerlessly. The 2 Spartan gladiators lying on the ground showed disappointment in their eyes, and turned to look at the only Spartan gladiator standing on the field. The Spartan gladiator, whose body was burning with a red aura like fire, had a resolute look on his face. He jumped up and landed in front of his 2 companions, stabbing their backs with his spear, harvesting the last trace of their health. Boom! The red aura on his body became stronger and stronger, like a scorching flame, and the whole person was like a fireman. Sparta, the Spartan gladiator, who had superimposed 22 layers of blood and cruelty, jumped high and rushed towards the black dragon in the air. At this time, the black dragon was more than 30 meters above the ground, but the last Spartan gladiator actually rushed towards its abdomen like flying. The shield protected half of the body, and the spear in his hand was like the fangs of a beast, piercing into the black dragon's abdomen fiercely. A painful roar resounded throughout the venue, and a large amount of blood gushed out of the black dragon's abdomen, and the blood value instantly dropped by more than 1/3. Song Jian was shocked. He didn't expect that the opponent would shift his target to the black dragon. Seeing that the black dragon was seriously injured, Song Jian immediately performed a surgical treatment on the black dragon and took it back to the pet space. Although the Spartan gladiator severely injured the black dragon, he was not in a good condition either. He was hit hard by the black dragon's claws and fell to the ground from the air. 3 deep injuries that could be seen to the bone extended from the shoulder to the ribs. How could his injuries be so serious? Song Jian was surprised when he saw the sluggish black dragon in the pet space. You know, the damage these Spartan gladiators did to the black dragon before was almost negligible. Their spears could not pierce the black dragon's hard scales at all. But now, the gladiator in front of him not only broke through the black dragon's defense, but also severely injured the black dragon. What Song Jian didn't know was that after the bloody and cruel effects of these Spartan gladiators were stacked for more than 20 layers, a 50% increase in critical hits would appear. For each additional enemy killed, the critical hit effect would increase by 5%, with the upper limit being 80%. At this time, his bloody and cruel effects had been stacked for 22 layers, and the critical hit effect had reached a terrifying 60%. In addition, the damage was increased by 220%. If it was any other player, he would have been able to kill the opponent instantly. After rolling on the ground twice, the last Spartan gladiator, despite the heavy injuries on his body, still held a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, shouted the slogan of attack, and rushed towards Song Jian. Song Jian's mind moved, and the 4 long swords merged into one. He shouted softly, "Immortal sword body." A golden light suddenly burst out from his body, and the shadows of the 8 long swords slowly swirled, and a powerful force suddenly emerged from his body. The immortal sword body is Song Jian's real trump card. The 4 long swords merged into one, and the damage increased 4-fold. With the bonus of the immortal sword body, Song Jian can now cause thousands of points of damage even if he slashes with a sword. If the Spartan gladiator on the opposite side is a sharp spear, then Song Jian is the sharpest Etian sword. Attack for attack, injury for injury. The sky above the entire arena was filled with a red breath and golden sword energy. The 2 breaths kept fighting and colliding, and for a while they were deadlocked. And Song Jian and the Spartan gladiator also fought fiercely. The spear and the long sword collided countless times. Both of them used all their skills to kill each other. Chapter 719, Competition treasure box. Bang! Another fierce collision. And then separation. Song Jian's body has 2 more blood holes. And the opposite gladiator. The whole left arm has been disabled. Drooping limply. 3 ribs are broken. The most dangerous sword has cut his ribs. The wound is like a child's mouth turned outward. Blood is constantly gushing out. And even from the wound, you can see the violently beating heart. This is the last gladiator. His chi and blood value is now dropped to more than 800 points. Almost a sword can kill him directly. But Song Jian's sword can never hit him. The opponent's martial arts are already in good shape. In the end, Song Jian can only let go of defense and exchange injuries. After throwing a shell at himself to heal and stop the bleeding, Song Jian took out a bottle of honey wine and gulped it down. At this time, Song Jian used all his means. If he was fully equipped in the game, he would not be able to fight so fiercely. But unfortunately, he was in the real world now, watching Song Jian's blood and mental strength slowly recover. The Spartan gladiator narrowed his eyes. He knew that he could not continue to drag it on. Otherwise, he would never be able to defeat the opponent in front of him. Sparta! The gladiator shouted loudly, jumped up, like a spring, and bounced up 7 or 8 meters high. After pausing in the air for a while, the whole person rushed towards Song Jian like a meteor, dragging a long tail flame. High-altitude drop strike. This is the last glory of the gladiator burning his remaining life. It is similar to the nature of self-destruction. Whether or not the opponent can be killed, the gladiator will die. The most important thing is that this move, like the previous spear throwing, has a must-hit attribute. When a gladiator uses a move with a must-hit attribute, in addition to consuming mental energy, it will also consume a lot of blood and defense points. Only gladiators who want to die together will use this move. Looking at the gladiator falling from the air, Song Jian was about to jump to dodge, but suddenly noticed something strange. This feeling was exactly the same as when he faced the 2 spears before. Another must-hit attribute. Song Jian frowned. There was no point in dodging this kind of attack. Even skills like hiding in battle were useless against this move. Once this move was used, the opponent would be locked in advance and could only passively bear it. Looking at the skill bar, the holy parry had already cooled down. Song Jian gestured a singing voice towards the falling gladiator and raised the long sword in his hand to his chest. Just when the gladiator's spear was less than 3 meters away from Song Jian, Song Jian's body was shining with golden light, and the long sword in his hand slashed at the charging gladiator fiercely. Ding! A crisp crash sounded throughout the venue, and Song Jian flew backwards. The strong shock made him spit out another mouthful of blood. Song Jian struggled to get up from the ground, looking up and laughing wildly. The gladiator showed an incredible look on his face. He had clearly hit his opponent. But why was the opponent's damage so minimal? How is this possible? At this moment, the gladiator was suddenly hit by a sudden attack and flew away. A critical damage of more than 3,000 points floated up from his head, instantly clearing his blood value. When the gladiator flew into the air, he was already a corpse, and he didn't even have time to react. When the gladiator's body fell heavily, the whole arena burst into the roar of firecrackers and fireworks, and countless dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky above the arena. All the spectators who watched the fight began to leave the arena with curses, and their figures disappeared one by one in the audience seats. And all the people in the boxes looked at Song Jian, who was standing in the middle of the arena, covered in blood and in a mess, with incredible expressions on their faces. When? Gao Dongxin looked unbelievable, and even pinched her cheeks hard until they turned red. Then she jumped up excitedly and cheered. Zhao Dan also looked at Song Jian with joy. She didn't expect that the other party actually won the final victory under the attack of 12 first-level elite bosses. Moreover, Song Jian was able to summon a black dragon in the end, which was beyond her imagination. Zhao Dan is a player, so she naturally knows how difficult it is to capture high-grade combat pets in the game. Now many players are in a situation where the monsters they can capture are too weak and can't help at all. The powerful monsters are beyond their ability and cannot be captured at all. Therefore, many players don't have combat pets. In the auction house, the cubs or pet eggs of those powerful monsters are sold at sky-high prices. But there is still no market for them. A giant dragon. That's a giant dragon. Zhao Dan's eyes were blurred. What kind of pet could have more potential than the dragon family? Stronger? However, if you want to use a dragon as your pet, not only do you have to be strong, But you also have to face the endless pursuit of the dragon family. After winning, Song Jian suddenly saw a line of system prompts in front of him. Just like in the game. System, congratulations. You have achieved a great victory in the real world. System, you have won the title of 10 consecutive kills in the arena. Title effect, when fighting in the arena, you can intimidate your opponent and make him feel timid in the battle with you. This title will take effect regardless of whether you wear it or not. System, you have obtained the arena treasure chest. In the center of the arena, a gorgeous box slowly emerged. This box was more than half a person tall and more than 1 meter long. It was inlaid with various precious gems and complex golden magic patterns. It was not an ordinary item at first glance. Song Jian walked to the treasure chest, stretched out his hand to open the treasure chest, and a bright purple gold light bloomed from the treasure chest. System, you have obtained a special item. Game invitation card. Game invitation card. Special item. Use effect, after using it, you can become a player and enter the game. System, you have obtained a special item. Game unban card. Game unban card. Special item. Use effect, after using it, you can remove the cannot be taken out of the game attribute of an item in the game, so that it can be brought from the game to the real world. System, you have obtained a special item. Game follower card. Game follower card. Special item. Use effect, after use, you can capture a creature in the real world as your follower and bring it into the game. This follower will not occupy your follower quota in the game, and you do not need to spend extra money for it. System, you have obtained a special item. Game package expansion card. Game package expansion card. Special item. Use effect, after use, you can unseal the sealed package grid, freely bring items in the real world into the game, and bring items with the ability to be brought out of the game into the real world. Chapter 720 Special Mission. After Song Jian collected the 4 cards emitting purple gold light, the treasure chest in the center of the arena gradually disappeared. Congratulations, Song Jian. I didn't expect that you actually achieved the feat of 10 consecutive victories. Gao Dongxin looked at Song Jian with surprise. At this time, Song Jian's condition had fully recovered, but there was still a trace of fatigue in his eyes. The previous few battles had almost no consumption for Song Jian, but starting from the Undead Knight, Song Jian's consumption became greater and greater. In the last battle with the 12 Spartan gladiators, he almost tried his best and used all his trump cards. I have accomplished my mission, Song Jian said with a smile, handing Gao Dongxin a game invitation card emitting purple and gold light. Among all the gains, this card is the only one that is little used for Song Jian. But for those who yearn to enter the game to get promoted, this card is a priceless treasure. Zhao Den also looked at the card in Gao Dongxin's hand with envy. Although she is already a player, there are many people in her family who want to enter the game. Mr. Song, I wonder if you can cooperate with our Zhao family once. We also need game invitation cards. Zhao Dan smiled and said, and the reward for the 10 consecutive wins, this time, must not only be this card. If there are other things, if Mr. Song wants to sell them, our Zhao family is willing to pay a high price for them. Song Jian smiled and said, I don't plan to sell the other rewarded items for the time being. It's easy for me to sell them, as long as you can bring the items that I like. Zhao Dan's smile froze for a moment, and he shook his head helplessly. With Song Jian's current strength, how could he be interested in ordinary items? If the Gao family didn't bring out his weapon set parts, it would be a fantasy to ask Song Jian to buy a piece of gold-quality equipment. Leaving the arena manor, Song Jian showed a satisfied smile on his face. Although the battle in the arena this time was a bit unexpected, the harvest was also rich. For Song Jian, the more game unlocking cards, the better. If he could bring all the equipment in the game to the real world, this arena battle would not be so hard. The game follower card can bring creatures from the real world into the game world. Of course, it can also bring humans in, but they enter the game as followers. Sometimes, followers are more popular than invitation cards and are sought after by those big shots. As for the package expansion card, it can be said that it is the biggest gain of Song Jian's trip to the arena. Unlocking all the package slots means that Song Jian doesn't have to worry about what to bring out every time he enters and leaves the game. After all, so far, Song Jian can only take 2 items out of the game at a time. Song Jian used this expansion card before leaving the arena, and all the slots in the package column turned into light gold frames. Song Jian hadn't decided which piece of equipment to bring out with him, and creatures in the real world Even tigers and lions were not as powerful as the monsters in the game. The follower card was temporarily useless to Song Jian, so he could only put it in the parcel column. Song Jian had no intention of returning to the rental house before. He believed that the villa he had bought before was definitely within their surveillance range with the strength of the Southwest military region. Thinking of this, Song Jian walked directly towards the largest port in Linhai City. In the game, a white light flashed in the castle of the Hope City Alliance Manor, and Song Jian appeared in the castle. As soon as he entered the game, Song Jian received a message from the system. System, the Hope City Alliance successfully created a first-level city, and you automatically became the City Lord of the Hope City Alliance first-level city. System, you have obtained the Hope City Lord Seal. The City Lord Seal is now sealed. System, you automatically received a special task. I am a City Lord. According to your completion of the task, you will receive different evaluations, and the City Lord Seal will be unlocked to different degrees. Basically completed. The City Lord Seal unlocks 50% of the functions. Excellent. The City Lord Seal unlocks 65%. Perfect. The City Lord Seal unlocks 98%. Unique. The City Lord Seal unlocks 110%. Perfect rating. Only 98% unlocked? How did you get this unique rating? Isn't the highest unlock rate 100%? What is this extra 10%? Song Jian frowned slightly, then opened the task bar and checked the special task that he had automatically received. Special task. I am the City Lord. Task Content 1. As a great City Lord, you must first have enough resources. Please collect the following resources within 1 month. Food 300,000 units. Wood 200,000 units. Stone 150,000 units. Gold 50,000 units. Gems 30,000 units. Mission Content 2. As a great City Lord, you must ensure the safety of all residents in the territory. Please clear all monsters in the territory within 1 month. During the mission, the monsters killed will not be refreshed. After the mission is completed, the mission evaluation will be reduced by 1% for each additional monster. Mission Content 3. As a great City Lord, you must ensure the safety of the entire city. Please create enough defensive buildings within 1 month. After the mission is completed, the total defense of the defensive buildings you created must reach 100,000 points. For each pointless defense, the mission evaluation will be reduced by 1%. Mission 4. The final test. As a newly created city, you must go through the test of blood and fire to truly become a shelter for humans. 1 month later, you will experience the most brutal monster siege. If you resist successfully, the city will be built. If you fail, all your previous efforts will be in vain, and the territory of the War Alliance will become a scorched earth. Song Jian carefully read every word of this special mission. None of the 4 tasks is easy. Whether it is resource accumulation or monster clearing, the entire War Alliance must be mobilized. The moment Song Jian received the mission, all the people in the City of Hope War Alliance received this special mission, and they were all excited. I said that all the steps of creation have been completed. Why haven't you given a prompt for successful creation? After all this time, I still need to carry out special tasks. Wang Qi shouted in the Alliance channel. This task is too abnormal. So many resources. 1 month is too tight. No matter how abnormal it is, there is no way. We can only try our best to complete it. Otherwise, all our efforts for so long will be in vain. Yes, we have to finish it with gritted teeth. We are the first to create a city in the entire Doomsday City, and we must succeed. After thinking for a while, Song Jian said directly, Wang Qi, bring people to the Manor Castle. Let's have a meeting to study it. Soon, more than a dozen managers of the Hope City Alliance gathered in the conference room, and they all had serious expressions on their faces. This task can be said to be the biggest challenge facing the Hope City Alliance. Chapter 721 Sword Formation. Boss, resources are easy to come by. We now have more than 800 members in the Alliance. With just these people, we can collect all the resources in a month. A middle-aged man with a face full of flesh shouted. Song Jian looked up at him and found that he didn't recognize him. It seemed that he was another player who had just been absorbed into the Alliance. Since the Hope City Alliance has grown larger, many small alliances have merged into it. Among the management personnel, there are many that Song Jian has never seen before. However, this is also related to the fact that he doesn't stay in the Alliance often. He often comes back after a long time. When he comes back, he finds that the battle for territorial expansion has been fought for several rounds. Not everyone can go to collect, but we can increase the development of the Valley of the Dead, and then directly purchase. I think, as long as the price is right, it should be easy to collect these resources. Wang Qi nodded and said. Song Jian nodded. Food, wood and stone. These are the most basic materials. Even if you buy them from Vice City, it doesn't cost much. Gold and gems must be dug out from the mine. The most important thing is that gold can be made into gold bricks. And in the process of making gold bricks, there is a chance that gold bricks that can be brought into the real world can be made. So many miners like to dig gold ore, which also makes it difficult to collect 50,000 units of gold in a short period of time. The last gem in the resources is not the gem that can be inlaid found in the Valley of the Dead, but a material, which is the companion ore of all ores. There is a certain probability of it appearing when collecting any material. The higher the grade of the ore, the more likely it is to have this gem. The demand for this gem in the market is not large, and it is not difficult to acquire it. The most important thing is that it takes 1 month to collect 30,000 units, which may cause the price of this gem to rise sharply. However, because of the Valley of the Dead, the City of Hope Alliance has not been short of money recently, and many players want to join the City of Hope Alliance after knowing it. After all, in addition to those materials, there are also many undead creatures in the Valley of the Dead, and there are countless skeleton soldiers alone. These monsters are high-level and low-powered. It is so cool to use AoE skills to upgrade here. Leave the supplies to Wang Qi. It will be okay to prepare all the supplies within 20 days. Right? Song Jian asked. Wang Qi shook his head and said, as long as there is sufficient funds. These are just ordinary materials. And our teleportation array has opened 2 more cities. So we can buy them from these cities? Song Jian nodded. If these supplies were placed in a war alliance, the quantity would be very large. But if they were placed in several large cities, they might not even make a small splash. As long as the operation is done properly, I am afraid that the price will increase by at most 10% or 20% to collect all the supplies. Then the second task. Song Jian was interrupted by Luo Qianyu before he finished speaking. Don't worry about the second task. As long as the territory expands, we will first clean up the monsters in the range. I don't know how many times we have done it. Still can't be careless. Those corners must be checked, Wang Qi said, especially some monsters that can be invisible but don't actively attack. If it hides in that corner, we won't find it normally. Song Jian thought for a while and asked, have you cleaned the sewer? Several people were startled at the same time and looked at Song Jian. Oh my god. If you don't remind me, it's really easy to ignore the monsters in the sewer. Yeah. Who would go to the sewers to kill monsters and level up? The environment inside is too bad. But there are indeed many monsters in the sewers. I once went in when I was doing a mission. Boss, what about the monsters in the air? Do they count as well? Someone suddenly asked. Only the territory is counted, not the airspace, Song Jian said immediately. If the mission also counts the monsters in the air, then I'm afraid no player can complete this mission perfectly. Then we just need to organize people to clean up the monsters in the sewers. It must be checked multiple times, and no monster can be missed, Song Jian said with a serious face. Clearing out monsters may seem simple, but it is difficult to clear out the monsters in the corners. Some places are not visited by players often, and some monsters are invisible. These must be taken into consideration. Everyone brainstormed and put forward several targeted opinions. Everyone looked towards the third task. The defensive buildings provided by the system, including walls, gates, archer towers, chevaux de frise, and even moats. All the defensive buildings added together can only provide more than 60,000 points of defense. Wang Qi frowned. Song Jian was shocked. How could this be? Are you sure? Song Jian asked. Sure. Even if we build all the ones we don't need, there are only a little over 60,000, Wang Qi said. Song Jian frowned. The third task seemed to be independent of the other tasks, but it was closely related to the monster siege in the 4th level. If the defense facilities are not enough, it will be difficult to resist the monster siege. Therefore, Song Jian estimated that 100,000 points of defense might be the most basic. If you want to successfully resist the monster siege in the 4th task, the defense facilities you build must have at least 150,000 or even 200,000 defenses. But now, the system only provides more than 60,000 defense buildings. In 1 month, not only do you have to build, but you also have to find new defense buildings. I'm afraid this is the biggest difficulty of this task. Wang Qi, first tell the brothers to build the defensive buildings that can be built, and then send people to other cities to find new construction drawings. If there are none, then ask the construction masters in other cities to build for us, Song Jian said. Wang Qi nodded. Obviously, he also realized that this defensive building was probably the most difficult of the 4 tasks. After some discussion, everyone left the manor castle and started to get busy. Song Jian suddenly remembered that in the assessment task world, when the Abyss Demon and the head of the Qingyun Sword Sect had their last battle, the mountain gate formation that the Qingyun Sword Sect had raised was the Qingyun Sword Formation. If we can set up a city defense formation similar to the Qingyun Sword Formation, we can definitely achieve the required defense level, Song Jian thought to himself. With Song Jian's current attainments in sword formations, it is too difficult to set up a Qingyun sword formation that draws on the power of heaven and earth. But it is no problem to set up a simpler defense formation. But the most important thing now is that Song Jian has not stored many sword stones. Sword stones are the carriers of sword formations. The more complex the sword formation, the more blank sword stones are needed. Since Song Jian came out of the assessment mission world, he has not found the existence of sword stones. And the sword stones he has stored have been almost consumed. Song Jian looked at the more than 30 blank sword stones left in the parcel column, and his brows frowned. Chapter 722 Stealth Orb. Song Jian sighed, looking at the 30 or so blank sword stones on the table, thinking about what kind of city defense sword formation he could make with these 30 or so sword stones. If he used them himself, these 30 or so sword stones would be enough for Song Jian to use for a few months. But if he used them to set up a large formation to defend a city, he would probably only be able to make a sword formation that could only defend one city gate. In this case, at most, it would increase the defense of the city gate by a few thousand points, which would not be of much use compared to the defense of the entire city. The 100,000 defense points given in the mission is just a bottom line, which is not enough. If you want to make it easier to defend the city, you need at least 200,000 or even 300,000 defense points. Song Jian gritted his teeth. Now players only have 1 life in the game. If it is too dangerous, most players will directly give up the city defense mission and run away. Therefore, if the city's defense buildings are insufficient, I am afraid that many players will not even step on the city wall. At most, they will quit the league. After all, the City of Hope Alliance now occupies only 1/3 of the area of the City of Doomsday, and there are still many places to accommodate these players who have lost their safe houses. At this time, Li Qir came in holding a little red fox. Brother Song Jian, what are you doing? Li Qir asked. Li Qir is too young, and she is rarely asked about the affairs of the Alliance. After staying in the Alliance for a while, Li Qir felt bored and stayed in her own sunflower bar. Now the second floor of the sunflower bar is open to players, which has caused the low-level zombies, which are the most numerous in the Doomsday City, to become endangered creatures. As soon as they are refreshed, they are directly killed by the players guarding the point. The value of the crystal cores dropped by zombies has also increased several times. Although the probability of good things appearing in slot machines is very low, the player base is large, and some people have really gambled on good things. Zombie crystal cores are simply incomparable to these good things, which attracts many players, and even professional player merchants who specialize in selling crystal cores in front of slot machines have appeared. Today, when she heard that Song Jian was back, Li Qir came to play with Song Jian. Seeing Li Qir, Song Jian smiled and said, "Brother has received a mission and is trying to complete it. What is Qir doing? Is this the battle pet Qir caught?" Song Jian's eyes accidentally glanced at the red fox in Li Qir's arms, and immediately found something strange. The little fox was red all over, without a single color. In Li Qir's arms, it was like a ball of flame. But the little fox looked a little lazy, lying on Li Qir's arms motionless. Only its 2 ears trembled twice when it heard Song Jian's words. "This is a little fox. I accidentally caught it in the wild." Li Qir smiled until her eyes were narrowed into a slit, then patted the little fox's head and said, "Little fox, say hello to brother Song Jian." The little fox lazily opened its eyes, looked at Song Jian, grinned at him, showing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and then curled back into Li Qir's arms. Song Jian was stunned. At the moment when the little fox showed its fangs, he found that this little fox, which seemed to have no fighting power and looked like a pet, actually had the first level fighting power. The little fox is already level 30. Li Ke said to Song Jian in a boastful manner. Song Jian shook his head in his heart. Li Ke was only level 29. He really didn't know how she subdued this fox with the first level fighting power. And from what she said, it should be subdued directly in the wild, rather than catching a cub or obtaining a pet egg to cultivate it herself. Pets captured from the wild can directly gain combat power. But such combat pets need to spend a lot of time to cultivate loyalty. Otherwise, they are likely to defect. Combat pets cultivated from cubs or pet eggs, although they are very loyal at birth, also need to spend a lot of time to improve their level and combat power. And the time spent on both is about the same. Does Brother Song Jian like these white stones? Li Ke said, there are many stones that look like white crystals in the valley where I found Xieli. As she spoke, Li Ke took out 2 white stones from the parcel column that were much larger than the sword stones on Song Jian's table. Song Jian looked up and was immediately surprised. What Li Ke took out was the most primitive ore. It only needed a little cutting and carving to become a blank sword stone for making a sword array. Ke, my brother needs a lot of white stones like this now. Can you tell me where you found these stones? Song Jian picked up one and observed it carefully. The 2 sword stones Li Ke took out were of extremely high quality, and could be used to make high-quality sword stones. It's just to the southwest of Doomsday City. There is a resort and a big lake next to it. It's very beautiful. Next to the big lake, there is a small valley. These white stones are what I found in that small valley. Li Ke stroked the little fox in her arms, and said with a smile. Li Ke has 2 small canine teeth when she smiles, which makes her look very cute. She is also very happy that she can help Song Jian. Song Jian knows the place that Li Ke mentioned. It is a level 35 monster area. Few people usually go there. Li Ke is only level 29. But she dares to go to such a dangerous place alone. It really makes people wonder what to say to her. That is a level 35 monster area. Song Jian was surprised. Ke, aren't you afraid? I don't know either. I just saw that the big lake is very beautiful, so I ran over to take a look. Li Ke said, but there are monsters in that big lake. They are very powerful, and they can even rush to the shore. If Brother Song Jian wants to go there, he must be careful. Song Jian thought for a moment, took out the stealth orb, handed it to Li Ke and said, Ke, this orb is for you. If you are in danger in the future, use the stealth technique in advance. The stealth orb is the trophy Song Jian obtained in the arena. It can cast the full level stealth technique and increase the concealment effect. It is much more powerful than the stealth technique of the current thief professional players. Li Ke likes to run around in the game. Giving her this stealth orb can at least increase her survival ability. As soon as this orb was taken out, Li Ke liked it. She immediately took it and said happily, Thank you, Brother Song Jian. The little fox in her arms opened her eyes and took a look at the stealth orb. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and a humanized disdainful expression appeared on her face. Then curled up again, covered her body with her big tail, locked in Li Ke's arms and fell asleep. Chapter 723 Deep Water Crocodile. Strictly speaking, the Shanchuiking Resort should be considered to be beyond the scope of the Doomsday City and belong to a suburban area. But this area is still within the scope of the sheltering Black Mist, so it is also considered a part of the Doomsday City. The next day, Song Jian came to this place. It took Song Jian more than 2 hours to drive his motorcycle from the Hope City territory to here. Along the way, he passed 2 level 30 monster areas and was chased for a long time. The whole resort looks very desolate. On the left is a large villa area, where the roars of mutant zombies can be heard faintly. On the right is a deep blue lake with several yachts docked on the shore. But these yachts have long been rusted and are half sunk in the water and half resting on the shore. Except for the villa area, the whole resort seemed very quiet, like a dead land. Not only monsters, but even some ordinary small animals were gone. Li Ke said that there were very powerful monsters in this lake. Song Jian didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he kept walking around the lake. His purpose was to check how many sword stone mines there were in the valley that Li Ke mentioned. If there were a lot of them, Song Jian could use these sword stones to set up a defensive sword formation. Even if he couldn't set up a sword formation similar to the Qingyun sword formation with the power of heaven and earth with his current strength, Some simple defensive sword formations would still be no problem. At worst, he could set up more and win by numbers. The valley that Liqueur mentioned can only be entered by going around the other side of the lake. Song Jian spread his iron wings and leaped into the air. Just as he was about to cross the lake, a strong sense of vigilance suddenly emerged in his heart. Subconsciously, he fell directly. At this moment, several violent ripples suddenly appeared on the lake, as if something was rolling at the bottom of the lake. Is even the air a restricted area? Song Jian was surprised, although he did not check what kind of monster in the lake was and what level it was. The warning just now indicated that if he continued to fly over, there would be danger that would threaten his life. It looks like we can only go around the lake. Song Jian shook his head. There is no telling how many monsters are hidden in such a large deep lake. Once they are alarmed, even if Song Jian finds the valley, he may not be able to enter. Although Song Jian did not want to cause any accidents, he was pushed by the monster in the lake. In the middle of the deep lake, a huge crocodile over 10 meters long, like a piece of dry wood, slowly floated up from the bottom of the lake. Two eyes like lanterns, half of which were above the water, staring at Song Jian, who was rapidly passing the shore. The valley that Liqueur mentioned was less than 500 meters away from Song Jian. Song Jian had already seen the huge stone at the entrance of the valley that looked like a rhinoceros. If it weren't for this rhino-like rock, I wouldn't notice anything even if I stood at the entrance of this valley. Song Jian stared at the front carefully for a while, and found that he couldn't see the entrance of the valley no matter what. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt that there was a faint sight staring at him. Song Jian's body froze while running, but soon recovered. He sneered in his heart. He came here for the sword stone and didn't want to cause trouble. But if a monster targeted him, he would not retreat. Wearing all the equipment in the game, Song Jian's strength is considered to be the top among the first-level combat forces. Ordinary first-level combat elite bosses are not worth his attention. If he were to fight those Spartan gladiators again, Song Jian could cut off 1/3 of their HP with a single blow. Just when Song Jian was about to approach the entrance of the valley, a thunderclap suddenly sounded in the sky. Boom! Countless raindrops shot towards him like arrows, covering an area of dozens of meters around him. On the edge of the lake, a huge figure swam towards him quickly. The moment it stepped onto the shore, the speed of this huge monster actually increased a bit, like a heavy tank, rumbling towards Song Jian. Deepwater Crocodile Beast Elite, Level 35. First level combat strength. HP, 12,000/12,000. A level 35 elite boss. It seems to be good at casting water magic, and its physical attack should not be weak either. At this time, it casts a charge skill similar to that of a warrior. Dusk Snow. Song Jian's figure flipped, and he swung his sword backwards. Countless white snow appeared out of thin air, accumulating a thick layer on the ground, and snowflakes began to float in the air. The raindrops that shot towards him all turned into icicles in an instant, and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Even the huge crocodile that rushed towards him was slowed down by the thick snow, and it moved its limbs vigorously, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Song Jian turned his wrist and pointed his long sword at the giant crocodile. All the snowflakes rolled up and rushed towards the deepwater crocodile beast as if they were carried by a strong wind. Swoosh! 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 All the snowflakes condensed into a sharp thin blade more than 1 finger long, constantly leaving sword marks on the surface of the deepwater crocodile beast's body. This elite boss, with first-level combat power, suddenly had a series of dense damage floating on its head. Not weak defense. Song Jian was shocked. The snowflake sword energy could only leave white marks on the surface of the deepwater crocodile beast's body, and did not break through its defense. Song Jian had already discovered the weakness of the first move of the Wanxiang sword technique. This move, Dusk Snow, could limit the target's speed and reduce defense. But the attack was too scattered. If it was used to brush those weaker monsters, the power was no weaker than the mage's blizzard. But for the elite boss with first-level combat power, these scattered attacks could not even break the opponent's defense. Thinking of this, Song Jian immediately retracted his sword moves and changed his attack method. Bright Slash. A brilliant golden sword energy slashed towards the deepwater crocodile beast. At this time, the deepwater crocodile beast, whose movement speed had greatly decreased, could only bear this attack head-on. The golden sword energy directly slashed on one of the deepwater crocodile beast's front legs, and immediately cut off one of its front legs. The crocodile beast's front legs, which were thicker than Song Jian's entire body, made a crisp snapping sound, and blood gushed out like a spring. The deep-water crocodile beast let out a shrill scream, stared at Song Jian fiercely, and turned around and rushed into the lake. Song Jian was stunned. Even if he had severely injured the front legs of the deep-water crocodile beast, his blood value had only lost less than 1/3. How could it just turn around and run away? While he was stunned, the deep-water crocodile beast had already rushed into the lake. A trace of blood rippled from the lake's surface. The crocodile beast quickly disappeared, and the lake's surface returned to calm again. Chapter 724 Rebirth of Broken Limbs. Song Jian suddenly discovered that the deep-water crocodile beast ran away at an extremely fast speed. It dived into the lake and could no longer be found after a moment of distraction. Song Jian stood there for a moment, shook his head, turned around, and walked towards the entrance of the valley. The entrance of the valley was covered by countless vines. If he hadn't known that there was a small valley inside, he would probably not have dared to go in. After pushing aside the heavy vines, Song Jian saw a small path in front of him. The path was winding and difficult to walk on. There were raised rocks everywhere, and the edges were as sharp as knives. If you were not careful, you would leave a scar on your body. After walking along the path for more than 10 minutes, Song Jian suddenly saw a small valley of only a dozen acres in size. There was a flat grassland in the valley. Several rabbits were nibbling on the grass. When they heard the noise, they looked up in the direction of Song Jian. After standing there for a moment, they fled away without a trace. Song Jian looked around the valley and soon found a white crystal stone the size of a human head rolling on the ground. He picked it up and saw that it was the original sword stone ore. Such an original sword stone ore was enough to make 5 or 6 blank sword stones. However, at this time, the name of such an ore was only marked as special ore, and its properties were still unknown. Even if such an ore was given to players, I am afraid that most players would sell it to the system store as garbage. Only Liqueur thought that these white crystals looked very beautiful, so she picked up 2 and took them back. Otherwise, Song Jian would not have known that there was actually a sword stone mine here. However, this area is a level 35 monster area, and there is actually a level 35 elite boss in the big lake at the entrance of the valley. At this stage, most of the players in the Hope City Alliance have not reached level 30. Coming here to mine swordstone mines is simply sending them to death. There is no other way. Song Jian can only collect these swordstone mines by himself. There are many similar swordstone mines scattered on the grass in the entire valley, and the valley is surrounded by swordstone veins. Song Jian first collected the swordstone mines scattered on the grass in the valley, and then began to use the mining technique to collect swordstone mines. Fortunately, after these swordstone ores are collected, they will be automatically collected into the parcel column, and each grid can hold 200 units of swordstone ores. Song Jian spent 3 days here to fill all the empty spaces in all the parcel columns, and collected tens of thousands of swordstone ores before finally stopping. These swordstone ores are enough to refine more than 30,000 high-quality swordstones, which is enough to set up a Qingyun sword formation. Song Jian looked at the full parcel column and thought to himself, if you want to learn the sword formation, you must go to the Double S assessment task world before Song Jian to learn it. At present, it is estimated that no player can learn this skill. And most importantly, the skills learned from the assessment mission world do not need to be restricted by skill points when upgrading. As long as the proficiency is reached, it can be upgraded directly. In the assessment mission world, Song Jian's sword formation skills have reached advanced level, but the levels in the assessment mission world are different from those in the game world. The advanced level there is only level 8 in the game world. Song Jian's current sword formation skills are only level 8, and the proficiency is about 1/3, which can be upgraded to another level. With so many sword stone mines, Song Jian is able to upgrade his sword formation skills to more than level 10 in a short period of time. Song Jian took a look around the valley. The swordstone ore he collected was nothing compared to the swordstone veins in this valley. Let's put the rest here first. Anyway, these swordstones are no different from ordinary stones for other players. Song Jian thought to himself and turned to walk out of the valley. When he arrived at the entrance of the valley, Song Jian thought about it, took out a dozen swordstones, and set up a concealment formation at the entrance of the valley, completely covering the entrance of the valley, so that no player would accidentally break into the valley. After doing all this, Song Jian stepped out of the valley. Just as he was leaving the valley, He suddenly heard an angry roar, and a huge black shadow rushed towards him. Song Jian looked closely, and found that it was the deep-water crocodile from 3 days ago. This guy still holds a grudge. Song Jian's mind moved, and 4 long swords suddenly appeared around his body, like a meteor, and the 4 long swords chopped at the deep-water crocodile. 4 sets of sword techniques were performed at the same time, and the sword energy was crisscrossed, constantly chopped at the body of the deep-water crocodile, and immediately blocked its attack. I didn't pay attention before, and let you run away. Now you come out again. Aren't you looking for death? Song Jian snorted coldly, controlling the Jingtao Polong sword to perform Dusk Snow, completely blocking the possibility of the deep-water crocodile escaping back to the lake. The other 3 long swords continued to use the sword techniques that were originally imprinted, which had almost no consumption on Song Jian. Now Song Jian had only bred the sword spirits of 3 long swords. The 4th newly acquired Jingtao Polong sword did not have enough golden quality weapons to breed sword spirits for the time being. The deep-water crocodile beast was not Song Jian's opponent in the first place. But in the last fight, Song Jian only showed a little bit of powerful attack damage, which scared the deep-water crocodile beast away, which made the deep-water crocodile beast misjudge Song Jian's strength. Therefore, when the 4 long swords attacked it at the same time, the power was almost several times higher than when it first encountered Song Jian. This time, the deep-water crocodile beast was immediately scared to death, howling and trying to turn around and escape into the lake. But at this time, the surrounding area within dozens of meters was covered with a thick layer of snow, and even the edge of the lake was frozen with a thick layer of ice more than 10 meters away. It was impossible to escape into the lake like last time. Finally, the deep-water crocodile beast found that it seemed to turn around and attack Song Jian, and it seemed to be the only option to knock down some of Song Jian's health before dying. A few minutes later, the deep-water crocodile beast died humiliatingly in the thick snow, with countless sword marks on its body. If Song Jian knew the skinning technique, he would probably only get a worthless tattered fur. Looking at the 2 materials dropped by the deep-water crocodile beast, Song Jian couldn't help but look at its corpse with contempt. It was a level 35 elite boss, and the things it dropped were not even as good as those of a level 35 ordinary monster. Weird. Song Jian looked at the body of the deep-water crocodile beast, and suddenly felt something strange. At this moment, he suddenly found that the right claw of the deep-water crocodile beast was intact. Didn't I cut off the right claw of this elite boss before? Why did it grow another one? Could it be that the deep-water crocodile beast still has the ability to regenerate broken limbs? Song Jian asked in confusion. But he knew that the deep-water crocodile beast was huge at this time, and its strength should have exceeded 60 points. But its recovery ability was really average. Otherwise, he would not have killed it so easily. Song Jian carefully checked its right claw again, and found that this right claw was really just grown. And even the color of the skin was different from other places. The transparent flame slowly burned the body of the deep-water crocodile beast. Song Jian raised his head and looked at the calm lake, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. Chapter 725 Electric Energy Stone. This lake is very large. Song Jian knows that there must be more monsters hiding in it than the deep-water crocodile beast in front of him. There may be more ferocious ones. However, Song Jian believes that the treasure that can regenerate broken limbs must be under this lake. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian slowly sank into the water, opened his eyes, and observed carefully. Song Jian found that he could only stay underwater for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, he would start to lose blood, and it would lose blood faster and faster. At most, in a dozen seconds, all the blood value would be lost. The lake water is clear. Song Jian found many monsters underwater. There are dozens or hundreds of monsters, like deep-water crocodiles. And there are also many other monsters without limbs, and similar to fish. Moreover, there are many water element monsters in this lake, which are similar to those water element monsters that Song Jian found in Qingyun Lake before. But their size and strength are much higher. Song Jian came here not to kill monsters and level up, but to explore treasures that can regenerate broken limbs. So he was careful to avoid them along the way. Every once in a while, when the breath-holding time was about to end, Song Jian would swim to the surface of the lake, rest for a while, and then continue to dive into the bottom of the lake. In more than an hour, Song Jian only searched less than 1/10 of the area, which was already tiring enough. But except for seeing a large number of monsters at the bottom of the lake, he did not find anything else. Do I really have to cut off another monster's limbs and then follow it to see how it regenerates its limbs? Song Jian frowned. Just then, there was a sudden violent wave of lake water in front of him. Song Jian looked forward and saw large pieces of mud and sand being turned up from the bottom of the lake. It seemed that two monsters were fighting each other in the water. Almost all the monsters were attracted by the fight between the two and surrounded them. But not long after, they fled in all directions like frightened birds. After a while, all the monsters were away from the two fighting monsters. Song Jian carefully checked the properties of the two monsters. Both of them had first-level combat power. One was a level 35 deepwater crocodile beast, and the other was a level 38 deepwater lake eel. The two monsters fought fiercely, and Song Jian slowly approached. Soon, the two monsters were exhausted. The deepwater lake eel flicked its tail and released a huge electric current, which flew towards the deepwater crocodile beast, just like a heavy hammer, directly throwing him out. Boom! The deepwater crocodile beast was directly knocked 5 or 6 meters away, as if it hit an invisible transparent wall, and made a dull sound underwater. There seemed to be a crack in the void, which flashed in the lake water, but Song Jian caught it, and his eyes lit up. Could it be that there is a similar secret place at the bottom of the lake? Song Jian thought to himself, temporarily suppressing his eagerness to explore and waiting for the fight between the two monsters to end. Not long after, the deepwater crocodile beast was defeated by the lake eel and slowly retreated. Although the lake eel won, it was also seriously injured. It stared at the crocodile beast slowly retreating and did not chase it. After a while, the deepwater crocodile beast had swam away and disappeared, while the deepwater lake eel lay in the same place, curled up and huddled up. Song Jian discovered that in the middle of the deepwater lake eel's body, there seemed to be a glittering stone. The stone was as big as a human head and was almost buried by the sand at the bottom of the lake. However, after a fight, the stone was completely exposed. The stone emitted a rich light blue light, and there were tiny arcs on the surface that kept jumping. The deepwater eel licked the surface of the stone from time to time, looking very enjoyable. At this moment, for sharp swords suddenly rushed out of the water like arrows. Before it could react, the 4 swords kept slashing at its body. The deepwater lake eel, which was already seriously injured, was chopped into several pieces in a short while. It didn't even see what Song Jian looked like until it died. Song Jian swam over and first picked up the 2 materials dropped by the deepwater lake eel, and then his eyes fell on the light blue stone, because he had fought with the deepwater crocodile beast for a long time before. The deepwater lake eel was already seriously injured. Otherwise, Song Jian would not have been able to kill it so easily. So the quality of the items it dropped was not very good. Song Jian just glanced at it and threw it into the parcel column. And this light blue stone is an energy stone, which can allow pets to evolve and have a certain chance of obtaining electric attack skills. However, for the deepwater lake eel, the energy contained in this energy stone is too abundant. If it is swallowed directly, it may burst its body, so it just surrounds it and absorbs it slowly. Because of this energy stone finally fell into Song Jian's hands. Looking at the stone man and the black dragon in the pet space, Song Jian hesitated. Who should he give this energy stone to? At this time, the little stone man was in a deep sleep because he had swallowed the core of the earth element lord. It can be clearly seen that his body has grown more than twice as big and is almost as tall as an adult man. The black dragon had recovered from his injuries long ago. With nothing to do, he also lay down and slept soundly. It seemed that he felt Song Jian checking the pet space. The black dragon suddenly opened its golden vertical pupils, looked in the direction of Song Jian, and let out a dragon roar, as if to say hello to Song Jian. Song Jian smiled slightly. The little stone man was just an ordinary monster. He didn't even have the first level combat power. He didn't know how long it would take to digest and absorb this electric energy stone. It would be better to give it to the black dragon. After all, with the grade of the black dragon, it might not take as much effort as a deepwater lake eel to absorb this electric energy stone. Song Jian held the energy stone and directly chose use to the black dragon. Suddenly, a light blue energy stone with electric light appeared in front of the black dragon in the pet space. Seeing this energy stone, the black dragon first curiously scratched it with his claws twice. Then his eyes lit up and swallowed it into his stomach. Sizzle! A series of electric lights emerged from the gaps between the black dragon's scales, constantly flowing on its body surface. Song Jian heard a series of dragon roars in his ears. The sound did not sound painful, but rather refreshing. This is just like electrotherapy. Song Jian was a little speechless as he watched the black dragon rolling in the pet space. From time to time, a series of electric currents appeared on the surface of its body. However, it was obvious that the black dragon's strength was rapidly improving, and even its level began to break through, jumping directly from level 30 to level 32. And it was still improving. It seems that it will not end in a short time. Let's wait until it completely digests the energy stone. Song Jian shook his head, closed the pet space directly, and walked towards the space crack that had flashed before. Chapter 726 Lake Bottom Palace. Song Jian swam to the place where he saw the light of the space crack flashing before, and carefully investigated. If he hadn't noticed before, it would be difficult to detect any abnormality around him. After all, the lake bottom is wide, and it is impossible to see any clues for a while. But now that the specific location is known, it will be much easier to check. Soon, Song Jian felt a trace of the breath of the formation. This breath was very faint, and the surrounding lake water was constantly flowing. If Song Jian didn't know the exact location and carefully investigated for a long time, it would be difficult to detect its existence. Song Jian walked slowly at the bottom of the lake. His steps looked very strange. He often took 2 steps forward, then took a step back to the left or right, and then turned around and jumped onto a protruding rock, and then jumped off the back of the rock. It looked like he was walking along a very narrow path. After a while, Song Jian's figure suddenly whooshed and disappeared from the bottom of the lake without a trace. I'm in. Song Jian looked around and showed a happy smile on his face. There was indeed a large formation at the bottom of the lake, but it was only a concealment and defense formation, and it had no attack effect. But perhaps for some reason, the attack part of the formation had failed. The most important thing was that this formation had existed for too long and many parts had been damaged. Otherwise Song Jian would not have discovered its existence so easily. When entering the formation, Song Jian felt more clearly, and could clearly feel the flow of breath in the formation, and also noticed a clue to the content of the formation, which was also of great benefit to the improvement of his sword formation. It's simply amazing. It turns out that sword formations exist not only in the assessment world, but also in the game world. After Song Jian entered this space, he looked around with an expression of admiration on his face. Looking up, Song Jian found that he had arrived in a vast space. The whole space seemed to be covered by a transparent bowl, isolating the surrounding lake water. But this transparent bowl seemed to be a little broken, and from time to time it would flash with light and appear space gaps. These space gaps flashed and disappeared, as if the entire formation was constantly repairing itself. At this moment, a light flashed in the crack of the damaged space more than 10 meters away from Song Jian, and then a water element boss with a height of more than 2 meters appeared in the space. As soon as the water element boss entered the space, it noticed Song Jian's presence, roared at Song Jian as if warning, and then ran away quickly. The water element boss below the waist is not a pair of legs, but a group of constantly flowing water, and the speed of movement is also very fast. Song Jian's heart moved, and he hurriedly followed the water element boss closely. After a while, Song Jian saw a palace buried deep underground. 1/3 of the palace was sunken underground, and the remaining 2/3 were exposed on the ground. It was surrounded by broken bricks and tiles, and it looked extremely desolate. The water element boss rushed into the palace in a hurry, and never came out again. Song Jian waited for a cup of tea, and finally couldn't hold back his curiosity, and ran towards the palace. After jumping down from the broken gate, Song Jian looked around. Because it was buried underground, the surroundings seemed a little dim, but there was a bright light flashing in the depths of the palace. Song Jian rushed towards the light, but before he got close, he heard a roar. The water element boss was guarding the door and trying to stop Song Jian from entering. At this time, the water element boss seemed to be a little bigger than when he first entered, at least 1 foot taller, and his upper body was originally a rolling stream. But now it actually revealed lines similar to strong muscles. It seems that the treasure I'm looking for should be in there. Song Jian was delighted and drew out the red fire hard monkey sword, rushing towards the water element boss, who was blocking the door. When the water element boss saw Song Jian rushing towards him, he showed an angry look on his face. This human who interrupted his promotion actually dared to take the initiative to attack him, which made him extremely angry. The water element boss began to rub his hands constantly, and in less than a second, an ice arrow had formed in his palm, and with a whoosh, it shot towards Song Jian. Song Jian dodged and tried to avoid it, but the ice arrow seemed to have an automatic search function, and it kept modifying its flight path during the flight, drawing an arc in the air, and crashed into Song Jian's chest. Boom! With a muffled sound, Song Jian felt a strong force hit his body, and his momentum suddenly collapsed. His whole body was covered with a thin layer of light blue icicles, and his movement speed dropped by 50%. 500 points of damage? Song Jian was shocked. You know, his current fire resistance and ice resistance have already accumulated to a very high level, and he is still wearing a gold quality suit. The additional suit attributes have made these equipment comparable to epic level existence. Usually, Song Jian can resist most of the elemental magic attacks or only cause single-digit damage. But now, just an ordinary ice arrow has caused Song Jian to lose 500 points of damage. If it were an ordinary player, this attack might be able to kill the opponent instantly. Song Jian clicked his tongue in his heart and suddenly became cautious. Dusk snow. With a swipe of the long sword in his hand, snowflakes suddenly flew in the palace, and a thick layer of snow appeared on the ground. The coldness quickly spread upward along the body of the water element boss. In a short while, the water element turned into a huge block of ice. Crack. Just as Song Jian was about to swing the sword to break the frozen water element, cracks appeared on the surface of the water element boss's body, and a huge ice element boss appeared in front of Song Jian. Bang! The long sword chopped at the frozen water element boss, leaving a white mark. Ice chips flying everywhere. And Song Jian also felt a violent recoil. Huh? The water element boss waved his huge fist and smashed towards Song Jian. The frozen water element boss was harder than steel. This punch was like a heavy hammer, hitting Song Jian and directly knocking him out. Damn! It backfired. This not only greatly increased this guy's defense, but also made his attack seem to become more powerful. Song Jian rolled on the ground twice, couldn't help spitting out blood, looked up at the water element boss, who was rushing towards him with big strides, and a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. Chapter 727 Healing Goddess Statue. After being frozen, the water element boss turned into an ice element boss, broke free of the freezing effect, and gained strength. He chased Song Jian and punched him. Bang! The ice element boss punched a big hole in the ground. Song Jian dodged and took the opportunity to chop the boss hard with his sword. After fighting for a while, Song Jian suddenly found that although the ice element boss's defense and strength increased greatly, it seemed that it could no longer use magic and could only attack in close combat. After several attempts, Song Jian was finally able to confirm that after the water element boss turned into an ice element, it had changed from a long-range magician to a profession similar to a close combat boxer. But it did not have any boxer skills and could only swing its two fists randomly. Even if it hit Song Jian, it will lose at most 200 points of health, which is much weaker than the magic it uses. Speed Sword. Song Jian uses the accelerated attack skill, and the attack speed of the four long swords is greatly increased. A burst of ice chips flew, and a series of damage numbers floated up from the head of the ice element boss. The boss roared loudly and punched repeatedly, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Song Jian's clothes. Now in Song Jian's eyes, it is like a huge sandbag, without any threat at all. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, cracks began to appear on the surface of the ice element boss's body. From the cracks, it can be seen that there is a clear appearance of water flowing inside its body. It seems that this frozen state is about to end. Song Jian controlled the Jingtaopoang sword and used Muxui again, freezing the boss again and restoring it to the state of ice element. It took Song Jian more than an hour to kill this boss. The entire boss exploded and turned into several huge ice blocks. After the boss died, only one item was dropped, the quality of which was silver. Song Jian picked it up and took a glance at it, and immediately showed a very interested look on his face. Transformation Orb Silver. Accessory. Item level 35. Equipment effect. Spirit plus 15 points. Ice resistance plus 30. Special effect 1. After use, it will transform into a water element, with the ability to breathe freely underwater. This effect lasts for 1 hour. After being damaged or entering combat, The transformation effect will be lifted. Cooldown time 30 minutes. Special effect 2, Ice Shield. Stimulates all the energy in the orb to form an ice shield with a defense of 3000 points and ice resistance plus 50. It lasts for 30 seconds before the shield is broken. Cooldown time 1 hour. Item equipment level 30. Can it be taken out of the game? No. After beating so many monsters, I finally got a pretty good item. Song Jian looked at the transformation orb and nodded with satisfaction. After replacing the ice heart on his body and equipping the transformation orb, Song Jian's defensive equipment and weapons were pretty good, but the quality of accessories, necklaces, and rings was very average, most of which were equipment of level 10 or 20. Now he had replaced it with a relatively good accessory. Song Jian already had an Earth Spirit orb that could transform into an Earth element, and now he got a transformation orb that could transform into a water element. So his camouflage methods would become more abundant in the future. After equipping the transformation orb, Song Jian glanced at the boss's body again and walked towards the place in front of him where the light was emitting. Soon, a stone statue appeared in front of Song Jian, and the light was emitting from this stone statue. It was a female statue holding a staff, and on its staff, there was a huge dark blue orb inlaid. The whole stone statue was as white as jade, emitting a milky white light, spreading outward like a flowing wave. On the ground, it can be clearly seen that a circle of light with a diameter of more than 10 meters emanated from the stone statue. Song Jian walked into the circle of light, and the lost blood value was immediately restored at an extremely fast speed. In a few seconds, the blood value that was originally only half was directly restored. After placing his hand on the statue, Song Jian immediately saw the properties of the statue. Healing Goddess Statue Building. A special strategic item. Use effect. This item cannot be moved for 12 hours after being placed. The recovery speed within a radius of 10 meters is increased by 1000%. Within a radius of 100 meters, the recovery speed is increased by 500%. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, the recovery speed is increased by 300%. And within a radius of 3 kilometers, the recovery speed is increased by 100%. Every 30 minutes, a buff healing effect is automatically released. Special Effect 1. Light Curtain Tianhua active. 10 connection nodes can be set. After release, all connection nodes form a light curtain Tianhua formation. The formation has 5,000 points of absolute defense. Can be immune to all damage. The duration is 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, continue to consume 5,000 points of defense. The defense is 0, and the formation disappears. This skill can only be used once in 24 hours. Special Effect 2. Holy Healing active. Cast a holy healing on everyone within a radius of 100 meters. Restore everyone to the peak state. This skill can only be used once in 24 hours. It's actually a strategic building treasure? Song Jian's eyes lit up. Although this item could not improve Song Jian's own strength, it could play a vital role in the City Lord mission he was about to complete. The increased recovery speed alone could make the final monster siege battle much easier, and the 2 special effects could be used to turn the tide at the critical moment of the siege. Song Jian directly put the statue into the parcel column. After moving it, a 12-hour cooling time appeared on the statue, and it had to be placed after 12 hours. The moment Song Jian put the statue into the parcel column, the entire space began to shake violently. Song Jian rushed out of the stone cave and looked up. The light curtain above his head began to crack, just like a broken porcelain bowl. Bang! After a moment, the entire light curtain shattered, and tens of thousands of tons of lake water pressed down on Song Jian. The impact force directly flew Song Jian away, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. A damage number of more than 1,000 points floated above his head. After rolling in the lake for a long time, Song Jian slowly sank to the bottom of the water. At this time, he found that the entire lake water was like a boiling pot, and all the monsters in the lake roared and rushed towards the location where the formation collapsed. Song Jian was shocked and quickly controlled the transformation orb. After transforming into a water element, he quietly stayed next to a rock at the bottom of the lake. Soon, a large number of monsters appeared at the bottom of the lake. Song Jian even saw 3 level 40 Lord-level bosses roaring angrily. Song Jian stayed in the group of monsters and dared not move. All the monsters were frantically looking for the person who stole the goddess statue, but they continued for more than half an hour and still couldn't find him. Finally, the monsters roared unwillingly and gradually dispersed. until all the monsters around them dispersed. Song Jian slowly floated up from the bottom of the lake and drove towards the manor castle. Chapter 728 Progress. Half a month later. Almost all players in the City of Doom knew that the City of Hope Alliance was doing a very important task, and began to discuss it. The City of Hope Alliance started a wave of recruiting players. In just 1 week, the number of players in the City of Hope Alliance exceeded 1,000, which is also the maximum number of players allowed to be recruited by the Alliance. Otherwise, at least 1,000 more people could be recruited. The City of Hope Alliance did not give up on the remaining people, and directly organized them into a reserve force. As long as they contributed to the defense of the city, they would be given priority to recruit these reserve players after the Alliance was upgraded. After that, all players of the City of Hope Alliance, including those in reserve, began to collect various resources. White lights rose from time to time in the teleportation array. These were players who went to other players to purchase supplies. In just 1 week, the energy stones of the teleportation array consumed more than 500,000 Doomsday coins. In the meeting room of the manor castle, there were only Wang Qi and Song Jian. Alliance leader, we have almost collected all the supplies. We only need 20,000 units of gold and 8,000 units of gems. We should be able to collect them in 1 week at most, Wang Qi reported to Song Jian. In addition, the Valley of the Dead has entered the full-scale mining stage. However, in order to cope with our mission, almost all the funds obtained from mining have been invested in the mission, and there are not many Doomsday coins left in the Alliance. Also, we have hired 3 small Alliance players, about 500 people, and they will also assist us in defending the monster siege. Song Jian listened to Wang Qi's report and nodded continuously. In general, the progress of the mission was not bad. And Wang Qi also brought Song Jian the golden weapon needed to breed the sword spirit for the 4th long sword. The long sword with the sword spirit has almost no consumption when releasing the sword technique. Otherwise, with Song Jian's strength, controlling 4 long swords, there is no way to fight for a long time. How is the second clearing mission going? Song Jian asked. The territory of the City of Hope Alliance is not small now. It will take at least 5 or 6 days to clear it all. And it is also necessary to ensure that there are no blind spots and no monsters are missed. It is very difficult. The low-level monster areas have been almost cleared, but the monster areas above level 28 are clearing a little slowly, Wang Qi said. What about the sewer area? Song Jian asked. The sewer area is the slowest to clear, Wang Qi said with some difficulty. The terrain in the sewer is more complicated. Just like a maze, there are many monsters, and the levels are all above level 25. Now we have only cleared less than half of the area. Song Jian frowned slightly. The progress of the clearance was much slower than he expected. Have you drawn the map of the sewer area? Song Jian asked. It has been drawn. Wang Qi handed the sewer map in the territory to Song Jian. Mark out the monster areas on the ground in the territory that are difficult to clear, Song Jian said. Song Jian was not very satisfied with the progress of the monster clearance. It seemed that he was ready to do it himself. Oh, by the way, leader, this area of the sewer needs special attention. Wang Qi pointed to an area on the map and said, this area is suspected to have a high-level boss. 2 thief players disappeared here, and have disappeared from the friend list. What? A player died? Song Jian was shocked. There is only 1 life in the game, and dying in the game is equivalent to death in the real world. Therefore, many players will not set foot in 2 dangerous areas, and only go back to hunt monsters they are sure of. Do you know the identity in the real world? Song Jian asked. I don't know, Wang Qi said. We haven't established an information database for the players of the War Alliance yet. Do this immediately. Of course. To handle these, brothers need to voluntarily. And then we need to establish a complete War Alliance welfare and pension system, Song Jian said. This game has been interfering with the real world more and more. 1 Doomsday coin in the game has risen from the initial exchange of 100 renminbi to 1 Doomsday coin for 300. The prices of all items that can directly improve the game's strength are also rising, especially those that increase their own attributes, which are sold at sky-high prices. Who doesn't want to become a Superman in the real world? Song Jian's current assets have already exceeded tens of millions of Doomsday coins, which is worth tens of billions in the real world. Naturally, he will not be stingy with players who join the City of Hope Alliance. Okay, leader. I'll do it now, Wang Qi replied. After talking about the construction of the defensive buildings, Wang Qi left the manor castle. He has been very busy these days. As the deputy leader, almost all things are on him. He will only come to Song Jian when he can't solve them. Seeing Wang Qi leave, Song Jian opened the map. Now the Hope City territory has occupied thousands of square kilometers of land. But such a large area is simply impossible for the Hope City Alliance to defend. Therefore, Song Jian directly gave up some territories and built the city wall 3,000 meters away from the manor castle. In this way, the healing goddess statue placed in the manor castle can play its full role. Song Jian directly filled the abandoned territory outside with various traps and self-destructing devices. Devices such as mines have been mastered by many players. These days, players who have mastered the technology of making mines are frantically making these items. The entire Hope City Alliance has become a minefield. Even if you give up building on the territory, you still have to clear the monsters there, which is also included in the mission. There are 3 monster areas on the ground that are difficult to clear. 1 level 28, 1 level 30, and 1 level 33. Song Jianshou moves slowly on the map, checking these monster areas. Level 28 monster areas are easy to say. There will be no level 1 boss in them. But level 30 and level 33 monster areas are hard to say. There may be level 1 boss, or even Lord level boss. So the difficulty of clearing will increase. These are easy. The most difficult part is the sewer. Song Jian looked at the maze-like sewer map in front of him, and suddenly felt a headache. It would probably take a whole day just to walk through such a large area. Forget it. Let's do it one by one, and clear out these 3 monster territories first. Song Jian put away the map and walked out of the manor castle. Chapter 729 Master Architect. In 3 days, Song Jian cleared all 3 areas of monsters above level 28 on the ground. After killing the monsters here, they will never refresh again, and it will be a safe area in the future. The first 2 areas were easy to deal with. Song Jian only encountered a level 30 elite boss, and directly killed it with overwhelming strength. However, in the level 33 monster area, Song Jian encountered a Lord level boss with first level combat power. This Lord level boss is not only powerful in itself, but also surrounded by these 2 level 30 elite bosses and dozens of level 30 ordinary monsters. If it were other players in the City of Hope Alliance, even if there were 100 of them, they probably wouldn't be able to kill this boss. You know, every Lord level boss has a ranged skill similar to a halo, which can give its little brothers a very strong status. Song Jian first lured away and killed the monsters one by one, and finally faced a Lord level boss and 2 elite level bosses. He used all his trump cards and very reluctantly killed the Lord level boss. This was also thanks to his large number of sword stones and the many sword formations he created. Otherwise, facing 3 bosses at the same time, it's really unknown who will fall in the end. However, during the battle, Song Jian's Wanxiang sword technique finally made a breakthrough and comprehended the second move, Wind Sweeping Remnant Clouds. The power of this move is extremely powerful because it borrowed the fusion book and integrated other sword techniques. It is also a group attack sword technique. Once the sword technique is used, the area of hundreds of meters is covered with dark clouds and strong winds. The monster's touch can't even get close to Song Jian. However, the damage caused by this move is continuous damage, and the explosive power is not strong. It is effective against weak and large monsters, but it is not very effective against monsters like boss. After clearing all the monsters on the ground of the territory, Song Jian ordered Wang Qi to send hundreds of people to clean up the entire territory almost inch by inch. The rest are the monsters in the sewer. Let's clean this area first. Song Jian put his hand on a bright red mark on the sewer map. This is where the 2 dead thieves last appeared. In theory, thieves have the strongest survival ability among all professions, which is why Wang Qi specially arranged a group of thief professional players when drawing the map. But in the end, he still lost 2 people. It seems that there should be particularly powerful monsters here. Just when Song Jian was about to go deep into the sewer, Wang Qi suddenly led an NPC to come. Alliance leader, let me introduce someone to you. Wang Qi said excitedly, this is a wandering master architect, Master Katia. He wants to join the City of Hope Alliance and settle here. What? Master Architect? Song Jian looked at the Master Architect in front of him with a surprised expression. This Master Architect is not a player, but an NPC. And most importantly, This is the first NPC attracted to Song Jian's territory. You know, NPCs joining the Alliance do not occupy the number of Alliance players. For the Alliance, the more NPCs attracted, the better, even if they have no combat power. Qingyun is such an NPC. He has weak combat power, but he is a master of life profession and has a high architectural talent. Welcome, Master Qingyun. Welcome to become a member of the Hope City Alliance. Song Jian stood up and said with a smile. Qingyun was relieved to see Song Jian welcome him. If he wanted to join the Hope City Alliance, he had to get the consent of the leader Song Jian. Others were not qualified to allow him to join. For Song Jian, Qingyun's joining was a great help to the Alliance, especially now that a large number of defensive buildings were needed. Qingyun's arrival could be regarded as timely help. Thank you for taking me in. Qingyun will definitely fulfill her due obligations in the Alliance, Qingyun said gratefully. As a wandering NPC, she felt very lucky to have a stable home. Wang Qi took Qingyun away, settled it down, and quickly returned to the manor castle. I made a fortune this time. Wang Qi smiled and looked very excited. What's wrong? Is this Master Qingyun very powerful? Song Jian asked with a smile. Not only powerful, but also super powerful. Wang Qi said with a smile. The reason why it is called a master is not only because its construction skills have reached the master level, but more importantly, it can build a magic crystal railgun. What? A magic crystal railgun? Song Jian stood up in surprise. You know, the magic crystal railgun is the most powerful of the known city defense cannons. Even the city of Sin does not have one. And Song Jian has only seen one in the city of Holy Songs. The power of the magic crystal railgun is enough to scare any creature with first-level combat power. Even an ordinary shell can kill a creature with the peak of first-level combat power instantly. If combined with other more powerful shells, the magic crystal railgun can even pose a threat to creatures with second-level combat power. Great, Song Jian said happily. However, the magic crystal railgun requires too many materials, many of which need to be dropped by high-level bosses. Currently, we only have less than 1/3 of the inventory in stock. And Wang Qi frowned and said, to build a magic crystal railgun, at least 3 senior architects are needed to assist. And the longest construction time is also a week. Song Jian nodded and said, make a list of the materials needed, and I will collect these materials as much as possible before the monsters attack the city. Even if we only build one magic crystal railgun, it will be of great help to us. Soon, Wang Qi handed a list to Song Jian, and Song Jian found that he had more and more things to do. Okay, I'll go to the sewer first. Try to clear it in one day, and then go get these materials, Song Jian said, and left the manor castle. Wang Qi glanced at Song Jian's back, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The things of the Hope City Alliance are very trivial, but with Song Jian here, those tasks that ordinary players can't complete, and the materials that can't be obtained, Song Jian can solve them. For the Hope City Alliance, Song Jian is the biggest confidence. Song Jian went directly to the nearest territory sewer entrance, where he could still see many players of the Hope City Alliance coming in and out. Obviously, after Wang Qi reported the progress of the sewer clearance to Song Jian, he did not let the players give up the clearance here. There are still many players doing the clearance work. After all, in such a large-scale clearance work, the number of players still has a great advantage. But around the area where 2 players were sacrificed, Wang Qi has already told others not to go there. This area belongs to Song Jian. Soon, Song Jian entered the sewer and followed the map towards the dangerous area. Chapter 730, Insect Nest. The light in the sewer is very dark, but the surrounding walls are covered with light gray moss plants. The surface of these mosses emits a faint light, although it cannot illuminate the sewer like daylight. With this weak light, even ordinary players can barely walk here. Thieves like this environment even more. Song Jian directly opened the vertical eye between his eyebrows, and the environment in front of him suddenly became bright. The vertical eye originally has dark vision. Even in an environment without any light, it can see as clearly as daylight, which is naturally not a problem here. The environment in the sewer was bad. Not only was there a strong stench, but there was also a lot of garbage on the ground. The direct manifestation was that Song Jian's status bar had a bad status of movement speed reduced by 5%. In addition, there were many small animals such as mice in the sewer. Although they could not cause any harm to Song Jian, they were squeaking and running around. which was very annoying. Song Jian moved forward along the route of clearing, and did not encounter any monsters along the way. It seemed that the players of the City of Hope Alliance had cleared this place very cleanly. Just as he approached the area where the two players died, Song Jian suddenly felt some abnormal movements above his head. If it were not for his strong mental attributes, he would probably not have sensed anything unusual. Looking up, Song Jian suddenly found that there were fist-sized beetles above his head, crawling madly behind him. Looking back, there were already dozens of such beetles behind him. Why are there so many beetles? Song Jian was surprised. You know, although these beetles are just ordinary monsters, they are level 25, and there are so many of them. Almost endless. Song Jian now finally knows why the two thief players are dead here. Even if the thief profession has strong survivability, once the retreat is cut off by the endless tide of insects, there is probably no way to escape. Wind sweeps away everything. In the passage, gusts of wind suddenly rolled up, as if countless wind blades were slashing at the beetles above their heads. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ordinary monsters of level 25 could not withstand such a sharp attack. Song Jian's damage was simply too terrifying for them. In an instant, Song Jian killed dozens of beetles, and the entire passage was cleaned up. This is just one long sword performing wind sweeping away everything. If 4 long swords are used at the same time, I can't imagine how powerful it will be. Song Jian showed an excited look on his face. This way of killing monsters with one against many really made people feel very comfortable. As he continued to move forward, Song Jian encountered more and more beetles. Their level also increased from level 25 to level 28. They were much bigger, and the two huge pincers on their front jaws exuded a metallic luster. They kept colliding with a click sound, and countless sparks came out. Song Jian looked forward with his eyes between his eyebrows, and found a huge existence like a yurt in the distance, which reached the top of the sewer. Why does this look like a huge heart? And it's moving? Song Jian thought to himself. When Song Jian got closer, he suddenly found that this was actually a huge insect nest, which was constantly spewing out beetles covered with mucus. When these beetles were born, they were only the size of a fingernail, but they grew faster in the wind. In just a few seconds, they could grow to the size of a fist, just like the level 25 beetles before. Most beetles could not continue to grow after reaching level 25, but there were some beetles that could grow to level 28. About 1 out of every 100 level 25 beetles could grow to level 28. Level 28 beetles were not the top ones. Among every 100 level 28 beetles, one could break through to level 30. These level 30 beetles were elite monsters, like guards, surrounding the insect nest. Only those beetles of level 25 and 28 will wander around and kill all creatures in the sewers, even small animals like mice, and then transport the corpses of these creatures to the insect nest to store them as food. Looking at this insect nest, Song Jian was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Even if the monsters on the ground of the territory were cleared out, if the insect nest in front of him was not eliminated, the final mission completion rate would probably be frighteningly low, because this insect nest would produce a group of beetles almost every once in a while. From a distance, the front looked like a rolling black tide. If people with intensive phobia saw the scene, they would probably faint directly. Even Song Jian couldn't guarantee that he could escape if he was surrounded by so many beetles. But if he didn't destroy this insect nest, Song Jian's City Lord mission would fail. Even if he completed it, the grade would be very low, and he would only have a City Lord seal that was 60% unlocked at most, which Song Jian couldn't accept at all. Even if we can't achieve the unique 110% unlock, we have to achieve the perfect 98% unlock. Song Jian gritted his teeth and said secretly, the fourth long sword, the Jingtao Polong sword, had already bred a sword spirit. Song Jian summoned all 4 long swords, and then erased the skills that were previously engraved. The sword spirit has not grown up yet, and can only remember 3 sets of sword techniques. Song Jian directly imprinted the first 2 moves of the Wanxiang sword technique on all 4 long swords. Re-imprinting the sword technique requires a lot of mental energy, but with the recovery of honey wine, Song Jian still successfully imprinted the Wanxiang sword technique on all 4 long swords. Today, I will let you see how powerful the combination of Muzuai and Fengwan Qingyun is. Song Jian stared at the brain in the insect nest. With a thought, a long sword flew towards the insect nest. At the moment it approached the insect nest, almost all the beetles sensed its existence and immediately issued a series of piercing chirps. Thousands of beetles hissed together, causing the entire sewer to echo with sharp sounds. Song Jian felt as if countless spikes pierced into his eardrums. And even the long sword he controlled could not help but tremble. Song Jian was surprised, seeing his blood value constantly decreasing. His face changed greatly. This scream was not a skill of the beetle, but it was more terrifying than any sonic attack skill. Dusk Snow. The long sword flying towards the insect nest was directly swirled in the air, under Song Jian's control. The first move of the Wanxiang sword technique was performed. In an instant, the beetles on the ground were almost covered with snow. Even the beetles on the top of the sewer were cut into two pieces by countless snowflakes and sword chi and fell down. Then, the second long sword was also released by Song Jian, and a gust of wind swept up the whole passage. Chapter 731 Exploding Flame Bomb. Under the snow, the beetles were frozen into lumps of ice. However, some stronger beetles, although covered with ice and snow, still had the ability to move. As for those elite beetle guards, who were selected from thousands of people and grew up to protect the insect nest, they only slowed down their movement speed a little. On the snow, they could still rush towards Song Jian at the speed of an ordinary person walking, sweeping away the remaining clouds. The second long sword followed closely behind, the blade dancing, and the second move of the Wanxiang sword technique was immediately performed. Countless gusts of wind swept the snowflakes, like an angry jade dragon, rushing towards the insect nest in front. All the snowflake sword energy flew freely in the sewer, and the beetles they touched exploded one after another. Song Jian was surprised to find that the power of these two moves increased by 30% when they were used at the same time. Dusk Snow and Wind Sweep Clouds were originally group attack moves, good at dealing with weak but numerous monsters. And these beetles produced by the insect nest just happened to have such characteristics. If it were replaced by other people or creatures, even if they had first-level combat power, facing the beetles surging like a tide in front of them, they would have to retreat and dare not resist head-on. Once surrounded by the insect nest, they would fall into the tragic situation of ants swallowing elephants. The wind swept, and countless snowflakes flew towards the beetles like flying swords. The Wanxiang sword technique was of a very high grade, and it could kill these level 25 monsters instantly. Even those level 28 stronger beetles could not withstand 2 or 3 swords. Only those level 30 elite beetles could survive in the snowflakes and sword energy, but their health dropped very quickly. The third long sword flew over, followed by the fourth one. Because the Wanxiang sword technique was engraved, Song Jian consumed very little energy when performing these two sword moves. The beetles were fearless and rushed towards Song Jian even if they were killed instantly. The beetles like the tide surged, and under the heavy snow and wind, they burst one by one. The whole sewer was suddenly filled with a disgusting odor. There were too many beetles killed, and the corpses alone were about to clog the entire sewer. Fortunately, the corpses of ordinary beetles only lasted for a short time. After a while, they were burned clean by the transparent flames, leaving only low-level materials on the ground. The wind swept away the remaining clouds. The dusk snow was white. Song Jian gave up other sword skills and slowly retreated while performing these two sword skills back and forth. A large number of beetles died every second, but more beetles filled the gap. Even if the consumption was small, Song Jian's spirit value was slowly consumed. In the end, even the recovery speed of the invisible sword energy began to slowly decrease, which meant that Song Jian's body was almost approaching its limit. I don't know how many beetles I have killed. The ground alone is covered with a thick layer of beetle corpses, and these are the beetle corpses that have not been burned out in time. It can be clearly seen that the number of beetles near the insect nest has decreased a lot. Compared with the previous tidal wave, the number of beetles left now is less than 1/10 of the previous number. But Song Jian has reached his limit. If he continues to fight, he will probably be buried here. With a thought, the 4 long swords flew up and down, and at the same time, they performed the wind and clouds. Suddenly, a series of vortices similar to tornadoes appeared in the sewer, sweeping forward with unstoppable momentum. Song Jian took the opportunity to transform into a black shadow, performed the sword shadow step, and swept behind him. He was relieved only when he left the range of the insect nest. It was the first time that Song Jian saw such a terrifying insect nest, which could produce and control tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of beetles. If it continued to grow, even if Song Jian successfully built a city, it would eventually be destroyed by the beetle attacks like a sea tide. Fortunately, It is still mostly ordinary beetles. If they were all elite beetle guards, I'm afraid it would be difficult to get away today, Song Jian thought to himself. And if they were all elite beetle guards today, Song Jian would not be able to fight until now. I'm afraid he would turn around and flee as soon as he came into contact. Back at the manor castle, Song Jian walked towards Dr. Aberston's laboratory. As soon as he approached, Song Jian heard a dull explosion in the distance, and the whole ground trembled slightly. Fortunately, the doctor's laboratory had been reinforced many times by himself, and it could withstand continuous explosions. Doctor, have you invented anything recently? Song Jian pushed open the door of the laboratory and said directly, I need to deal with a large number of monsters. But these monsters are not strong. But there are too many. The dusty Dr. Aberston shook his lab coat full of burn marks and coughed. Do these monsters you mentioned have obvious resistance? Such as super strong fire resistance? Song Jian thought for a while. Recalled the scene of the previous battle. Shook his head and said, it's just an ordinary monster. There is no obvious feature of strengthening a certain resistance. But there are a lot of them. Tens of thousands. Song Jian emphasized. Then try this. The doctor took out a flat metal round cake from the experimental item storage rack and handed it to Song Jian. Explosive flame bomb. It has a delay function, which can extend the time by up to 30 seconds. After the explosion, it will cause 500 points of explosion damage to all targets within a range of 10 meters. And then trigger the white phosphorus burning effect, causing an effect similar to the mage's firewall skill, causing 100 points of damage per second to creatures entering the range. Lasting 30 seconds. Song Jian's eyes lit up. Those ordinary level 25 beetles only had a little over 1,000 HP points. Only one such bomb was needed to cause huge damage and kill them in large numbers. The power was probably even stronger than the Wanxiang sword technique. I want this. How many do you have here? Give me 100 first. Song Jian laughed. What? 100? The doctor said in shock. How can there be so many? These are just experimental products. Let me see. There are only 13 at most. 14. All are for you. After a while, Song Jian put all 14 explosive flame bombs into the parcel column and walked towards the sewer. At this time, he had to race against time. If he wasted time, the insect nest would produce more beetles, and the results of Song Jian's previous hard cleaning would no longer exist. Half an hour later, Song Jian came to the place where he had fought before. It was obvious that almost all the beetles were controlled by the insect nest and gathered around it. Even those ordinary level 25 beetles did not dare to leave without permission. Song Jian approached slowly. When he was only a dozen meters away from the insect nest, the beetles on the outermost layer seemed to sense something and hissed threateningly towards him. Song Jian smiled slightly, stopped, and buried the first explosive flame bomb here, and delayed it for 30 seconds. Chapter 732 Abyssal Insect Nest. Boom, boom, boom. In the sewer, a series of explosions suddenly sounded, startling the players, who were clearing monsters in the sewer. They didn't know what was going on. What's going on? What happened? Is the sewer going to collapse? Is there a boss? Did we encounter a boss? The direction of the explosion is quite far away from us. It seems to be the place where the two brothers who died before appeared last. Do you think it was the leader who did it? It's possible. We can hear the noise from such a distance. The explosion is powerful. We must have encountered a boss. The players of the City of Hope Alliance speculated. But they didn't know that what Song Jian encountered was not a boss, but something more terrifying than a boss. More than a dozen explosive flame bombs turned the entire passage area of dozens of meters into a sea of fire. These beetles had no consciousness of their own. They were controlled by the insect nest. After setting Song Jian as the target of attack, they would only rush towards him desperately. In the end, groups of beetles fell in the sea of fire. Even those elite beetle guards could not withstand the damage of the dozens of meters of flame area and fell in the sea of fire. In just less than 10 minutes, there was no more active beetle in front of Song Jian. The effect of the explosive flame bomb was surprisingly good. Much better than the battle that Song Jian had spent several hours on before. However, this was also because Song Jian had already killed 8 out of 10 beetles before, and the explosive flame bomb only played a finishing role. The strong explosion, coupled with the high temperature of the scorching flame, caused cracks to appear on the concrete wall of the passage, and sand began to fall from the top. It seemed that this section of the passage would collapse soon. Song Jian walked towards the insect nest. This insect nest was 3 meters high, and it was on the top of the sewer, like a huge tumor, with holes on the surface similar to exhaust holes. This insect nest is actually a level 30 Lord level boss, but it has no attack power, and can only rely on producing beetles to generate attack power. If it is given enough time, it can become the top Lord level boss. But if there are no beetles, then it will be the weakest among the Lord level bosses, even worse than ordinary monsters. Feeling Song Jian coming towards it, the insect nest began to tremble violently, and a buzzing sound came from the insect nest, as if begging for mercy from Song Jian. Song Jian was about to bury the last explosive flame bomb under its body, but suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind. This big guy seems to be a creature with its own consciousness. I wonder if the Abyss Charm skill is useful to it. Song Jian thought to himself. He summoned the Book of the Abyss directly. The pages flipped, and the Abyss Charm skill page appeared. Song Jian began to chant the Abyss spell to the huge insect nest. A faint sound echoed in the sewer. Black abyss chains wrapped around the entire insect nest. Under the erosion of the abyss, the insect nest kept wailing, but had no means of resistance. It lasted for a full 10 minutes. And the system finally reminded Song Jian that the insect nest had become his slave. Song Jian opened the attribute interface of the insect nest and checked it carefully. Abyss insect nest Lord level, special creature. Produces 3 eggs every 10 seconds. The eggs will hatch automatically. There is a 90% chance of hatching ordinary beetles, a 10% chance of hatching strong beetles, and a 1% chance of hatching elite beetle guards. All beetles have no independent consciousness and are under strict mental control of the insect nest. After being corroded by the power of the abyss, the insect nest becomes a special creature with the power of the abyss. The eggs produced have a 0.1% chance of hatching an abyss beetle elite. This creature is now Song Jian's slave, with a loyalty of 10. Characteristics. This creature needs to devour a large amount of biological flesh and blood. When it devours enough flesh and blood, the creature will evolve autonomously. Loyalty is only 10 points. Song Jian was speechless. This is the shortcoming of the Abyss Charm skill. Creatures that are seduced into slaves have low loyalty, and are very likely to rebel. Song Jian dared not place a slave with such low loyalty directly on the ground, so he could only leave it here temporarily. However, now the beetles reproduced by the Abyss Hive are all Song Jian's slaves, and no longer belong to the category of monsters. This can be regarded as solving a big problem. When Song Jian left the sewer, he immediately ordered Wang Qi to send all the flesh and blood obtained after hunting monsters to the sewer to start feeding this Abyss Hive. After the monster is killed, although the body will be burned by the transparent flame, players with dissection or skinning skills can still obtain a lot of materials from the monster, including the monster's flesh and blood, which can be regarded as a cooking material. These materials are cheap and easy to collect. Soon, some players began to send the monster's flesh and blood to the sewer, the location designated by Song Jian. And these accumulated flesh and blood were also continuously transported by the beetles controlled by the Abyss Hive. In just half a day, the loyalty of the Abyss Hive rose to 20 points, and a large number of beetles were bred again. Then, under the control of the Abyss Nest, these beetles began to actively clear the monsters in the sewers. Because the Abyss Nest was Song Jian's slave, it could receive orders from Song Jian and then pass them to each beetle through it. The players who were clearing monsters in the sewers were surprised to find that there were beetles fighting with them for monsters. Hey! Look! What is that? Why? Why are they besieging the monsters in the sewers? A player pointed at the beetles crawling on the walls of the sewers and shouted in surprise. These should also be monsters. Damn! Why do I see a system prompt as soon as I lock on, saying that these beetles belong to the leader, and once they attack, they will take the initiative to challenge the leader. These beetles are all the leader's pets? How come there are so many? But these beetles are too weak. I can only fight a dozen of them. Humph. You can fight a dozen, but 50 will be a hassle. If there are more than 100, you will turn around and run away. Look at how many there are here now. There are at least more than 300 beetles, and there must be more in other places. With the help of the Abyss Nest, the work of clearing monsters in the sewers has become smoother. The bodies of monsters killed by beetles will not be burned by transparent flames, but will be dragged into the nest by the beetles and swallowed by the nest. After solving the problem of clearing monsters in the sewers, Song Jian began to run non-stop towards the holiday estate where Jianshi was found before. Chapter 733 Killing God. To make a magic crystal railgun, a large amount of precious materials are needed. These materials will not be dropped by ordinary monsters, and only those powerful bosses have a certain chance to drop them. There are many powerful bosses in the Doomsday City, but each of them has countless monsters of the same level around it. If you want to hunt such a boss, you often have to clear the surrounding monsters first, which is time-consuming and laborious. The lake where Song Jian obtained the statue of the healing goddess before was full of elite bosses. The bosses in that lake are almost as common as monsters, and there are even more powerful Lord-level bosses. If you want to hunt boss and obtain materials, this lake is the most ideal place. The only disadvantage is that there are too many boss. If you are not strong enough, coming here is to die. Even with Song Jian's strength, it is impossible to sweep across this lake. He can only carefully lure the boss one by one and then hunt them. In 3 days, Song Jian hunted more than 20 elite boss here, and his level was raised from level 35 to level 36. The precious materials obtained were enough to make a magic crystal railgun. At this time, in the Hope City Alliance, the master architect Qingyun also led a group of architects to start building the magic crystal railgun. You know, Qingyun is a master architect. He can not only build magic crystal railguns, but also many defensive buildings. He can build them independently. His joining has increased Song Jian's City Lord mission by at least 10 percentage points. There were only 10 days left before the mission deadline, and Song Jian was still hunting boss in this lake. He hoped to get some more materials to build a second magic crystal railgun. You know, a magic crystal railgun can only defend one direction. After the wall of the Hope City Alliance is built, it will have to defend against enemies in 4 directions at the same time. Just as Song Jian slowly led a deep-water crocodile beast boss to the shore and prepared to hunt it, a group of people from the Temple of the Gods appeared at the entrance of the resort at some point. "Are you sure Song Jian is here?" A thief with a scar on his face asked in a deep voice. "God of Killing, I guarantee with my head that Song Jian has been killing monsters and leveling up here these 2 days. He has only returned to the Alliance once during this period. He probably went to replenish consumables. Continue walking forward from here. There is a big lake, and he is killing monsters there." A player with the archer profession whispered. "Okay. You wait here. I'm going to meet the first person on the honor list of this level." The God of Killing showed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, licked the edge of the dagger in his hand with his tongue, and his figure gradually disappeared from the spot. "Do you think that this guy is a psychopath in the real world?" the archer whispered. Silence. A player next to him changed his face and whispered, "He just left. Do you want him to hear it?" The archer's face suddenly changed, and he looked around nervously. The hand holding the bow and arrow trembled slightly. In addition to this archer, the other players, who were gathered in a group, also showed fear on their faces. Obviously, this player called the God of Killing has a strong deterrent effect on others. In fact, the name of the God of Killing is not the God of Killing. Like Zeus, he also used the name change card prop after joining the Pantheon to change his name in the game to the God of Killing. Moreover, in the Pantheon, the God of Killing also occupies the position of one of the 12 main gods, which is equivalent to the core player in the Pantheon. At this time, Song Jian was concentrating on fighting a level 33 elite boss. The 4 long swords were constantly flying under his control, causing a lot of damage to the boss. And the boss was roaring angrily while releasing skills to attack Song Jian. Just when the boss's health value was only a trace of residual blood, Song Jian was about to harvest its last trace of blood. Suddenly the alarm bell in his heart went off. His current mental attribute has exceeded 100 points, and the strength of his 5 senses is several times, or even 10 times, that of ordinary players. He is almost immune to sneak attacks. Normally, if someone stares at him for a little longer, he will be able to detect it. If it is a hostile gaze, no matter how far away, he will have a warning sign in his heart. However, the warning signs of hostile gaze, malicious attack, and fatal threat are different. At this time, the warning sign in Song Jian's heart is the most serious warning sign that can threaten his life, without caring about harvesting the last bit of the boss's health value. Song Jian pounced forward, rolled on the ground twice, and directly activated the ice shield skill that comes with the transformation orb. Suddenly, an ice shield with a defense of 3,000 points appeared around Song Jian's body. At this time, Song Jian realized that there was a bloodstain more than 1 finger long on his left cheek. The opponent had already walked in front of me, and I only sensed it when he attacked me. Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help but feel a little horrified. Who was attacking him? Even if the stealth skill was at the maximum level, it would not have caused such an effect. Looking at the place where he was standing just now, Song Jian only saw a vague figure entering the stealth state again. And the previous low-health boss was also harvested by the opponent. The last bit of blood was taken away by the opponent, and the experience value was robbed of 1/3. Song Jian didn't even see what the dropped items were. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent wanted to harvest the monster's life and pick up the dropped items, Song Jian might not even have noticed the figure just now. The opponent has at least 2 strong stealth skills, Song Jian thought to himself. Once the ordinary thief assassin profession launches an attack and causes damage to the target, it will often directly transform into a combat thief and fight the opponent head-on. If it is defeated, it will use the strong stealth skill to either burst out more powerful damage or take the opportunity to escape. After all, the skills that can force invisibility in combat have a long cooldown time. Generally, such skills are used to save lives and will not be used easily. The man in front of him, after Song Jian discovered his existence, only caused a slight injury, and then he disappeared directly. It can be seen that the strong stealth skill is not so precious to him. It was quiet all around. A drop of sweat flowed down Song Jian's forehead, but Song Jian did not dare to wipe it. Between his eyebrows, a silver vertical eye slowly opened and looked around, but did not find any trace of the other party. How could it be so fast? Song Jian was puzzled. The speed of the other party after stealth was too fast, and he could not find any trace of him. At this time, behind a big tree less than 6 meters away from Song Jian, the killer's pair of bloodshot eyes were staring at Song Jian from the gaps between the dense branches and leaves. On its dagger, there was still a drop of blood from Song Jian's cheek. The killer stretched out his snake-like slender tongue and gently licked the drop of blood. Suddenly, he trembled with excitement. Chapter 734. I let him out. Woo! The blood of the strong. For me, it is the most powerful tonic. The eyes of the god of death suddenly turned into golden vertical pupils like snakes, and the look he gave Song Jian was full of greed. At this time, the tree where the god of death was hiding was facing away from Song Jian, so the god of death did not notice the eyes open between Song Jian's eyebrows. Seeing Song Jian carefully looking around, the god of death could not help but sneer in his heart. A swordsman thought that he could find himself by observing the slightest movement around him. How naive! The god of death leapt down from the tree without making any sound, and then pounced at Song Jian's back like a ghost, and the dagger in his hand, like the fangs of a wild beast, stabbed at the back of Song Jian's neck. Backstab. This is the starting move of an assassin profession, attacking from the back of the target, which can reach 200% damage and gain 2 combo points at the same time. This move is powerful, and the god of death has upgraded this move to the maximum level. It will not only cause a lot of damage to the target, but also paralyze the target for 2 seconds after hitting. However, just when the dagger was about to stab Song Jian suddenly turned around, and his 3 eyes locked onto the position of the god of death at the same time. And the 4 long swords stabbed at the god of death like a meteor in an instant. The god of killing saw the silver vertical eye between Song Jian's eyebrows glowing with light, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He was startled, and seemed to realize something. He gave up the attack and retreated quickly. He can see through my invisibility. The god of killing was startled, and saw 4 long swords coming towards him. A white light flashed on his body, and his speed suddenly increased a lot. Dang 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 dang. The 4 long swords pierced the god of killing's body almost in order, but did not cause any damage to the opponent. For damage immunity words floated up from the top of the god of killing's head. Invincible state? Song Jian was stunned, and saw a white light flashing under the feet of the god of killing, and ran away at a very fast speed. He immediately understood what skill the opponent was using. Wind Step, Song Jian whispered. Wind Step is the core skill of the assassin and thief professions, but the Wind Step skill of the assassin profession is more inclined to the invincible state, while the Wind Step skill of the thief profession is more inclined to the bonus of movement speed. At the full level of Wind Step, the invincibility time of the assassin profession is half a second longer than that of the thief profession, and the running speed of the thief profession will be increased by 5% compared with the Wind Step of the assassin profession, and the duration is 1 second longer. Do you think you are the only one with the acceleration skill? Humph! Song Jian snorted coldly, and a pair of steel wings suddenly stretched out from behind him. With the wings spread, he flew directly at a low altitude and chased after the god of death. At this time, Song Jian had already checked the attributes of the god of death, and naturally saw that the other party belonged to the Temple of the Gods. You know, in the City of Doom, the Temple of the Gods Alliance has always regarded the City of Hope Alliance as an imaginary enemy, and wants to surpass the City of Hope in every aspect. This time, the City of Hope is only one step away from complete success in building the city. And for Song Jian's City Lord mission, the City of Hope Alliance made too much noise, and almost everyone participated. Whether it was collecting supplies or clearing out monsters in the territory, everyone needed to contribute, which also made it impossible to conceal information. Almost all players in the City of Doom knew that the City of Hope Alliance had reached the last and most critical step in the city building mission. Some small alliances could only look on with envy, and at most secretly cursed failure is better in private. But the Pantheon, which had always regarded the City of Hope Alliance as an imaginary enemy, did not hope that Song Jian could successfully complete the task. However, whether it was collecting supplies or clearing out the monsters in the territory, the Pantheon had no way to stop it. In addition, the City of Hope Alliance had already built walls and many defensive facilities. If the Pantheon dared to mess with it, these facilities alone would allow them to start a new life. However, soon, the people of the Pantheon found Song Jian's traces. After all, if you stay in one place for a long time, you will still be discovered. Seeing Song Jian appear alone at the resort, everyone in the Pantheon thought that he was leveling up by killing monsters, and was trying to improve his level in the last period of time. In addition, Song Jian had just leveled up, which further strengthened the idea of the Pantheon players. Therefore, they decided to assassinate Song Jian. At the very least, they wanted to prevent him from leveling up by killing monsters smoothly. At this time, the Pantheon players who were sent to assassinate Song Jian were bored at the entrance of the resort, whispering, "Do you think that the god of killing can kill Song Jian alone? It's hard to say. The god of killing is powerful, but Song Jian is not an ordinary person. Besides, the god of killing is only level 33 now, but Song Jian has reached level 35. Oh, no, he is already level 36 now. Humph. The god of killing has passed the first level combat power assessment. It is said that he has passed the A-level assessment. Now even the leader Zeus is no match for him. I hope he can kill Song Jian. This way, we can save trouble. It's great to get contribution points without doing anything. Ha ha ha. Yes, it would be best if he can be killed. This way, we can all relax." Just as the group was discussing, someone suddenly screamed, "Look! The one running towards us. Is he the god of killing? Why does he look like he is being chased by someone?" Everyone was shocked and looked into the distance. Fuck. That guy. How can he run faster than a rabbit? Did the assassination fail? That's impossible. The god of death is so powerful. Even if the assassination failed, he couldn't have escaped so badly. Humph. I said Song Jian is not easy to deal with, but he insisted on going alone. Now he has alerted the enemy. Right? Look. The man chasing him. Isn't that Song Jian? Yes. Yes. It's Song Jian. Look at the steel wings behind him. Now in the whole Doomsday City, he is the only one with wings. Shashin is a piece of crap. What should we do? Run away together? Even though their numbers were more than 10 times that of Song Jian. Seeing Shashin running away like a rabbit, the group of people immediately lost all confidence and began to plan to escape. But at this moment, Shashin in the distance suddenly shouted loudly, "Hey! I have lured Song Jian out. You guys hurry up and attack him." Everyone, looking at each other, everyone realized Shashin's shamelessness. It was clearly one person who failed in the assassination, but he actually said that he had lured Song Jian out. The original plan was to sneak attack the opponent. Okay. Do you think you are killing the boss in the wild? You need to lure the boss out from the group of monsters. Run! A player shouted, and all the players in the Temple of the Gods immediately used various acceleration skills and fled to the distance like flying. Chapter 735 Pantheon. Song Jian had already discovered a large group of people at the entrance of the resort, and judging from their revealed attributes, they were all players of the Pantheon. But almost none of them had reached level 30. And even if there were any, They had not passed the first-level combat strength assessment. In Song Jian's eyes, the only person who could be considered an opponent among this group of people was the god of killing who was chasing him. After several confrontations, the god of killing had realized that Song Jian was not someone he could kill alone, as his spiritual attributes were too high and his sensing ability was too strong, leaving him no chance to sneak attack him. If he didn't sneak attack, no matter how arrogant he was, he couldn't think that he could kill Song Jian in a head-on battle. Originally, he thought that he could use the people at the entrance of the resort to delay Song Jian so that he could get away, but he didn't expect that this group of people was even more slippery than he thought. And they turned around and ran away. Damn. These guys. The god of killing gnashed his teeth, looking at Song Jian, who was getting closer and closer behind him. He took out a grenade from his arms and threw it at Song Jian. Boom! After a burst of explosions, flame shot up into the sky, accompanied by thick smoke, spreading around, and in a few seconds, it covered an area of dozens of meters in radius. Song Jian tapped his foot lightly in the air, and his figure stopped immediately, looking at the white mist in front of him. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Among these people from the pantheon, I am afraid that only the so-called 12 main gods can pose some threat to him. No matter how many others come, they will just die in vain. After standing for a while, Song Jian turned around and walked towards the lake. The deadline for the last task was getting closer and closer. He had to race against time, and could not waste precious time fighting with the players of the pantheon. If he went to chase those players, whether he succeeded or not, it would slow down the progress of completing the task. And this was exactly what the Pantheon Alliance wanted to see. The Temple of the Gods. Song Jian's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. Before, he had always focused on improving his own strength, and did not take the War Alliance too seriously. Because no matter how big a force he created in the game, it could not affect the real world. But since he had experienced an arena fight in the real world, this idea slowly began to change. He found that the game world was now eroding the real world bit by bit. Not to mention the game players. They have begun to have a huge impact on the real world. And the items in the game world have also begun to appear more and more in the real world. The most important thing is that the existence of the game is no longer a secret. And more people are beginning to know about it. The War Alliance is very important. This city lord may be more important to me than improving my strength. Song Jian had such a thought in his mind. But he didn't know why he had such a thought. It felt like his sixth sense was telling him something. After this assassination, Song Jian became more cautious and directly summoned 30 blood crows, which were distributed in a radius of more than 100 meters around. These blood crows are good at reconnaissance. Even the slightest movement will fall into their eyes. With their presence, Song Jian will not be attacked by surprise. The people from the Pantheon never appeared again. Song Jian thought that since his position had been exposed, and he had not left, the Pantheon would definitely gather people to assassinate him again. As a result, for several days, until the mission time was about to end, Song Jian did not see any trace of the Pantheon players. In fact, it was precisely because Song Jian did not leave that Zeus became hesitant. In the previous battles with the City of Hope, he had never taken advantage of the slightest. The only time he was closest to success was when he competed with Song Jian for the first place on the honor level list. Obviously, he was only 1% behind in experience points. But in the end, Song Jian kicked him down in a weird way. Even though he was about to climb to the first place, and one hand had already touched the throne. This failure has left a shadow in Zhu's heart. Facing Song Jian's abnormal behavior, he has begun to think wildly. In the meeting room of the Pantheon Alliance, 12 players sat on high back chairs, just like the 12 main gods in the Temple of Olympus sitting in the main seats. Could it be that I am used as bait? And there are actually a lot of people ambushing around, Zhu said to himself. The god of death next to him snorted coldly and said, I have already explored the surroundings clearly. Except for him and some of his summons, there is no other person. Then you say, he obviously knows that his position has been exposed. And we have already wanted to kill him, and even assassinated him once. Why doesn't he leave? Zeus turned his head suddenly, his face almost touching the cheek of the god of death, his eyes staring at the other's eyes, and whispered, Tell me, why? Why did he do this? Blind self-confidence? The god of death also showed a trace of doubt in his eyes and guessed. Impossible. He is not you. Zeus sneered and slowly straightened up. Song Jian is confident. But he is never blind. He may be waiting for us to find him, and then catch us all in one fell swoop. Are we just going to watch him fight boss and upgrade? You know, there are elite boss in that lake, which is simply a holy place for treasure hunting. The god of death said anxiously. Why? Do we still lack high-quality equipment? Zeus frowned. But we can't just watch him complete the city-building task. Once the City of Hope is successfully built, will there be a place for our pantheon in the future? A strong man wearing simple leather armor and almost naked upper body slammed the armrest of the chair and roared angrily. God of War. Don't worry. I think the King of Gods must have his own ideas. A beautiful woman wearing a luxurious dress and holding a golden scepter smiled, her eyes never leaving Zeus' figure. Yes. It is not appropriate for us to go to war with the City of Hope Alliance head on now. Zeus smiled proudly, nodded to the beautiful woman with satisfaction, and said, if they want to build a city, let them build it. We have tried to stop them before. But did we succeed? No. Why do we fail every time? Is it because we are weaker than them? Zeus looked around and asked loudly. No. We are destined to become the true gods of the whole world. All enemies will be trampled under our feet. The god of war roared and stood up, holding up a huge double-edged battle axe in his hand and roared. Zeus stared at him, and after a moment, the god of war put down his arms and sat back in the chair. Chapter 736 Preliminary Preparations. Our goal is to become a true god, but we are not yet gods. We must have a clear understanding of ourselves. A handsome man wearing leather armor and carrying a huge longbow stood up and said, our current strength is indeed not as good as that of the City of Hope. This is a fact. The hunting god is right. Zeus shouted loudly. This is the fact. The reason why we fail again and again is because we are weak. The other core members suddenly fell silent, and they all lowered their heads slightly, feeling a little discouraged. Zeus looked around, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Being weak now doesn't mean we will always be weak, Zeus said. Now is a great opportunity. Once the City of Hope fails to build, they will never recover. From now on, the City of Doom will only respect our pantheon. Zeus' words gave everyone a little confidence. From what we know, it can be seen that the city-building task is indeed difficult. But a short man whose entire figure is almost always in a translucent state hesitated. But how can we make them fail in the city-building task? It's very simple. Use the Force. Zeus slowly walked towards the short man. A smile appeared on his face, and said to him, Thief God, I need you to stay in the territory of the City of Hope for 24 hours starting from today to explore the news. You are an invisible man to other players, and I need you to learn all the information about the city construction from them. What is the specific content of the task? What stage has been completed? What plans they have? Etc. Everything. Thief God nodded. For him, this matter is not complicated. He himself obtained the skill of strengthening stealth because of a task. After reaching the maximum level, this passive skill actually mutated, which can give him a very strong concealment effect. And if he does not actively expose himself, almost no one can find him. In addition, there are too few ways to see through the thief's stealth skills. All the skills that break stealth are not only short-lived, but also have a long cooldown time. Ordinary players will not release them at will when they have nothing to do. Moreover, the thief has entered and exited the Hope City Alliance territory more than once without being discovered. This time, he just stayed a little longer. Leader, the thief said. Call me God King. Zeus roared. The thief shivered in fear and quickly changed his words. God King. God King. What's the matter? Zeus asked with a cold snort. I have found out some information before. The city-building mission of the Hope City Alliance seems to be divided into several stages. The last one is the monster siege. At that time, a large number of monsters will attack the city they built, said the god of thieves. Humph. I already knew this news. Everything they are doing now is to prepare for the final monster siege. Zeus showed a sinister smile and said, So what I mean by borrowing power is to use the power of these monsters to completely destroy the City of Hope. At that time, as long as we give a little push from behind, we will not only destroy the Hope City Alliance at a very small cost, but also plunder a large number of the Hope City Alliance's resources. Since the Hope City Alliance obtained the resources of the entire Valley of the Dead, its strength has greatly increased, and all kinds of buildings are being developed continuously. Players who have entered the Valley of the Dead have shown the resources they obtained from the Valley of the Dead, making other people drool with envy. Moreover, only a small part of the resources of the Valley of the Dead will be circulated among the players of the City of Doom. Most of them will be sent to the City of Sin or the City of Anthem for sale through the teleportation array of the City of Washing Alliance. In these places, the resources in the Valley of the Dead can be sold at a good price. This also caused many players in the City of Doom to covet the resources obtained by the City of Hope. Song Jian kept killing boss in the resort. At first, he was a little worried that the players from the Temple of the Gods would come to make trouble again. So he just lured them up one by one to hunt. But later, when he saw that no one came to make trouble, he directly lured 2 or 3 monsters up to hunt together. The first 2 moves of the Wanqiang sword technique were group attack skills. The more monsters there were, the better the effect. Although the effect on boss was not as great as the previous effect on beetles. With the cooperation of other sword skills, the efficiency of hunting boss did not decrease but increased. Soon, Song Jian had to go back to clean up the parcel column again. As time passed, the City of Hope had begun to build the second magic crystal railgun. Song Jian also ended the boring days of killing boss and materials in the resort. He returned to the City of Hope Alliance and began to arrange sword formations everywhere. Exploration sword formation, attack sword formation, defense sword formation. Each sword formation uses at least dozens of sword stones, and at most hundreds of sword stones. Song Jian also cleverly uses some sword formations to connect all the sword formations into one. Once they are running, the sword formations can cooperate with each other. Although it cannot achieve the effect of the Qingyun sword formation, the monster siege similar to the creation of a safe house cannot even climb the wall of the City of Hope. Song Jian knew that the scale of the monster siege at the end of this city building mission was definitely larger than the previous creation of a safe house. The monsters attracted before were mostly monsters from the surrounding area, and the monsters in this city building mission might appear outside the City of Doom. Alliance Leader, the magic crystal railgun at the north gate has been built. Do you want to go and have a look? Wang Qi asked immediately when he saw Song Jian coming back. Has it been built? Song Jian showed a satisfied smile on his face. The magic crystal railgun is a powerful weapon. With only one, there is no need to worry about the appearance of Lord-level boss above the north wall. Let's go and have a look, Song Jian said with a smile. The two of them quickly came to the north wall of the War Alliance territory. Standing on the 5 or 6 meter high wall and looking out, there is still a large area of territory belonging to the Hope City War Alliance in front. But this territory cannot be completely protected with the number of players in the Hope City War Alliance. So they can only give up. But in this territory, there are all kinds of traps and powerful mines. Even Song Jian himself is not sure that he can get out of this area. Is this the magic crystal railgun? Song Jian looked at the huge fortress on the north wall that was almost 6 stories high and said in surprise, "Yes, this is the magic crystal railgun, which is extremely powerful." Wang Qi said excitedly, "Alliance Leader, look at the gully in front. It is the trace left by our test firing after the construction was completed. With just one shell, a 33-story building was directly reduced to ruins." Chapter 737 Abyss Beetle. This gully under the north wall is more than 2 meters deep and 5 or 6 meters wide. It extends from the wall to the outside for 5 or 600 meters until it reaches the ruins of a high-rise building outside the territory of the War Alliance. The entire gully is in a crystal state. You can imagine how high the temperature was when the shot was fired. What is the firing rate? In addition, is the consumption very high? Song Jian asked. You can only fire once a minute. If it is not enough, you can activate the rapid fire skill and shorten the time to 10 seconds. Wang Qi said, after activating the rapid fire skill, the energy consumption is accelerated by 3 times and can only last for 1 minute. After the time is up, the railgun needs to cool down for 10 minutes before it can continue to fire. As for energy, Wang Qi frowned slightly and whispered, the consumption is extremely high. With our storage, according to the calculation of 2 magic crystal railguns, even if we just fire in normal state, we can only last about half an hour. If we start rapid fire, I am afraid that after using it once, this railgun can no longer be used. Song Jian frowned slightly. The energy consumed by the magic crystal railgun is magic crystal. This kind of material is a strategic material that is prohibited from sale in any city. The City of Hope also bought some at a high price with the help of the City of Sin to make magic crystal railguns. The remaining magic crystals are not enough to support a fierce battle. This is why Song Jian did not continue to kill the boss to obtain materials. Railguns alone are not enough. And there must be sufficient ammunition. Magic crystal. Magic crystal. Song Jian frowned and asked, "Is there no magic crystal mine in Doomsday City?" Wang Qi showed a bitter smile on his face. Magic crystal is probably the most difficult material to obtain in this game. Not only in Doomsday City, but even in big cities, like Sin City and Anthem City. There are no magic crystal mines around. Currently, there are only 3 magic crystal mines found in the entire game. And they are all in the monster area above level 50. And the nearest city is more than 100 kilometers away, Wang Qi said. All of his information was obtained from the city of Sin. Wang Qi had never seen or even heard of magic crystals before. He had to make up for his knowledge of this because he was going to build the magic crystal railgun this time. Song Jian sighed in his heart. It seemed that these 2 railguns could only be used at the most critical time, and could not be used as conventional weapons. When will the other railgun be built? Song Jian asked. It will take another 4 days. It will definitely be built before the end of the mission, Wang Qi said. How many defense buildings do we have now? Is the defense up to standard? He asked after looking at the densely packed war equipment on the city wall. We have already reached the target. Now the overall defense of our city has reached 165,000 points. After the magic crystal railgun is built, we can increase the defense by 30,000 points, Wang Qi said with a smile. Originally, the defense was the most troublesome part. Even if all the defense buildings provided by the system were fully built, the defense was only 60,000 at most, which was still a long way from reaching the target. But now, when the mission is over, the defense of the City of Hope Alliance will almost double the mission requirements. The higher the defense, the safer the defending players will be. And naturally more people will be willing to participate in the defense. Otherwise, I am afraid that the entire City of Hope Alliance will have a large number of people quitting the Alliance during the monster siege. In this game, there is only one life. And as long as you are alive, there are infinite possibilities. No one is willing to exchange their life for the huge benefits. Hearing that the defense can reach nearly 200,000, Song Jian finally nodded with satisfaction. The higher the defense, the better. Even if all the buildings are destroyed in the end. As long as the core of the manor castle is still there, and the players in the alliance are still there, it is victory. The materials have been collected enough, and the defense has reached the requirements. 2 of the 4 tasks have been completed. Only the clearance task and waiting for the final monster siege are left. The clearance task looks easy, but it is the most tedious part. If you want to achieve the ultimate, there must be no system monsters in the territory, whether on the ground or in the sewer. They have been inspected several times, but every time some new monsters are found, which is the most troublesome thing for Wang Qi. Sometimes he really wants to turn the whole ground upside down to search. Song Jian took a look at the loyalty of the insect nest, which has been increased to 60 points. It seems that it has been well fed in recent times. Even the beetles have hatched more than 30,000, according to the ratio of 10 to 1 and 100 to 1. There are also 3,000 strong beetles and 300 elite beetle guards. However, the more powerful abyss beetle has not appeared. It seems that the probability of hatching abyss beetles is much smaller than it shows. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly. But this tremor was very slight, and only when his spirit value exceeded 100 points could he feel it. Wang Qi and other players beside him did not notice it at all. What's going on? Song Jian frowned slightly. At this time, he suddenly felt a sense of weakness coming from the insect nest, accompanied by a feeling of hunger. When Song Jian opened the insect nest interface, he suddenly discovered that the insect nest had hatched an abyss beetle. Prepare a lot of food and send it to the sewer. Quickly, Song Jian said, and ran directly to the sewer entrance. Song Jian could not directly control the beetles hatched from the insect nest like the black dragon and the blood beast. He had to control them through the insect nest, so he could only see the number of beetles hatched from the insect nest. As for the specific attributes of each beetle, he could not check it from the interface. Just hatching an abyss beetle made more noise than hatching more than 30,000 beetles, which made Song Jian very curious about how powerful the attributes of this abyss beetle were. When Song Jian arrived in front of the insect nest, he saw that there were a lot of monster corpses piled up here, many of which were elite boss corpses. Of course, Song Jian contributed the most here. After all, during this period, he was the only one who kept brushing elite boss above level 30. Although many bosses were too powerful to be transported here, just a small number of boss corpses were enough to greatly increase the loyalty of the insect nest to Song Jian. Looking at the beetle in front of him, which was as big as a small car, Song Jian couldn't help but guess in his heart that perhaps it was because of the devouring of these high-level boss corpses that the insect nest was able to produce abyssal beetles. Chapter 738. Come on. The abyss beetle is as big as an ordinary car, covered with a thick shell, and the surface of the shell has sharp spikes that are more than a foot long. Like a sharp blade, it exudes a faint black aura, and a pair of scarlet eyes stare at Song Jian, who is walking towards it, and roars at Song Jian like a beast with murderous intent. If it were not for the control of the mother nest, I am afraid that the abyss beetle would have already pounced on Song Jian and launched the most violent attack on him. But because of the existence of the mother nest, this abyss beetle could only watch Song Jian reach out to it, and could not do anything. The moment Song Jian's fingers touched the shell, the properties of the abyss beetle immediately appeared in front of him. Abyss beetle, mother nest control body, level 33, first level combat power. Properties: strength 75 points, agility 43 points, intelligence 12 points, spirit 24 points, constitution 66 points. Skill 1, devour active. Can devour the flesh and blood corpse of any creature to speed up its own recovery. Skill 2, bloodthirsty tier active. Causes 300% of the attack power to a single target, and increases the critical strike chance by 20%. 15% of the damage can be used to restore its own health. Skill 3, spike shell passive. Defense increased by 100%, and at the same time has a 30% damage rebound effect on melee. This is simply a tank-type monster. If it can stand at the front when the monster attacks the city, the pressure on defense will be greatly reduced. Song Jian smiled with satisfaction. The only regret is that he can't control these beetles. He can only control them through the mother nest, which is easy to cause information transmission delays when the battle is fierce. And for these beetles, only the simplest orders can be issued, such as attack, defense, etc. Too complicated orders? I'm afraid they can't understand, Song Jian thought to himself. Originally, Song Jian had planned to move the insect nest to the ground to assist in defense after its loyalty reached a certain level. But now it seems that it is better for the insect nest to stay in the sewer. At this time, no creatures other than beetles could be seen in the sewers. Not to mention monsters. Even small animals such as mice had all disappeared. In addition to the original sewers, the insect nest also controlled the beetles and began to open up new passages. At this time, the newly opened passages had spread outside the city wall. Once the defense in that direction failed, the beetles would drill out from the ground and attack the monsters in the shortest time. Looking at the insect nest that had grown bigger, Song Jian was very satisfied with the idea that he had not killed it before, but used the charm of the abyss to charm it into his slave. With only one day left to complete the mission, all players of the City of Hope Alliance began to gather together to prepare for the final storm. Every corner of the ground was cleared by the players, and no monsters were seen. Even the corpses of the monsters were thrown into the sewers and became food for the insect nest. One last check. There can't be any monsters, even if they are only level 1. Wang Qi seemed a little nervous and kept issuing various orders. All defensive buildings must be checked again, and people must be sent to guard them to prevent damage. Adjust the magic crystal railguns one last time. There must be no problems. The defense of the north and east depends on them. Replenish the traps in front of the territory as needed. Song Jian patted Wang Qi on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You have done well enough. Don't be too nervous. I believe that we can successfully build the city this time." Wang Qi took a deep breath, forced a smile to Song Jian, and nodded. For a day, all the players of the City of Hope Alliance did not go there. They all stayed on the city wall, waiting quietly. There was silence all around, and the air was filled with a solemn smell. Time passed by little, and the sky gradually darkened. At this time, there was a rumbling sound of footsteps in the distance, and everyone looked up. A huge pale silver skeleton was slowly walking through the abandoned city streets in the distance. This skeleton was the huge skeleton over 100 meters tall that Song Jian saw when he first entered the game. It was just that the bones of this skeleton were crystal clear like white jade at that time. But now they have turned silver gray and are full of metallic texture. Just when this huge silver gray skeleton was about to approach the wall of the City of Hope Alliance, it suddenly stopped, and everyone became nervous. Some people even drew their weapons directly, or aimed their bows and crossbows at the huge skeleton. Everyone put down your weapons. Song Jian shouted loudly. No hostile actions are allowed. In the eyes of everyone, all the attributes of this skeleton are question marks, and the opponent's strength and level are not visible at all. But fortunately its attribute is light yellow, and it is obviously a monster that does not actively attack. Song Jian stared at this huge skeleton and felt the strong breath of third-level combat power from it. If such a terrifying existence attacks the City of Hope, then Song Jian will immediately give the order to escape, because in front of it, any resistance will have no effect. Even the magic crystal railgun. I am afraid it can only cause some minor scratches. The skeleton turned around and looked at the wall of the City of Hope. Its mouth, which had been closed, suddenly opened, as if it was smiling. Song Jian immediately felt that the other party's gaze seemed to lock on him, and conveyed a message to his mind. Then, the skeleton continued to walk forward along the abandoned road of the City of Doom, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Huh? I was scared to death. Wang Ji waited until the skeleton disappeared before sitting on the wall. In just a few seconds, his back was already wet. It was really too much pressure from the other party. The monster we are defending. Can't it be that big guy? A player whispered. Impossible. Such a terrifying existence. As long as one of them appears, we can't defend at all. In front of him, I can't even muster the courage to fight. Hey, Xiaoyong is good. He dares to aim at it with a bow and arrow. Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong? Damn. This kid is scared silly. Who has a drink to give him? The restlessness caused by this huge skeleton soon subsided. Song Jian frowned and stood on the city wall. But his mind was always echoing the message that the skeleton had sent to him before. This message only has 2 words, which is come on. For players who create cities, aren't monsters generally hostile? Why does it give me a sense of encouragement? Song Jian frowned and couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. Chapter 739 City Lord Seal. The players of the City of Hope Alliance were waiting quietly, and the players of the Pantheon were also waiting quietly. They gathered less than 1 kilometer away from the City of Hope Alliance, staring at the tall city wall in front of them, and the dense crowd on the city wall. God King. Are we too close like this? If the monster really appears in a while, will we be hit by the monster first? A short man holding a hammer said hesitantly. He is the god of craftsmanship, but he is not one of the 12 main gods of the Pantheon. In other words, he is not a core member, but with his superb forging skills, he can occupy the top position in the player rankings of the Pantheon. In addition to the 12 main gods, the god of craftsmanship also has a high status in the Pantheon. God of craftsmanship. Don't be afraid. The monsters that appear during the siege will be targeted by the system as the City of Hope. As long as we don't do anything to hurt them, they won't attack us even if we are next to them. The God of Wisdom smiled gently and said softly. God of craftsmanship looked at the God of Wisdom, with a hint of intoxication in his eyes. He nodded repeatedly and stuttered, "Thank you very much. Thank you, God of Wisdom, for your help. I understand." At this time, a transparent figure slowly appeared next to the God King. The God of Thieves whispered to Zeus, "God King. Besides us, there are at least a dozen war alliances lying in ambush around here. It seems that their purpose is the same as ours. The City of Hope has been making so much noise in the past month that almost all players in the City of Doom have learned about their plan to build a city. You know, there is only one City of Doom. If the Alliance succeeds in building the city first, then the chance of occupying the entire City of Hope in the future will increase greatly. This is something that all ambitious alliances do not want to see. So there are many alliances with the same purpose as the Temple of the Gods. Of course, there are also many alliances that just want to fish in troubled waters. Once the City of Hope Alliance fails to defend the city, then for them, the City of Hope Alliance will be a feast for the gluttons. Humph. Don't worry about them. They are just a bunch of hyenas. Zeus showed a trace of contempt in his eyes. He didn't take these small alliances seriously at all. But what he didn't know was that in Song Jian's eyes, the behavior of the Temple of the Gods was no different from those of other small alliances that took advantage of the situation. Not far from these alliances, red crows stood quietly in the ruins around them, looking like a stone. But their eyes were always fixed on the players who were ambushing nearby. Song Jian waited quietly until the next day when the sky in the east was white, and finally received a prompt from the system. System, special mission. I am the City Lord. The mission time has come. This mission must be completed. The City of Hope Alliance will be successful in building the city. System. Mission 1. Collect resources to meet the mission requirements. The City Lord Seal function is unlocked by 30%. System. Mission 2. Clear the territory monsters to meet the mission requirements. The City Lord Seal function is unlocked by 60%. System. Mission 3. Create defensive buildings to meet the mission requirements. The City Lord Seal function is unlocked by 90%. System. The first 3 missions are completed, and the City Lord Seal begins to condense. In front of Qingyun, thousands of rays of light suddenly bloomed. The originally low and dim environment seemed to be broken by a golden bottle, and it seemed that a round of scorching sun was slowly rising. Everyone showed a look of surprise on their faces. In midair, a 5-clawed golden dragon was constantly swimming in the air, making waves of dragon roars. After a long time, the 5-clawed golden dragon rushed towards Qingyun, and its body suddenly entangled in the air, condensing into a golden seal the size of a human head, and slowly fell towards Qingyun. When Qingyun stretched out his hand to catch the golden seal turned into a golden light and merged into Qingyun's brows. In an instant, a page of City Lord interface appeared in Qingyun's game interface, which contained various dense options, but the last 3 options of these options were gray, obviously not yet unlocked. With the help of the golden seal, Qingyun felt that his consciousness could completely cover the entire City of Hope. With a thought, he could know everything that happened in the territory of the City of Hope Alliance. Wang Qi. There is a damaged trap in the territory outside the west wall, 130 meters away from the city gate. Send someone to repair it. There are too many brothers of the War Alliance defending on the east wall. Withdraw 1/3 of them to the west wall. Build 2 more arrow towers on both sides of the south gate. There is a gap in the defense. If there are flying monsters, it is easy to break through there. The entire territory of the City of Hope War Alliance appeared in Qingyun's mind like a 3-dimensional picture. Every detail and every deficiency were clearly reflected in his mind. System. The City Lord Seal has been condensed successfully. You have 10 minutes to adapt. After 10 minutes, the monster siege of Mission 4 will start. Please be prepared. You only have 10 minutes to adapt to the various functions of the City Lord Seal. If Qingyun can control the City Lord Seal within these 10 minutes, the defense success rate can be increased by at least several percentage points. Deification of resources. Start. Qingyun controlled the City Lord Seal and began to modify the data of the entire City of Hope Alliance. The mountains of resources in the warehouse turned into streams of light in an instant and disappeared. However, at this time, all the players of the City of Hope Alliance had climbed up the city wall, and no one saw this scene. Check out the buildings. In Qingyun's mind, a virtual City of Hope appeared, with various buildings that had already been built. The city wall should be able to be upgraded to level 9 and become a steel fortress. Qingyun looked at the various building graphics and attributes in the city, and his brows wrinkled involuntarily. The defensive buildings that were originally thought to be impeccable now feel full of loopholes. For example, the city wall that could be upgraded to level 9 is now only level 7. Many arrow towers have not actually been upgraded to the limit, and they can continue to be upgraded and transformed to become more powerful. There are even some buildings that belong to the logistic support buildings for scientific research and development. But because the defense level has not been increased, these buildings have not been built at all. But in fact, these buildings play a very important role in the development of the city. Qingyun sighed slightly. Building these things requires time and some special conditions. And what Qingyun lacks most now is time. The monster siege is about to begin, and now he can only check for loopholes and see if there is anything else that can be improved. Hey, a city mercenary system? Can I hire neutral mercenaries to join the battle and defend the city? Qingyun's eyes lit up, and he finally found an option that can immediately enhance the defense force. Chapter 740 Mountain Giant. The city mercenary system is a function of the City Lord Seal. Using the City Lord Seal, you can hire mercenaries from other cities. Moreover, if the City of Hope is successfully built, a mercenary hall can be created. Qingyun can also open the unique mercenaries of the City of Hope through the mercenary hall and let the city lords of other cities hire them. It is worth mentioning that this kind of hiring only exists between city lords. Others cannot see this mercenary system. Only those who have the City Lord Seal can use this function. Many city lords, who are not strong like to hire some powerful mercenaries, either to fight monsters for themselves or to protect themselves. And the price is just some insignificant Doomsday coins. Song Jian clicked on the Hire City Mercenaries option, and then quickly searched the mercenary list. The mercenary list was densely packed, with hundreds of pages. The price of hiring was different according to the star level of the mercenary, with the highest being 5 stars, and the lowest being 1 star. 5 stars were the most expensive, requiring at least millions of Doomsday coins per day for each hire, while 1 star was the cheapest, with the lowest being a few hundred per day and the highest being only a few thousand Doomsday coins. Moreover, the star level of a mercenary was not directly proportional to his strength. A 5-star mercenary only meant that he had completed more tasks, while a 1-star mercenary only meant that he had completed fewer tasks. Nothing more. Sometimes, it is common to hire a mercenary with a 2nd-level combat power at the cost of a 1-star mercenary. But this kind of thing depends entirely on luck. Song Jian quickly searched, trying to choose the one with the best cost-effectiveness. After a while, Song Jian locked the mercenary he wanted to hire. Mountain Giant. Each one with its own weapon costs 1 million Doomsday coins, and each one without its own weapon costs 100,000 Doomsday coins. It's such a good deal. Song Jian's face showed a hint of excitement. Mountain Giants are a special race, with the bloodline of the earth element. But they are not elemental creatures. They like to use ancient trees over 100 years old as their weapons. The older the ancient tree, the higher the combat power of the Mountain Giant. They are the only race that can draw power from their own weapons. Mountain Giants with weapons and Mountain Giants without weapons are completely different in strength. In a short while, Song Jian spent more than 1 million Doomsday coins to hire more than a dozen Mountain Giants. Each of these giants is more than 10 meters tall, standing inside the city wall. They are much taller than the city wall. With a wave of their hands, they can sweep away all the players within a few dozen meters of the city wall. Mountain Giant Leader Gubo. Report to the great city lord Song Jian. A burly mountain giant said to Song Jian in a low voice. When these giants speak, it's like thunder, making people's ears buzz. Gubo, I hired you to help us defend the city. In a while, a large number of monsters will attack this newly built city. We need your strength. Song Jian shouted loudly. Mountain giants are never afraid of fighting. We will fight you to the last moment. Gubo said loudly. These mercenaries were hired by Song Jian. As long as Song Jian does not retreat, they will continue to fight, even if they sacrifice their lives. However, if Song Jian can't stand it and gives up fighting and runs away, these mercenaries will also flee in all directions. This has been clearly stipulated in the employment manual. Song Jian nodded and began to command the mountain giants, arranging them around the 4 walls. Respected Lord City Lord, there is one thing I need to remind you of. Gubo said, mountain giants do not have any long-range attack capabilities. We can only fight in close combat. In addition, if you can provide us with complete ancient trees that are more than 100 years old, then our combat effectiveness can be at least double, and we can better assist you in the battle. Don't worry. I have already prepared the weapons for you, and will send them to you soon. Song Jian smiled. After a while, someone brought a large number of tens of meters long shadow ancient trees over. Seeing these shadow ancient trees, the mountain giant suddenly became excited and looked eager to try. Mountain giants can only use ancient trees as weapons in battle, and they can also draw strength from these ancient trees to get promoted. The higher the quality of the ancient trees, the older they are, the stronger the power they absorb, and the easier it is to advance. Therefore, the employers who can provide ancient trees as weapons will gain the favor of the mountain giants. These are all your weapons. Please feel free to choose, Song Jian said with a smile. Gubo was the first to choose the thickest shadow ancient tree, raised it high above his head, and roared with joy. I feel the powerful power of the shadow ancient tree that is more than 500 years old. After this battle, I will definitely be able to advance again. Fight! The other mountain giants also picked up the shadow ancient trees one by one and roared loudly. Only in battle can they absorb the power of the ancient tree faster. So the mountain giants, who have obtained weapons, are more eager to fight than the players of the City of Hope. After hiring these mountain giants, Song Jian spent the last bit of the Hope City Alliance's financial reserves. The remaining options in the City Lord Seal are all about complete control of the entire city. More functions are yet to be developed, and Song Jian can only take a quick look at them now. He didn't even have time to look at the remaining 3 unblocked functions before a burst of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. The dark clouds that were already dark now seemed to be stirred by a big hand, rolling violently. Lightning flashed across the sky, and thunder roared, just like a giant dragon roaring angrily. A huge number of monsters jumped out of the city ruins outside the territory of the City of Hope. Their eyes were red, and their faces were full of anger. They stared at the City of Hope with hatred in their eyes. They roared and rushed towards the City of Hope. The number and variety of these monsters were so large that it was frightening. Some players, who were ambushing outside the territory of the City of Hope and wanted to take advantage, were all scared to death, even though they knew that these monsters would not attack them. Most people chose to temporarily flee this place, including many players from the Temple of the Gods. This is really terrifying. The God of Craftsmen trembled as he watched a giant python that was dozens of meters long and the size of a tanker truck slide past him less than 3 meters away. He immediately felt a little damp at the root of his thigh. 30 level elite boss. Lord level. Look, there are so many Lord level boss. It's so scary. How can we defend it? Almost all of them are boss. This is not a monster attack. This is a boss attack. Chapter 741 Monsters Attack. Standing on the city wall, watching the monsters swarming in. All the players showed shocked expressions on their faces. Why are there so many bosses? Level 30. Level 30 elite bosses. There are too many. Can the city wall block them out? Look, those monsters behind are at least more than 3 meters tall. They can climb up the city wall with just a stretch of their hands. Lord level. Those are Lord level bosses. We are no match for them at all. Could it be that all the bosses in the entire Doomsday City are coming? It's not that the players of the City of Hope Alliance have never experienced monster sieges. Those who have survived the game until now are all players who have successfully completed the novice mission and created their own safe houses. They have experienced monster sieges. And it's not the first time they have seen such a large number of monsters. However, the monster sieges that create safe houses and the current monster sieges are completely different levels. Most of the monster sieges and safe houses are ordinary monsters that do not exceed the player's level. Occasionally, some business bosses will appear, but now most of these monsters are boss-level monsters. And ordinary quality monsters are rare. Qingyun had a serious face and was in a very heavy mood. He knew that it was very difficult to create a city. Many settlements were already qualified to create a city, but few succeeded. For example, the previous 101 settlement was destroyed more than 3 times because of the creation of the city. Don't panic. All defense buildings are activated, and when the monsters enter the range, they will start to attack freely. Qingyun shouted loudly, "Ranged professions are ready, and they can fire freely. Mountain giants, you stand in the front and withstand the first charge of the monsters." Hearing Qingyun's calm roar, all the players felt relieved. At this time, everyone was watching, and no one could escape. The remote professions began to lock on to the monsters in the front, and when they entered the attack range, they began to chant spells and release remote spells. Archers had already started to shoot arrows at a 45-degree angle. At this time, they didn't need to aim at all. They just needed to shoot the arrows. The mountain giant leader Gubo roared, pressed the city wall with one hand, and jumped up with his huge body. He actually jumped over the city wall and jumped outside the city wall. He raised the shadow tree in his hand high, and then smashed it hard into the group of monsters rushing over. Boom! With a loud noise like a landslide, dozens of monsters were smashed into meat paste. At the same time, a dark gray energy similar to sword energy bloomed from the shadow tree, rushing forward in a cone of 100 degrees, knocking all the monsters within a few dozen meters in front of the mountain giant and sending them flying backwards. Knockback effect. Gubo was stunned. He didn't seem to expect that his attack would cause such a great power. At the same time, a strange energy was transmitted from the ancient shadow tree and merged into his body. This breath was too weak. If it hadn't put most of its mind on the ancient shadow tree in its hand, it would probably be difficult to detect the existence of this breath. Although he didn't know what this breath was for, Gubo knew in his heart that this breath would definitely play a vital role in his promotion. Mountain giants, fight! Gubo shouted excitedly. He felt that after this battle, he would be able to advance again. Gubo's voice echoed over the territory of the City of Hope Alliance. and all the mountain giants roared in response. From Gu Bo's roar, they all heard Gu Bo's excitement and joy at this time, and naturally understood that their leader must have discovered something, and was sending them some kind of signal. It is no secret that mountain giants can absorb the energy of ancient trees in battle. The older the ancient trees provided, the crazier the mountain giants will be in battle. This is why many city lords like to hire mountain giants in battle. However, in order to unleash the full potential of mountain giants, they must be provided with ancient trees that are more than 100 years old, and the time when these ancient trees are cut down cannot exceed 1 hour. This is really a headache for some city lords who are short of resources. They can only hire mountain giants with their own weapons. But the performance of mountain giants with their own weapons can only be said to be mediocre, without any outstanding features, and can only be regarded as value for money. However, if they hire mountain giants without weapons for cheapness, but cannot provide them with weapons, then the fighting power of mountain giants in battle is just like a large sandbag, which makes all the city lords who want to take advantage of cheapness regret it. Gu Bo madly waved the shadow giant tree in his hand to sweep across, although its strength is only that of a level 33 elite boss. In battle, even if there are 7 or 8 bosses of the same level, they are not its opponents. Even if a lord-level boss rushes up, it will be knocked to the ground by its ancient tree. Other mountain giants also jumped out of the city frantically, killing monsters everywhere. Their performance was like a few reefs in the tide. No matter how strong the impact of the waves was, they would turn into a pile of foam when they encountered them. Such performance stunned all the players. For a moment, they even forgot to attack and looked at them stupidly. "What are you doing? Attack quickly! Kill those monsters!" a player next to him shouted. And only then did the people around him come to their senses and start throwing all their long-range skills at these bosses. Boom! There was a sudden earth-shaking sound from the north wall. Song Jian was stunned. It was the sound of the magic crystal railgun. How long has it been since the magic crystal railgun was launched? Song Jian frowned. The lack of magic crystals made the magic crystal railgun unable to be used normally, and it could only be used as a trump card in the most dangerous time. But now it has been less than 10 minutes since the monsters attacked the city, and the magic crystal railgun has been activated in the north. Could it be that some particularly powerful monster has appeared in the north? Thinking of this, Song Jian spread his wings and suddenly rose into the air, flying towards the north wall. What's going on? Song Jian flew to the north wall and asked loudly. Boss, a super boss has appeared. A burly man pointed outside the wall and shouted loudly, his voice trembling slightly, and there was still a trace of fear on his face. Song Jian looked up. The direction facing the northern wall was the unoccupied part of the Doomsday city. This direction was attacked by the most monsters, which was why the first sunglasses railgun was set up here. The monster in front of Song Jian at this time was higher than the other walls in terms of level and quality. At this time, a huge armored zombie was slowly getting up from the ground, and other monsters kept falling off it. When it stood up completely, Song Jian found that the height of this armored zombie boss was more than 10 meters. If it was allowed to get close to the wall, which was only 7 or 8 meters high, would completely lose its defensive function. The peak of the first level combat power. Song Jian squinted his eyes and looked carefully. The attributes of this boss made him feel depressed. The monster siege had just begun, and a boss with the peak of the first level combat power appeared. The difficulty of this city building task was a bit too great. Chapter 742. The wall is broken. This huge mutant zombie has lost half of its body, leaving only an arm, and its health is less than 1/3. However, it is obvious that the person who activated the magic crystal railgun fired a little off target. Otherwise, this boss with the peak of the first level combat power would not have been left with little health, but would have been killed instantly. Everyone, focus on that zombie, the commander of the northern wall shouted, and set a mark on the head of the armored zombie with little health. Although it has little health, as long as this armored zombie with the peak of the first level combat power approaches the wall, it will also cause a devastating blow to this side. Once a breakthrough is caused, the monsters in the north will swarm in. There were 4 mountain giants on the north wall. When they saw the armored zombie coming, they looked at each other, roared, and rushed towards the armored zombie. These mountain giants were just over level 30, and had not reached the first level combat power. If the armored zombie had not been seriously injured, they would not dare to face the boss head-on. The mountain giants were not fast. but the other person was much faster than them. Song Jian spread his wings and rushed towards the armored zombie like an arrow. For a long sword stabbed at the armored zombie like meteors, cutting its body's surface continuously. Sparks flew everywhere, and the armored zombie roared continuously. But it only had one arm left, and was no match for Song Jian. The 4 long swords released lightning strike skills at the same time, and 12 lightning bolts appeared out of thin air. As the long swords chopped, they hit the armored zombie hard. Song Jian's damage had already exceeded the limit that the armored zombie could bear. After only rushing forward 7 or 8 meters, the remaining blood volume of the armored zombie dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, like a mountain collapsing, the armored zombie knelt on both knees and fell to the ground, crushing a large number of monsters. Cooperate with the mountain giant's attack, and the injured brothers will retreat and be carried to the manor castle for recovery, Song Jian said as he collected the items dropped by the armored zombie. Just as Song Jian was about to leave the northern wall, he suddenly received a system prompt. System: the Hope City Alliance hunted down the Iron Armored Zombie level 1 peak power, and the monster siege time was shortened by 10 minutes. All players in the Hope City received this message, and their morale was immediately boosted. You know, the monster siege is not endless. Just like when creating a safe house, there is also a time limit. If the city core crystal cannot be broken within the specified time, the defender will win, and the monsters will no longer continue to attack, but will quickly flee. Killing the level 1 peak power boss can shorten the monster siege time? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he looked at the magic crystal orbital cannon. Now there is only the magic crystal railgun, which has the power to kill the peak first level combat power boss in seconds. Unfortunately, the City of Hope has only built 2 of them now. Song Jian quickly returned to the southern wall, because it faces the sheltering black fog. There are far fewer monsters here than on the other 3 walls. Most of them are monsters from the west and east. Because of the congestion, they go around the wall to attack here. But Song Jian always has a bad feeling in his heart. The monsters in the sheltering black fog are not much weaker than the boss in front of him. If they also participate in the monster siege, it may increase the difficulty of the monster siege. The battle went on very quickly. Although there were mountain giants to assist, there were too many bosses, especially the western wall, because there was no magic crystal railgun. 2 bosses with the peak of the first level combat power rushed to the wall and caused great damage to the wall. If Song Jian had not arrived in time and killed the 2 bosses, I am afraid that the western wall would have been directly blasted with cracks. At this time, the western wall was already shaky, and it was only a matter of time before it collapsed. More than an hour later, the Hope City Alliance killed a total of 5 bosses with the peak of the first level combat power, and the monster siege lasted for 3 hours, which means that as long as they could hold on for less than an hour, the monster siege would be over. But at this point in the battle, every player of the City of Hope Alliance had a dark cloud in their hearts. Even the eastern and northern walls defended by the magic crystal railguns were already riddled with holes, and the magic crystal shells were exhausted. The durability of the walls was only 1/3, and only the northern wall was slightly better, with fewer monsters. Boom! The western wall finally couldn't withstand the attacks of too many monsters, and collapsed for at least 5 or 6 meters. The 3 mountain giants roared and directly blocked the gap, using their bodies as walls, like Reese, firmly guarding the gap. However, the defense of the western wall could not be stopped by a few mountain giants. After a while, the entire wall collapsed. Then, cracks appeared in the eastern and northern walls. Some smaller bosses were able to directly enter the War Alliance territory through the cracks. Song Jian's face was terribly gloomy, and he shouted loudly, "Abandon the wall and retreat to the manor castle." At this time, letting the players stay on the wall was murder. More than a dozen players were killed by the boss in seconds, and there was no chance of rescue. Song Jian did not want to continue to use the lives of the War Alliance players to delay the mission time. All the Alliance players retreated towards the manor castle, and the mountain giant stayed behind, waving the shadow tree in his hand to delay the monster's attack. Song Jian's manor castle also had thick walls, but the walls of the manor castle were only more than 3 meters high, and any boss could directly climb over them. The monster siege lasted less than half an hour, but the defense of the manor castle was completely incomparable to the wall. If it was 1 or 2, it would be fine. But now Song Jian was facing the siege of hundreds or even thousands of bosses. I'm afraid the castle wall couldn't even withstand 1 or 2 minutes. The shadow of failure began to hang over the heads of every Alliance player. Some Alliance players had already begun to secretly flee far away. As long as the direction of escape was not the manor castle, the besieging monsters would not actively attack. The only advantage of guarding the manor castle was that under the cover of the healing goddess statue, everyone's health value recovery speed reached 1000%. As long as they were not killed instantly, they could not be killed by monsters. Even the health value of the mountain giants surrounding the manor was recovering rapidly, which made them roar loudly in excitement and wave the shadow ancient tree more frantically. Because of the presence of the healing goddess statue, the battle entered a stalemate again. Although the speed of blood recovery increased, the mana could not be increased. The energy slots of many magic professions were empty, and there was no way to continue fighting. They could only retreat to the castle and recover their mana naturally. This recovery speed was too slow. After recovering the energy of a spell, they would directly stand at the window to use it. Insect nest. Control all beetles and start attacking, Song Jian ordered in his heart. If he didn't use the trump card of the insect nest at this time, he might not have the chance to use it again. Chapter 743 Monster Reinforcements. Swish. 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 Mounds of dirt suddenly appeared on the ground, and beetles emerged from the ground, rushing towards the monsters frantically. Each beetle was not afraid of life or death, and some were even unable to play any role and were directly trampled to death by the bosses. However, more and more beetles appeared and finally began to cause damage to the monsters. Boom! A manhole cover at the entrance of a sewer suddenly rushed into the sky, and an abyss beetle as big as a car rushed out of the sewer mouth, waving its 2 huge pincers. Its body, like a bomb, directly knocked out a deep pit with a diameter of more than 3 meters at the wellhead. Behind it, beetles like a tide swarmed out. In the past few days, the hive has been producing beetles all the time, and the number of beetles has already exceeded 100,000. Although most of them are ordinary beetles of level 25, there are also more than 1,000 elite beetle guards of level 30. More importantly, these beetles are fearless and will bite the legs of the bosses before dying, even if they are trampled to death by the bosses, causing a tiny bit of damage. Even this little damage, when gathered in large quantities, is enough to pose a fatal threat to the bosses. Boom! The manhole cover in the other direction was lifted up, and 2 abyss beetles crawled out from it and rushed towards the bosses. In the past few days, the insect nest hatched 2 more abyss beetles. Now it has sent out all the beetles. In the sewer, there is only 1 lonely insect nest left. Now any ordinary person can pose a fatal threat to the insect nest. However, at this time, everyone's attention is on the manor castle, and no one goes back to pay attention to the insect nest in the sewer. The abyss beetle has a very strong tank attribute, with a bonus of 1000% increase in the speed of blood value recovery. It is simply an indestructible cockroach. A group of bosses surround it and attack it continuously. But in the end, these bosses often do not die under the attack of the abyss beetle, but die under their own attack. The passive skill of the abyss beetle is simply a magical skill in group battles. Many bosses are killed by rebounding like this. There are still 20 minutes left. Hold on, Song Jian shouted loudly. At this moment, there were sudden crashes from the southern wall, and cracks appeared on the originally solid wall. The south was facing the protective black fog, and no monsters had rushed out of the black fog before. But now, just as the monsters were about to attack the city, there was finally movement in the south, and large groups of stone men came out of the protective black fog and joined the attacking team, with no one defending. The southern wall only lasted less than 5 minutes before a big hole was blasted out, and countless stone men swarmed in from the hole and rushed towards the manor castle. This is the monster's reinforcements? A player shouted, with a shocked expression on his face. At this time, Song Jian was staring at the system prompt in amazement. System, the defensive stone spirits in the sheltering black fog will participate in the siege. If the defense is successful, the area of the sheltering black fog near the south gate will be integrated into the city defense system, and the city lord can set the conditions for entering and exiting the sheltering black fog. What? Can you enter and exit the sheltering black fog freely? Song Jian's face was full of shock. You know, it is the sheltering black fog around the city that restricts the development of the entire Doomsday city. If you don't reach the 2nd or even 3rd level combat power, it is simply impossible to enter the black fog. Although the City of Hope Alliance has established a teleportation array to other cities, The restrictive effect of the protective black fog has been greatly reduced. But there are still many restrictions on the use of the teleportation array. The biggest impact is that the caravan cannot travel between cities through the teleportation array. If it is impossible to cross the protective black fog, Song Jian cannot establish his own caravan. And caravans from other cities cannot come in. All goods can only be transported in small batches through the teleportation array, which is too costly. If it were not for the city building task, Song Jian would not have allowed so many people to purchase supplies through the teleportation array this time. You know, the transportation cost of the materials needed for the collection task through the teleportation array is several times the value of the materials themselves. If he could freely pass through the black fog, Song Jian could form a caravan. The honey wine in the military camp town was what he had always coveted. Let's finish the task first. If we can't resist these monsters, it's useless to say anything now. Song Jian let out a long breath and thought to himself. At this moment, there was a sudden vibration in the pet space. When he opened it, he saw that the little stone man and the black dragon had awakened at the same time and completed their respective promotions. The little stone man had completely grown from a child to the height of an adult human. He was originally only 1.34 meters tall, but now he has grown to nearly 2 meters. His body is made up of pieces of hard granite, and the outline of muscles is revealed on the surface. If it weren't for his head and facial features, which still have the clumsy characteristics of a stone man, the little stone man looks no different from an adult man. Summoning the little stone man, it immediately rushed towards Song Jian, making a gurgle sound from its mouth. Song Jian hurriedly stopped its action. It was okay when it was small, but now a stone man nearly 2 meters tall rushed towards him. Just thinking about it made him feel slapped. Since you keep making gurgle sounds, I might as well call you Guru. Song Jian patted the little stone man on the shoulder and said, Guru. After the promotion, the stone man Guru was already a level 35 elite boss, and also had a first level combat power. Sensing that Song Jian was in battle, Guru waved his right hand, and a millstone-sized stone smashed into the group of monsters. Song Jian's eyes lit up. Guru's stone throwing skill seemed to have been upgraded. It used to take at least 3 seconds to condense the stone, but now, throwing has become an instant skill, and the thrown stone is much larger than before. Boom! The stone hit the monster group and exploded violently like a bomb. All the monsters within a range of 2 or 3 meters were blown away. It's more powerful than the previous stone, and it has changed from a single attack to a group attack, Song Jian said in surprise. It seemed that Song Jian felt happy because of the stone man Guru, and the black dragon became restless in the pet space. The newly promoted black dragon was eager to fight, and kept conveying to Song Jian the emotion of wanting to come out to fight. Song Jian's mind moved, and a huge black dragon with a body over 10 meters long appeared above the manor castle, and the entire castle was immediately covered by a shadow. A shocking dragon roar sounded, and the monsters around the manor castle, whether they were boss or ordinary monsters, all trembled, stopped attacking, and looked up at the black dragon in fear. Chapter 744, The Last 10 Minutes. At this time, the black dragon has advanced to the 35th level Lord level boss. It originally had the first level combat power, and after the promotion, it easily reached the peak of the first level combat power. And because the dragon itself stands at the top of the biological pyramid, even if it is the peak of the first level combat power, the black dragon can easily defeat the opponent. If it were normal times, the dragon power of the black dragon would directly make other creatures with less strength than it flee in all directions. Now, at least 9 out of 10 monsters besieging the manor castle will directly give up the attack. But now it is a system task. After all the monsters paused their attack slightly, their eyes that were originally full of fear became ferocious and crazy again. Under the intervention of the system, the dragon's might has lost its original effect. In its eyes, the monsters, which are like ants, actually ignore the majesty of the dragon family. This makes the black dragon feel extremely angry. It roars loudly and spews hot dragon breath towards the ground. With the assistance of the black dragon, the defending players are relieved. In any case, having a dragon as a friendly force above their heads is really a reassuring thing. The battle is still going on. The monsters are frantically attacking the walls of the manor castle. Large groups of stone spirit guards are throwing stones at the players on the wall. Although there is a recovery bonus from the healing goddess statue, the thrown stones cannot cause any damage to the players. But the smashing and repelling effects of the skills cannot be avoided. The most important thing is that the wall of the manor castle has a limited area and cannot accommodate nearly 1,000 players at the same time, which makes part of the player's combat power completely wasted. The durability of the wall is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every second is a torment for the players of the City of Hope Alliance. Alex, the bloody ghost poison tree, madly covered the entire wall with branches, using his own blood value to replace the defense of the wall. At the same time, countless tree roots, like pythons, tightly wrapped around the besieged monsters and constantly suck their blood. However, there are still too many monsters. Although Alex's blood value has been restored by the healing goddess statue, he cannot grow again immediately after the roots are cut off. In just a few minutes, Alex's tree roots were all cut off, and the walls of the manor castle were once again exposed to the monsters. Boom, boom, boom. The monsters ran the walls with their bodies frantically. Even if they smashed themselves into a pool of blood, they did not retreat at all. This scene made all the players who saw it feel a chill. Spiderweb-like cracks soon appeared on the surface of the manor castle wall. In less than a minute, the wall was crumbling under the siege of the monsters. Boom. A section of the wall less than 2 meters long collapsed with a loud bang. This seemed to be a signal. The sound of the wall collapsing began to be heard around. Seeing the wall breached, many players showed despair in their eyes. Even though the monsters still had about 10 minutes to attack the city, they had lost all means of defense and only had a lonely castle left. And there were hundreds of monsters in front of them. And the bosses kept rushing up. Some players had already started to use their escape skills and fled far away. Song Jian gritted his teeth and directly controlled the healing goddess statue, using his own skill light curtain Tianhua. Suddenly, a transparent light curtain emanated from the healing goddess statue, covering the entire manor castle. The 30 seconds of invincibility made many people breathe a sigh of relief. Song Jian commanded the alliance players to get down from the crumbling wall and enter the castle. The castle is the last line of defense. The core crystal of the city, which is also the core crystal of the alliance, is placed in the castle. This will be the location of the city lord's mansion in the future. Once it is breached, the city construction mission will fail. There are only a dozen minutes left. Song Jian took a look at the status of the alliance players. Many magic professions have run out of mana. Everyone has a trace of fatigue on their faces. More than 2 hours of high-intensity fighting has put many people on the edge of collapse. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, controlled the statue of the healing goddess, and cast a holy healing spell again, restoring everyone's status to the peak state. There are less than 10 minutes left. Hold on, Song Jian encouraged. It is not uncommon to fail at the last hurdle after building a mountain. The defense of the castle is similar to that of the wall. Once the monsters rush here, I am afraid they will not be able to withstand even 30 seconds. The bloody ghost poison tree directly blocked the gate of the castle with its body. It has almost lost all its branches and roots, and can only make the final contribution with its strong body. Song Jian also summoned all the blood beasts in the blood pool to join the battle. Although these blood beasts are too weak in the eyes of the monsters outside the light curtain, at this time, even the smallest combat power can play the role of the last straw on the scale. More than a dozen mountain giants have all died in the battle. But like the earth element, as long as the core is not destroyed, they will not really die. It only takes a while for the mountain giants to condense a new body. And because of the absorption of the ancient shadow tree, the new body condensed this time will be more powerful than before. And their leader Gu Bo will even be directly promoted to become a more powerful existence. Leader, I'm afraid we can't hold on for 10 minutes. Wang Qi whispered beside Song Jian. At this time, more and more bosses were blocked outside by the transparent light curtain, and the number had already exceeded 500. And more monsters were still gathering here continuously. And there was no end in sight. Once the invincibility time is over, with the castle's defense, it can't even last a minute. At this time, the number of alliance players in the castle is less than 300, and the number of sacrificed players is less than 50. Some of the remaining players fled after the city wall was destroyed, and some lost confidence and fled at the moment the wall collapsed. Brother Song Jian, why don't we run away? Li Kur suddenly said, looking at Kur's worried eyes. Song Jian knew that she was not afraid, but was just worried about herself. If we talk about the most reluctant person to give up here, I'm afraid it must be Song Jian. After all, he is the leader of the alliance and the mayor of the City of Hope in the future. If the city construction fails, all his previous investment will be wasted, and the loss will be huge. The 30 seconds of invincibility have come to an end. At this time, the light screen showed a defense of 5,000 points. Under the siege of monsters, this defense may not last even 10 seconds. At the last moment, Song Jian opened the Battle Alliance interface and directly upgraded all the more than 300 people present to core members. And then said, "Now is the last moment. Once the monster breaks through the castle defense, everyone can save their lives. If the city is gone, we can rebuild it. But people can't die anymore." At this moment, Li Qiu suddenly shouted loudly, "Brother Song Jian, there is a first-level peak combat power boss in the blacksmith shop." Chapter 745 Sword Demon Zombie. All players of the City of Hope Alliance have retreated to the castle. Almost everyone's face is filled with despair. The 5,000-point defense of Guangmu Tianhua can't even last 10 seconds under the siege of hundreds of monsters. The defense of the castle they are in is even more fragile. At most, in 20 seconds, the monsters can tear the entire castle to the ground. In other words, they only have half a minute now. After half a minute, if there is no turnaround, then all of them will die in the monsters. At this moment, Li Qiu suddenly shouted, "There is a first-level peak combat power boss in the blacksmith shop." Everyone was stunned. And then a look of surprise appeared on their faces, and they looked towards Song Jian. At this time, the territory of the War Alliance has almost become a white land. After breaking through the city wall, the monsters frantically attacked all the buildings in the territory. The blacksmith shop that Li Qiu mentioned was obtained by Song Jian from the dwarves before. It was originally protected by the system and would not be damaged. But after the monsters attacked the city, its nature changed. Like other buildings, it had a durability and could be damaged and destroyed. At this time, the blacksmith shop has become a white land, and the entire territory of the City of Hope War Alliance has become a paradise for monsters. The manor castle has been surrounded by monsters, and the light curtain Tianhua has shown a defense level. 5,000 points of defense can't last long. But this is Song Jian's last chance. 10 seconds to kill a boss with the peak of the first level combat power. If you can use the magic crystal railgun, this is a very simple thing. But now Song Jian can only rely on his own strength to break through the heavy encirclement of monsters and kill the boss with the peak of the first level combat power in 10 seconds. Black Dragon, Song Jian shouted loudly. At this time, the Black Dragon was fighting with dozens of flying boss outside the light curtain to prevent them from approaching the manor castle. Because of the system intervention, the Black Dragon's dragon power has no effect on these monsters, and can only rely on its own strength to fight these monsters. However, the Black Dragon is a member of the dragon family after all, standing at the top of the biological pyramid. Whether in terms of physical strength, skills, or spells, it has the strength to crush other bosses of the same level. Even if it is besieged by dozens of bosses, it will not lose the upper hand. Hearing Song Jian's call, the Black Dragon let out a long roar, spread its wings, and spun its body violently. Its wings, like blades, immediately cut the bosses besieging it into blood. The Black Dragon broke through the encirclement of the monsters and rushed towards the manor castle where Song Jian was. The light curtain Tianhua blocked the monsters, but it would not block Song Jian's war pet. Seeing the Black Dragon flying, Song Jian stepped hard, jumped on the Black Dragon, and ordered it to rush towards the location of the blacksmith shop in the territory. Song Jian landed on the Black Dragon's back, making the Black Dragon feel a little uncomfortable. But it just let out a low roar without any other expression, and turned to rush towards the location of the blacksmith shop in the territory. As soon as it left the light curtain, the Black Dragon was immediately besieged by a large number of flying monsters. If Song Jian flew out by himself, he would probably not be able to pass through the encirclement of these monsters. When the Black Dragon saw these monsters rushing towards it, a trace of blood suddenly appeared in its golden eyes. It wanted to tear apart all the monsters that dared to offend the majesty of the Dragon Clan. But under Song Jian's control, it could only let out an angry dragon roar and continue to fly towards the location of the blacksmith shop. It smashed a Doomsday vulture with its head, and then it spewed out hot dragon breath. Dozens of monsters were burning with dragon flames, and they screamed miserably, like fireballs, falling to the ground. The Black Dragon looked at the monsters falling to the ground with a sense of relief, spread its wings, and rushed towards the blacksmith shop in the territory. At this time, the territory of the War Alliance had been occupied by monsters. The monsters that were blocked in front and could not get close to Guangmu Tianhua could only vent their anger on the buildings in the territory. All the buildings were reduced to ruins, and large tracts of farmland were destroyed. Song Jian was full of anger. Even if the mission was successful, it would take at least millions of Doomsday coins just to repair these damaged buildings. But now is not the time to think about these things. Let's complete the task first. The ferocity of the Black Dragon frightened the monsters in the air for a while, and Song Jian took the opportunity to command the Black Dragon to fly towards the location of the blacksmith shop on the ground. After a brief shock, the monster's eyes turned red again and rushed towards the direction of the Black Dragon. At this time, Song Jian had seen a humanoid monster over 2 meters tall, covered with a layer of purple-black scales, holding a long sword, standing on the ruins of the blacksmith shop, roaring angrily at the densely packed monsters in front of him that blocked him from approaching the manor castle. Sword Demon Zombie Elite. Level 34. Peak First Order Combat Strength. HP 7400/7400. That's it. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he controlled the Black Dragon to fly towards the boss. After a short stay in the air, a constantly rotating fireball flew towards the boss. The Sword Demon Zombie seemed to sense something, looked up at the Black Dragon, and saw the vortex fireball. It held the sword with both hands and slashed at the void. A purple-black sword energy more than 3 feet long slashed towards the air and collided fiercely with the vortex fireball. Boom! With a loud bang, a violent roar came out in the air, and the heat wave rolled and spread from the air. This sword directly split the vortex fireball. Song Jian jumped down from the Black Dragon's back, holding the red fire heart monkey sword, and the other 3 long swords kept spinning around him, rushing towards the Sword Demon Zombie. The surrounding monsters saw Song Jian and rushed towards him frantically. The Black Dragon roared and rushed towards the surrounding monsters, blocking all the monsters behind Song Jian, creating an environment for him to fight the Sword Demon Zombie boss alone. One Xiang sword technique. A chill emanated from Song Jian's long sword, and the area within a radius of dozens of meters turned into a silver-clad area. Large flakes of snow fell from the sky. In just a few seconds, a thick layer of snow covered the ground. The snowflake sword energy flew towards the Sword Demon Zombie like a flying knife as the long sword was swung. The Sword Demon Zombie showed a cruel smile on his face and let out a low roar from his throat. Sword Demon. The giant sword in his hand swung violently, and countless purple-black sword energy swirled around his body, crushing all the snowflakes close to it into pieces. Song Jian's heart sank. The boss in front of him was quite powerful. If he met such a swordsmanship master in normal times, Song Jian would really like to have a competition with him. But now is not the time to compete. He must kill it in a short time and obtain the system to reduce the siege time by 10 minutes to complete the task. But the other party's swordsmanship is superb. It is obviously impossible to kill this Sword Demon Zombie boss in a short time. What should he do? Chapter 746 Real Name. My name is Song Jian, the leader of the City of Hope Alliance. Who are you? Song Jian pointed his sword at the Sword Demon Zombie and asked viciously. The Sword Demon Zombie's mouth cracked, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes as he looked at Song Jian. My name is Sword Demon, and I use the sword as a demon. I will kill all the people who use swords in the world. The hoarse voice of the Sword Demon sounded in Song Jian's ears. Song Jian frowned slightly. Sword Demon? Is this a human name? But there is no way. Now he can only try reluctantly. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and directly used the immortal sword body. The 4 long swords flew up and down, and the first 2 moves of the Wanxiang sword technique were performed in succession, attacking the Sword Demon. The Sword Demon's fighting power was quite good. Song Jian, who used the immortal sword body, was able to fight on equal terms with the opponent. This was simply unbelievable to Song Jian. You know, Song Jian passed the double S test. His first level fighting power was completely 2 levels higher than that of others. Even if he didn't use the immortal sword body, Song Jian had the strength of the peak first level fighting power. After using the immortal sword body, he should be able to completely crush creatures with first level fighting power. But now, he was fighting on equal terms with the Sword Demon Zombie, not to mention killing the opponent within 10 seconds. Even defeating the opponent might not be an easy task. Damn it. Did the city building mission fail just like that? Song Jian showed an anxious look on his face, and his eyes were full of angry murderous intent when he looked at the sword demon. "Are you eager to kill me?" The sword demon looked at Song Jian, his lips trembling slightly, and he made a hoarse voice. The vocal cords of ordinary zombies have rotted and cannot function at all. At most, they can only make some meaningless roars. But the sword demon zombie in front of him has not only regained consciousness, but also seems to be slowly recovering all the functions of his body. "You destroyed my territory. Of course I want you dead," Song Jian roared, and the long sword in his hand burst into a dazzling golden light. Light slash. With a low roar, the golden sword energy suddenly burst into light, and a 3 or 4 meter long sword blade composed of golden sword energy slashed towards the sword demon fiercely. The other 3 long swords besides Song Jian also burst into golden sword energy at the same time. For light slashes slashed towards the sword demon zombie almost in no particular order. Destroying God slash. The sword demon had no time to think. The 4 light slashes were enough to seriously injure it. The sacred power was the nemesis of zombies. Once bad luck triggered critical damage, it was not impossible to kill it directly. After releasing the 4 light slashes, Song Jian also showed a trace of fatigue in his eyes. The light slash was not engraved on the 4 long swords. This was because he used the immortal sword body, so he could control the 4 long swords at the same time to release the light slash. But in this way, for him, the consumption was also very great. The invisible sword energy directly fell from the full value to the bottom, and then began to slowly recover. The sword demon also slashed out a 3 or 4 meter long purple-black sword energy. With one strike, the air was filled with shrill wails of pain. The entire void was about to be shattered by this sword. Wherever it passed, a black mark like a crack was left in the air, which could not heal for a long time. The 2 sword energies of light slash and God-destroying slash collided fiercely, and a thunderous roar sounded in the void. The monsters in the surrounding area of dozens of meters were all cut into fist-sized pieces by the overflowing sword energy. Ah! A shrill roar like a beast sounded, and 3 sword scars deep enough to see the bone appeared on the body of the sword demon zombie. Purple-black blood kept gushing out from the wounds. The scales on its body were like a piece of thin paper, and the defense was easily broken by the sword energy of light slash. Song Jian's figure turned into a ball of black mist and rushed towards it. With a thought, he swung 4 long swords at the same time. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the area within a radius of dozens of meters was completely covered by the strong wind. All the monsters in this area began to lose blood continuously. The violent strong wind, mixed with countless sword energy, chopped at the sword demon zombie. Ding ding ding. The scales on the surface of the sword demon zombie's body kept emitting sparks, and the sword energy left white marks on its body surface. But as the strong wind swept, the scales of the sword demon zombie began to crack continuously, and then began to break into pieces. Lightning strike. For long swords were used to strike at the same time. The weapon in Song Jian's hand was too buggy. Even if he fought alone, he still gave people a feeling of being outnumbered. At this time, every move Song Jian made was equivalent to 4 people of the same strength attacking together. Even the sword demon zombies were defeated under this attack. Bang! A crisp sound of breaking came from a distance, but it sounded like a loud bell in Song Jian's ears. Even the attackers paused for a moment, and his face became even uglier. The light curtain Tianhua was broken. Although this was something that had been expected, it still made Song Jian feel nervous when it really happened. After losing the defense of Guangmu Tianhua, only the fragile defense of the Manor Castle was left. Even if the player's recovery speed has increased by 1000%, they have no confidence in protecting the castle under the siege of so many bosses. Bang! The sword demon was directly struck by 12 lightning bolts and flew out, with green smoke coming out of his body, and crashed hard into a pile of ruins. Seeing a trace of flesh and blood hanging on the long sword, Song Jian gritted his teeth, grabbed it from behind, and began to recite the Abyss spell, using the real name of the sword demon as a guide, with the flesh and blood of the sword demon as proof. The shackles mark. Mark. Boom. A ball of black flame rose from Song Jian's hand, and the flesh in his hand was burned to charcoal in an instant. Song Jian spit out a mouthful of blood, and a 1000-point damage appeared above his head. Damn it. Sword demon is not his real name. Song Jian's heart sank. He wiped the remaining blood on his lips, roared angrily, and rushed towards the sword demon. The sword demon leaned on his 2-handed sword and slowly stood up from the ruins. Just now, it had a very mysterious feeling, as if something wanted to imprison its soul. But it failed in the end. Seeing Song Jian rushing towards him angrily, the sword demon zombie smiled. You look very angry. 3 sword swinging styles. Broken wing dance. Spiritual sword technique. 4 long swords. Performing 4 sword techniques at the same time. Continuously attack the sword demon, as if 4 sword masters were besieging it. The sword demon roared, exuding a gray aura, waving his 2-handed sword, and fighting with Song Jian. Time passed second by second, and the sword demon's chi and health value was slowly decreasing. But at this speed, the manor castle could not hold on until Song Jian killed the sword demon zombie. In the end, Song Jian even completely gave up defense and exchanged injuries with the sword demon zombie. The sword demon chopped him with 1 sword, and he could chop the sword demon 4 times. In a short while, Song Jian's body was stained red with blood. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. Song Jian yelled madly. With a thought, sword energy stones kept flying out of the parcel column, forming a sword formation in the air. After a while, the area of dozens of meters around the sword demon zombie was all covered by countless sword energy. The monsters next to it could not get close at all. Once they entered this area, they would be cut into pieces by countless sword energy in an instant. This time, Song Jian did not hold back at all, and he wanted to kill the sword demon zombie in the last 10 seconds. At this time, the sword demon zombie seemed to have noticed something, and gave up fighting Song Jian, and began to swing his sword to defend himself. Chapter 747, No War Crime. Your city is about to be breached. The sword demon zombie suddenly grinned, looking at the flaws that Song Jian deliberately revealed, and ignored it. If it had not been surrounded by monsters at this time, and the sword demon zombie could not fly, it would have fled back long ago, and would not have fought Song Jian head-on. It has now realized that as long as it does not die, it can cause the greatest damage to Song Jian. I will not be killed by you. Iron Wall Sword Technique. The sword demon zombie showed a mocking smile in his eyes, and performed a set of defensive sword techniques. Suddenly, the damage caused by Song Jian to it directly dropped several times. This set of sword techniques and Tai Chi sword techniques actually have similar effects, both of which weaken the damage to oneself. Song Jian showed a look of despair on his face. At this moment, he wished he could master a skill that could self-destruct immediately and die together with this boss. Song Jian had heard the sound of the castle breaking behind him. Once the castle was breached and the city's core crystal was broken, the remaining monsters would enter the city-killing mode and kill all creatures in the territory. By then, the number of players who could escape would probably be only a few at most. Just when everyone was about to despair, a teleportation light gate suddenly appeared not far from Song Jian. A man wearing golden armor, holding a sword and shield, who looked like a large infantryman, walked out of the light gate. Master, I'm late. He looked around and saw nothing but ruins. When he saw Song Jian, he immediately shouted, You are? Yeah? Song Jian said in surprise. He didn't expect that at the last moment. The Dawn Warrior Ya, who was kidnapped by the priest Cecilia, would suddenly appear. Song Jian had never completed the task of seizing the Book of the Abyss that Cecilia had given him before. The Book of the Abyss, which was originally a task item, has now become a special golden item, and has also recognized Song Jian as the master, allowing Song Jian to use the power of the Abyss. Song Jian was reluctant to give the Book of the Abyss to Cecilia, so for a long time, he had no contact with Cecilia, let alone ask her about the situation of his follower Ya. Although he could see that Ya's status had not changed in the follower interface, Song Jian had no idea what Ya had experienced after he left. Song Jian was extremely surprised to see Ya, who was covered in golden light, suddenly appear. Ya, you actually have the first level combat power? Song Jian was surprised to find that at the moment Ya appeared, all of Ya's attributes in his follower interface had undergone earth-shaking changes. Ya, who was originally only level 20, has now been directly upgraded to level 35, and all of his attributes have been greatly improved. And his profession has also changed from the original Dawn Warrior to a special profession, the Dawn Paladin. Ya, help me kill this boss. Quick! Song Jian pointed at the sword demon zombie and yelled. Now is not the time to reminisce about the past, since Ya's strength has been greatly improved. The two of them will have a great chance of killing this sword demon zombie boss together. As long as they kill it before the castle is completely destroyed, everything will be in time. Yes, master, Ye shouted loudly, waving his sword and rushing towards the sword demon zombie. The taste of light is disgusting. The sword demon zombie looked at Ye, who was rushing over, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. He waved his right hand, and a purple-black sword energy rushed towards Ye. Glorious armor, Ye roared. His speed remained unchanged, but a set of armor composed of golden light appeared on his body surface. Song Jian leaped up, waved his right hand, and 4 long swords flew towards the sword demon zombie like meteors. Boom! The purple-black sword energy chopped on Ye's body, but it didn't even break the glorious armor on his body, and it couldn't even slow down Ye's speed. At this moment, the face of the sword demon zombie suddenly changed. Sword shadow clone, the sword demon roared, and suddenly a clone was condensed from the sword energy. This clone looked exactly like the sword demon, and there was no difference at all. The 2 sword demon zombies rushed towards Song Jian and Ye respectively. Song Jian found out after fighting with the sword demon zombie that the sword demon zombie facing him was actually a clone. Damn it. Am I being underestimated? Song Jian snorted coldly and performed the broken wing dance directly. The 4 long swords performed the broken wing dance in turn, and immediately controlled the sword shadow clone in front of them to be in a floating state. You know, in the floating state, it is in a completely defenseless state, and all damage is full damage, not counting defense. Countless sword chi continued to chop at the clone floating in the air. In less than 3 seconds, Song Jian directly blew up the clone. The sword demon zombie looked back at Song Jian. It didn't expect that the sword shadow clone couldn't even last for 3 seconds. You know, its sword shadow clone skill has been upgraded to the maximum level, inheriting 60% of its attributes, and all sword skills can be used, but the power will be slightly weaker. Such a powerful clone was directly blown up by Song Jian, and it couldn't even delay for a few seconds. This surprised the sword demon zombie, but compared to Song Jian, the Dawn Paladin in front of it was more difficult for it. You know, the holy power is originally very restrained against zombie monsters. These resurrected monsters are full of strong death power. This power is like white snow under the scorching sun in front of the holy power. Once it comes into contact with it, it will immediately collapse. This is why in the eyes of the sword demon zombie, Ye is more difficult to deal with than Song Jian. Demon Slash. Holy punishment. All of Ye's skills are aimed at dead creatures. The purple-black sword energy released by the sword demon zombie will be defeated like snow under the scorching sun as soon as it comes into contact with Ye's golden sword energy. And every move of Ye can leave a series of irreparable injuries on the sword demon zombie. Almost every 2 or 3 injuries will result in a critical hit. In front of Ye, the sword demon zombie does not look like a boss with the peak strength of the first level of combat power, which makes Song Jian stunned. You know, Song Jian, who has opened the immortal sword body, is only on par with the sword demon zombie. If it weren't for the weapon set, Song Jian would never be able to suppress the sword demon zombie. The scene in front of him made Song Jian feel like he was in a dream. Just when Song Jian was about to step forward to help Ye, he suddenly found that Ye's attack was continuous. If he intervened, he might disrupt Ye's attack rhythm. Thinking of this, Song Jian directly swept aside, and the 4 long swords continuously released Dusk Snow and Light Slash. Dusk Snow can reduce the defense of the sword demon zombie and slow down its speed. And Light Slash is also a sword move full of sacred power, which has a strong restraining effect on the sword demon zombie. The sword demon zombie has a strong attack, but relatively speaking, its blood value is not high. Before fighting with Song Jian, it was already beaten to half blood. Now facing the rising dawn that restrains itself, Ye has no room to fight back. After losing the last bit of blood value, the sword demon zombie stared at Ye, and uttered a hoarse voice from his mouth gushing purple-black blood, non-war. Sin! Chapter 748 Unblocking. The sword demon zombie's body was shaky, but it still insisted on not falling down. It looked at Ye and said in a hoarse voice, "It's not a crime of war." Ye Muron. If he had not advanced to become a Dawn Paladin and restrained the sword demon zombie everywhere. If a human had the strength of the sword demon zombie, he would probably have fought as hard as Song Jian. At the moment when the sword demon zombie fell to the ground, Song Jian and all the players of the City of Hope Alliance, who were fighting to the death in the castle, heard a heavenly system prompt. System, The City of Hope Alliance hunted down the Sword Demon Zombie first-level combat power peak, and the monster siege time was shortened by 10 minutes. System: the monster siege time of City of Hope has come, and the monster siege ends now. System: congratulations to the City of Hope Alliance. The city was successfully built. System: congratulations. You have completed the special task. I am the City Lord. And the City Lord seal has been unlocked 110%. The first few system prompts were heard by all players of the City of Hope Alliance, and the last system prompt was heard by Song Jian alone. Success? We succeeded? Wang Qi's face was covered in blood, and he looked at his companions in disbelief. He seemed to be talking to himself, and seemed to be asking his companions to verify this incredible thing. Success? We succeeded? Ah ha ha ha. I said. We will succeed. Long live the leader. It's amazing. The leader actually killed the boss. We won. All the players of the Alliance cheered wildly, and the monsters that were almost close to them were invisible to them. All the monsters stopped attacking at the same time, like sculptures, motionless, even though these players had fought with them for a long time before, and the distance between them was less than 1 foot. It was as if there was a mysterious power that controlled all the monsters. After a while, the red light in the eyes of these monsters slowly faded, as if they had just woken up from a dream, and the emotion of fear occupied the hearts of all the monsters in an instant. With a shrill roar, all the monsters in the territory of the City of Hope Alliance, no matter how strong they were, turned around and ran away, as if there were natural enemies chasing them. Victory! Song Jian suddenly felt tears welling up in his eyes. He never wanted to experience this feeling of surviving a disaster again. Yeah, thanks to you this time. Song Jian looked at Ye with gratitude. At that time, it was just a trick of his to turn Ye into his follower. Unexpectedly, at the most critical moment, it was Ye who saved him and the entire alliance. This is what I should do. Master. Ye knelt on one knee on the ground, performed a great salute to Song Jian, and slowly stood up and said, "This is probably the last time I will help you. Master. From now on, I will only be a paladin of the Goddess of Dawn, not your follower." Song Jian's face changed. He found that the connection between him and Ye was slowly weakening and eventually disappeared. In the follower interface, Ye's attribute interface also disappeared. From now on, Ye is no longer his follower. Ye, what are you doing? Sorry. The goddess's knight. There can only be one servant, Ye said expressionlessly, without a trace of nostalgia, and turned to walk towards the teleportation light gate behind him. Watching Ye's figure disappear in the teleportation light gate, Song Jian suddenly felt a sense of loss. If it wasn't for the purpose of severing their relationship, I'm afraid Ye wouldn't appear here at the most critical moment. Song Jian didn't know whether he had gained or lost money by exchanging a follower for the establishment of the City of Hope. Forget it. Since my heart is no longer here, there is no point in forcing it. Song Jian shook his head, sighed, and walked towards the body of the Sword Demon Zombie. When monsters attack the city, if they are killed by equipment such as the magic crystal railgun, there will be no drops. But if the monsters are killed by players, they will drop loot. At this time, 3 items were dropped from under the body of the Sword Demon Zombie: a skill book, a strengthening stone, and an equipment. To be fair, the items dropped by the Sword Demon Zombie are good. But after Song Jian picked up the items and took a look, he still felt a little regretful. The skill book dropped his Sword Shadow clone, which is not the best skill of Sword Demon Zombie. From the process of fighting with Sword Demon Zombie, its best skill should be similar to the skill Sword Demon of the Immortal Sword Body, which can temporarily greatly improve the user's status. Just like the Immortal Sword Body, improving its own attributes is only the most basic, and the most powerful should be improving other attributes. However, because he did not get this skill book, Song Jian could not know the specific content of Sword Demon. Skill book Sword Shadow Clone Gold. After using it, you can learn the Sword Shadow Clone skill. Use requirements. Master the Sword Energy Profession. Sword Shadow Clone. Active skill. Level 1. Use 50% of your own sword energy to condense a clone. The clone inherits 30% of the main body's attributes. Inherits all the main body's skills. But the skill level is only level 1. Inherits all the main body's equipment and weapons, but only the most basic attack and defense attributes. All equipment's own special effects and skills cannot be used. Use sword energy to create a castrated, poor version of yourself. They look exactly the same from the outside. Even the most powerful detection technique cannot tell them apart. But once they fight, you can immediately feel which one is the clone, and which one is the real body. Song Jian clapped his hands, and learned this skill. He now has more than a dozen skill points saved. As long as the proficiency of any skill is full, it can be directly upgraded. In addition to this skill book, the boss also dropped a strengthening stone. This strengthening stone is used to strengthen equipment above +6. And there is no quality restriction. As long as it is an item above +6, it can be used to strengthen it. Song Jian's equipment has not been strengthened. After all, it is still very difficult to get a gold quality strengthening stone. This strengthening stone can only be kept in the bottom of the box for the time being. The last piece of equipment was a belt, which was only a silver quality equipment of level 30. Song Jian took a casual look at it, and threw it directly into the Alliance warehouse. Finally, Song Jian took out the City Lord Seal. The task was completed, and the City Lord Seal was completely unlocked. The most important thing was that the unlocking degree reached 110%. The City Lord Seal of an ordinary city could not have such a high unlocking degree. The three functions that were not unlocked before were fast construction, fast repair, and territory teleportation. Unlocking 98% only has one fast construction, while unlocking 110% will add two more skills: fast recovery and territory teleportation. Fast construction can shorten the construction time of a building by up to 50%, while fast recovery can instantly repair city buildings after they are destroyed. But the materials and costs of repair are 3 times that of ordinary repairs. As for territory teleportation, as before, as long as it is in the city under construction, Song Jian can teleport to any place, and the cooling time is extremely short, which also makes it very difficult to assassinate him in the city. Chapter 749 Mission. The two functions of fast recovery and territory teleportation are only available when the City Lord Seal is unlocked 110%. Generally speaking, being able to unlock the City Lord Seal to 98% and obtain fast construction is already very remarkable. Many City Lords do not have the last 3 functions. The monster siege is over, and all the players rushed out of the castle frantically, cheering loudly as if to vent. At the last moment, almost everyone was desperate, and many people even gave up directly. But unexpectedly, at the last moment, they succeeded. It was like a dream. Standing on a ruin, watching the monsters retreat in droves, many remaining players cried with joy. Successful. Really successful. Ha ha ha. We won. We won. In the City of Doom. This is the first guild to successfully build a city. Many people were not optimistic about it before, and even many players of the City of Hope Alliance were not optimistic about this city building mission. The original alliance of more than 1,000 people. Only less than 300 people remained in the end. Song Jian let out a long breath, and the light of the healing goddess statue enveloped everyone, constantly restoring their blood value. At this time, Song Jian suddenly found that a large number of players appeared in the distance, and were quickly approaching the territory of the City of Hope Alliance. With a hint of coldness on his lips, Song Jian snorted coldly, took out the City Lord Seal, and controlled the City Lord Seal. A virtual map of the Hope City Alliance territory appeared in front of Song Jian. On the translucent map, more than 90% of it was ruins. Quick repair. Song Jian controlled the City Lord Seal, and pointed at the city walls and gates. Hua la. The digitized resources began to disappear like flowing water, and all the city walls were rebuilt in an instant. Arrow towers, catapults, city defense crossbows, chevaux de frise. Song Jian quickly repaired all the city defense buildings, and the resources also disappeared like flowing water. Originally, it only took 1/3 of the construction cost to repair these buildings, but now it is almost equivalent to rebuilding them all. Looking at the 2 magic crystal railguns, Song Jian shook his head, not to mention the rapid construction. Even if the 2 railguns were repaired in the ordinary way, the resources were not enough. These 2 magic crystal railguns killed at least 3 first-level peak bosses, and played a great role in this monster siege battle. However, even without the magic crystal railguns, with the city walls and these city defense facilities, plus the remaining players of the City of Hope Alliance, Song Jian is confident that he can withstand any provocation from the Alliance. You know, now the players of the City of Hope Alliance have all recovered to their peak state. Whether it is the blood value, spirit value, or mana. They are exactly the same as before the battle. Seeing the wall of the City of Hope reappear, almost all the players of the Alliance, who wanted to take advantage, showed disappointment at the same time. Stopped, sighed, and slowly disappeared from Song Jian's sight. In the end, only a few hundred players from the Temple of the Gods were left, looking at Song Jian on the wall with unwillingness. Humph. If I had known that there were only these people, I should have let them enter the territory first, and then repaired the wall again. And then I would have closed the door and beat the dog. Song Jian looked at the players of the Temple of the Gods and thought to himself. This idea only flashed through Song Jian's mind for a moment, and he gave it up directly. You know, it's not just the players of the Temple of the Gods who come to take advantage. Almost more than 60% of the alliances in the City of Doom have this idea. But some people rushed in quickly, and some people are still hesitating. The number of the Alliance players who showed up alone exceeded 1,000. In addition, the Pantheon, which was determined to destroy the City of Hope Alliance, was about to trap people in. Maybe they would cooperate with each other and cause the City of Hope to suffer another loss. Most importantly, the City of Hope Alliance sacrificed more than 30 people this time. Song Jian didn't want the remaining players to suffer any more damage. Damn it. They succeeded? Zeus gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and trembled slightly. When did building a city become so easy? So many bosses almost destroyed the entire City of Hope territory into a wasteland. Just like that, the city was successfully built. Zeus still felt unreal. Alliance leader, let's retreat. There is no advantage to be gained now. The god of wisdom beside him sighed and said softly. The Pantheon had been planning for a long time this time. The original plan was to attack the City of Hope together with the monsters. But when they saw that most of the monsters that appeared were elite bosses, or even lord-level bosses, everyone retreated. They didn't dare to rush up and attack the City of Hope together with these bosses. What if these bosses attacked them? Without the protection of the city wall, they were not enough to fill the teeth of the bosses. In the end, there were more and more monsters, and no one proposed to attack together. Everyone thought that with so many bosses attacking the city, it was impossible for the City of Hope to defend it. Alliance leader, we won. We succeeded. Wang Qi led everyone and rushed towards Song Jian, apparently wanting to lift Song Jian up and throw him into the sky. Song Jian smiled slightly and flew into the air with his iron wings. Wang Qi, the compensation for the sacrifice brothers is now in your hands. You must do it well, Song Jian said. After hearing that Song Jian's first thought after completing the task was the compensation for the sacrifice brothers, everyone was slightly stunned, and their excitement also subsided a little, becoming a little heavy. More than 30 brothers died, all of whom were killed by the boss in one hit, and more than half were killed by the boss in the castle. Even if the speed of blood value recovery increased by 1,000%, as long as they were killed in one hit, the blood value would not have time to recover. Also, the remaining brothers are all core members of the City of Hope in the future. We will improve the welfare benefits for everyone according to their contributions. Song Jian said, all the brothers standing here will be awarded the knighthood. After becoming the city lord, Song Jian's full strength was greatly improved, and his viscount title in the City of Sin was automatically cancelled. Every city lord will automatically obtain the duke title, and a city lord cannot be awarded by another city lord, regardless of the size of the city. All city lords have the same status. After the city was successfully built, the next thing was the carnival. The buildings in the city were repaired one by one, and the prosperity of the past was restored. At the same time, the recruitment of NPCs was increased. As for the players, Song Jian believed that these 300 people were enough. After the carnival, everything returned to normal, and Song Jian became idle again. One day, an unexpected guest suddenly visited, which caught Song Jian off guard. Priest Cecilia, why are you here? Song Jian smiled with a guilty conscience. It was obviously Priest Cecilia who fooled Song Jian's follower Yo Wei. But when Song Jian saw Cecilia again, he always felt sorry for her. Song Jian, how did you complete the task I gave you? Cecilia asked with a smile on her face. Chapter 750 Magic Flame. A few months ago, Priest Cecilia gave Song Jian the task of destroying the Book of Abyss. However, during the task, the Book of Abyss, which was supposed to be a task item and had no attributes, unexpectedly became a golden quality equipment. This made Song Jian greedy, and took the item for himself. Although the Book of Abyss is only a golden quality item, its effect is not much worse than epic or even legendary equipment. Having the Book of Abyss is almost equivalent to having a second profession. As long as Song Jian is willing to spend combat experience, he can completely activate all the skills on the Book of Abyss and become a true Abyss mage. But no matter what, this item should be given to Priest Cecilia. Song Jian has not given it to her. Now that he sees Cecilia, he naturally feels guilty. The task. The task. This task. Song Jian laughed awkwardly. His mind was racing, trying to find an excuse. The task is too difficult. Didn't you complete it? Cecilia asked with a smile. No. It's done. It's done. Song Jian waved his hands quickly. In the task bar, the step of obtaining the Book of the Abyss has been completed, and only the return to Priest Cecilia remains. Song Jian knows this, and Cecilia, the publisher of the task, must know it better. There was an accident with the mission item. Song Jian shook his head and looked into Cecilia's eyes. He couldn't think of any excuse to deceive her. Accident? What accident? Cecilia raised her eyebrows and asked. Song Jian summoned the Book of the Abyss from his body and handed it to Cecilia. At this time, the Book of the Abyss was completely bound to him. Even if he gave it to Cecilia, she couldn't use it. System, you delivered the Book of the Abyss to Cecilia, completed the mission, and gained 53,000 experience points. System, your intimacy with Cecilia has been raised to reverence. Its nature has changed. Cecilia stroked the cover of the Book of the Abyss and said seriously, Yes, I don't know what happened. It suddenly became like this. At that time, Song Jian described the scene at that time. It's the Abyss Demon Flame. I didn't expect that you actually possess the advanced Abyss Demon Flame. Cecilia stared at Song Jian and said, There has never been a human who can control the Abyss Demon Flame and not lose his mind at the same time. The God-favored one is indeed a person who is blessed by the gods. Then, Song Jian gestured to the Abyss book in Cecilia's hand. Since it has become an equipment and is bound to him, then this thing should be his. Haha. Congratulations. You are lucky to get a treasure. Cecilia smiled and handed the Book of the Abyss to Song Jian. Thank you. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief. This matter has been weighing on his mind for so long, making him feel very embarrassed. Now he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, this Book of the Abyss is the treasure of the Abyss realm. It should have been a legendary equipment. No, it should not be legendary. It should be a semi-artifact. Cecilia said. What? Semi-artifact? Song Jian was stunned. How could this be possible? Even if it has a complete professional skill tree, it is still far from a semi-artifact. Yes, this was originally a legendary item. Its previous owner wanted to upgrade it to a divine weapon, but failed in the end. However, it also broke through the upper limit of quality and became an item between the peak of legendary and divine weapon. Such items are generally called semi-divine weapons. Cecilia said. But it is only a golden item now. Song Jian said puzzledly. This is because it has not been completely unsealed. Do you want to restore it to its previous appearance? A semi-divine weapon? Cecilia smiled. Song Jian knew that Cecilia would not tell him this news in vain. There would definitely be something for him to do later. It was like the bait on the trap. If you want to eat the bait, you must be prepared to fall into the trap. Okay. You win. Tell me how to restore it to a semi-artifact. Song Jian said helplessly. A semi-artifact? Such a temptation. Song Jian simply can't refuse. It's not easy to restore its original quality. Cecilia laughed. Like a little fox who stole a hen. I'm listening. Song Jian shrugged and said. You only need to collect 7 Abyss magic flames, and then merge them with it to unlock its original appearance. Cecilia said. 7 Abyss magic flames? Song Jian shook his head and said, It sounds like it's not an easy task to accomplish. Yes. There are 8 Abyss Demon Kings in the Abyss Hell. Each of them controls a kind of Abyss Demon Flame. Only by gathering these demon flames together can a passage to the outside world be created. The Abyss Hell likes to discover other planes, conquer them, and merge them with the Abyss Hell. Now, our world has been discovered by the Abyss Hell, and the Abyss Hell is trying every means to infiltrate our world. Some people are worried about the invasion of the Abyss Hell, but some people want to use and develop the Abyss Hell, and obtain various resources in the Abyss Hell. Cecilia said seriously, when you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. When you want to obtain the resources of the Abyss Hell is also preparing to swallow you up. Hundreds of years ago, a demon king of the Abyss Hell found a crack in time and space and entered our world. But he unexpectedly fell in this world. And the Abyss demon flame he controlled remained in this world. Cecilia looked at Song Jian. Song Jian was stunned, then pointed at himself. Yes, it's the demon flame you got before. Cecilia nodded and said, without this demon flame, the Abyss Hell has no way to build a large-scale invasion channel, and can only rely on some abyss cracks to enter this world. If you want to obtain the complete Book of the Abyss, you must obtain the demon flames of the other 7 Abyss Demon Kings. Haha. Actually, the golden quality Book of the Abyss is quite good, and I don't usually use it. You should give this task to someone else. I'm afraid I can't complete it. Song Jian laughed, took the Book of the Abyss back into his body, and turned around to leave. What a joke. The 7 kings who rule the Abyss Hell are probably already stronger than the 3rd level combat power. Letting a person who has just reached the 1st level combat power to obtain the Abyss Demon Flame from these kings. What's the difference between this and committing suicide? Chapter 751 Inheritance. When he heard that Cecilia wanted to seize 7 Abyss Demon Flames from the 7 Abyss Demon Lords, Song Jian immediately laughed and refused without hesitation. After the game updated the Abyss Demon Shadow expansion pack, a lot of information about the Abyss Hell was exposed, and even the transfer of the source profession was directly opened. However, once the profession is transferred to the Abyss profession, it is directly teleported to the Abyss Hell, which is equivalent to changing a map. If you want to enter the main plane of the game again, you must either accept the relevant tasks or wait until the real deep channel is opened. As for the Abyss Hell, there is also an introduction in the expansion pack, but the introduction only says that there are 7 Abyss Demon Lords in the Abyss Hell, not 8 Demon Kings as Cecilia said. However, according to Cecilia, the 8th Demon King fell a long time ago. Perhaps because of this, the expansion pack only describes 7 great Abyss Demon Kings. The strength of each of these 7 monarchs is no less than the 3rd level combat power. They pass the 1st level combat power at level 30, and the 2nd level combat power at level 60. They have to reach level 100 to be qualified to challenge the 3rd level combat power. Each of these 7 Abyss Demon Kings has existed for at least thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. With Song Jian's current strength, it is undoubtedly a futile attempt to seize the Abyss Demon Flame from them. As for the promotion of the Book of the Abyss to a semi-artifact, Song Jian said that it is enough to think about it. If you really want to give up your life for a semi-artifact, it is really not worth it at all. Do you think I will give you a mission that will lead to your death? Priest Cecilia laughed. Of course not. But, Song Jian shrugged his shoulders, and was about to refuse again, but was interrupted by Cecilia. The 7 Demon Kings disappeared 100 years ago, Cecilia said. Disappeared? Song Jian was stunned. This point was not mentioned in the introduction of the expansion pack. Yes, the 7 Demon Kings of the Abyss Hell disappeared from the Abyss Hell 100 years ago. Cecilia said, some people say that they found a better world and went there together. And some people say that the 7 of them had an internal conflict because of a treasure, and all died. There are many legends, and no one knows which one is true. Cecilia stared at Song Jian and said, but the fact is that in the Abyss Hell, none of the 7 Demon Kings have appeared for 100 years. What if they just went out for a trip, and came back in a few days? Song Jian shrugged and said, drinking water can also kill people. Cecilia laughed. Song Jian became hesitant, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, but, in addition to the 7 Demon Kings, there must be monsters stronger than me in the Abyss Hell, such as those 2nd level combat power. There are creatures stronger than you in the Abyss Hell. Cecilia stared at Song Jian and said, not only are there, but there are also many. But do you think you are the strongest one in this world? But, Song Jian hesitated. The inheritance of the sword immortal once appeared in the Abyss of Hell, Cecilia said directly. What? The inheritance of the sword immortal? Song Jian was shocked. You know, the sword immortal has always been the profession he pursued. Although the hope is slim, he has been moving towards this goal. Each of the 10 unique professions is not so easy to obtain. Now that he has heard that the inheritance of the sword immortal profession has appeared in the Abyss Hell, Song Jian said he would go to the Abyss Hell to take a look. Thinking of this, Song Jian took out a black token from the package column. Qualification token? You can actually get such a treasure? Cecilia saw the token in Song Jian's hand, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. She said, "There are only a few such tokens in the whole world, and they will only appear at a specific time." "What is the use of this token?" Song Jian asked. "Qualification token. Use it. You are qualified to enter the Inheritance Tower. Accept the tests of the Inheritance Tower, and pass the level by level. If you can pass them all, then you have the qualification to become one of the 10 unique professions. If you choose the Sword Fairy, as long as you pass the test of the Inheritance Tower, then you are equivalent to a preparatory Sword Fairy," Cecilia said. "What? Just get the qualification to become a Sword Immortal? What the hell is a preparatory Sword Immortal?" Song Jian said in surprise. "Do you think it's so easy to get the preparatory qualification for the top 10 unique professions?" Cecilia snorted coldly and said, "The top 10 unique professions haven't appeared for thousands of years. Over the years, the deeds of those unique professions circulated in the game are actually left by the preparatory professions. Moreover, the preparatory professions can be said to be only half a step away from the top 10 unique professions. As long as you take that step, you can become an existence comparable to gods. It seems that this half step is not so easy to take," Song Jian said with a wry smile. "It's so close yet so far away. If you can cross it, you can cross it. If you can't, even if it's only half a step, it's like a chasm in the sky." Cecilia said, "That is a being that can rival the gods. Do you think the gods would want them to appear?" Song Jian was indifferent for a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked hurriedly, "What do you mean by saying that there is a Sword Fairy's inheritance in the Abyss Hell?" "It's just possible," Cecilia corrected. "The last real Sword Fairy is said to have fallen in the Abyss Hell." Song Jian, "Even the Sword Fairy fell in the Abyss Hell. And you still said that this mission is not a 100% sure death," Song Jian said angrily. "That happened thousands of years ago. The details are unknown. I only learned this news from the volumes of the temple." Cecilia shook her head and said, "The strength of the Abyss Hell has greatly declined after losing the 7 demon kings. Many planes invaded by them have now escaped the control of the Abyss Hell. Although it is dangerous for you to enter the Abyss Hell, it is definitely not a sure death." "So, you mean that the dead swordsman left his legacy in the Abyss Hell?" Song Jian asked. "Maybe." Cecilia stared into Song Jian's eyes and said, "This is mentioned in the most important volumes of the Dawn Goddess Church. Do you think those volumes will talk about some irrelevant things? Moreover, if you are a swordsman, what do you want to do most before you die? Have a drink?" Song Jian shrugged and said, "Very funny." Cecilia snorted and said, "Okay, I'll ask you one last time. Do you accept this mission and upgrade the Book of the Abyss to a semi-artifact?" Chapter 752 Leaving. "You're going to the Abyss Hell? Are you crazy?" Wang Qi couldn't help but yelled in surprise when he heard that Song Jian was going to the Abyss Hell. Song Jian is now the Lord of the City of Hope and controls the City Lord Seal. It is no exaggeration to say that the safety of one person is related to the safety of the whole city. What is the Abyss Hell? Although many people have known about the existence of the Abyss Hell through some forums or other methods after the expansion Abyss Shadow was launched, ordinary people are absolutely unwilling to set foot in such a terrifying place. Many players who have changed their jobs to the Abyss profession have also regretted it. Although the environment in the Doomsday world is harsh, and you can't even see the sun for a day, compared with the environment of the Abyss Hell, it is like heaven. "Yes, I'm going to the Abyss," Song Jian confirmed. "How long will it take? And when can I come back?" Wang Qi asked. "After becoming the City Lord, many things must be approved by the City Lord. Even the expansion and upgrading of the city wall must be operated by the City Lord himself. It is no longer like before, when you only need materials and construction workers to build directly. If Song Jian passes the first level combat power assessment again and leaves for a few months, if there is a problem in the City of Hope, Wang Qi is worried that they will not be able to control the situation without the City Lord. 7 days at the earliest. 1 month at the latest," Song Jian said. There is no time limit for the task Cecilia gave him, but the sooner the Book of the Abyss is upgraded to a semi-artifact, the better. Only when the Book of the Abyss is upgraded to a semi-artifact can the power of the Abyss be further weakened. Now the entire game plane has been eroded too seriously by the power of the Abyss. In order to eliminate these erosions, the power of the Abyss must be continuously weakened. So long, Wang Qi frowned. Now everything has returned to normal. We are already a big step ahead of other war alliances. We just need to continue the territorial expansion and urban construction step by step. Sooner or later, the entire Doomsday city will be ours. Song Jian laughed. Well, that's the only way, Wang Qi said helplessly. Oh, by the way, help me get a few larger parcel boxes to expand the items. The larger the space, the better. Some special resources in the Abyss Hell are very rich. We can't just rely on the Valley of the Dead, Song Jian said. If it is just a war alliance, the resources of the Valley of the Dead alone are definitely enough. But if you want to invest in a city, or even want to include the entire Doomsday City into the City of Hope, the materials needed are simply an astronomical figure. Just relying on the Valley of the Dead is definitely not enough. Also, has the merchant group been established? Let's try to go to the military camp town first. The honey wine there is a specialty. We can bring more here, Song Jian said. The sheltering black fog now has a range of more than 10 meters wide, which belongs to the territory of the City of Hope. As long as you are a member of the City of Hope Alliance, you can enter and exit freely. If you want to take advantage of this advantage, you must establish your own merchant group. It's easy to establish a merchant group, but it's not that easy to form a caravan. 3 days. Give me another 3 days. I will first form a small caravan of 20 to 30 people to explore the way, Wang Qi said helplessly. It is not easy to do business in the game. There are more monsters in the wild, and you must explore a safe trade route. Okay, go give me some parcel expansion items first, Song Jian said. Song Jian had also obtained some parcel expansion items before. Now his parcel is relatively large, with 36 slots, and each parcel slot is gold, which means that Song Jian can bring 36 items out of the game into the real world at a time. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is simply an incredible thing. Others can only take out one at a time. Just a healing potion, if brought to the real world, will be snapped up by people. Those treasures that can improve physical fitness, if brought to the real world, will be extremely expensive. However, Song Jian is no longer satisfied with being a game porter. He now has higher aspirations. It is not possible to obtain the Abyss Demon Flame overnight. This time, Song Jian only plans to enter the Abyss Hell to explore the way, familiarize himself with the terrain, and then take the opportunity to seek the Abyss Demon Flame. As for the inheritance of the Sword Immortal, it can only rely on chance, without any clues. Soon, Wang Qi sent Song Jian 4 large backpacks with 40 slots, which can be embedded in the backpack column to expand the backpack slots. But these backpacks can only be used in the game, and items cannot be brought back to the real world. After using these backpacks, Song Jian purchased a large number of supplies, including advanced chi and blood recovery potions, honey wine, sword stones, high explosive grenades, self-destruct robots, and the previously used explosive flame bombs. These items can be stacked, filling 3 backpacks, more than 100 backpack slots. After explaining the matter of the City of Hope, Song Jian returned to the Manor Castle, took out the Book of the Abyss, and opened the chapter The Gate of the Abyss. When Song Jian obtained the 3rd level Abyss Magic Flame, he could already open the Gate of the Abyss and enter the Abyss Hell. But his strength was still very weak at that time, and entering the Abyss Hell was to seek death. Now Song Jian finally has some self-protection ability. As long as he is careful, there should be no problem surviving in the Abyss Hell. Chanting the Abyss Mantra, Song Jian's body ignited with black flames, and a black light spot appeared in front of him. As the mantra was chanted continuously, the light spot became larger and larger, and gradually turned into a disc. The Abyss Demon Flame on Song Jian's body began to surge towards the black disc. After a while, a black oval teleportation light gate appeared in front of Song Jian. The 2 sides of this oval light gate were surrounded by 2 bone dragons, forming a unique door frame. In the center was a mirror-like light curtain. From the light curtain, there were faint bursts of heart-wrenching wails, and there was also a kind of charm in it. Ordinary people probably dared not approach this light gate at all. Once they approached, they would involuntarily walk towards the light gate. Huh? The cooling time is actually 24 hours. Song Jian looked at the Book of the Abyss. The icon for opening the Abyss Gate has turned gray and entered the cooling time. The next opening must be 24 hours later. In other words, once Song Jian enters the Abyss Hell, he must stay in it for 24 hours before leaving. This black light gate constantly exudes the breath of the abyss, like a tentacle, constantly exploring the surrounding environment. Song Jian walked towards the teleportation light gate. Soon, his figure disappeared in the castle, and the light gate disappeared with it. Chapter 753 Skills. Master Kutia. The materials are all here. When can these 2 magic crystal railguns be repaired? Wang Qi commanded a group of people to carry some precious materials. The 2 magic crystal railguns were also damaged during the monster attack, but repairing them was not like the original manufacturing, which required a lot of precious materials. Repairing is relatively much simpler. It will take at most half a day to repair these 2 magic crystal railguns, Kutia said, as he carefully checked the materials sent by Wang Qi. The power of the magic crystal railgun has withstood the test of war. If there were no 2 magic crystal railguns, the city construction mission might have failed. Master, the city lord said that he wants to build a few more magic crystal railguns. Wang Qi said, if the number of magic crystal railguns increases, even if Song Jian is not there, Wang Qi has the confidence to defend the entire city. Railguns are easy to build, as long as the materials are sufficient. It doesn't matter how many you build. But there are 2 problems. Kutia stretched out 2 fingers and said, first, the recoil of the railgun is very large. The 2 must be more than 20 meters apart, and the foundation must be built with the hardest materials. In this case, the entire city wall must be redesigned and rebuilt. Second, even if there are more magic crystal railguns, without magic crystal shells, it is just a decoration. Before finding the magic crystal mine, I suggest that you don't need to build so many. It's better to use them to build smaller catapults and goblin cannons. They can also pose a threat to creatures with the peak of the first level combat power. Wang Qi knew that Master Kutia was a more professional person when it came to magic crystal railguns. Professional things need professionals to do them. But before Song Jian left, he specifically instructed that more magic crystal railguns must be built. If he comes back from the abyss hell and sees that I didn't do what he told me to do, then Wang Qi frowned, hesitated for a long time, gritted his teeth and said, all of them must be built into magic crystal railguns. If the city walls need to be redesigned and rebuilt, they will be rebuilt. The problem of magic crystal shells will also be solved by others. Kutia nodded. Stop talking. Turned around and directed other architects to speed up the repairs, while it began to replan the design and construction of the entire wall of the City of Hope. He was just an architectural master. He only needed to put forward his professional suggestions. Whether they were adopted was up to the master. He only needed to do what he was supposed to do. After a period of weightlessness, Song Jian came to a new area. There was no sunlight, and it was dark. The only light was the dark red light coming from the cracks on the ground. The whole continent seemed to be floating in magma. There were gullies everywhere. The small ones were only a few meters, and the big ones could not even see the end. These gullies were emitting red light, steam, and rumbling sounds. Song Jian felt as if he was standing in the crater of a volcano that was about to erupt. Song Jian walked aimlessly in the wilderness. The temperature around him was at least 40 or 50 degrees. Ordinary humans could not survive here. Even players needed at least 10 points of fire resistance to survive here. However, those players who changed their jobs to become abyssal professions would basically increase their fire resistance by more than 10 or 20 points. So there would be no problem surviving here. After walking for more than half an hour, Song Jian finally saw some monsters in front of him. These monsters looked like demon wolves, with thick dark red hair all over their bodies. Their claws would occasionally emit a ball of fire, which looked extremely fierce. Song Jian moved towards these monsters, and only checked their attributes after getting close. Abyss Demon Wolf. Level 38. HP, 12,000/12,000. It is just an ordinary monster in the abyss, but its HP is higher than some level 30 elite bosses. Judging from their appearance, it is obvious that their attack power is also good, and they even have fire damage. Looking around, there are many such monsters in the wilderness ahead, wandering around, and some even lie directly in front of the dark red cracks in the ground, swallowing the magma that surges up from the ground. Song Jian thought about it, and took out the Book of the Abyss directly. On the second level of the skill tree in the Book of the Abyss, he clicked several times, and the experience value that had risen to 38% of level 36 fell to the bottom line in an instant, becoming 1% of level 36. However, Song Jian also lit up all the skills of the second level of the Book of the Abyss. There are 4 skills in the second level, namely Shackle's Mark, Mental Derangement, Abyss Corrosion, and Seed of Evil. Shackle's Mark is extremely powerful and has the ability to kill any monster in seconds. But the conditions to be met when releasing it are too harsh. Not only does it require the opponent's flesh and blood, but it also requires knowing the target's real name. Otherwise, releasing this skill will only cause backlash damage to Song Jian. As for the last 3, Song Jian used his combat experience this time and lit them all up in one go. Once the skills of the Book of the Abyss are lit up, they will automatically upgrade to the highest level, which is very convenient. These 3 skills are powerful. With them, Song Jian can completely pretend to be an Abyss Warlock. Mental Derangement active, max. Instant. Skill effect, after using it on a target, the target will lose its mind and become angry. It will directly attack any creature around it. The higher the target's willpower attribute, the greater the chance of being immune to this skill. The effect lasts for up to 30 seconds. After the effect ends, the target's hatred value will be firmly locked on the user. Skill consumption, 45 points of spirit value. Abyssal Corrosion active, max. 3 seconds release time. Skill effect, after being used on a target, it will immediately cause 490 to 600 points of damage, and continue to lose 300 points of damage in the next 10 seconds, while weakening the target's armor value by 30%, which lasts for 30 seconds. Skill consumption, 50 points of spirit value. Seed of Evil active, max. Instant. Skill effect, plants a Seed of Evil in a target, continuously reducing the target's resistance. After 15 seconds, the target's resistance will be weakened by 50%. At the same time, the Seed of Evil explodes in the target's body, causing 500 damage to the target. At the same time, the next damage the target receives will be a 100% critical hit. Skill consumption, 30 points of spiritual value. Song Jian raised his right hand and directly released the skill mine lost to an Abyss Wolf in the monster group. Soon, the surface of the huge wolf's body was covered with a faint dark red light, and its 2 eyes suddenly became blurred. The whole wolf became more angry and violent, and it let out a series of low roars. It pounced on the nearest Abyss Wolf without warning, and fought with it as if they were mortal enemies. Red flames burned on the claws of both wolves, and they kept attacking each other. After more than 10 seconds, the Abyss Wolf, whose mind was in chaos, suddenly regained its clarity, and turned around and rushed towards Song Jian, ignoring the attack of a nearby wolf. Chapter 754 Players. Seeing the Abyss Wolf charging over, Song Jian first used an Evil Seed skill, and then began to release Abyss Corrosion on it. A green seed that kept jumping suddenly appeared above the Abyss Wolf's head, and then damage numbers kept floating up, and an armor-weakening bad status was also hung in the status bar. Before it rushed to Song Jian, it was hit by 3 Abyss Corrosions in a row. The Abyss Wolf, which was already half-blood, suddenly dropped to less than 1/3 of its health, just as he jumped and pounced on Song Jian. The green evil seed phantom on his head had expanded from the size of a fingernail to the size of a fist, and then a muffled bang sounded from the Abyss Wolf's body. The Abyss Wolf in midair froze, and its offensive suddenly collapsed. It fell from midair like a stone and fell heavily in front of Song Jian. Song Jian swung his sword and stabbed at the head of the Abyss Wolf. It was just an ordinary stab, but it directly hit a damage number of more than 2,000 points. The Abyss Wolf let out a wail. Its health was at the bottom, and it turned into a corpse. The other Abyss Wolf that had been chasing after it and biting it showed a trace of confusion on its face after losing its target. After standing there for a while, it turned around and ran back to where it was originally. Looking at the sword in his hand, Song Jian shook his head slightly. None of his equipment increased spell damage, and there were too few skills activated in the Abyss book. As an Abyss Warlock, it was far from enough to rely on these few skills to fight monsters. The third level of the skill book also has 4 skills, but each skill requires nearly 1,000,000 combat experience points to activate, and Song Jian has no way to activate it for the time being. Thinking of this, Song Jian summoned the Black Dragon and the Stone Mangulu, with 2 combat pets with first-level combat power. There is no pressure at all to kill monsters in this place, and Song Jian's attack method has also changed. He first uses the skills in the Abyss book to attack the Abyss Wolves from a distance. When they rush towards him, he uses the long sword to harvest their lives. with the assistance of the Black Dragon and the Stone Man Gulu. A group of abyss wolves fell at Song Jian's feet in a short while. There are abandoned buildings and streets everywhere in the Doomsday City. Even if there are many monsters, it is impossible to be as happy as slaying monsters in the wilderness. Song Jian let the Stone Man Golem and the Black Dragon resist in front, and he kept using the skills in the Book of Abyss, and at the same time used the One Xiang sword technique to cause large-scale damage. These monsters in the Abyss Hell have very high experience values. Song Jian kept attracting monsters, batch after batch, with the assistance of the Stone Man Golem and the Black Dragon. Song Jian did not lose a drop of blood value, but slaughtered hundreds of Abyss Demon Wolves. Along the way, a large number of Abyss Demon Wolf corpses were left behind. With a ding-dong sound, the system prompt sounded. Song Jian looked at his level, and found that he had reached level 37 without realizing it. He originally activated the 3 skills in the Abyss book, and consumed all the combat experience. Unexpectedly, in less than half a day, he was directly upgraded to a level. Upgrading here is really too fast and too cool. After upgrading the skill Sword Thread to level 7, Sword Finger to level 4, Wing Dance to level 5, and Light Slash to level 2, Song Jian now has nearly 10 skill points. Looking at the honor level ranking in the Doomsday City area, he still tops the list, and the second place is Zeus from the Temple of the Gods. His level has been at level 31 for a long time. It seems that the last blow to him was too great. At present, he has lost the motivation to level up. The remaining top 20 are all level 30. It seems that there are quite a few players who like to level up. In just a few days, so many level 30 players have appeared. Abyssal Hell is simply a holy place for leveling up, which makes Song Jian feel reluctant to leave. However, his first task now is to find a larger city first, which will be much more convenient for gathering information and completing tasks. He has not forgotten why he came to Abyssal Hell. He does not want to delay the inheritance of the 7 abyssal magic flames and the sword immortal profession. Just as Song Jian was constantly killing monsters, he suddenly saw a few lights coming from the edge of the wilderness in the distance. And at the same time, there was a faint explosion sound. Song Jian's eyes lit up. It was the sound of someone casting magic. It seemed that he had encountered a player. From the moment of job transfer, the players in the Abyss Hell became 2 camps with the players in the game world. They would fight each other as soon as they met. And killing players from different camps would not only not gain sin points, but also increase merits. Therefore, when Song Jian saw the players in front of him, he did not go forward immediately, but put away both battle pets and slowly moved forward alone. The light in the Abyss Hell was originally very dim. If it were not for the red cracks everywhere on the ground, I am afraid this place would become a dark place like eternal night. Relying on the weak light emitted by these cracks, the players can only see the environment within 10 meters at most. It will be blurry if it is farther away, unless they have some special skills. Song Jian's vertical eye between his eyebrows was already open at this time, and he could see clearly several players dozens of meters away. It can be seen that the figures that came into view were completely different from the players in the game world. They had dark skin, with a layer of fine scales faintly emerging, and exuded a strong black abyss aura, like countless tentacles, constantly extending outward, and then slowly dissipating into the void. Such an image looks a bit scary, but it gives people a strange sense of eccentricity. They should be players who have transferred to the Abyss profession. Song Jian guessed in his heart. No player can appear in the Abyss Hell as soon as they enter the game. They must reach level 10 in the game world before they can get in touch with the Abyss profession transfer task. The appearance of these players means that there should be a city of Abyss Hell nearby. In Song Jian's opinion, these players who have changed their jobs to Abyss professions have actually given up their human identity. It is undeniable that Abyss professions are at least rare professions, and are much stronger than ordinary professions. But after changing to Abyss professions, the whole person will become an Abyss creature, and will be eroded by the breath of the Abyss without knowing it. For these players who have changed their jobs to Abyss professions, the bright side of their humanity will become increasingly weak, while the dark side will be increasingly magnified. In the end, they will completely become Abyss creatures, and everything will be based on the interests of the Abyss. As Abyss creatures, what they like to do most is to invade the world of other planes. At that time, the players of Abyss Hell and the players of the game world will inevitably have a life and death battle. Chapter 755 Solitaire. The Abyss class system is very complex. Like the game world, it is also divided into melee, Ranged, physical and magic classes. Among the players in front of us, there is an Abyss Warrior, an Abyss Mage, a Soul Tier, an Abyss Rogue, and an Abyss Warlock. Abyss Warriors, Abyss Mage, Abyss Rogue, and Abyss Warlock are all rare classes, but they are the most basic classes in the Abyss class. And the Soul Tier is a legendary class player. Abyss Warriors are characters similar to warriors, but they cannot use shields. They can only rely on their class talents and demon skins to increase their armor value. In addition, during combat, the higher the Abyss Warriors attack, the more they can absorb chi and blood from the damage to heal their injuries. Their fighting style is somewhat similar to that of Berserkers. Although they cannot resist like warriors, their attack power and endurance are more than one level better than warriors. Abyss Mages are different from elemental mages in the game world. They use Abyss energy, which is often enhanced in charm and control. But the damage and explosive power are not as good as Abyss Mages. Fighting against Abyss Mages is a headache for all professions. If you can't quickly gain an advantage, once the battle enters a stalemate, Abyss Mages will often use endless control magic to torture the opponent to collapse. Abyss Warlocks are good at summoning powerful Abyss Demons to fight. And at the same time, like Abyss Mages, they will use the power of the Abyss to attack the enemy. As for Abyss Thieves, they will have one more talent than ordinary human thieves. Abyss Will, which is an active skill that can touch all control and slow effects. Although the time is very short, and the cooling time is very long. In battle, this talent skill is a magical skill, which gives Abyss Thieves a great advantage in battle. As for the legendary Soul Tier, it is a very rare profession in the Abyss. They are good at soul attacks. They are almost a combination of the Abyss Mage and the Abyss Warlock. They have powerful attack capabilities, and can capture Abyss monsters as their temporary battle pets. They have strong survivability. The 5-man team in front of Qingyun is not high level. All level 30. Such a level is considered a master in the game plane. But in the Abyss Hell, any monster is much higher than their level. The equipment on them is not very good. Most of them are green clothes. Only the Soul Tier has 2 blue clothes. And the weapon in the hand of the Abyss Mage is even a white quality equipment. At this time, the Necromancer was followed by a level 30 Fire Demon. And the Soul Tier was followed by 2 Abyss Wolves, which were obviously just captured. The 5 of them gathered together and seemed to be discussing something in a low voice. Qingyun took advantage of the dim environment and quietly approached them, wanting to listen to what they were saying. These people all spoke Abyssal language, which naturally has the ability to fascinate other creatures. After listening for a long time, although they did not understand the meaning of Abyssal language, they were likely to be infected by the power of the Abyss and turned into an Abyss monster that was neither human nor ghost. However, in Qingyun's ears, he could easily distinguish what they were discussing, and the Book of the Abyss could also protect him from being disturbed by the power of the Abyss. Toothpick, how much more do you have to level up? Said the Abyss Mage, and threw an Abyss Orb at the Abyss Wolf in the distance. A great energy ball the size of a human head, with a strong Abyss power on its surface, drew an arc in the air and hit an Abyss Wolf in the wilderness. With a bang, the Abyss Orb exploded, causing more than 300 points of damage to the Abyss Wolf, which immediately angered the Abyss Wolf and attracted the attention of the 2 Abyss Wolves next to it. The 3 wolves rushed towards the few people together. There are still 17%. The Abyss Thief was startled when he saw the 3 wolves rushing towards them. He immediately used the strong stealth skill and complained, I said, can you be more careful when attracting monsters? Don't attract so many every time. If it weren't for Brother Wanderer, we wouldn't be able to kill monsters here to level up. Sorry. The light is too dim. The field of vision can only see 7 or 8 meters. And I didn't see the 2 magic wolves so close to it. The Abyss Mage apologized. Brother Wanderer, is it okay for you to hold one? The Abyss Warlock turned to the Soul Tier player and asked. No problem. Just kill those 2 as soon as possible. Leave the remaining 1 to me. The Soul Tier player called Wanderer looked at the few people with a little arrogance, and said with a smile on his lips, he has controlled 2 Abyss Magic Wolves. Within 2 hours, these 2 Abyss Magic Wolves are his most loyal battle pets. Even if they are asked to die, they will die without hesitation. But after 2 hours, these 2 Abyss Magic Wolves will get rid of his control. And within 1 day, they will never be controlled by him again. If I had known earlier, I should have bought the Book of Eagle Eye from the auction house, which would at least increase the field of vision by 10 meters. Abyss Mage showed a look of regret on his face. Don't be silly. A Book of Eagle Eye costs at least 100,000 Doomsday coins. Why don't you buy yourself a blue staff with that money? The Abyss Warlock next to him looked at the Abyss Mage and environmental protection clothes with contempt and laughed. The player of the Soul Tier profession controlled 2 Abyss Demon Wolves, pulled one of the Abyss Demon Wolves that pounced on him aside, and slowly attacked. The remaining 4 people surrounded the 2 Abyss Demon Wolves and began to attack continuously. Although the Abyss Demon Wolf's damage was not bad, and its health value was much higher than that of ordinary monsters, it was quickly suppressed with the tacit cooperation of several people, and its health value continued to decline. By the way, have you accepted the mission? The mission to open the passage to the Abyss Hell and enter the main world of the game? Suddenly, the Abyss Rogue player asked. Of course I accepted it. If I had known that I would come to this place, I would never switch to the Abyss profession. The Abyss Warlock cast a corrosion spell, and then controlled the Abyss Flame Demon to attack the Abyss Wolf. Leveling up here is much faster than in the main plane. Otherwise, we wouldn't have reached level 30 so quickly, said the Abyss Rogue. There is only one benefit of leveling up quickly. The monster explosion rate here is so touching that people want to cry. If it's not the boss, ordinary monsters almost don't drop many items. Not even materials. Otherwise, how could I still be in an environmental protection suit and a white weapon at level 30? Complained the Abyss Mage. The others looked at the Abyss Mage and laughed. Chapter 756, Encircling and Killing the Boss. The 5-man team in front of him cooperated well. The health value of the Abyss Wolf that was being activated quickly dropped below half. Song Jian's eyes quickly locked on the Soul Tier. This person was the most useful and threatening profession in the team, and he must be killed first. After these players changed their professions to the Abyss profession, they also began to think about it, and wanted to enter the main plane of the game through the Abyss Hell channel to plunder. Although there was nothing wrong with standing in their force field. For Song Jian, killing them was also nothing wrong. This was the result of different force fields and different camps, and it had nothing to do with right or wrong. And if these 5 people saw Song Jian first, they would definitely surround and kill him without any hesitation. Thinking of this, Song Jian summoned the Stone Man Golem and the Black Dragon, first prohibiting them from making any movements, and then ordered the Black Dragon to slowly move to the left, while the Stone Man slowly walked over from the right. At this time, it was dark all around, and the vision of these people was narrow, no more than 12 meters at most, and the movement of the Stone Man and the Black Dragon would not attract their attention at all. After the 5 people killed the 3 Abyss Demon Wolves, they all started to sit on the ground to recover. When can the Abyss Passage be opened? I really want to return to the game world and kill everyone. The Abyss Thief sighed and said, Humph. Our level is at least 5 levels higher than the average level of the players in the end world. The longer the time, the bigger the gap will be. Then we will become the nightmare of the players in the game world. The Abyss Warlock snorted. Hee hee. Killing players from the opposing camp can gain merits. Maybe we can also get a title for fun. The Abyss Mage laughed. The Soul Tier player was about to speak, and the Abyss Flame Demon, who had been guarding the Abyss Warlock, suddenly roared. The Abyss Warlock was immediately alert and whispered, Something is happening. The figure of the Abyss Thief disappeared directly on the spot. The Abyss Mage looked around vigilantly and added an Abyss Armor to himself, increasing his armor value. The 2 eyes of the Soul Tierers suddenly turned red, and countless black auras emanated from his eyes, and spiderweb-like terrifying patterns appeared around his eye sockets. There seems to be a big guy there. The Soul Tier player suddenly pointed at the location of the Black Dragon and whispered in surprise. Big guy? Is it the boss? The Abyss Warrior also showed a hint of joy on his face. The monsters in the Abyss Hell are strong. If they encounter the boss alone, even a Soul Tier player cannot fight a boss above level 30 alone. But they are now a team of 5. So it is still possible to surround and kill a boss. But we don't have a healing profession. What if? The Abyss Mage player showed a hint of hesitation on his face. You know, among the several people present, he is the only one with the worst ability to escape. The Abyss Warrior has a skill similar to charging. As long as he locks on the monster target in the distance, he can rush out dozens of meters directly. The Abyss Thief has the skill of forced invisibility in battle. The Abyss Warlock can control the Fire Demon to hold the boss. And even at critical moments, he can exchange positions with the Fire Demon. The Soul Tier has more life-saving skills, the most famous of which is a skill called Soul Walk. which can directly break through the void and produce an effect similar to teleportation. The specialty of the Abyss Mage is that he has many control skills and continuous damage skills. But when it comes to escaping from danger, he is not even as good as the Elemental Mage. At least the Elemental Mage has ice rings and teleportation. As long as he wants to escape, no boss can catch up with him. I am not afraid of a melee profession. So what are you afraid of as a ranged profession? The Abyss Warrior said contemptuously, as long as I don't fall, you will be absolutely safe. Even if I die, the boss is so far away from you. You will always have time to escape. Okay. Big Head. Get ready to go and pull the monster. The others should control the damage first. Be careful of OT. And wait until Big Head's hatred is stable before outputting. The Soul Tier player just looked at the Abyss Mage coldly, and gave the order directly. Because he is a legendary profession. The Soul Tier player has always regarded himself as the captain of the team. He rarely speaks. But once he speaks, he definitely doesn't want anyone to refute him. The Abyss Mage looked at the other companions and looked ugly. But he still followed them silently. His equipment was the worst among the few people. And his strength was also the worst. If he left his companions, he might have to change to a lower level monster area to level up. Everyone walked forward. And when they entered the field of vision, several people were stunned at the same time. A black dragon with a length of more than 10 meters and a height of more than 3 meters appeared in front of them. Dragon. Dragon. There are dragons in the Abyss Hell. The Soul Tier player was so excited that he trembled all over. Level 35. Just an elite boss. It looks like it should be just a young dragon. Or a giant dragon that has just passed its infancy. The Abyss Warlock looked at the black dragon carefully and analyzed. You are really lucky. I heard that bathing in dragon blood can make you invulnerable to swords and guns. The Abyss Warrior licked his lips. And a greedy look appeared in his eyes. Go. It's just a level 35 elite boss. With our strength, we can definitely kill it. The Soul Tier player whispered excitedly. Although he is the strongest among the 5, it is impossible for him to fight a level 35 elite boss alone. He must rely on the strength of the other 4. Go. It's a rare opportunity. This is a dragon. The Abyss Warlock said excitedly. If he can get a complete dragon skeleton, then when he is stronger, he may be able to refine a powerful Abyss Bone Dragon. Except for the Abyss Mage who was a little hesitant. The other 4 looked eager to try. So far, they had never seen any dragon. The most advanced creature they had seen in the Abyss Hell was an Abyss Chimera with a trace of dragon blood. This chimera had a head similar to that of a dragon and could spit out highly corrosive venom. It took it less than 10 minutes to wipe out a small village with hundreds of people from the map. And it was only slightly injured. The Dragon Clan is several levels higher than the Abyss Chimera that we have seen before. Once it is killed, it will definitely drop treasures of gold quality or above. Go! The Abyss Warrior's eyes were red and bloodshot. He also knew the horror of a dragon. Even if it was just a dragon that had just passed the young dragon stage. And once a battle broke out, he would be in the most dangerous position. However, the temptation of hunting dragons has made him unable to extricate himself. He clenched the two-handed axe in his hand, roared, and strode towards the black dragon. Chapter 757 Another Boss. Song Jian was stunned when he saw them rushing towards the black dragon. He didn't expect that this group of people also had the skill to increase vision. If it weren't for the black dragon's fast speed, which attracted their attention, when Song Jian rushed up, these people might have focused their fire on him directly. That's good. Let the black dragon attract their attention first. Song Jian's mouth showed a hint of joy. And he directed the stone Mangulu to slowly move towards the side. The Abyss Warrior let out a low roar. And a hint of blood bloomed on the surface of his body. And an Abyss Impact rushed towards the black dragon. The black dragon was immediately attracted by the Abyss Warrior, and raised its claws to pounce on the Abyss Warrior. The Abyss Warrior's battle axe chopped the black dragon fiercely. And a burst of sparks appeared with a bang. The black dragon's scales were hard. And the Abyss Warrior's attack did not break its defense, causing only less than 50 points of damage. The black dragon's body paused. And one claw grabbed the Abyss Warrior's shoulder. And more than 200 points of damage suddenly floated above the Abyss Warrior's head. As soon as this damage came out, several people were relieved. It seemed that the strength of this black dragon was weaker than they thought. One attack only caused more than 200 points of damage. This damage, let alone the Abyss Warrior, even the Abyss Mage in an environmental protection suit could withstand a few hits and not die. Its damage is not high. Wait for me to stabilize the hatred before attacking, the Abyss Warrior shouted, and slashed at the black dragon with a cleave, causing more than 60 points of damage to it. At the same time, a recovery number of 28 points floated above his head. Spiked Shell, the Abyss Warrior roared, and a set of Phantom Thorn armor appeared on the surface of his body. The damage of the black dragon to him suddenly dropped a level. At the same time, every time the Abyss Warrior attacked, the black dragon itself would also suffer a certain amount of damage. In the black dragon's attributes, there is a word player Song Jian's battle pet. But this can only be seen by players in the same camp. Players in different camps see the black dragon as just an ordinary elite boss, and can't even see the first level combat power. Unless they have special reconnaissance skills, they can see that the black dragon has a first level combat power. Moreover, although the black dragon itself is physically strong, it is, after all, a pet that attacks with magic, and its physical damage is average. So it has created some illusions for these people. However, after a while, these players of the Abyss Hell will know how wrong they are. The Dragon Clan, even if it is just a dragon that has just passed the larval stage, is not something that they can hunt. The black dragon's health value dropped little by little, and the Abyss Thieves also surrounded it. Several people desperately output to the black dragon, with excitement on their faces. Under Song Jian's control, the black dragon continued to approach the player of the Soul Tier profession. Soon, the strongest player in this team had entered the black dragon's magic attack range. But in the eyes of the Soul Tier player, he and the black dragon were still at a safe distance. At this moment, a huge stone, with a low whistling sound, smashed towards the head of the Abyss Warlock, who was chanting a spell. Song Jian originally wanted to target the Abyss Mage with the Stone Man Golem. But when he saw the Abyss Warlock chanting a spell, he subconsciously felt that this skill of the Abyss Warlock might cause great harm to him. So he temporarily changed the target, and let the Stone Man Golem attack the Abyss Warlock. The Abyss Warlock was using his level 30 ultimate skill, the Devil's Gate. This skill takes a long time to chant, and consumes a lot of energy, requiring more than 80% of his own mental value. But this skill is also very powerful. As long as the release is successful, a Demon Gate can be summoned. From the Demon Gate, Abyss Demons can continuously walk out. Every 30 seconds, an Abyss Demon will randomly appear from it. As long as the Demon Gate is not destroyed, Abyss Demons can continue to walk out. Therefore, as long as the Abyss Warlock is given enough time, he can summon a powerful Abyss Demon army. Of course, the summoned demons also have a time limit. The more powerful the Abyss Demon, the shorter the existence time. But just when the Abyss Warlock was about to complete this magic, a huge stone suddenly hit his head, and a dizzy symbol suddenly appeared in the status bar. And the Demon Gate that was about to appear also disappeared immediately. The dizziness lasted for less than a second, and the Abyss Warlock spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly became weak, and couldn't even stand up. The backlash of the level 30 ultimate skill completely lost his combat effectiveness for at least 5 minutes. Even a rookie who just entered the game could kill him at this time. Enemy attack. The Abyss Warlock's face was pale, and he lay softly on the ground. He roared vigorously to remind his companions. At this time, a 2-meter-tall stone man slowly walked towards them, and entered their field of vision. Damn it. How did you attract another boss? The Soul Tier player looked back, and suddenly felt depressed. He couldn't help cursing. The Abyss Warlock, like the mage, stood at the farthest point. When they saw the boss attacking the Abyss Warlock, everyone's first reaction was that the Abyss Warlock had attracted other monsters. Even the Abyss Warlock himself was wondering if he had attracted the Stone Man. Facing his companions' questions, he dared not say a word. But even if the Abyss Warlock had really attracted the monster, they would not let the Abyss Warlock be killed by the monster. First, the Abyss Flame Demon that was besieging the Black Dragon immediately gave up attacking the Black Dragon, strode towards the Abyss Warlock, and roared as he rushed towards the Stone Man Gulu. Then, the Abyss Rogue Toothpick also gave up attacking the Black Dragon and turned around to pounce on the Stone Man Golem. The Soul Tier player just glanced at the Abyss Warlock, snorted coldly, and continued to focus on the Black Dragon, controlling the 2 Abyss Wolves to attack the Black Dragon continuously. For him, it didn't matter even if all these people died, as long as he could kill the Black Dragon. At this time, Song Jian had already touched the distance of less than 10 meters from the Soul Tier player. At this time, the Soul Tier player's eyes were still surrounded by black aura. and his field of vision was at least more than 15 meters. As long as he glanced in the direction where Song Jian was, he would find Song Jian. But at this time, all his attention was on the black dragon, and he didn't see Song Jian slowly approaching him. As for the others, because of their limited vision and their attention being attracted by the boss, they didn't notice that a figure was slowly approaching the soul-tier player. Dragon breath. Song Jian's mind moved, and the black dragon flapped its wings and flew up, opening its mouth and spewing a mouthful of hot dragon breath flames towards the soul-tier player. Chapter 758 Transfer of Hatred. No one expected that the black dragon would spit out dragon breath at this time. The soul-tier player was shocked and subconsciously used the soul walk skill. This skill is the core skill of his profession. Once used, he will enter a special two-dimensional space. No attack can hurt him. And the most important thing is that his movement speed will be directly increased by 100%. He can move freely in this two-dimensional space, whether chasing the enemy or escaping. It can be called a magical skill. However, core skills like this do not consume mana or mental power, but his own soul power. The soul power recovers very slowly. Once it is consumed, all his core skills cannot be used. The hot dragon breath was burning around him, and even the ground was crystallized and melted into a whole piece. But the soul-tier himself was not hurt at all. After performing the soul walk, it also consumed soul power to maintain the state. When the dragon breath ended, he immediately ended the skill and walked out of the two-dimensional space. Damn it! After looking at the skill cooldown time and the consumed soul power, his face suddenly became gloomy. Soul blade. Zhou Dong roared, and a transparent half-moon blade appeared in his right hand. Under his control, it flew towards the black dragon. Soul attacks are extremely terrifying for any creature, because there is currently no defense against soul attacks. No matter the equipment or skills, there is no way to defend against soul attacks. And the damage caused is all real damage. Song Jian himself has a sword skill that attacks the target's soul, the soul control sword skill. So he naturally understands the horror of soul attacks. Seeing this move of the soul-tier Zhou Dong, Song Jian frowned and directly put the black dragon into the pet space. The attacks of several people either failed to be released or fell directly on the open ground. Just when they were stunned, the black dragon appeared in front of them again. But this time, the black dragon had already flown high, opened its mouth wide, and a ball of fire that kept spinning was brewing in its mouth. Soul-tier Zhou Dong instinctively felt the threat and yelled, "Get out of the way!" He immediately controlled the two abyss wolves to gather towards him so that he could control them as a meat shield when the black dragon attacked him. But this time, the black dragon's target was not Zhou Dong, but the abyss mage in the environmental protection suit. Boom! A fireball that was constantly swirling like a nebula hit the abyss mage fiercely. The abyss mage suddenly felt like he was falling into an ice cave, and the threat of death was overwhelming. Why would it attack me? The abyss mage shouted in horror, gritted his teeth, and took out a bead emitting silver light from the parcel column, and squeezed it hard. The silver bead shattered, and a light curtain shield suddenly appeared in front of the abyss mage. This was a one-time defensive item that the abyss mage had been reluctant to use. But this time, he had to use it to save his life. Bang! The vortex fireball hit the abyss mage's light curtain shield hard, and the shield shattered in an instant. The abyss mage's body was smashed out like a baseball. When he landed, he had become a residual blood, with less than 1/10 of his blood value, and fell into a dying state. The movement speed dropped by 80%, and he lost his combat ability. Its previous skill may be able to eliminate hatred. Everyone be careful. Big head. Go and grab that stone man boss. Soul-tier Zhou Dong shouted loudly. The black dragon rose to the sky. All melee professionals had no way to attack it. They could only rely on ranged professionals to cause damage to it. At this time, the black dragon's health value had dropped below half. But Zhou Dong did not intend to give up. Until now, they had no doubts. There were too few other players who could come to the Abyss Hell. The players they met were all Abyss professionals from the same camp. At this time, 2 of the 5 people had been disabled, leaving only the Abyss Warrior, Abyss Rogue and Soul-tier professions. At this time, the Abyss Rogue had been beaten to a residual health by the Stone Man boss. It was really that the elemental monsters restrained the thieves too much. Many skill effects such as bleeding, dizziness, slowness, and continuous blood loss could not appear on the elemental monsters. while the thief profession relied heavily on such skill effects in combat. The most powerful thief profession can control the opponent from head to death, and prevent the opponent from causing any harm to himself. But these can't appear on elemental monsters at all. At this time, the Abyss Thief had already thought about escaping. But when he saw the Abyss Warrior rushing towards him, he hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and persisted. But he held a skill in his hand that forced invisibility in battle, and never used it. "Toothpick, lead this stupid guy to me," the Abyss Warrior yelled. And at this time, he was running towards this side with 2 legs. The thief saw it, and immediately understood his thoughts. It seems that he also held the skill Abyss Impact in his hand, and didn't use it. The purpose is the same as his own, which is to escape at the last moment. You should know that the Abyss Warrior is a melee profession, and its movement speed is the slowest among the few people. If it were not for the skill Abyss Impact, the Abyss Warrior would be the most miserable profession, and would be killed by all the ranged professions. 2 melee professions are going to hold back the Stone Man boss. Zhou Dong now has to fight the human-faced Black Dragon. If he can be a little more rational, he will understand that with his strength, there is no way to defeat the Black Dragon. Even if the Black Dragon's health value is less than half at this time, he can't be the opponent of the Black Dragon. But greed has overcome reason. Zhou Dong's mind is full of the benefits he will get after killing the Black Dragon, and he completely ignores the dangers he will face. Song Jian took a look and put the red Fire Heart Ape sword in his hand into his body. Although the 5-man team was all level 30, no one had a first-level combat power. 2 combat pets with first-level combat power were enough to crush them, and he didn't need to take action at all. Big head. I can't do it anymore. The elemental monsters restrict me too much. The Abyss Thief on the side bandaged himself and whispered to the Abyss Warrior, "This boss is too tough, and the armor is too high. It can't be cut at all." The Abyss Warrior frowned and said, "Wait a little longer, and see if he can kill the Black Dragon. After all, it is a legendary profession. And maybe there is something else. If the 2 of them escape in close combat, Zhou Dong will definitely not be able to deal with the 2 bosses alone. And he will definitely escape. Then Zhou Dong will definitely settle old scores with the 2 in the future." Chapter 759 Honor Kill. The Black Dragon's combat power is obviously much higher than that of the Stone Man Golem. The 2 melee professions believe that if they can't hold on, it must be Zhou Dong who can't hold on first. When Zhou Dong escapes, the 2 people have escaped skills in their hands, and their speed will only be faster than Zhou Dong, not slower. And in this way, even if the hunting fails this time, Zhou Dong has no excuse to trouble the 2. Not long after, the 2 heard a shrill scream from behind, and they were happy in their hearts. It seems that Zhou Dong has been seriously injured and can't hold on for much longer. But when the 2 turned their heads to look at Zhou Dong, they were stunned. They saw that the Black Dragon had fallen from midair, and under its right claw, the body of the soul-tier Zhou Dong was being pressed. Dead? Dead? How could this happen? The Abyss Warrior couldn't help rubbing his eyes, wanting to see if the corpse under the Black Dragon's claws was Zhou Dong's real body. Fuck. He's really dead. The Abyss Thief glanced at the team interface and saw death status marked behind Zhou Dong's name, and was immediately shocked. You should know that among the 5 people, Soul-tier Zhou Dong is the strongest, and he has many life-saving skills. In addition to Soul Wandering, Soul-tier also has at least 2 acceleration skills and a substitute skill. If he really wants to escape, almost no one can stop him. However, what they didn't expect was that Soul-tier Zhou Dong had been blinded by greed. He didn't know the strength of the Black Dragon at all, so he rushed up and fought hard. As a result, he was killed by the Black Dragon in one move, with his strength not yet reaching the first-level combat power. He couldn't withstand the Black Dragon's big move. Silently, the figure of the Abyss Thief slowly disappeared from the original place. The Abyss Warrior cursed at the sight, and immediately used the Abyss Impact skill, locking the target on an Abyss Wolf 10 meters away from him. In an instant, the Abyss Warrior crashed into the Abyss Wolf and knocked it unconscious, while the Abyss Warrior took a step and fled to the distance. At this moment, a huge stone whizzed towards the back of his head, and before he could react, he was knocked to the ground by the stone. Knocked down. Now the Stone Man Golem's stone throwing skill has also been upgraded. Not only has the damage increased a lot, but the triggered effect has also changed from only 1 stun effect to 2. One is stun, the other is knockdown. Each time it is cast, One of these two effects will appear randomly. The Abyss Warrior struggled to get up from the ground, and his head was still a little dizzy. At this time, the Abyss Wolf that was hit by him also woke up from the dizziness, let out a low roar, and pounced on him. Damn it! The Abyss Warrior was suddenly in despair. An Abyss Wolf was no threat to him. But the stone man who had rushed over from behind him made him fall into despair. After losing his only displacement skill, he could not get rid of the stone man's attack at all. At this moment, a dragon roar suddenly sounded from behind him. Looking back, the Abyss Warrior did not even have the courage to fight. At this time, the hatred value of the black dragon was transferred to him, and flew towards him. The Abyss Thief glanced at the Abyss Warrior in the invisible state, and suddenly mourned for him in his heart. And at the same time, he was extremely grateful for being a thief. The forced invisibility effect can eliminate all the hatred value on the monster. So the black dragon will go to the Abyss Warrior for trouble. This is what the Abyss Thief guessed in his heart. But in fact, what he didn't know was that the actions of the two battle pets were all controlled by Qingyun. After the death of the Soul Terror, the black dragon's chance of finding the Abyss Warrior was only 1/4. After all, there were still two seriously injured companions lying on the ground who had not died yet. Just when the Abyss Thief was moved and extremely fortunate, he didn't know that the direction he was running in was exactly where Qingyun was. The vertical eye in the center of his eyebrows was still emitting a ray of light. Qingyun saw the translucent figure of the Abyss Thief running towards him, and he immediately felt a little ridiculous. He stretched out his hand, and a dark red long sword appeared in his palm. On the blade of this long sword, there were 3 long sword phantoms, and as Qingyun danced, they also burst into dazzling light. One Xiang sword technique. Instantly, goose feather-like snow suddenly appeared around the Abyss Thief, and at the same time, gusts of wind swept over, blowing on his face, like a knife cutting. When the Abyss Thief touched his cheek, he suddenly let out a fog grass, with a look of horror on his face, and his hands were all covered with bright red blood. The Abyss Thief seemed to have fallen into an ice cave. The heavy snow that had already covered his knees, and the gusts of wind that made him unable to open his eyes suddenly made him feel like he had traveled through time. The most terrifying thing was that he found that his blood value was actually decreasing at an alarming speed, and a series of damage numbers floated up from the top of the Abyss Thief's head. What on earth is going on? The Abyss Thief was completely stunned. You know, the temperature in the Abyss Hell is always above 40 or 50 degrees. And in some places, it is even above 70 degrees. But now the surrounding temperature has dropped by 20 or 30 degrees. As if it has suddenly entered winter from summer. The Abyss Thief, whose health value was originally not high, had a look of horror and confusion on his face until the last moment of his death. He didn't know until his death why he was frozen to death in the hot Abyss Hell. System, you killed a professional player in the Abyss Hell. The player is a civilian. This kill is an honor kill, and you get 2 points of merit. System, you killed a professional player from the Abyss Hell. The player is a civilian. This kill is an honor kill, and you get 3 points of merit. Killing a player from the opposing camp will earn you different merits based on the level, strength, and title of the player you killed. The higher the level and the stronger the player, the higher the merit you get after killing. The lower the level and strength of the player, the lower the merit you get. Sometimes the gap is too big, and you may not even get any honor. Originally, Qingyun thought it would be good enough to kill 3 people. He had given up on the Abyss Warrior and the Abyss Thief. Unexpectedly, he gave up, but the battle pet did not give up. In addition, the Abyss Thief accidentally rushed towards his position, so there was no reason to let him go. As a result, this 5-man team was completely destroyed by him. After killing 2 players who were unable to move, Qingyun's merit reached 10 points. On average, he gave 2 points to each player. Just as Qingyun was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly found that there was a red light shining under the player of the Soul Terror profession. In this dim environment, any light is more conspicuous than usual. Qingyun was stunned, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. He didn't expect that there would be drops after killing. This is really a pleasant surprise. Chapter 760 Fusion Skills. When players from the same camp fight each other, the chance of getting an item dropped after killing each other is extremely low. Even if you kill dozens of players from the same camp, there may not be a single item dropped. However, the chance of dropping an item after killing players from different camps is obviously much higher. Qingyun only killed 5 players from different camps, and one of them dropped an item, and it was the strongest one among them. Picking up the item dropped by the soul-tier player, Song Jian was stunned and frowned slightly. The item dropped by this guy was not his equipment, but a skill scroll. Compared with the equipment dropped, the probability of a player's skill dropping is obviously lower. However, among all the explosions, the popularity of the player's explosion skills is obviously the lowest, because all the explosion skills are restricted by profession and cannot be used by different professions. This skill scroll is the core skill of the soul tier. Soul Walk. Skill scroll Soul Walk quality gold. Use effect, after use. You can learn the skill Soul Walk. This skill must be learned by the soul tier profession. Soul Walk, level 1. Instant. Skill effect. The user immediately enters a special two-dimensional space. Except for space spells, all other damage will be immune, and the user's movement speed will be increased by 50%. This effect lasts for 3 seconds, and after 3 seconds, the user will return to his own space. Skill cooldown time, 5 minutes. Skill consumption, 30 points of spirit value. This skill is so powerful that Song Jian salivates at the first level effect. After using it, it is equivalent to entering a 3-second invincible state. Only space spells that can break space can hurt oneself. Song Jian has not seen that player or NPC cast a space spell so far. At the same time, it can also increase speed, whether it is chasing the enemy or escaping from the enemy's siege. This skill is very sharp. Unfortunately, this is only available for the soul tier profession. Even if Song Jian gets this scroll, he can't use it. The most important thing is that the soul tier profession is a type of abyss profession. Even if Song Jian takes it back, this skill scroll can only be regarded as a collection and placed at the bottom of the warehouse. What a pity! Song Jian sighed, and was about to put the skill scroll back into the parcel column, but suddenly saw the fusion book in the parcel column, and his mind was moved. The fusion book can fuse 2 skills into one, and at worst it will only make the secondary skill disappear, and improve the proficiency of the main skill. But I don't know if the skill scroll can be fused? Thinking of this, Song Jian took out the fusion book again, then opened his skill column and carefully selected. If it can be fused, the 2 skills put in should have similar skill effects. Otherwise the consequence is likely to only improve the proficiency of the main skill. Strictly speaking, Soul Walk should be considered a displacement skill. And Song Jian only has 1 displacement skill in his skill column, Sword Shadow Step. He set Sword Shadow Step as the main skill, and then put the Soul Walk skill scroll into the secondary skill box. Unexpectedly, it was actually put in. At the same time, the originally gray fusion button also lit up, and Song Jian's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. System, do you want to merge the 2 skills? Fusion. Song Jian directly clicked the fusion button, and a Tai Chi Yin Yang fish symbol suddenly appeared in the fusion interface. The 2 skills were exactly the fish eyes of the 2 Yin Yang fish, and began to rotate continuously. After a while, a brilliant golden light bloomed from the fusion book, and only a skill box remained in the fusion book. System, skill fusion is successful. Please name the new skill. Success. And it has been fused into a new skill. Song Jian laughed. There are 3 results of fusion skills: increased proficiency, skill mutation, and fusion into a new skill. And fusion into a new skill is the best result. Skill, unnamed active. Level 1. Instant. Skill effect, after use. The player immediately becomes a soul state, immune to all damage, and the effect lasts for 1 second. At the same time, the movement speed is increased by 30%, and any obstacles can be passed through. The invincible state disappears after 1 second, but only the soul attack method will cause damage to the user. The duration of this skill, 3 seconds. Skill consumption, 15 points of spirit value. Skill cooling time 5 minutes. Skill use restrictions. User Song Jian. After reading the skill introduction, Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face. This skill is much stronger than Sword Shadow Step or Soul Walk. I am afraid that only the core skill of the thief profession, Wind Step, can be comparable. But to be honest, the effect of this skill is stronger than Wind Step. After all, in addition to being invincible within 1 second after the release of Wind Step, all other attacks can cause damage to it, and it cannot pass through obstacles. However, the movement speed of Wind Step is faster than this skill, but it is also limited. Exclusive skill. Gold quality exclusive skill. Ha ha! Song Jian looked at the usage restrictions after the skill introduction and couldn't help laughing again. Exclusive skills have always been just a legend, and they are skills tailored to the user. Song Jian always thought it was a rumor, but he didn't expect that he would have an exclusive skill one day. After thinking for a long time, Song Jian, who has difficulty in naming, finally decided to name this skill Soul Walk. Just when Song Jian put away the fusion book and was about to close the skill bar, he suddenly found that the plus sign behind the Soul Walk skill was actually lit. You should know that all skills will have great plus signs when the proficiency has not reached the full value. Only when the proficiency reaches 100% will the plus sign light up. At this time, consuming one skill point can upgrade the skill by 1 level. At the same time, the proficiency is cleared, and the plus sign will turn gray again. Song Jian had only encountered this situation where the upgrade plus sign lit up right after learning a skill in the double S world of the first level combat power assessment. Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help but click the upgrade plus sign behind Soul Walk unexpectedly. He actually consumed a skill point and upgraded the Soul Walk skill to level 2. This was simply a pleasant surprise. Song Jian had 11 skill points at this time, and he put all his skill points into this skill. In the end, the Soul Walk skill was upgraded to level 12, which was also the upper limit of the level of this skill. And Song Jian's skill points obtained from the first level combat power assessment were also consumed. At this time, the attributes of this skill were much stronger than before, which could be regarded as another killer of Song Jian. Chapter 761 Desolate Highlands. The Soul Walk skill has been greatly improved after reaching the maximum level. Soul Walk active. Level 12 max. Instant. Skill effect, after using it, the player immediately becomes a soul state, immune to all damage. The effect lasts for 3 seconds. At the same time, the movement speed is increased by 200%, and any obstacle can be passed through. The invincible state disappears after 3 seconds, but only the soul attack method will cause damage to the user. The skill duration, 9 seconds. Skill consumption, 50 points of spirit value. Skill cooldown time 1 minute. Skill usage restriction, user Song Jian. The invincibility state was increased from 1 second to 3 seconds. The movement speed was increased by 200%. The duration of the skill effect was increased from 3 seconds to 9 seconds. And the most important thing was that the cooling time was shortened from 5 minutes to 1 minute. Although the skill consumption was also increased, Song Jian would not take this consumption seriously for the powerful attributes of this skill. The cooling time is only 1 minute, which can be used as a regular skill. Song Jian thought to himself. With a 9-second acceleration time and a 1-minute cooling time, Song Jian could even use this skill to travel. With a thought, Song Jian's whole body turned into a transparent illusory state. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to find his existence. Song Jian also found an effect that was not written in the skill description. Song Jian in the soul state is equivalent to a transparent shadow, although it can't reach the stealth effect of the thief profession. In this dim abyss hell, if you don't look closely, it's hard to find Song Jian in the soul state. At least it has an effect of hide effect plus 3 or more. After returning the 2 pets to the pet space, Song Jian rushed forward in the soul state. Even if the skills are powerful, they cannot be fully exerted if the user is not familiar with them. Song Jian's journey to the abyss has just begun. He is probably the only human player in the entire abyss hell. He began to level up in the abyss hell while looking for nearby villages and towns. Time passed slowly. Along the way, Song Jian encountered several waves of abyss hell players who were leveling up. With the help of his 2 pets, he also killed many of these players who had betrayed humans, but many of them escaped from him. After all, he was alone. Even with the skill of soul walking, it was impossible to kill all the players. Killing players from different factions does have a high drop rate, but since the soul walk skill scroll dropped, Song Jian's luck seems to have run out, and all the dropped items are low-level equipment. The level of the players in the abyss hell is much higher than that of the players in the game world, but the drop rate here seems to be much lower than that in the game world. The players killed by Song Jian don't even have a piece of silver quality equipment, which was unimaginable in the previous Doomsday City. In the Doomsday City, a player of around level 30 has at least all blue equipment, and occasionally 1 or 2 silver or even gold equipment, which is not surprising at all. But in the abyss hell, most of these players have white and green quality equipment. If they have 1 piece of blue quality equipment, they are already considered masters. When exploring the Abyss Hell on the third day, a piece of the originally dark map suddenly lit up. And at the edge of the lit map, a corner of a city appeared. In the Abyss, almost everyone speaks the Abyss language. For other human players in Hell, the Abyss language is completely incomprehensible. But for Song Jian, there is no difference between the Abyss language and human language. At this time, Song Jian already knew that the area he was in was a place called Desolate Highlands. It used to be the territory of the Abyss Demon King Dukastandon. But since Dukastandon disappeared 100 years ago, this place has started 100 years of war. At this time, there are dozens of large and small forces occupying this area. War is commonplace, but for the players in the Abyss Hell, this situation is extremely welcome. As long as a war occurs, the system will issue hunting tasks to the players. These tasks are also faction tasks. If you want to join the forces you like, accepting these tasks is the fastest way. But more players do not want to join these NPC forces so quickly. Today, they accept a task from this company to kill the characters of the target force. And tomorrow they will accept another task to kill the characters of the previous employer's force. Just like mercenaries, earning commissions between various forces. The situation in Desolate Highlands is almost a microcosm of the entire Abyss Hell. The 7 Demon Kings disappeared almost at the same time, and the entire Abyss Hell lost its ruler. The war lasted for hundreds of years. On the 4th day after Song Jian entered the Abyss Hell, the legend about him quickly spread among the players in Desolate Highlands. Many players who changed their jobs to the Abyss profession knew of his existence. A human player actually entered the Abyss Hell not because of the change of the Abyss profession. He was simply ignorant of life and death. This made the players in the Abyss Hell feel a common hatred of the enemy. Some powerful players even began to form a team to track down Song Jian and wanted to hunt him down. In addition, a permanent killing task has appeared in the mercenary guild of the only main city of Desolate Highlands, the Fiery Furnace. Task: kill the human player Song Jian who appeared in Desolate Highlands. And the bounty is 300,000 Doomsday coins. 300,000 Doomsday coins, not to mention individual players. Even some small war alliances have begun to be tempted, and have organized people to start searching for Song Jian in Desolate Highlands. The Abyss Hell is too vast. If you want to chase someone in Desolate Highlands, if you are not lucky enough to bump into him, the probability of chasing is almost zero. And every player who is encountered by Song Jian will kill him directly. And only some sporadic escapees will report Song Jian's location. But when everyone arrives, Song Jian has already left for a long time. 5 days later, Song Jian's level had been upgraded to level 37, and the extra skill points were used to master the sword thread. At this time, the skill sword thread had been upgraded to level 8. The attack range was expanded to 12 meters. The number of sword threads was increased from 5 to 6, and the power of each thread was also improved accordingly. However, what Song Jian is most looking forward to now is that the sword thread skill will be upgraded to level 10 and become a sword net. By then, this skill may have a qualitative leap. Standing on a desolate low mountain, Song Jian looked towards a red city in front of him. This is the main city of the Desolate Highlands area, the Fiery Furnace. If you want to inquire about the information of the Abyss Demon King Astandon, you must enter the city. But given Song Jian's current human state, he would probably be blasted into pieces by the city's defense system as soon as he approached the city. Not to mention the thousands of Abyss professional players in the city. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian summoned the Book of the Abyss, opened the Abyss Gate, stepped into the Abyss Gate, and left the Abyss Hell. However, what Song Jian did not expect was that on the side of this low mountain, a pair of red eyes kept staring at his figure until he left the Abyss Gate, and the owner of these eyes slowly retreated. Chapter 762 Business Negotiation. After returning to the City of Hope, Song Jian suddenly discovered that a large number of NPCs had appeared in the city. These NPCs were dressed in gorgeous clothes, and they were also wearing gold and silver and many jewels. Their arrogant demeanor was different from the NPCs Song Jian had seen before. They were obviously people of certain status and position. Wang Qi, who had rushed over after hearing the news, saw Song Jian and immediately showed a look of relief on his face. Alliance leader, it's great that you're back. Wang Qi grabbed Song Jian's sleeve and said, come and take a look. I'm going crazy because of these NPCs. What's wrong? Isn't it well built? Song Jian said with a smile. After he came back, he didn't stay in the Manor Castle all the time, but walked around the city. The originally destroyed buildings in the city have been repaired. After upgrading to a city, many new buildings have appeared. Even the magic crystal railguns on the city wall have two being built at the same time. Everything was going on in an orderly manner in Song Jian's eyes. The only strange thing was that there were many human NPCs in gorgeous clothes as mentioned before. Did you see those NPCs? Wang Qi pointed at the NPCs outside the castle and said, "It's them. I don't know where they came from. As soon as they came, they said they wanted to invest in our city of hope and open up some entertainment area and commercial area. I don't know these things. I can only wait for you to come back before making a decision." Entertainment district. Commercial district? If they want to invest in development, just let them do it. Anyway, the territory is ours. And there are many places we don't need for the time being. Isn't it okay to just give them a piece? Song Jian asked curiously. They want to buy our land. Permanently. Wang Qi said, some want to rent it. But the term is very long. More than 10 years. Even decades. Are we short of money now? Song Jian frowned and asked. Of course we are. Wang Qi nodded and said, the pensions for the more than 30 players who died alone are a lot of money. In addition, our city was almost completely destroyed and then restored. Although it only cost 1/3 of the resources when it was built. It is also a lot of money. In addition, after upgrading to a city, we have to start building new buildings. Wang Qi counted on his fingers and told Song Jian one by one. How about the Valley of the Dead? How is the development of the Valley of the Dead going? Song Jian had a headache. Even in the real world, he was just a college graduate and had never been exposed to these things. The development of the Valley of the Dead cannot be done without planning. Otherwise, it will not be long before the entire valley becomes a wasteland. At present, we have stopped collecting resources from the Shadow Forest and started planting saplings in the forest. As for the gems in the Shadow River, the scale of mining has also been limited. Now the entire gem market has been impacted by us. The price has dropped by 3 levels and can't continue. Wang Qi said. Song Jian nodded. The Valley of the Dead is a treasure trove. But once something becomes too much, the price will definitely not go up. It should be like mining diamonds in the real world, with limited mining every year. But the diamond jewelry produced can be sold at a sky-high price. It seems that we need to recruit a group of business negotiation experts to deal with these NPCs, Song Jian sighed. If the funds are sufficient, Song Jian will not pay attention to these NPCs at all. Even if the construction time is slower. It doesn't matter. After all, it is his own territory. And there are no external enemies. It is not a problem to take longer. But now there is a problem with funds. So Song Jian can't ignore these gods of wealth who send money. But how to get a lot of money from these gods of wealth without paying too much price requires very high skills. The territories here were won by our brothers at the cost of their lives. If you want to buy them with money, humph. If I don't give you a hard blow, how can I be worthy of those brothers who sacrificed their lives in the war alliance? Song Jian looked at the NPCs who kept wandering around the city and pointing at their territories. And Song Jian's eyes showed a hint of ruthlessness. Go and call Likur over to see if she can help, Song Jian said after thinking for a moment. Kur? What can she help with? Wang Qi said in surprise. Likur is considered the happy fruit of the war alliance. She plays crazy everywhere in the game every day. But she is very lucky and has obtained a lot of good equipment. Moreover, Likur herself doesn't pay much attention to these things, and often gives some to her friends around her. So many people like to hang out with Likur. Some people like Likur. Some people want to take advantage of Likur's luck. As for those with bad intentions, Likur often finds out after a period of contact that although she is a child in her teens, her emotional intelligence and IQ are higher than those of some adults in their 20s. Wang Qi also likes her very much. From some of his usual contacts, it can be seen that Likur's family in the real world is either rich or noble. But Wang Qi dare not believe that she is a master of business negotiation. After all, her age is there. Even if we put these things together, we might not be as good as Kur. Song Jian shook his head and smiled. Okay, I'll go call her now, Wang Qi said, and walked out of the meeting room. After a while, he walked in with Likur. Brother Song Jian, you're looking for me. Likur's eyes narrowed into crescents when she saw Song Jian, and she looked very happy. Song Jian looked at Likur and was surprised to find that, after not seeing her for a few days, most of the equipment on Likur was actually gold and silver quality. and the crossbow hanging on her waist was already an epic quality equipment. "Kur, the Alliance needs your help," Song Jian said. "What is it, brother Song Jian? Just tell me." Li Ke's eyes lit up, and she became even happier when she heard that she could help Song Jian. In recent days, many NPCs have come to the city. They all want to buy land and build commercial areas in the city. They are here to make money, Song Jian said, but we need to take money out of their pockets. But we can't lose too much. Every inch of the Alliance's territory was bought by the brothers in the Alliance with their blood and lives. We can't let them buy it easily. Do you understand? I understand. It means to get the greatest benefit at the lowest cost. Li Ke nodded and said seriously. Wang Qi was surprised. This was not something a child in his teens could say. "Ke, I want you to be responsible for negotiating with these NPCs. Do you think you can do it?" Song Jian put his hand on Li Ke's shoulder and asked seriously. "Business negotiation?" Li Ke showed a look of surprise on her face and said, "No problem, brother. Just leave it to me. I will make them bleed." Chapter 763 Ambush. Li Ke didn't have much experience in business negotiations. Or rather, her experiences were just some casual conversations with her mother, and some experiences when she was taken to the company by her mother. Li Ke's business negotiation experience was not much less than those professionals. But she had never really experienced it. This time, she was naturally delighted to hear that Song Jian actually gave her such a big thing. However, being able to give such a big thing to a little girl of 11 or 12 years old, it can only be said that Song Jian's heart is really big enough. And the Hope City Alliance is really short of talents in this area. Now we can only let Li Ke try her hand. Talk to 1 or 2 companies first, and see the effect. After arranging these, Song Jian came to Dr. Aberston's laboratory again, wanting to see if he had come up with some new things recently. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Song Jian saw more than a dozen NPCs making some engineering bombs under the guidance of the doctor. "Doctor, what are you doing?" Song Jian was stunned and asked these NPCs. "These are some of the students I recruited. Now the demand for these things in the War Alliance is too great, and I can't handle it alone," Dr. Aberston said helplessly. "Haha. Don't worry, Doctor. Now that we have been upgraded to a first-level city, we can build a research institute. I want you to be in charge of the research institute. What do you think?" Song Jian said with a smile. The research institute is considered a core building in a city. After the first-level city, the system provides fewer and fewer buildings. The future development of the city needs the guidance of the research institute. What technology the research institute develops will affect the development of the entire city. In the city of Sin, the reason why the research institute can compete with the city lord's mansion is precisely because of its special status. Research institute? Dr. Aberston's eyes lit up. Now this laboratory is too small for him, and many experiments cannot be completed. However, if he can preside over the research institute and become the dean of the research institute, then the equipment there can fully verify some of his conjectures. But it's impossible for me to be the only one in such a large research institute. Right? Dr. Aberston hesitated. Of course. Don't you have them? Song Jian raised his chin and pointed to the apprentices who were making engineering bombs. What? Are you really going to leave me alone? Aberston said angrily. Don't worry. There will be many researchers in the future. After all, not everyone likes fighting and killing. What do you think? When the time comes, I will definitely select a group of good seedlings for you to teach well. When they become talents, you won't be so busy anymore. Song Jian comforted. Humph. That's more like it. Dr. Aberston snorted coldly and turned around. After a moment, he felt something was wrong. When he turned around, Song Jian had disappeared without a trace. No. Song Jian, come back. After all, I am the only one who supports the entire institute? Aberston's roar echoed throughout the manor castle. This old guy reacts quite quickly. Song Jian wiped the cold sweat and said to himself. It's not that Song Jian didn't send people to the institute, but there was really no suitable candidate, so Dr. Aberston could only support it alone, training talents and conducting research at the same time. Most of the players who entered were between 18 and 30 years old, and there were few who were older than this age range. Although there were people from all professions, it was too difficult to find some researchers. After staying in the city for a day, Song Jian found that the number of players in the Hope City Alliance had not increased. But the number of NPCs was increasing. These NPCs were either powerful or had special skills. Because the City of Hope was successfully built, more and more NPCs were attracted to this city. Many places where NPCs could be recruited, such as taverns, became more and more lively. Many players had their own followers, whether doing tasks or leveling up. With helpers, the efficiency was doubled. After a day, Song Jian opened the gate of the abyss and returned to the abyss hell. It was still dark in front of him, and there were heat waves all around. The red light like flames kept flickering, illuminating only a small area around. I really admire those players who change their jobs to the abyss profession. They can survive in such a harsh environment. Song Jian curled his lips and was about to walk towards the city shown on the map, but suddenly felt a great threat coming to him. So walk. With a thought, his figure suddenly became transparent, and then countless spell energies attacked his location. Boom boom boom. With Song Jian as the center, every inch of land within a few meters radius was covered by explosions. In the distance, a team of hundreds of people kept releasing various skills towards Song Jian's location. This was an ambush. Song Jian was seen when he left. One day was enough to gather a large number of players on the desolate high ground. The bombing lasted for more than 10 seconds. The place where Song Jian was located sank more than a foot deep, and there was a big pit with a diameter of more than 5 meters in the center. He's dead? Even if he's strong, he can't withstand the attack of hundreds of people. A player hesitated. He must be dead. Even if he was made of steel, he would have been blown to pieces. Humph. A human dared to run wild in the abyss hell. He is simply courting death. Do you know his identity? It is said that he is the leader of a war alliance. More than a leader, their war alliance has successfully built a city. The forum is already going crazy. This is the first player war alliance to successfully build a city. These few days are enough for the players on the desolate highlands to obtain information about Song Jian, the leader of the first war alliance in the Doomsday city, and the first person on the honor level list must be able to hide. As for why he came to the abyss hell, many people speculated that it was because of a mission. But the specific mission was unknown. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone slowly gathered around, stood at the edge of the pit and looked inside, but saw nothing. Is he torn to pieces? Someone speculated. Impossible. He killed so many players in the abyss hell and gained so many merits. How could he not drop any items when he was killed by us? Someone retorted. The explosion rate will increase a lot when killed by players of the opposing camp. And the higher the merits, the higher the explosion rate. With Song Jian's merits, it is impossible for him to not drop any items after being killed. Is he running away? Someone speculated, maybe he has some life-saving skills. At this moment, a dragon roar suddenly sounded above everyone's head. Looking up, a vague black shadow was floating in the air, and a ball of scorching flames, like a waterfall, poured out towards everyone. Chapter 764 Undead Bone Wings. Dragon Breath. It's Song Jian's pet. The Black Dragon. Someone exclaimed, and immediately used the acceleration skill to flee into the distance. The appearance of the pet means that Song Jian is not dead. Although they have more people, Song Jian will definitely not fight them head-on. So far, only the Black Dragon has appeared, and Song Jian has not been seen, which also confirms this. Even if they have more people, they can't be the opponent of a Black Dragon. After all, Black Dragons can fly. Even if these hundreds of people work together to kill the Black Dragon, how many people will die in the end? And there is another Song Jian hiding on the side, and he can't watch everyone kill his pet. The smarter players have already started to flee, while some players are still shouting and calling on everyone to attack the Black Dragon together. After all, they have the advantage in numbers. Song Jian is just one person, and he is alone in the abyss hell. Even if he is the leader of a war alliance, he can't mobilize other people to come here. In the end, there are really 40 or 50 people who stayed. They really don't believe that Song Jian dared to show up in front of so many people. Even if Song Jian is strong, so many people can kill him into slag with one skill each. In the distance, on a hot rock, Song Jian stood quietly, with a faint light emitting from the vertical eye between his eyebrows, looking at the abyss players in the distance, constantly using skills to attack the Black Dragon. System, you killed a professional player in the abyss hell. The player is a civilian. This kill is an honor kill. You get 1 merit point. System, you killed a professional player in the abyss hell. The player is a civilian. This kill is an honor kill. You get 3 merit points. After a while, prompts popped up from time to time in Song Jian's system information. The Black Dragon with first level combat power is not at all inferior even when facing dozens of times the number of players. Although its blood value is constantly decreasing. It kills more Abyss Hell players. Not everyone has such a powerful escape skill as Soul Walk. The Black Dragon was Song Jian's pet. The merits of the Abyss Hell players it killed were naturally counted on Song Jian's head. When the Black Dragon's health value dropped to 1/3, Song Jian's merits had increased by another 28 points, which was equivalent to the Black Dragon having killed more than a dozen Abyss Hell players. Work harder. Output as much as you can. It's almost unable to work. A player shouted loudly. The death of more than a dozen people has caused quite a stir in the team of 40 or 50 people. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Dragon's health value was almost gone, I'm afraid the remaining people would have already fled. In the distance, Song Jian sneered. And with his right hand, the Black Dragon, that was constantly spewing dragon breath in the air suddenly disappeared. In an instant, all the attacks fell into the air. Everyone was stunned, and a strong sense of frustration surged in their hearts. They all forgot that the Black Dragon was not the boss, but Song Jian's pet. He could put the Black Dragon into the pet space at any time. Find that human. Since he can take back the pet, he must be nearby. A player suddenly shouted, his tone full of anger. So many of them ambushed a human. But in the end, they were fooled by this human. Every one of the remaining 30 or 40 people felt a little hot on their faces. Find him. Yes. He must be nearby. Warlock. Use demon vision to see where he is. Among the Abyss professions, many have increased dark vision. Normally, they can only see 7 or 8 meters away. But if they use the skills to increase dark vision, they can see more than 10 meters or even 20 meters away. However, such skills are easy to use, but the duration is very short, and the cooling time is very long. They cannot be used all the time, and can only be used at critical moments. There, on that rock, an Abyss Warlock suddenly pointed to the left and shouted. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, there was a figure standing on a rock more than 10 meters away. But the distance was too far, and the other person's face could not be seen clearly. That's him. Come on! A skinny man growled. And 2 bone spurs suddenly appeared on his shoulder blades. With a painful groan, the bone spurs grew rapidly and extended outwards. After a while, a pair of wings made entirely of bones appeared on his back. Huh? The bone wings flapped. A gust of wind blew, and the skinny man took off and flew quickly towards Song Jian. It's Zack. I didn't expect him to be here too. A player recognized the man. What? The most famous bounty hunter in Desolate Highlands? It is said that no one he targets can escape his pursuit. Humph. Undead bone wings. He is the only one who has this exogenous equipment. Let's go too. And surround and kill that human together. Let's go. Kill that human and avenge our brothers. Zack's eyes radiate a faint green light. This is the skill he obtained to increase his dark vision. The undead evil eye was obtained together with the exogenous equipment undead bone wings. He also upgraded this skill to the maximum level. But the level of this skill is not high. Only level 7. After reaching the maximum level, not only the dark vision is expanded to 30 meters, but also a deterrent skill is obtained. This is an active skill that can only be used on the target that is looking at him in the undead evil eye state, which can deter the opponent for 3 seconds. The 3-second first move was enough for him to cause a lot of damage to the target, which is why he became a famous bounty hunter in Desolate Highlands. Song Jian, I'm going to borrow your head today. Zack looked at Song Jian in front of him with a sneer on his face. In his opinion, the reason why Song Jian stood so high was probably because his dark vision range was pitifully small, so he could use this to kill him. In midair, Zack made a big circle and came behind Song Jian, holding a 3-foot-long bone thorn in his hand, and stabbed it towards Song Jian's back. Go to hell. Zack was less than 1 meter away from Song Jian, and the bone thorn in his hand emitted a green light, and his speed suddenly increased a lot. Poof! The bone thorn easily pierced into Song Jian's back. The surprise on Zack's face had not yet ended. Song Jian in front of him turned into a ball of black smoke. Your damage is so high! A surprised voice suddenly came from the side. And then 4 long swords, like meteors, drew arcs in the air and chopped towards Zack. Broken Wing Dance, Lightning Strike, Spirit Control Sword Technique, 3 sword swinging styles. This time, Song Jian did not use the Wanqiang sword technique, but controlled the 4 long swords, using 4 different sword techniques, and kept slashing at Zack. How could this happen? Zack waved the bone thorn to resist, and the undead bone wings behind him kept waving. But damage numbers kept appearing above his head. Chapter 765, Devil Killing Canyon. Zack's HP is only 1,800 points. Although he is already level 33, he has not passed the first level combat strength assessment. With the undead bone wings, he is considered a master for ordinary players. But in front of Song Jian, he is not worth mentioning at all. For long sword shot out blood arrows from Zack's body, and even his undead bone wings were chopped down to only 2 scarred main bones. Impossible. How can your damage be so high? In less than 10 seconds, Zack's body was already covered in blood, and his HP was less than 300 points. He looked at Song Jian with horror, as if he was facing a god of death. He didn't even have the courage to fight, and only thought about how to escape. The large group of players behind them were still more than 10 meters away from them. Some sharp-eyed players saw Zack in a mess, and began to slow down their pace involuntarily, which made Zack curse in his heart. If these people could come faster, at least they could give him some chance to escape. But now, Zack looked at Song Jian with full health, and his heart was full of despair. Lightning Strike. 4 long swords flew into the air at the same time, and then chopped towards Zack. A flash of lightning flashed on the 4 long swords, and chopped Zack fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. 12 lightning bolts illuminated the surroundings like daylight. After Zack endured 3 of them, his health value was already 0. The remaining lightning strikes were just a whipping of the corpse. Picking up a light silver object dropped by Zack, Song Jian glanced at the people rushing over, and his figure suddenly became transparent and disappeared on the spot. A perfect ambush, which Song Jian dodged. If he didn't have the skill of Soul Walk, Song Jian would probably have to use the passive skill of Enemy of Death. Even if there was no loss, Song Jian didn't want to experience the taste of death again. However, through this ambush, Song Jian also understood that he must have been seen when he left the Abyss Hell last time. He must be more careful when he leaves next time. After running in the wilderness for a day and a night, Song Jian finally saw the tall city wall in front of him. This is the main city of the desolate highlands area, the Flame Furnace. Every brick and stone in this city is made of red lava stone. The surface of these lava stones is rising with faint illusory flames, making the entire city built of lava stones look red from a distance, as if it is always burning. It looks like a huge furnace, which is why this city is called the Flame Furnace. Just when the city appeared in front of Song Jian, he suddenly received a system message. System, you have discovered the city controlled by the 6th Abyss Demon King Estandon, the Flame Furnace. You have unlocked the map of Desolate Highlands. In an instant, a large area of the map of the Abyss Hell suddenly lit up, which was the entire map of Desolate Highlands where Song Jian was. In this way, Song Jian's journey in the Abyss Hell will become easier. Seeing the city in the distance, Song Jian continued to move forward. When he approached the city, he suddenly realized that he might not be able to enter any of the main cities in the Abyss Hell. At the gate of the Flame Furnace, a team of Abyss demons with at least the peak strength of the first level combat power were guarding the city gate. All the creatures in and out of the city are from the Abyss Hell and players with Abyss professions. With his human identity, he would probably attract the attention of the city defenders as soon as he approaches. In order to find the Abyss Demon Flame left by the Abyss Demon King, Song Jian must at least enter the library of the main city, learn about the history of the city for nearly 100 years, and then find clues from it. But now Song Jian can't even enter the city, let alone enter the library in the main city. Song Jian sat on a small mound outside the city, frowning. At this time, a group of Abyss professional players walked towards the main city from a distance. They were talking loudly while walking, and didn't notice that Song Jian was staring at them not far away from them. How far have you progressed in that mission? A man wearing leather armor and holding 2 pistols on his waist asked loudly to one of the team members. It's too difficult. I don't know what's wrong with this serial mission. It's only the 3rd ring, and I have to go to the Demon Slaying Canyon. There are monsters above level 35 there. I can't get in at all. Haha. Okay. Among our group of people, you are the luckiest. You actually accepted a hidden mission. Hey, Do you think there is a legacy left by the 6th Abyss Demon King in that canyon? Otherwise, why is this mission called the Gift of the Abyss Demon King? This is a serial task. Even if there is an inheritance, it should be the last link to get it. Now it's only the 3rd link. I guess we have to go to the Devil Slaying Canyon to get a task item. The group walked and discussed, and soon came to the small mound where Song Jian was. They didn't notice that a transparent figure was lying on the mound, staring at them. It is said that we are going to an abandoned temple in the Devil Slaying Canyon to explore the information about the Abyss Demon Flame left by the 6th Abyss Demon King. I suspect that the final reward of this task may be the Abyss Demon Flame left by the 6th Abyss Demon King. The man who received the task said proudly, "Abyssal Demon Flame. You've made a fortune. Isn't your profession forging? Abyssal Demon Flame is a strange fire. Your forging skills will be very good in the future. You must help your brothers to make some equipment." Someone next to him said enviously, "It's not even a start yet. I can't even enter the Demon Destroying Canyon. I can't complete the mission for the time being. I don't know when I can get the Demon Flame." The man sighed and said, "We will help you. Let's go to the Demon Destroying Canyon together tomorrow. I don't believe that it's just a level 35 monster area. There are 7 or 8 of us. Can't we escort you in and complete the mission?" Yes. Since there is nothing to do, let's go to the Devil Extermination Canyon together and help Xiao Xiong complete the task. But Xiao Xiong, if you really get the Abyss Demon Flame, don't forget us, brothers. A group of people responded. Of course. My forging skill is now level 7. If I really get the Abyss Demon Flame, then everyone will have a set of silver quality equipment. I say. The Abyss Warrior player called Xiao Xiong patted his chest and promised loudly. Devil Extermination Canyon. Song Jian's figure slowly recovered from the soul state, looking at the backs of the group of people with a thoughtful look. Since the main city cannot be entered, it is better to go to the Devil Extermination Canyon mentioned by these people. Maybe you can really get some information about the Abyss Demon Flame from there. Thinking of this, Song Jian opened the map and searched carefully. Chapter 766, White Bone Spirit Talisman. System, you enter the Devil Slaying Canyon. Song Jian looked at the canyon in front of him, which was hundreds of feet deep and had no end in sight. A look of horror appeared on his face. He found that the rock walls on both sides of the canyon were as smooth as a mirror, as if they were chopped out by a sword. But who could leave such a terrifying sword mark on the earth? Even a peak 3rd level combat power could not do it. This made Song Jian doubt that only the legendary gods could chop out this canyon with a sword. At the entrance of the canyon, there was a long slope with piled rocks everywhere. There were some level 35 flame demons refreshed here. Each of them was the size of an ordinary adult, with horns on their heads and pale red flames burning all over their bodies. Occasionally, some fire demon bosses will spawn here. These are all level 35 elite bosses, and they have 1st level combat power. Ordinary players are not opponents of these bosses at all. So few people come here to level up. Song Jian looked at the canyon in front of him, and suddenly thought of the item he picked up from Zack. He didn't have time to check it before he left, so now it's a good time to see if he can use it. This is... Song Jian took out the item dropped by Zack from the parcel column. It was a bead carved from bones, called the Undead Bone Bead. It turned out to be a talisman. Song Jian looked at the properties of the bone bead, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. With a thought, the bone bead turned into a stream of air and flowed towards Song Jian's chest. The Night Slaughter embedded hexagram array on Song Jian's chest has already integrated 2 talismans, namely the Dragon Blood Talisman and the Lion Eagle Bloodline Talisman. This Undead Bone Talisman is the 3rd one. Undead Bone Talisman, Intelligence +8, Spirit +8, Defense increased by 100 points. Special effect, Bone Shield active. Can summon 3 Undead Bone Shields, lasting 30 seconds. Cooling time 5 minutes. In the Bone Shield state, the overall defense is increased by 80%. Resistance is increased by 50%. Immune to damage below 100 points. More than 100 points will cause damage to the Bone Shield during the duration. After the Bone Shield is broken, it will cause 500 points of piercing damage to all enemies within 10 meters around it. With a thought, 3 shields made of bones appeared around Song Jian's body and slowly spun around. Song Jian's defense and resistance were instantly greatly improved. This method of increasing defense and resistance by percentage. The further you go, the higher the improvement. Now that Song Jian has used the Bone Shield, The increased defense and resistance are almost equivalent to a level 35 silver equipment. When Song Jian's strength increases, the defense and resistance will be improved even more. Song Jian walked towards the devil-slaying canyon. Just after walking less than 10 meters, a fire demon suddenly rushed out from behind a boulder and roared towards him. Lightning strike. Song Jian subconsciously used the fastest sword skill, and 3 sword chi mixed with lightning damage chopped at the flame demon almost in order. The claws of the flame demon also grabbed Song Jian mercilessly. At this time, Song Jian's bone shield had not ended yet, and the huge claws burning with flames collided with the bone shield fiercely, making a harsh sound like claws scratching glass. Song Jian frowned slightly, and he found that there was a crack on the surface of the bone shield. Boom! The flame demon didn't care about the sword chi chopped at him, and punched Song Jian again. The bone shield trembled violently twice, and an obvious crack appeared on the surface of the shield. However, at this moment, the shield, which had obvious cracks, flashed with light and swapped positions with the bone shield next to it. The 3 bone shields had the same defense value and shared the damage. Either all 3 shields would break together, or none of them would break. The bone shield withstood 7 or 8 heavy punches from the fire demon and finally made a crisp cracking sound. During this time, Song Jian caused more than 6,000 points of damage to the fire demon, and the blood value of the fire demon was less than 1/10. At the moment the cracking sound rang out, the 3 bone shields turned into dozens of palm-sized fragments, shooting in all directions. The flame demon was hit by 5 or 6 pieces of bone fragments, and a 500-point damage appeared above his head. The flame demon, which was already at low health, screamed, and his body was wrapped in a ball of flames. In a short while, he was burned to ashes. This bone shield is both offensive and defensive, and it is quite powerful. Song Jian nodded with satisfaction. Although this flame demon is not a boss, its strength is comparable to that of the elite monsters in the dungeon. The bone shield can withstand 7 or 8 attacks from it, and its defense is quite good. What surprised Song Jian the most was that when the last shield was broken, the bone fragments that were ejected in all directions could cause 500 points of damage each. This 500 points of damage was actually real damage, ignoring the target's defense. And if the distance is close, at least 5 or 6 bone fragments can hit you at a time, enough to cause more than 2,000 points of damage. You know, this is real damage, and there is no consumption, even when facing a boss. Such damage is enough to surprise people. The 5-minute cooldown time is not too long. The most important thing is that this skill does not consume any energy. As long as the cooldown time is over, you can use it directly. If you encounter a boss, you can even use it several times in one battle. Compared with the 3-hour cooldown time of Iron Wings, it can be used as a regular skill. As he continued to move forward along the canyon, Song Jian encountered more and more fire demons. His pet black dragon was recovering in the pet space, and could not assist in the battle for the time being. Song Jian summoned the Stone Man Golem. But as the number of fire demons increased, Song Jian felt a little tired to kill them. These fire demons were at least in groups of 3 or 5. And sometimes there were even 7 or 8 fire demons gathered together. There are too many monsters here, and I don't know where the temple is. If I continue to go deeper, once I am besieged, I am afraid I will really die here. Song Jian frowned, hesitated for a moment, and took out the Book of the Abyss to see if there are any useful skills on it. The first 2 levels of skills have been activated by Song Jian. Each of the 3rd level skills requires millions of combat experience points, and Song Jian cannot activate any of them now. But soon Song Jian's eyes fell on the skill of Abyss Charm. Maybe I can use this skill to charm a few flame demon slaves as cannon fodder? Song Jian thought to himself. Chapter 767 Skill Upgrade. The skill of Abyss Charm has a high success rate, but the disadvantage is that it takes a long time to cast the skill, and the slaves who are charmed are very likely to betray. As for the problem of long charm time, with the bone shield, it is enough to cast the skill before the shield is broken. As for betrayal, Song Jian just let them be cannon fodder. Before the betrayal, these charmed fire demons are probably dead. Continuing to go deeper, Song Jian encountered 3 more fire demons gathered together, which just blocked the road ahead. If he wanted to continue to go, these 3 fire demons must be killed. Along the way, some fire demons are located in remote places and can be bypassed. But some fire demons not only block the passage, but also move back and forth. Without a strong stealth skill, it is impossible to pass through, and you can only kill them with effort. Song Jian did not come here to kill monsters and level up. He must find the temple mentioned by those players as soon as possible. Looking at the 3 fire demons in front of him, Song Jian did not immediately go forward to fight, but stood in the distance and waited patiently. Soon, Song Jian picked up a small stone and threw it at the fire demon closest to him. He did not throw the stone on the fire demon, but on a stone 3 meters away from it. Paw! With a slight sound, the small stone rolled into the crack of the stone. This sound attracted the attention of the fire demon, who could not help but take 2 steps in the direction of the sound, swinging his head to look around. The other 2 fire demons just glanced at it and turned their heads away, not attracting their attention at all. Song Jian was delighted and threw another stone at the fire demon who was walking over. For Song Jian, this was like taking chestnuts from the fire. If he was not careful, he might attract all 3 fire demons, and then another battle would be inevitable. Although for Song Jian, 3 level 35 elite monsters that did not even reach the first level combat power would not pose any threat. But Song Jian's supplies had been consumed by more than half along the way. If he continued like this, he might not be able to hold on for more than 24 hours, and he would run out of ammunition and food before opening the gate of the abyss. Fortunately, Song Jian led the fire demon to his front without alarming the other 2. At this time, Song Jian could already cast the charm of the abyss. Let the stone man golem rush forward and entangle with the fire demon. Song Jian opened the book of the abyss and began to chant the spell of the charm of the abyss. As soon as the charm of the abyss was cast, it immediately attracted the hatred of the fire demon. With a low roar, the fire demon gave up the entanglement with the stone man golem, turned around and strode towards Song Jian. At this moment, a stone the size of a millstone hit the head of the fire demon fiercely, and it was stunned for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, the stone man Gula kept punching the flame demon, and hundreds of damage numbers floated up from the flame demon's head. However, after the 3-second stun time was over, the flame demon continued to rush towards Song Jian. The abyss charm forced the target to attract hatred. If the target was not beaten to the point of no return, it would be difficult to charm successfully. However, this time Song Jian had a bone shield, so he didn't need to deliberately beat the flame demon to the near-death state before charming it. The stone man Gula kept attacking the flame demon from behind, while the flame demon rushed to Song Jian, and his claws burning with fire kept bombarding the bone shield, making a series of low-impact sounds. In the instant before the bone shield was broken, a black abyss rune floated out of the abyss book and flew towards the center of the flame demon's brow. Seeing this abyss rune, the flame demon showed a look of fear on his face, stopped attacking, turned around and fled away. However, once the abyss slave rune appeared, it meant that Song Jian's abyss charm skill was successfully released. It was impossible to avoid the slave rune by running away. A sound of burning flesh sounded, accompanied by the low roar of the flame demon. In Song Jian's eyes, the attribute on the top of the flame demon's head instantly changed from red to green. The unwilling flame demon slowly walked to Song Jian's side, lowered his head, and trembled slightly. The abyss slave talisman tortured his body and mind all the time. As long as he had the idea of hurting Song Jian, he would keep torturing him until he gave up the idea. Such torture would make the flame demon feel afraid in a short time. But after a long time, when it got used to this torture and could endure it, the time for betrayal would come. With the first flame demon, the rest were easy to deal with. When the cooling time of the bone shield was over, Song Jian continued to seduce the remaining 2, one by one, and then let the stone man golem and the first flame demon resist in the front to delay time, while Song Jian used the abyss charm. When the flame demon rushed to him, the bone shield was turned on again to prevent it from causing harm to Song Jian. As long as Song Jian was not hurt, the abyss charm skill would not be interrupted. Half an hour later, 3 fire demons stood beside Song Jian, and their brows were all branded with the same abyss slave rune. With 3 fire demons, the team controlled by Song Jian was like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. There were constantly fire demons being charmed, and some fire demons betrayed or were directly killed. But in general, the number of fire demons controlled by Song Jian continued to increase, until Song Jian had 8 fire demons standing, almost filling up the entire canyon passage. He finally received a system prompt. System: The number of Abyss Charm targets has reached the upper limit. If you want to break through the upper limit, please continue to upgrade the Abyss Charm skill level. Song Jian was stunned. What's going on? Aren't the skills in the Book of Abyss already at max once activated? How can they continue to upgrade? After opening the Book of Abyss, Song Jian found that a line of small words appeared under the icon of the Abyss Charm skill, indicating that 10 million combat experience points are required to upgrade the Abyss Charm skill to Abyss Command. Not only does it increase the number of slaves that can be controlled from 8 to 15, but the initial loyalty will also increase. The higher the initial loyalty, the less likely the slaves will betray, which is also a disguised way to increase the time to control the slaves. The most important thing is that the skill casting time is much shorter, and it is no longer a forced control of the target's hatred, compared with the Abyss Charm. This is simply a qualitative change. No matter how you look at it, the Abyss Command is more than one level higher than the Abyss Charm. However, the combat experience required to upgrade to the Abyss Command has also doubled. When activating the Abyss Charm, it only cost 100,000 combat experience. But now it takes 10 million experience to upgrade to the Abyss Command, which is 100 times higher. This is almost equivalent to 1/8 of what Song Jian needs to upgrade his level now. It will take at least 3 or 4 days to work hard to kill monsters and level up. Chapter 768 Abyssal Command. Abyssal Command? Abyssal Command? Song Jian kept muttering in his heart. Is it worthwhile to spend 3 or 4 days to upgrade a powerful skill? Of course it is worthwhile. If Song Jian has enough combat experience now, he will definitely choose to upgrade without hesitation. However, he has just upgraded and his combat experience is not even 100,000, let alone 10 million. Even if he wants to upgrade this skill, he can't do it. Abyssal Charm can be upgraded. So what about other skills? Song Jian suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind and focused on the other skills of the Book of the Abyss. But unfortunately, no matter which skill icon he clicked, he was prompted by the system that the skill does not meet the promotion conditions and cannot be promoted. Forget it. It is a pleasant surprise to be able to trigger the promotion conditions of a skill. But in this way, I can no longer avoid those fire demons. I must crush them all the way. Song Jian thought to himself. The original idea of just wanting to find the temple was also replaced by the idea of gaining combat experience by killing monsters. With 8 fire demons equivalent to level 35 elite monsters, Song Jian already has the strength to sweep the entire demon-destroying canyon. The next moment, Song Jian transformed into an Abyss Warlock, with a group of fire demons acting as meat shields. He stood behind and continuously released the spell skills obtained from the Book of the Abyss. One day passed like this, and the number of fire demons around Song Jian remained at 8. Song Jian, who had no means of treatment, waited until the health of a controlled fire demon slave was about to be emptied, and without waiting for it to betray, he directly removed the Abyss Slave mark, and then attacked it in groups, gained combat experience, and completely squeezed the value of this fire demon slave, and then went to charm another fire demon. The further you go into the demon-slaying canyon, the wider it becomes, and the more fire demons there are. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly saw a monster in the distance that was obviously much larger than an ordinary fire demon. A closer look revealed that it was a level 35 elite boss, the leader of the fire demons. If we can charm this fire demon leader and make him a slave, the effect will definitely be much stronger than ordinary fire demons. Song Jian stared at the huge figure and thought to himself. However, it is obviously impossible to control this elite boss with the skill of Abyss Charm. 8 fire demons can't stop this elite boss from rushing towards Song Jian. Moreover, this elite boss with first level combat power has much stronger attack power than ordinary monsters. The bone shield can't withstand it for long and can't hold on until Song Jian successfully releases the skill of Abyss Charm. At least we have to upgrade to Abyss Command to charm this elite boss into a slave, Song Jian said in his heart. After looking at his combat experience, Song Jian still had 2/3 of the way to 10 million. He secretly memorized the location of the boss and began to sweep the ordinary flame demons around. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The news of the ambush had spread to the main city of Desolate Highlands, Flame Furnace. Many Abyss players were shocked that the ambush of more than 100 people was unsuccessful. How strong was this human named Song Jian? The wanted bounty for Song Jian by Flame Furnace was once again increased. Killing Song Jian could get 5 million Doomsday coins. Such a high bounty had never appeared in the city of Flame Furnace. At this point, not only the Abyss players, but also many Abyss NPC professionals were moved by the high bounty and began to join the ranks of hunting Song Jian. For 3 days, Song Jian did not stop, constantly killing fire demons, and finally gained 10,000 combat experience points. 10 million experience points may seem like a lot, but for Song Jian now, it takes nearly 100 million experience points to upgrade to the next level. If you simply kill monsters, you have to kill at least a few thousand monsters of the same level to upgrade to the next level. It will take at least half a month to do it day and night. Take a deep breath. Song Jian directly clicked the upgrade button of the Abyss Charm skill. A white light flashed, and the experience points that had just been upgraded were immediately cleared, and the Abyss Charm skill was replaced by a golden skill. The Abyss Command active, max. Skill effect, after locking the target, cast this skill on the target, shocking the target for 3 seconds, and forcibly transforming the target into the user's slave. The process lasts for 10 seconds. During the skill release, the user's hatred for the target gradually increases. This skill can be interrupted. During the release process, any damage to the user will interrupt the skill release. After the casting time is over, the seed of fear will be planted in the target's heart, and the target will become the user's slave. There is a small probability that this skill will fail to cast, and the stronger the willpower of the target, the higher the probability of failure. After the spell fails, it will cause 1,000 points of real damage to the target and be frightened for 5 seconds. Skill consumption, 30% of spirit value. Number of slaves, 8 out of 12. After successfully advancing, Song Jian was eager to verify the effect of the Abyss Command. Facing a fire demon in the distance, Song Jian began to release the Abyss Command skill. As soon as he recited the spell, he attracted the attention of the fire demon, and it roared loudly and rushed towards Song Jian. Just as it took a step, its whole body suddenly shook, and a look of horror appeared on its face. Standing still, 3 seconds later, the fire demon woke up from the state of shock, and looked at Song Jian with eyes full of fear. After hesitating for a moment, it continued to pounce on Song Jian. As long as it killed Song Jian, it could escape the tragic end of being enslaved. At this moment, a stone hit it, and then 8 fire demons roared and rushed towards it, making it impossible for it to get close to Song Jian. Before it could break free from the 8 fire demons, a black Abyss slave mark flashed out of the Book of the Abyss and imprinted on its forehead. Abyss Command? Slave. A deep voice echoed in the ears of the fire demon, making it look a little dazed for a while. When it regained consciousness, the Abyss slave mark had been engraved on its forehead. Song Jian had one more fire demon slave. The effect of the Abyss Intimidation Order was surprisingly good. Song Jian enslaved a flame demon without even opening the bone shield. Surprised, Song Jian directly controlled 9 flame demons and continued to walk towards other places. Soon, Song Jian enslaved 11 flame demons, and after using the Abyss Intimidation Order, none of the 8 flame demons he enslaved before had betrayed him. The control time was more than twice as long as before. It seemed that this should be the hidden attribute of the Abyss Intimidation Order, which could intimidate the controlled slaves and reduce their chances of betrayal. 11 flame demons surrounded Song Jian. At this time, Song Jian looked at the flame demon leader in the distance. Chapter 769 World Boss. With the Abyss Deterrence Order and the assistance of 11 flame demons, Song Jian originally thought that it should be easy to charm a flame demon leader into becoming a slave. But he never expected that the flame demon leader actually had a skill similar to deterrence. Although it was only effective against flame demons, it also caused some small mistakes in Song Jian's plan. The 11 flame demons, who were supposed to stop the flame demon leader, actually knelt down and trembled all over after the flame demon leader roared angrily. No matter how Song Jian activated the slave seal, it was useless. Even if these flame demons rolled on the ground in pain, they refused to attack the flame demon leader. In the end, it was the stone man golem who desperately held back the flame demon leader, allowing Song Jian to successfully release his skill, Abyss Command. Fortunately, I have been promoted to Abyss Command. Otherwise, I can only kill this level 35 elite boss. Song Jian wiped the cold sweat and said to himself, the strength of the flame demon leader is much higher than that of ordinary flame demons. The bone shield only lasted for 3 seconds before it shattered directly. if it weren't for the Stone Man Golem's stone-throwing skill at the critical moment, causing it to stun. I'm afraid Song Jian's Abyss Command skill would have been forced to stop, although there were some minor mistakes in the process. The result was good. Song Jian finally succeeded in enslaving the Flame Demon Leader and made him one of his slaves, opening the attribute interface of the Flame Demon Leader. Song Jian indeed saw the skill control demon in the skill column. However, unlike the control of the Lord level boss, the leader's control demon can only prevent the Flame Demon from attacking itself, but cannot command the Flame Demon to do other things. If it is a Flame Demon Lord, its control demon can directly control ordinary Flame Demons. If Song Jian encounters a Lord level boss, then the ordinary Flame Demons it enslaves will betray him at the first time, and under the leadership of the Lord level boss, they will attack Song Jian himself in turn. With a Flame Demon Leader, it became easier for Song Jian to kill monsters. He didn't even need to take action against ordinary Flame Demons, as they would be beaten to death by the newly recruited slaves. Another day passed, and Song Jian's monster killing efficiency improved a lot. The experience value has increased from 1% of level 37 to about 6% of level 37. Moreover, since recruiting a Flame Demon Leader boss, none of the other 11 ordinary Flame Demons betrayed him. This can be said to be a pleasant surprise. You know, the frequent use of the Abyss Deterrence order consumes a lot of Song Jian's mental value. Even if there is more mead, he will feel like vomiting if he drinks too much. What made Song Jian feel a little regretful was that no clues had been found about the temple in the Devil-Slaying Canyon. Just then, Song Jian suddenly saw a series of magical lights flashing in the dim canyon in the distance, just like brilliant fireworks. But a little far from where he was. There are players fighting monsters here? Song Jian was surprised. After entering the Devil-Slaying Canyon, his merits had not increased. The monsters here were at least level 35. He could not see any Abyss players leveling up here along the way. Unexpectedly, when he entered the depths of the canyon, he found Abyss players instead. Song Jian took back the Stone Man Golem, controlled the 12 fire demons, and headed in that direction, while he himself mixed in with the fire demons. In the Devil-Slaying Canyon, although there were not many 12 fire demons together, they could be seen from time to time. So even if they were discovered, it would not cause other associations, let alone think that there would be a human among these fire demons. Song Jian controlled the fire demons and ran in the canyon for 5 minutes, and finally approached the place where the battle was. It was very noisy here. Through the light of magic, Song Jian finally saw the situation here clearly. There were at least 50 or 60 people in front of him, who seemed to be a war alliance of the Abyss players. They were teaming up to attack a huge fire demon. This fire demon was burly, more than 3 meters tall, burning with red flames all over his body, wearing thick scales, holding a huge battle blade in his hand, and constantly waving and attacking. Song Jian looked at the huge boss with a gleam of light in his eye. Demon Guard Commander. Level 40 Lord. HP 289621/320000. Song Jian took a breath of cold air. Level 40 Lord Boss. 320,000 HP. Although other attributes were not visible, the high HP alone surprised Song Jian. World Boss. Song Jian had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and couldn't help shouting. Only the World Boss would have such a high HP. Song Jian had only heard of such a terrifying existence before, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Before, Song Jian saw so many people attacking the boss, and he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was a bit of an exaggeration. But now it seems that with only 50 or 60 people, they want to hunt down a world boss. These people are really brave. Song Jian looked at the group of Abyss players again, and found that these players have all kinds of professions. And there are quite a few special professions like Soul Ripper. It seems that even among the Abyss players, they are elite players. 33, 34, 35. Song Jian looked at these players one by one. The lowest level of these players is 33, and the highest has even reached 36. Fortunately, they did not appear in the City of Doom. Otherwise, except for Song Jian, the top 50 players in the honor level ranking list would all be replaced by this group of players. In the team, a player who looked like a mage was standing in the back, constantly issuing orders and directing the group of players to attack. This mage player was wearing a dark robe, exuding a strong Abyss aura. Behind him, a pair of broken black wings were constantly dropping black feathers. These black feathers only fell into the air and disappeared. But the wings did not change at all. Fallen angel wings. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and stared at the pair of black wings. The attributes of the pair of wings slowly emerged in front of him. The fallen angel wings behind this mage abyss player were much more gorgeous than the undead bone wings of the bounty hunter Zack that he had seen before. And the attributes were also much stronger. If the undead bone wings were a silver quality equipment, then this fallen angel wing was at least dark gold. Or even epic quality equipment. Chapter 770 Rage. This abyss mage player looks to be about 27 or 28 years old. Handsome. With a light golden hair falling from his forehead, giving him a noble temperament. Combined with the black abyss aura emanating from his body all the time. He gives people a feeling of dark nobility similar to that of the vampires. He is the leader of the entire team. Under his command, the entire team looks very coordinated. Although they fight a little conservatively, they are attacking a world boss. No one knows what skills it has. Therefore, being conservative makes the abyss players under his command feel at ease. This guy really has some organizational skills. Song Jian stared at him for a long time, nodding in his heart, feeling that even if Wang Qi was compared with him, he would still be slightly inferior. At least, Wang Qi could not possibly have his strength. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and the attributes of this player suddenly appeared in front of him. Thomas. Occupation, Abyss Mage. Level 37. First Order Combat Strength. A level 37 player with First Order Combat Strength? Song Jian said in surprise. This is the only player Song Jian has seen so far who has passed the First Order Combat Strength assessment. Many players cannot pass the First Order Combat Strength assessment after reaching level 30, and can only wait a month to participate. Therefore, many players who have reached level 33, level 34, or even higher levels have never had First Order Combat Strength. Thomas, who has the first level combat power, put some pressure on Song Jian. But Song Jian has passed the double S assessment, and he will also have a great advantage against those who have passed the first level combat power below S level. So Song Jian will not be afraid of anything. Song Jian controlled the 12 fire demons and slowly approached them. Since he had chosen the abyss profession, it was equivalent to giving up his human identity, as long as there was a chance. Song Jian didn't mind killing these people. Killing this group of players is not an impossible thing for Song Jian now. They are now dealing with a level 40 World Lord boss. Although there are many people, there is only one person with the first level combat power. As long as Song Jian takes action, this team is likely to be wiped out here. Under Song Jian's control, the fire demons quietly passed by. This group of abyss players did not notice Song Jian at all. All their thoughts were on the world boss in front of them. The demon leader suddenly roared and raised his claws burning with fire into the air. Thomas's face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted, "The boss is about to release a big move. Everyone be careful." Boom! A ball of scorching flames emanated from the boss and spread in all directions. All the melee professions around it were swept away, and hundreds of points of fire damage floated above their heads. But soon, the abyss warriors behind them came up again, and the healing professions worked hard to refresh the health of the melee professions. And soon their health was restored to full. This group of players cooperated very skillfully, and it seemed that they had hunted many bosses before, which was why they dared to hunt the world boss with only 50 or 60 people. The City of Hope Alliance had also organized many similar activities. Although Song Jian rarely participated, the process was basically the same as the team in front of him. But the City of Hope had never hunted the world boss. So Song Jian couldn't help but be curious. After watching for a long time, Song Jian found that these people were indeed elite. Even when hunting the world boss, they were methodical. Even if the boss used a few big moves, there were no accidents, and the health value continued to decrease. Song Jian was very curious about this team, and his eyes turned to the badge on their chest. Their guild badge was a fallen angel holding a sharp blade. When Song Jian looked over, the words Fallen Angel Alliance appeared on the badge. Fallen Angel Alliance? Song Jian was surprised, looking at the man who was commanding the battle, and muttered to himself, could it be that this is the leader of this alliance? It's not that Song Jian guessed blindly, but the fallen angel wings behind the opponent were too conspicuous. Anyone who saw him would be attracted by his wings with black feathers. After wandering in the desolate highlands for so many days, Song Jian learned more or less about the situation here from these Abyss Hell players. The Fallen Angel Alliance can be said to be the most powerful alliance in the entire desolate highlands area. in the fiery furnace. It can almost be said that they can cover the sky with one hand. Before entering the Devil Extermination Canyon, Song Jian met many players of the Fallen Angel Alliance. The quality and strength of these players are much higher than others. We killed some small fish and shrimps before. If we offend this group of people this time, I'm afraid we will face the pursuit of the entire Fallen Angel Alliance. At that time, Song Jian frowned slightly. So far, there is no clue about the Abyss Demon Flame mission, and there is no trace of the inheritance of the Sword Immortal profession. If Song Jian makes a deadly feud with the largest alliance union in the Desolate Highlands, he may not be able to move forward in this area. However, after thinking for a long time, Song Jian decided to take action. From the words of the Abyss Hell players, Song Jian found that it would not take long before the deep channel would be opened. This is the game process, which cannot be stopped by human power. The professions of Abyss Hell players originally have an advantage. They are all rare professions. Although the environment is harsh, the upgrade speed is 1 or 2 times that of ordinary players, and the average level is at least 5 levels higher than that of ordinary players. If such a group of people appeared in the game world, it would definitely have a great impact on ordinary players. These people in front of them were equivalent to the elite of the Abyss players. Killing as many as possible would at least reduce some pressure in the future. Thinking of this, Song Jian no longer hesitated and began to control the flame demons, getting closer and looking for opportunities. At this time, these flame demons had already extinguished the flames burning on the surface of their bodies and were in a latent state. So even if they got closer, they were not afraid of being discovered. The boss's health value is dropped to 30%, and it will be violent soon. Everyone be careful. And the ranged professions should disperse and don't stand so close, Thomas shouted in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, all the ranged professions around him began to move, quickly spread out, and occupied locations suitable for attack. Ranged professions keep attacking. Carter, get on the shield wall. Resist the last wave of attacks. Then withdraw. Foztan, prepare to attract the boss's hatred. After the demon guard leader went berserk, the flames on his body became hotter, and a hint of black began to appear on the edge of the flames. His body also grew larger, and his attacks became more powerful. With a swing of the war blade, all the melee professions in front were knocked away. The guard leader stepped forward fiercely, and the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a wave of air rushed forward. At this time, an Abyss warrior who had opened the shield wall roared and slammed into the demon guard leader fiercely, using all his strength to chop the boss with a two-handed battle axe in his hand.